Qin Zhaozhao, a relentless overachiever, realized that she had transmigrated into a melodramatic period novel crammed with all kinds of vile relatives. Her forehead burned as if a red-hot branding iron were pressed hard against it. Every breath sent a knife's edge sawing across her throat, the pain drilling straight into her bones. Even her bones felt soft and aching. She did not even have the strength to lift her eyelids. Outside the door came her mother, Su Yun's voice choked with tears as she pleaded. "Mom, I'm begging you, just lend me a little money. Zhaozhao's burning up, she won't last much longer. If she doesn't take medicine, the child will die." A shrill, mean female voice sliced through the courtyard. "Borrow money. Where am I supposed to conjure up money for you, you jinx of the family? She's a useless girl who only costs us. If she's sick, let her be sick. If she dies, so much the better. Saves the family grain." It was the original body's grandmother, Wang Guilan. Qin Zhaozhao's heart sank. "Mom, Zhaozhao is your own Su Yun's voice had risen into a wail saturated with despair. "Bah, I only recognize my eldest grandson Jinbao. He is the true bloodline of our Lao Qin family." Wang Guilan's voice pitched even higher, dripping with scorn. "Get out of my way. Where's that half bag of white flour you've been hiding? Jinbao's been craving white steamed buns lately. I'm taking it today no matter what." Not only would she refuse money for medicine, she even wanted to seize their last bit of food. Qin Zhaozhao could practically see her so-called cheap father Qin Zhangwo standing off to the side, like a wooden stake, lips trembling, not daring to utter a single word. This life was so suffocating it made one want to die. Rage and helplessness clamped around her throat. Just as she was about to give up, a cold mechanical voice exploded in her mind. "Detected hosts intense will to survive, system binding in progress. God tier era sign-in fate plunder system successfully bound. Beginner's gift pack being issued. Congratulations host, you have obtained the core Halo Wealth 100-fold rebate Halo." Qin Zhaozhao's muddled mind was suddenly split open by a burst of light from those few lines of text. Wealth 100-fold rebate Halo. The host may designate relatives currently bound Father Qin Zhangwo, Mother Su Yun. Any sum of money they spend will be returned 100-fold and appear in a safe place designated by the host. Diversified sign-in at special locations upon completing special achievements, or at specific times you may sign in. The rewards are myriad: money, coupons, skills, blueprints, recipes, and much more. Fate plunder able to automatically locate this world's children of destiny and seize their good fortune, transforming it into benefits for the host's own family. In the darkness of the earthen hut, Qin Zhaozhao's eyes shone with an almost frightening brightness. She would no longer endure a life where others trampled her underfoot, and she could not even resist. She would make money, immediately at once. She would buy medicine and live. And she would wake these parents who had been cowed and manipulated down to their very bones. The very first step before her eyes, have her mother borrow a small sum of money to trigger the 100-fold rebate and resolve the family's immediate survival crisis. Split from the family. They had to split from the family. She would shake off Wang Guilan and that nest of bloodsuckers, take her parents with her to earn a fortune, and in this poor backwater build a commercial empire of her own. Outside the door, Wang Guilan's curses continued, each more vicious than the last. "Cry, cry, cry, crying all day long. You gave birth to a useless girl who drains money, and you still have the face to ask me for cash. Why don't you just drop dead instead? Let me tell you, Su Yun, my eldest grandson Jinbao's life is worth more than that girl's. If he wants a bite of white steamed bun, then today I must make it for him. And you, Qin Zhangwo, standing there like a stump waiting to die, can't even control your own wife. What kind of man?" The rough sound of a cloth sack being yanked away rang out, followed by Wang Guilan's triumphant declaration, "This half bag of white flour is communal grain of the Lao Qin family, not yours from the second branch. It's perfectly right and proper that I take it. No, Mom, that's the last food our family has left." Su Yun's cry tore from her throat, raw and hoarse. A surge of strength erupted from Qin Zhaozhao's frail little body. Drawing on every ounce she pushed herself up from the Kong covered in worn bedding and suddenly sat bolt upright. Her vision swam with darkness, yet every word that left her mouth was clear in a way no 6-year-old's voice should be. "Mom, come in. Stop disgracing yourself out there." Her voice was not loud, but it brought the crying and cursing outside to an abrupt halt. Su Yun and Qin Zhangwo jolted, as if slapped, lifted the curtain, and rushed into the room. In the dim light, their daughter's small face was flushed a deep red, the fine hair at her brow soaked with sweat. Her dark eyes were steady as she sat ramrod straight on the Kong. Su Yun thought the fever had burned her daughter's mind. Her tears fell even harder as she lunged forward to embrace her. "Zhaozhao, my good girl, this is all my fault, all my fault. Stop crying." Qin Zhaozhao cut her off directly. She did not look at her mother, but instead lifted her eyes to stare at the tall man standing behind her. Her father, Qin Zhangwo. "Now listen to me." She turned back to Su Yun. "Go to Auntie Lee's house next door. Don't mention that I'm sick. Just say we've run out of food and borrow 10 fun from her. Hurry." Su Yun was stunned, her calloused hands twisted at the patched hem of her clothes, face flushing bright red. "Zhaozhao, how can we do that? Won't people point at our backs and talk?" Qin Zhangwo stepped forward as well, tugging at Su Yun's sleeve, his whole face spelling out his disapproval. To borrow money from a neighbor, for food no less, left him as a grown man with nowhere to put his pride. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing. She merely shifted her dark gaze from Su Yun's face to Qin Zhangwo's. She just stared at him like that. Her eyes were nothing like a child's, instead they resembled those of a powerful figure, holding the power of life and death, cold and imposing. The couple's scalps tingled under that gaze. If you want me dead, then keep standing here wasting time. Qin Zhaozhao finally spoke again, her voice hoarse, each word as frigid as ice. The words crashed down on Su Yun's chest, heavy and suffocating. Pride faced dignity. Compared to her daughter's life, they all became worthless. She looked at her daughter's young yet unyielding face and could no longer care about anything else. Gritting her teeth, she roughly wiped at her tears and whirled around to dash outside. Qin Zhaozhao stood rooted to the spot, staring at his daughter, sitting straight as a rod, then at the now empty doorway, his mind utterly blank. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but could not force out a single word. Within a few minutes, Su Yun came rushing back like a gust of wind, chest heaving so violently she could hardly breathe. She hurried to the Kong and opened her palm. Lying in it was a 10-fin note, softened and wrinkled from sweat. Zhaozhao, look, I really borrowed it. Su Yun's words tumbled out half incoherent. The way she looked at her daughter was a mixture of shock, trust, and a faint reverence she herself could not quite name. A single sentence from her daughter had accomplished more than all her weeping. But almost immediately a new worry crept in. What could 10 fin even do? It was enough for only 2 of the smallest sweet potatoes, not even enough to buy the cheapest dregs of medicine at the supply and marketing cooperative. Qin Zhaozhao meanwhile stared fixedly at his daughter. This child seemed as though she had been replaced by another soul. He, the supposed head of the household, had been utterly useless, as his own mother berated him at the door earlier. Yet with just one sentence, his daughter had spurred his wife into action and achieved results. A wave of shame surged through him. It felt as though he were meeting his own child for the first time today. Leaning back against the cold earthen wall, Qin Zhaozhao's body was racked by waves of weakness, yet her mind had never been clearer. The seed money was in hand. Most importantly, for the first time in this household, she had the final say. The moment Su Yun had stepped out the door earlier, she had silently recited in her heart system, set the safe place at the 3rd brick of the wall east of the king's head. Now only one last step remained: how to spend this 10 fun and how to make the 10 yuan that would be rebated 100-fold appear in a way that was completely reasonable and beyond suspicion. Qin Zhaozhao drew in a breath and forced her voice to sound even weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Dad, Mom, I just had a fever and had a dream. What did you dream of? Su Yun instinctively leaned closer, her sallow face filled with anxiety. I dreamed of my grandpa. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was very soft, yet crystal clear. Grandpa said that before he passed, he was afraid that if something happened at home, we would have nothing in our hands and be left grasping at air. So, on the eastern wall at the head of our Kong, behind the 3rd brick, he hid some money. At these words, Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun were both stunned. When Zhaozhao's grandfather died, how old had she been? She was just a toddler who could barely string a sentence together. How could she possibly remember what her grandpa looked like? Nonsense. Qin Zhaozhao forced out the word from his throat, his voice dry and rasping. As if trying to convince himself, and as if instinctively refuting her, he muttered, Child, you've burned yourself stupid. When your grandpa passed, our family was so poor that even the rice jar could raise rats. We didn't even have enough to eat. Where would there have been money to hide? He remembered with painful clarity how his father had looked on his deathbed, reduced to skin and bone, yet his belly was swollen high, as if he were 10 months pregnant. That was from eating nothing but dirt. If there had been even a handful of grain at home, his father would not have died so early. Now his daughter's words were like stabbing a knife straight into his heart. They stabbed at his incompetence as a son. Dad, Qin Zhaozhao was not cowed by his harsh rebuke. Her large, clear, black and white eyes calmly met his. If you want, go look. Are you just going to watch me die from this illness? That sentence again. It landed like a loud slap, harshly striking Qin Zhaozhao across the face. He wanted to retort, to say, how could I possibly want you dead? Yet when the words reached his lips, they dissolved into heavy, labored breathing. Yes, he did not want his daughter to die. But what could he do? He could not even protect the half bag of white flour his own mother had snatched away. What kind of man did that make him? What kind of father? With a thud, Qin Zhaozhao slammed his fist hard into his own thigh, his back bowed, shoulders trembling violently. He was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, filled with a furious rage born of utter powerlessness. Su Yun came back to her senses beside him. Like someone seizing a final straw of salvation, she lunged forward and clutched Qin Zhaozhao's arm in a death grip. She wept as she pleaded, Zhaozhao, just go and look. What if father really did leave something? Haven't you noticed? Zhaozhao. She's been uncanny today. Maybe it's your father, moved by pity for his granddaughter, using our girl's mouth to tell us. Uncanny. It truly was uncanny. A 6-year-old girl who just moments ago had been burning with fever and unconscious was suddenly able to sit up and direct the adults around. More importantly, what she had ordered had actually been done. And now she had uttered such words again. What if it was true? This thought like a seed fell onto the parched soil of Qin Zhaozhao's heart, instantly taking root and sprouting, growing wild and unruly. He lifted his bloodshot eyes to his daughter's dark pupils, then looked at Su Yun's face brimming with pleading. That sense of helplessness from being driven to a dead end and the absurdity of being commanded by his own daughter twisted together in his chest, finally bursting out as a muffled roar through clenched teeth. Fine. He'll dig. He'll tear this wall down today. If there's nothing there, well, see if you dare spout such nonsense again. As if giving himself a way out, he strode to the head of the Kong in a fury. By the faint light seeping through the gap in the door curtain, he stretched out his hands, rough and split from work, full of calluses, and groped along the cold earthen wall. The wall surface was made of mud mixed with wheat straw, the hardened straw stabbing painfully into his palms. The first brick, the second brick. His fingers stopped on the third brick. He pressed hard. The brick seemed to have grown into the wall itself, not budging in the slightest, fitting seamlessly in place. The spine Qin Zhaozhao had just straightened immediately slumped again, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He twisted his mouth in self-mockery. He really was mad to believe the feverish babble of a child. Just as he was about to turn away, Qin Zhaozhao's hoarse voice sounded again. Use the back of the firewood knife to pry along the brick seam. Qin Zhaozhao's neck turned inch by inch, stiff, as if rusted. His daughter was still sitting there, her small body weakly leaning against the wall, her little face flushed with an unhealthy redness. Yet her eyes were locked firmly onto him. Su Yuan held her breath as well, watching him nervously. Qin Zhaozhao's Adam's apple bobbed. As if compelled by some unseen force, he walked to the corner, picked up the battered firewood knife, whose edge was already curled. He crouched at the head of the Kong and flipped the knife over, using the heavy blunt spine of the blade to line up with the seam of the third brick, carefully working it into the gap. Clang! The knife spine struck the hard brick with a dull sound. The seam was packed tight with dried mud. The blade could not wedge in at all. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Qin Zhaozhao's forehead. He shifted his angle and used the knife tip to scrape at the mortar, gouging the packed mud from the seam bit by bit. Clumps of dried mud crumbled and fell. Su Yun's heart was in her throat. She did not even dare breathe loudly. Qin Zhaozhao scraped for a long time until even the gaps beneath his fingernails were packed with mud before he finally cleared out a narrow slit. He wedged the spine of the knife in again, took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into his arms, and jerked outward with a sharp pry. Crack! An unusually crisp sound rang out. The blue brick that had seemed utterly immovable actually loosened. Qin Zhaozhao dug his fingers in and gave a hard pull. The brick dropped with a thud, revealing a dark, gaping hollow. His heartbeat instantly spun out of control, pounding against his chest like a drum. He reached in and groped around for a long moment, then truly felt something hard wrapped in oiled paper. With a sudden jolt of his arm, Qin Zhaozhao yanked the object from the hole and tore the oiled paper open with rough hands. A stack of crisp, stiff 10-cent notes lay neatly in his dirt-smeared palms. 1 bill, 2 bills. He could no longer keep count. He only knew that the thick, earth-colored stack was money. Heavens! Su Yun clapped a hand over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Qin Zhaozhao was just as stupefied. His hand gripping those 10 yuan shook uncontrollably. He brought the money up close to his eyes, then even lifted it to his nose. The distinctive scent of printing ink rushed straight into his nostrils. Money. It was real money. His father had truly left him a life-saving stash, and the one who had discovered this hidden cash was his daughter, so sick she was on the verge of collapse. He whipped his head around to stare at Qin Zhaozhao on the Kong, his gaze darting back and forth between the money and the girl. In that instant, for the first time, Qin Zhaozhao felt with piercing clarity just how pathetic and how much of a failure he was as a father. Qin Zhaozhao finally allowed herself to breathe a little easier. Watching her parents on the verge of tears from excitement, she leaned against the wall, panting as she calmly arranged everything. Dad, don't just stand there in a daze. Take the money, go to the township clinic, and buy me some fever medicine, and quickly. Mom, go to Auntie Lee's, pay back the money we owe, then buy some cornmeal so we can cook porridge. As soon as she finished speaking, a violent fit of coughing tore through her. Her small body curled in on itself as though she had exhausted the last of her strength. Yes, yes. Su Yun nodded repeatedly, now harboring not the slightest doubt about her daughter's words. Qin Zhaozhao grunted a heavy acknowledgement, tucking the stack of money carefully into his inner pocket. He rammed his head through the door curtain and plunged into the night like a madman. Watching the figures of her parents, their hope rekindled, Qin Zhaozhao knew that the first step in lifting up her weak parents had succeeded. Next would be facing Wang Gillen's second wave of assault. If that vicious old woman learned that their family had suddenly got, their home would be thrown into chaos once again. Inside the room, Su Yun was still lost in the immense daze of finding the money. She glanced at the remaining half-stack of crisp 1-cent notes on the Kong, then at her daughter, and it took her a long moment to find her voice. Zhaozhao, this 10 yuan, we must spend it thriftily. Su Yun picked up the stack of bills with her fingertips and blew on the non-existent dust, as if holding a scorching hot potato. Once your father buys the medicine, sew the rest into the innermost layer of your padded jacket and tell no one. Saving it for your future dowry. Her voice faltered on the last 2 words. Qin Zhaozhao leaned against the earthen wall, listening, too weary to even lift an eyelid. This was poverty etched into the bone. With money in hand, their first instinct wasn't to improve their lives, but to hide, to conceal, to fear that this money would invite disaster. The more Su Yun thought, the more frightened she became, her sallow face turning a shade paler. She lowered her voice. Zhaozhao, what if this money really was a sign from your grandfather? Then if your eldest uncle's family finds out, they'll tear the roof off our house. How about we just put the brick back in a while and pretend this never happened? People like us aren't meant for windfalls. Being able to fill our bellies is already a blessing from the heavens. Qin Zhaozhao finally opened her eyes. She saw it clearly now. It was impossible to reason with those who had been terrorized by poverty. In their world, they only believed in suffering, never in manna from heaven. To drag them out of the mire of self-abasement, only the most direct, most brutal action would work. In her mind, on the cold mechanical panel, a term shimmered with an alluring light. Pending achievement, first time taking charge. She would claim it. The door curtain was flung open with a crash, and Qin Zhaozhao burst in like a whirlwind. He was drenched in sweat, the muscles in his face twitching, a grin splitting his lips to reveal white teeth, his eyes blazing like twin fires. Medicine. I bought the fever reducer. He slapped a small packet wrapped in yellow paper into Su Yuan's hand. From the town clinic, the best fever reducer there is. With that, he turned his pockets inside out, and a cascade of small bills and coins clattered onto the earth and Kong jingling as they bounced. Still over 9 yuan left. Zhaozhao, this money we need to keep it safe. He was thinking the same as Su Yuan. Fear, hesitation, indecision. A lump formed in Qin Zhaozhao's chest. She abruptly threw off the tattered quilt, slid her small frame off the Kong, and dragged over the small stool they used as a step. Bang! She slammed the stool down in the center of the room, sending dust flying. She stepped onto it. This action for the first time raised her line of sight above her parents' shoulders, allowing her to meet their eyes on a level. The dim light in the room fell on her face, her expression unreadable, her eyes a shocking black, her lips pressed into a cold straight line. From today on, I'm in charge of this family. Her voice was soft yet unervingly clear. Qin Zhaozhao raised her tiny finger pointing at Qin Zhaozhao. First, Dad, wipe that pathetic look off your face. The money I brought is our family's fortune. It wasn't stolen or robbed. The medicine is bought good. Her finger then turned to Su Yuan, finally landing on the pile of money. Second, with the rest of the money, go to the supply coop. Buy 2 gin of pork belly with the skin on fatty. This is an order. Go now. The words had barely left her mouth when Su Yuan exploded first. Buy meat. Zhaozhao, have you lost your mind? The moment that meat smell wafts out your grandmother's nose is sharper than a dog's. She'll smell it and come charging over to tear the roof off. Qin Zhaozhao also panicked, stammering as he blocked her. Right, Zhaozhao, what if this money was hidden here by someone else? If we spend it and they come looking for it, what do we do then? We can't buy meat. We need to save this money to get you treated. Seeing them acting like frightened birds, Qin Zhaozhao's heart grew calm instead. She just stood on the stool watching them, saying nothing. In Qin Zhaozhao's heart, it felt like 2 oxen were fighting. One voice screamed, no, absolutely not, while the other roared, why the hell not? His daughter was right. The money was her fortune, the fortune his daughter, Qin Zhaozhao's daughter, had brought. Why did having money make them feel like thieves? Why couldn't his sick daughter even have a bite of meat? Had lived half his life like a shrinking turtle. Scolded by his mother at home, laughed at by neighbors outside, unable to even protect his wife and daughter. Qin Zhaozhao still said nothing, but the persistence in her eyes left the couple at a loss. The air in the room was taut. Finally, Qin Zhaozhao slammed his fist into his own thigh with a dull thud. He jerked his head up, forcing out a roar suppressed for half a lifetime from the depths of his throat. Fine. He'll listen to my daughter. I'm going to be a goddamn man for once. He swept the money from the Kong into his pocket, and as he turned and charged out the door, his back, hunched for half a lifetime, was as straight as a spear. His footsteps thudded heavily on the ground, and even the door curtain swayed more than usual. Ding. Detected host completing achievement, first time taking charge. Triggering special check-in. 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 Check-in successful. Congratulations, host has received reward, master level culinary proficiency, beginner automatically granted to Mother Su Yuan. Su Yuan was still rooted to the spot. Her husband's roar, his straight back, a sight she had never seen before, made her eyes burn with sudden heat. She turned to look at her daughter, still standing on the small stool. Within that tiny frame seemed to dwell a giant she didn't recognize. Tears streamed down her face, this time burning hot, carrying an indescribable force. At the town supply coop, a long line snaked in front of the meat stall. Qin Zhaozhao pushed his way to the front, ignoring the impatient glares. He puffed out his chest and bellowed, "Comrade, give me 2 gin of pork belly. The best you've got." His voice was so loud that everyone in the coop turned, and Annie at the front of the line was displeased. She pursed her lips and sneered. "Oh, isn't this Qin II? Struck it rich. Has the sun started rising in the west? Your family can afford meat now, eh?" Normally, Qin Zhaozhao would have blushed and shrunk to the back of the crowd. But today he stiffened his neck and glared. "I'm buying meat to nourish my daughter. Mind your own damn business." The Annie was choked by his sudden assertiveness and mumbled as she backed away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a cadre's uniform and glasses pushed them up his nose, watching Qin Zhaozhao with interest. It was Director Zhao from the coop. He remembered Qin Zhaozhao, that famous good-for-nothing second son of the Qin family. What had gotten into him today, acting like head-swallowed gunpowder? Director Zhao silently filed this face away. Amidst a murmur of envy and jealousy, Qin Zhaozhao carried the eye-catching slab of pork tied with a straw rope and walked home with his head held high. When Su Yuan took the heavy 2 gin of meat, she felt like she was dreaming. But the moment her fingers touched the warm pig skin, she froze. She picked up the dull knife. Before her mind could react, her wrist turned and the blade fell. Swish, swish, swish. The meat was precisely divided, fat from lean, the skin-on pieces cut into uniform cubes. She had never made braised pork in her life, yet her hands moved with a dexterity surpassing anyone's, as if she had done it 1,000 times. How to render lard, how to caramelize sugar, how to add the seasonings. These steps weren't thought out, her hands just knew. My hands. What's wrong with my hands? Su Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by herself. She stared in horror at her own hands, then whipped her head around to look at her daughter, who sat calmly on the Kong. It was all because of her daughter. The pot heated up, the fatty meat went in with a sizzle, and a thick, irresistible aroma of meat mixed with the sweet fragrance of caramel exploded, instantly charging out the door and madly spreading beyond the courtyard. Outside the yard, a sharp, childish voice suddenly rang out, dripping with entitlement. Meat? I smell meat. Grandma, I want meat. Following that was the familiar shrill voice approaching from afar, cutting through the air like, which damn soul dares to steal a bite of meat behind my back? Wang Guilin had arrived. The door curtain was violently thrown aside with a harsh rustle, and Wang Guilin squeezed in her face a map of sallow, wrinkled skin. Her triangular eyes darted around, then like a fly drawn to blood, they locked precisely onto the iron pot on the stove that was bubbling and emitting a rich, tantalizing aroma. Trailing behind her was her precious grandson, Qin Zhaozhao, a little shadow with a strand of snot hanging from his lip. The boy was as thin as a monkey except for his round belly. He was stretching on his tiptoes, craning his neck, his drool nearly dripping to the floor. He shrieked in a muffled voice, "Meat! Grandma, it's meat! I want meat!" Wang Guilin's nostrils flared as she inhaled deeply the meaty fragrance, seeping into her very bones, twisting her harsh features into a mask of greed. Without a second thought, she darted to the stove and a few steps shoved Su Yun aside, like an eagle snatching a chick, and as the lid lifted, steam carrying an overpowering meaty aroma rushed out. It was a full pot of braised pork belly, each piece glistening with oil and coated in a thick, rich sauce, bubbling and dancing in a sinful rhythm inside the pot. "You wretch, Su Yun. So that's where half the bag of flour went. You, a barren hen, traded it for meat." Wang Guilin's eyes turned red on the spot. Cursing, her dark claws reached for the scalding iron pot, intending to take the whole thing away. "Mother, the pot is hot." Su Yun's voice squeezed out in a shriek. Without thinking, she lunged to protect the pot. This meat was her daughter's lifeline. It was the dignity her husband had finally stood up for. "Get out of my way." Wang Guilin didn't care. She flung her arm out brutally. Su Yun stumbled from the shove, her back slamming heavily against the earthen wall with a muffled grunt. Worse, in shielding the pot, her hand scraped straight across the scorching rim. SSS. The searing pain of burnt flesh shot through her. On the back of Su Yun's hand, a terrifying red welt rose high on the verge of blistering. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Zhaozhao stood there watching his wife being pushed away, hitting the wall, her hand getting. His entire body trembled, his fists clenched so tight the knuckles turned white. He wanted to rush over, his body instinctively took half a step forward, but that step felt like it was stuck in mud, impossible to pull out. His hand rose halfway, then dropped limply, his teeth grinding audibly. That was his own mother. What could he do? 30 years of filial piety bound him like a rope, rendering him immobile. Just as his mind was in turmoil, a piercing wail exploded in the room, sharp enough to tear eardrums. Wah! It was Qin Zhaozhao crying, her sobs so loud they seemed to shake the dust from the rafters. Her tiny body trembled on the Kong as she cried and shouted, "Grandma, don't take it. You can't take our meat. It was Grandpa. Grandpa worried about me from the underworld and gave me money in a dream to buy this life-saving meat. If you take it, Grandpa will come to your window at night." "Yes, that's it. Cry harder, make sure Grandpa is clear." Wang Guilin fears nothing in the world but the dead. While crying loudly, Qin Zhaozhao calmly directed herself in her mind. The words Grandpa's spirit struck like a thunderclap, exploding in the dim room. Wang Guilin, who was about to lift the pot, froze mid-motion. The greed on her face instantly faded, replaced by a... Wang Guilin feared nothing but ghosts and spirits, especially her husband who had passed away just a few years ago. Seeing it was working, Qin Zhaozhao cried, even harder, her voice hoarse, every word dripping with blood. "I was dying of illness. Grandpa felt sorry for me. So he gave me money to buy meat to keep me alive. Eating this meat will cure me. Grandma, you're taking my life. If you steal my life-saving meat, Grandpa will be angry. He'll crawl out of his grave, stand by your bedside at midnight, point his finger at you, and ask why you want to kill his own granddaughter, why you turn the money he gave me to live into meat for your own mouth." Each cry was not a sob, but a knife, each one stabbing into Qin Zhaozhao's heart. Yes, this was his daughter's life-saving meat. In his mind flashed the image of his daughter standing on a stool, her bright eyes fixed on him, and he heard her voice, "Dad, stop being such a coward." A surge of scorching blood rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. "Mother!" A roar suppressed for over 30 years burst from Qin Zhaozhao's chest like a beast freed from its cage. He lunged forward in a single bound. While Wang Guilin was stunned, his hands clamped onto the pot handles like iron vices, ignoring the searing heat, and he wrenched the pot back from her grip. Sizzle! Hot broth splashed onto his hands, but he didn't even flinch. Bang! He slammed the pot back onto the stove, making the entire surface tremble. Then he spun around, his body never before so imposing, standing like a wall, firmly shielding the pot from... "This meat is for Zhaozhao. No one touches it." Wang Guilin was stunned by her son's roar and took a step back, frightened by his desperate demeanor. She stared at her son, whose eyes were red and who radiated a fierce aura, and couldn't snap out of it for a long time. What had gotten into her quiet second son today? You dare yell at me?" Wang Guilin couldn't believe her ears. "Qin Zhaozhao, have you grown a pair? For a worthless girl, you'd lay hands on your own mother. This is mutiny. I'm taking that pot today, and that's final." Regaining her senses, she resorted to her specialty of throwing a tantrum, reaching for the pot again. Qin Zhaozhao was quick. He grabbed her wrist. His grip wasn't strong, but it stopped her cold. Wang Guilin was utterly baffled. She struggled, but couldn't break free. Her son's calloused hand was like an iron shackle. "I want meat. I want meat. Qin Zhaozhao, seeing the meat wasn't his, immediately threw himself on the ground, wailing at the top of his lungs. Her grandson's cries gave Wang Guilin a bit of confidence, but the force on her wrist and her son's murderous eyes made her hair stand on end. Coupled with Qin Zhaozhao's talk of Grandpa's spirit, which echoed like a haunting melody in her mind, her feelings of taboo, guilt, anger, and resentment all turned into bitter curses. Fine. Just find Qin Zhaozhao, you unfilial son. A man who forgets his mother for his wife. For a little girl, you'd lay hands on your own mother. You wait, this isn't over. She pointed at Qin Zhaozhao's nose, spittle flying in his face. After her tirade, she yanked her hand free, grabbed the still rolling Qin Zhaozhao, and left cursing under her breath. The curtain fell, and the room finally fell silent. The fire in the stove crackled, and the meaty aroma from the pot grew even richer. Su Yun, clutching her burned hand, stared at her husband's back, which now stood as broad and steady as a mountain. Her eyes welled up, and large pea-sized tears rolled down her cheeks. They were hot, yet carried an unprecedented sense of peace. Qin Zhaozhao still stood there, his body still trembling, half from anger, half from the aftermath of fear. But in his heart, there was an unprecedented exhilaration. For the first time in this household, he had protected his wife and daughter. On the Kong, Qin Zhaozhao had long stopped crying. She watched this historic scene, the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. Her father had finally been thoroughly awakened by her tears. She slowly climbed down from the Kong, walked to the stove, and tugged at Su Yun's clothes. Mom, fill a bowl with meat. Su Yun snapped back to reality, roughly wiped her face, picked up a bowl, and with trembling hands ladled out a generous piece of fatty and lean braised pork for her daughter, then poured a spoonful of glistening sauce over it. The meat was stewed to perfection, falling apart at the touch of chopsticks. Mixed with rice, one bite sent the rich, meaty flavor exploding in her mouth, a warm current flowing down her throat, into her stomach, driving away the last of the chill in her body. Qin Zhaozhao squinted in contentment, feeling completely revived. After finishing a mouthful, she looked up at her parents, still reeling from the huge shock. Mom, she said, try it. Isn't this meat you made even better than the state-run restaurants? Su Yun was taken aback, instinctively dipping the tip of her chopstick into the sauce and tasting it. The flavor, savory, fragrant, sweet, and salty, perfectly balanced, so delicious she could swallow her own tongue. In her whole life, she had never made anything so good. This skill. Su Yun looked at her own hands, utterly incredulous. Qin Zhaozhao also snapped out of it. He stared at the soul-stirring braised pork in the pot, a light slowly dawning in his eyes. He murmured unconsciously, this skill. Even that fat chef at the town state-run restaurant can't match. If we sold this. Before he could finish, Qin Zhaozhao slapped her empty bowl down on the table with a crisp clatter. She looked at her parents, who were starting to think, and in a child's naive yet earnest tone, she asked deliberately, Dad, Mom, if we sold this meat, how much could a bowl go for? Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun were so startled by their daughter's question that their souls nearly took flight. The mouth-watering aroma of meat that could make one's tongue melt still lingered in the room, with half a piece of glistening braised pork belly remaining in the bowl. Yet the word selling crashed down upon them like a basin of ice water, freezing them stiff from head to toe. Sell? Sell what? Su Yun's chopsticks clattered to the floor. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice twisted in panic. Zhaozhao, don't scare your mother. That's profiteering. You'll be arrested, paraded through town with a sign around your neck. Where would our family's face go? Right? We can't sell. Qin Zhaozhao, who had just straightened his back from guarding the pot of meat, involuntarily hunched over again. He wrung his hands, sweat beading on his forehead in anxiety. Let's just farm quietly. Life may be hard, but we dare not do such things. What'd be the talk of the town? Their deep-seated fear was forged from poverty and meekness. In their eyes, doing business was no different from petty theft. Qin Zhaozhao watched them, neither impatient nor angry. She pushed her empty, spotlessly clean bowl to the center of the table, producing a soft clink. Aunt Lu sells eggs at the market from her basket. Is that profiteering? That's different. Those come straight from her chickens. Su Yun's voice trailed off weakly. And when she uses that egg money to buy cloth and make new clothes for her kids, is that wrong? Su Yun fell silent. Qin Zhaozhao's gaze shifted to Qin Zhaozhao. Her voice was soft, yet it struck the room like pebbles. At the market, Grandpa Wang sells straw sandals from a corner. Haven't you bought any? And Uncle Li, who pushes his cart selling malt candy near the clinic. You've bought his candy for me, haven't you? Were they arrested? Were they paraded with signs? Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's throats went dry, unable to utter a single word. Of course they had seen those people, but each time they would just bow their heads and hurry past, muttering, what nerve, too afraid to dwell on it, as if even thinking about it would turn them into one of those unsavory families. Qin Zhaozhao gave them no time to catch their breath. She grabbed the crumpled bills from the Kong and spilled them all onto the table with a rustle. Over 9 yuan in small notes and coins spread out before them. This is all the money our family has, she said, her little finger tracing through the pile. This is our capital. Dad, Mom, do you want to spend your whole lives being called worthless, or do you want to stand tall and live for once? Her words struck them straight in the heart. Relying on farming with the pittance we get each year. Can it buy my medicine or get you a piece of cloth? And relying on my grandfather's dreams, how many times can that happen? Next time I get sick, will you go dig bricks out of the wall again, or will you just watch me wither away? Qin Zhaozhao's rough hands rubbed frantically against his patched trousers. He remembered the burning heat of his daughter's forehead during her fever and his wife's gaunt face from starving herself to save food. Su-Yun bit her lip so hard it drew blood. Yes, what about next time? That question weighed on them like a mountain suffocating. Seeing the struggle on their faces, Qin Zhaozhao softened her voice and looked at Su-Yun. Mom, don't think about all that for now. Just think, if we're going to make some food to sell, what would be the most tempting and still keep for a day or two? That question was like a key unlocking something in Su-Yun's mind. Her thoughts were a jumble, yet one thing leaped out with startling clarity. Golden soft, radiating a sweet, warm steam. Old-fashioned egg cakes, she blurted out. As soon as she said it, she startled herself. She had never made such a precious thing in her life. But strangely, once the thought emerged, her palms began to itch inexplicably. How to separate the egg whites and yolks, how to stir, how to whip the whites with sugar until they stiffen, how to control the fire in the... These weren't things she thought about. They were things her hands remembered on their own. Egg cakes. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. She slammed the table. That's it. Her small frame stood straight as she analyzed with perfect logic. This is perfect. Low cost, flour, eggs, sugar, all available at the supply coop. Most importantly, it smells amazing. Once the oven fires up, half the kids on the street will be howling for it. And when they cry, want their parents open their wallets. Qin Zhangwo and Su-Yun listened, mouths slightly agape. How was their daughter's mind wired? How did she know so much? Qin Zhaozhao gave them no room to hesitate. With a wave of her little hand, she looked like a general commanding a vast army. Mom, you handle the cooking. Buy the ingredients, experiment. If we're going to do this well, make the best in town. Su-Yun felt seared by the light in her daughter's eyes. That brilliant, unquestioning trust burned a hole through her fear, and from that hole emerged courage and an indescribable thrill. She nodded as if possessed. Dad. Qin Zhaozhao turned to Qin Zhangwo. Yeah. He snapped to attention, his body straightening instinctively. Mom handles cooking, you handle logistics. We need a cart we can push. You know some carpentry, right? Before dawn, I want an important mission. In his entire life, no one, not even the team leader assigning work, had ever spoken to him with such trust, let alone his own daughter. Qin Zhangwo felt a surge of heat erupt from the soles of his feet straight to his head, scattering all his cowardice. And he remembered learning carpentry from an old master in his youth. He was poor then, but his heart was full of hope, dreaming of making the finest furniture for his wife and children. Later, that skill was only good for fixing table legs. But he hadn't forgotten. The craft was still in his hand. All right. Qin Zhangwo slapped his thighs, his voice booming from deep in his throat. Don't you worry. Even if you wanted a flying 1ID, figure it out for you. I'm off to find some wood. He turned and rushed out, his energy as if he were about to accomplish something monumental. Su-Yun watched her husband's retreating back, then looked at the pile of money on the table and finally at her daughter. Gritting her teeth, she carefully swept the money into her pocket. I am going to the supply coop. I'm going now. The fire in the stove blazed anew. Su-Yun stood before the stove, still dazed. But the moment her hands touched the eggs, she transformed. Her mind was still foggy, but her hands seemed to come alive, moving with a will of their own. Cracking the eggs, the shells split with flawless precision. With a tilt of her wrist, the egg whites slid like silk into a bowl, while the yolks settled perfectly into another. Grabbing the sugar, she sprinkled it in, just the right amount. Picking up the chopsticks, her wrist moved so fast it was a blur, and the egg whites in the bowl visibly turned thick, white, and stiff. These are my hands. Su-Yun stared at her own hands, utterly shocked. It was even more intense than when she made the braised pork earlier. These hands didn't seem to belong to her. They belonged to a master pastry chef with decades of experience. Qin Zhaozhao pulled up a small stool and sat quietly watching. Her mother's talent had awakened. When the first batch of egg cakes was turned out from the crude mold, a rich, irresistible fragrance of eggs and milk exploded through the entire house, then pushed its way out through the cracks in the doors and windows. From the next yard, the wail of Qin Jinbao immediately followed. So good. So fragrant. Grandma, I want that fragrant thing. Su-Yun and Qin Zhangwo, who had just come in carrying some old wooden planks, stared wide-eyed at those golden planks. Try it, Qin Zhaozhao commanded. With trembling hands, Su-Yun picked one up and gently broke it open, revealing a fine, even crumb. She and Qin Zhangwo each took half and put it in their mouths. The cake needed no chewing, it melted on the tongue, unleashing an ultimate pure sweetness that detonated across their entire palates. It wasn't the cloying sweetness of white sugar, but the blissful taste born from the perfect fusion of the rich essence of eggs and the weedy fragrance of flour, a sublime happiness. Soft yet springy, fragrant and sweet. They had never tasted anything so wonderful in their lives. So delicious it made them want to cry. The couple exchanged glances, and in each other's reddened eyes they saw a spark. It was a tiny flame, yet it burned so brightly it seared a hole through their long-standing despair and fear. Dawn was breaking. The shush-shush sound of wood being finely sanded came from the yard. Qin Zhangwo hadn't slept all night. His eyes were ringed with dark circles, yet they blazed with an alarming intensity. Using a few pieces of discarded wood had scrounged from who knows where, he had actually built a one-wheeled handcart. The body was compact and sturdy, the wheel greased so it turned without a sound. He had even fitted a foldable board on the cart. Compact when stowed, but when opened it became a flat display surface. Su-Yun had also spent the night making egg cakes, filling a bamboo basket to the brim and covering it with a clean cloth. The family of three stood in the yard looking at the brand new handcart, breathing in the sweet fragrance in the air. Qin Zhaozhao yawned, walked over to Qin Zhaozhao and patted him on the shin. Dad, good job. She looked up at her father, who seemed to have transformed overnight. Now go get a wooden board and write our... Qin Zhaozhao found a piece of charcoal left from the fire and fetched a smooth, worn bedboard. He began to write on it with careful strokes. His hands trembled violently, making the characters crooked, yet the force behind his strokes seemed to carve all the grievances and hopes of his lifetime into that plank of wood. How you lie, egg cake. 6 words had drained half his courage. At the break of dawn, Qin Zhaozhao pushed his brand new wheelbarrow, leading his wife and daughter out the door. The wheels rolled over the bumpy dirt path, oiled to silence, moving like 3 shadows sneaking off to steal. Yuan clutched a bamboo basket full of egg cakes with one hand while the other twisted the hem of her clothes nervously. The market was already filled with the hum of people and the calls of livestock mingling with the scent of dust and sweat. The 3 of them chose the most secluded corner right next to Wang the wizened Strazandal seller. That spot was so quiet it seemed to want to swallow their entire family into the shadow of the wall. As soon as the cart stopped, Qin Zhaozhao propped up the board reading, "How you lie, egg cake," and then froze, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. He could only wipe the already gleaming cardboard over and over with his sleeve. Yuan lifted the white cloth covering the basket a corner, then covered it, then lifted it again, then covered it again, as if the cloth were being stubbornly disobedient. From the bamboo basket under the white cloth, the sweet, rich aroma of eggs was the most unruly of all, seeping out in wisps, arrogantly invading the noses of every passerby and stirring an itch in their hearts. Passers-by would unconsciously slow their steps, sniff the air with curiosity, glance over, and then shake their heads, and each gaze was like a needle piercing Yuan's thin skin with a burning sting. Sweat from her palms had soaked a patch of her pants. Qin Zhaozhao was even worse, wishing he could bury his head in his chest like a thief caught red-handed. Qin Zhaozhao stood on a small stool, her little brows furrowed. Relying on these 2, this basket of egg cakes would surely dry out in the sun before they had to push it back home. She took a deep breath, forcing the childishness out of her throat, and shouted with all her might, selling egg cakes. Fragrant and sweet, how you lie, egg cakes. Soft and fluffy, tastier than clouds. Give them a try. You won't know how good they are until you do. This cry, clear as a young oriole learning to sing on a branch, stood out sharply in the noisy market. Many let out an and followed the sound to see a delicate little girl not as tall as the stove standing on a stool and shouting with flair, which amused them. Lured by the irresistible fragrance, a few people gathered around, but they just watched, hands still in their pockets. In those days, every penny had to be stretched, so who would splurge on a snack? A young mother carrying a child driven by her baby's drool stepped forward and asked, "Little sister, how much is this?" Yuan opened her mouth, her throat tight as if stuffed with cotton, and finally squeezed out a voice like a mosquito's hum. It's egg cake. How much for one?" 5 cents. The mother clicked her tongue, tugged her crying child, and turned to leave. 5 cents could buy a big white steamed bun, enough for the kid to munch on for half a day. Seeing the crowd about to disperse, Qin Zhaozhao and Yuan's shoulders visibly slumped. Qin Zhaozhao grew anxious. She reached her little hand into the basket, grabbed a golden plump egg cake, and without a second thought tore off a large piece. Leaning forward, she thrust it directly to the lips of the little boy being dragged away by his mother, who kept looking back. "Little brother, try it. It's free. If it's not good, you can hit me." "Zhaozhao." Yuan gasped in shock, but it was too late to stop her. The piece of egg cake was already in the little boy's mouth. His eyes went wide in an instant, his mouth paused for a moment, then he began chewing rapidly. The sweet, fragrant, soft flavor seemed to grow legs, exploding from his tongue and instantly taking over all his senses. He squinted in bliss, his toes wiggling happily against the ground. Mom, yummy. This is delicious. I want more." The little boy broke free from his mother's hand, clung to her leg, and started throwing a tantrum. "I want this. If you don't buy it, I'm not leaving." The mother's face reddened from her son's fussing, but seeing how clean the food looked and that her child had already eaten, and the smell, even she standing nearby couldn't help swallowing. She gritted her teeth, fumbled in her pocket for a long time, and pulled out a crumpled 5-cent coin. Then, "Give me one." Yuan fumbled as she reached out, and the small coin, still warm from a stranger's hand, landed in her palm, sending a shiver through her heart. This wasn't just 5 cents. This was the first time she and her husband had stood tall and earned money with their own skills. Imitating her daughter, she carefully wrapped an egg cake in clean oil paper and handed it over, her heart pounding like a drum. This was the first sale. Once this ice was broken, the rest unfolded like the first domino falling. "Give me one to try. It smells really good. It'll take 1 too to satisfy my little kitty at home." "Hey, isn't this the second Qin family? When did they learn to make this?" "Not bad at all. The flavor's really decent." The scene heated up instantly. In front of Qin Zhaozhao's little stall, a crooked line began to form. "Dad, you handle wrapping with oil paper. Mom, you take the money. Hurry up, hurry up." Qin Zhaozhao stood on her stool, waving her hand like a general commanding an army. "Clean ingredients, flour, eggs, and white sugar. It's my grandpa's recipe from a dream. You won't find it anywhere else. How you lie, egg cakes. If you like them, come back again." Qin Zhaozhao and Yuan, overwhelmed by the sudden commotion, their minds blank, could only follow their daughter's order. One buried his head wrapping cakes in oil paper with hands that went from clumsy to nimble. The other bowed her head, blushing, as she took money and gave change. They stumbled along, gradually finding their rhythm together. The aroma and superb taste of the egg cakes were the best advertisement. The The line grew longer. Those who bought one lit up after a bite and praised it to acquaintances before they'd even walked far. Outside, the crowd director Zhao of the supply cooperative pushed up his black-framed glasses, curious at the lively scene. He recognized the man selling how you lie egg cakes as the famously taciturn second Qin of the Qin family. Just yesterday had been as prickly as a gun, and today he had the nerve to set up a stall. He pushed forward and said to the sweating Su Yuan, "Comrade, give me one." Su Yuan took the money and handed over an egg cake. Director Zhao took a big bite. It was astonishingly soft. His teeth met almost no resistance. Then the rich egg fragrance and just right sweetness exploded in his mouth. This skill was far better than the pastries made by the fat chef at the Station restaurant. He studied the family of three. The man worked honestly. The woman took money with a flushed face, and there was a little girl on a stool acting like a little adult directing the whole scene. This family was rather interesting. Director Zhao said nothing more, finished the cake in 2 bites, smacked his lips, turned, and silently walked away. By the time the sun was directly overhead, the last egg cake was wrapped up. Su Yuan stared at the empty bamboo basket, lost for a moment. But the money pouch was heavy, burning against her chest. She and Qin Zhaozhao pushed the cart back to the corner, dumping all the crumpled bills and coins onto the cartboard. Bill by bill, coin by coin, the couple counted 3 times with trembling fingers. 5 yuan, and 3 cents. Su Yuan's voice carried a sob, and a hot drop of something fell with a plop onto the pile of money. 5 yuan and 3 cents. That was what Qin Zhaozhao earned in the production team, slaving under the scorching sun for a whole month from work points. But they had done it in just one morning. Qin Zhaozhao looked at the pile of money, then at his wife and daughter beside him. A man in his 30s, his eyes red as a rabbit's. His mind buzzed, feeling as if he were walking on clouds, light and unreal. Qin Zhaozhao watched her parents smile, and a crisp, pleasant chime like a wind chime echoed in her mind. Detected mother Su Yuan's single-day income exceeding 5 yuan, triggering hundredfold return. Congratulations, host has received 503 yuan deposited into system space. It worked. The first step was solid. Qin Zhaozhao cheered inwardly. Dazed by the immense joy, Qin Zhaozhao and his wife were about to pack up and go home. A sharp, grating voice suddenly exploded nearby like a thunderclap, tearing through the market's noise. Damn, Blackheart Su Yuan. You 2 dogs, how dare you use rotten eggs and moldy flour to harm people? Someone's dying from it. Just you wait. Before the words faded, the crowd was roughly shoved aside, and Wang Gillen's dark, wrinkled face burst through, dragging her precious grandson, Qin Jinbao, behind her. Qin Jinbao was pushed to the stall and immediately put on an act, clutching his stomach as he rolled on the ground, pounding his feet and wailing at the top of his lungs. Ouch. My stomach. It hurts so much. I ate your rotten cakes. I'm going to die. Grandma, I don't want to die. Wang Gillen's wrinkles twisted into a knot, her eyes slanted upward, and her mouth stretched to her ears, making her look like a faded, painted deity in a temple. Terrifying. She charged over, flipping the empty basket, which rolled with a clatter across the ground. Her fingers nearly jabbed into Su Yuan's nose, and spittle was visibly flying. You Blackheart vixen. And you Qin Zhaozhao, you coward. Are you so desperate for money that you'd use rotten eggs and moldy flour to make things to sell? Aren't you afraid of poisoning someone? At her feet, Qin Jinbao let out a howl and continued his act. He rolled on the ground, pounding his feet against the earth. My stomach hurts. It feels like it's splitting open. It's from eating your rotten cake. I'm going to die. Grandma, save me. By now the crowd understood, and a buzz erupted. Those who had praised the egg cake's aroma turned pale. Several parents who had just stuffed cakes into their children's mouths were terrified, frantically reaching to dig the food out. What? Made from rotten eggs? Oh my. No wonder it's so cheap. They're using shady stuff to cheat us. Qin Lao, your family is truly despicable. Selling your conscience for money. Curses rained down like stones. Qin Zhaozhao's newly straightened back crumpled under the weight of public condemnation. His face flushed crimson, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word of defense. It's not. Tears swirled in Su Yuan's eyes as she tried to shout, but her throat felt clogged with mud, unable to make a sound. The couple, honest all their lives, found the sting of being cursed far worse than a knife wound. Suddenly, a sharper, more pitiful cry cut through the noise. Wah! Qin Zhaozhao burst into tears. Her tiny body threw itself into Su Yuan's arms, clutching her mother's legs, sobbing between gasps, unable to speak clearly. Grandma, don't scold my parents. We didn't use bad stuff. Boo-hoo. She cried so sorrowfully, her small shoulders heaving, her look of utter devastation tugging at everyone's heart. I was burning up with fever, about to die. Mom and Dad gave all their money to Grandma. We had none, so they borrowed to make egg cakes to buy my medicine. Crying, she raised her little arm to wipe her tears. The dirty sleeve slid up, revealing patches of old bruises mottled purple and blue on her skin. Those scars on a tender arm as fair as a lotus root looked like vicious brands, instantly stinging the eyes of. Grandma wouldn't give us food, and took the white flour we finally got. When I was sick, she wouldn't give a cent for the doctor. The little girl's tearful accusations, each word drenched in blood and sorrow, pierced the onlookers' hearts like needles. If we don't sell egg cakes, we'd starve to death. Boo-hoo. I don't want to die. I just want to live. A 6-year-old's plea, coupled with undeniable injuries, proved more powerful than 100 feeble excuses. The crowd fell silent. Every gaze, like a searchlight, shifted from Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan to Wang Gillen's dark, sallow face. Those looks held suspicion, contempt, and barely suppressed fury. That old woman is ruthless, treating her own granddaughter like this. Look at those bruises. Tiska grandmother. Even the cruelest stepmother in the village isn't this heartless. No wonder the Qin family's second son had to sell things. They're pushed to the brink. Isn't that the truth? Everyone in our village knows that all of Qin Lauer's wages and his wife's work points go straight to that mother of his. Wang Gillen's face burned under the scrutiny, turning from pale to red. She hadn't expected this little wench to be so sharp-tongued and such a good actress. Hardening her heart, malice took over. She recklessly lunged forward, reaching to cover Qin Zhaozhao's mouth. Dare to spout nonsense here. He'll tear your mouth apart. Her bony claw was about to grab Qin Zhaozhao's face. Su Yun's blood surged to her head. The thread of endurance in her mind, frayed by years of grievance and fear. Her fear of her mother-in-law was incinerated by the terror of her daughter being harmed. Don't you dare touch my daughter. A piercing scream tore from her throat. She yanked Qin Zhaozhao behind her, and with all her strength, shoved Wang Guilin hard in the chest. Wang Guilin stumbled backward, landing on the ground with a thud. She stared at Su Yun in disbelief. The daughter-in-law, once a soft pushover, now had bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, like a protective mother wolf. Wang Guilin, if you lay a finger on my daughter today, I'll fight you to the death. Su Yun's voice trembled violently, but carried a ferocity that could tear someone apart. The moment Su Yun pushed Wang Guilin, Qin Zhaozhao, who had been frozen nearby, finally moved. He stepped forward like a wall, shielding his wife and daughter completely. His red-rimmed eyes from sleepless nights fixed on his own mother. This stunned not only Wang Guilin, but also the crowd, all taken aback by the family's desperate defiance. Amid the tension, a steady voice came from outside the crowd. Make way, please. Everyone turned to see Director Zhao of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, calmly pushing through. He had noticed the commotion from the start and intended to observe, but the situation had escalated. He glanced at Qin Zhaozhao, still wailing on the ground, then at Su Yun, fierce as a fighting hen protecting her daughter, and the silent flesh wall before her. He understood. He cleared his throat. Everyone quiet down. As a public servant, his words carried weight. I bought and ate one of these eggs. At his words, everyone listened intently. Director Zhao walked to the stall, pointing at a half-used bag of white flour in the corner. This flour is fresh from our cooperative. The flavor is rich with pure egg and sugar, definitely not made from rotten ingredients. We deal with these things daily, so I can tell quality at a taste. Director Zhao paused, his sharp gaze through the lenses fixed on Wang Guilin's now pale face. I see the problem isn't the goods. It's someone jealous of their business, deliberately causing trouble and poisoning minds. His words were like cold water into boiling oil. The crowd's fury sizzled and turned, all aimed at Wang Guilin. You wicked old hag. Framing your own son and daughter-in-law like this. To hoard family wealth, you'd let your granddaughter die. Unconscious. Get out. Stop disgracing yourself here. Wang Guilin became a target. Surrounded by angry faces and stinging insults, she felt fear for the first time. She wanted to throw a tantrum, but facing dozens of murderous eyes, her legs trembled. She dared not. She glared venomously at Qin Zhaozhao's family, her look filled with hatred and terror at losing control over her son. Wang Guilin yanked Qin Zhaozhao off the ground and slunk away through the crowd, fleeing. The storm subsided. The Qin family stall was now surrounded by more people filled with sympathy and goodwill. Su Yun still held her daughter tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Zhaozhao approached clumsily, patting her shoulder with his calloused hand. Director Zhao walked up to them, ignoring the adults, and crouched to face the little girl whose tears had dried but left. He offered a sincere, approving smile. Little one, don't be afraid. People with skill never go hungry. He stood up, looking at the still dazed Su Yun and Qin Zhaozhao. Your egg cakes are excellent. Our cooperative is interested. Shall we discuss a partnership? Cooperate with the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's minds were buzzing from Director Zhao's light-hearted words, leaving them stunned for a long time, unable to collect themselves. Not until Director Zhao smiled and left the address of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, telling them to come for a detailed discussion tomorrow, did the couple, still feeling as if they were treading on cotton, dazedly push their cart home. Not until Director Zhao smiled and left the address of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, telling them to come for a detailed discussion tomorrow, did the couple, still feeling as if they were treading on cotton, dazedly push their cart home. Qin Zhaozhao could no longer hold himself together. A man in his 30s, he leaned against the mottled door, his legs giving way, and slid down to sit on the cold ground. He didn't cry, but raised his two rough hands to cover his face tightly. His shoulders, however, uncontrollably shook violently again and again. The muffled sobs were particularly clear in the quiet little room. Su Yun's tears also fell like broken pearls pattering down. She crouched down, looking at the pile of worn bills and coins carefully spread on the table, each carrying various smells, and choked out, Zhangwo, our good days, are they coming? Qin Zhaozhao abruptly lifted his head, his weather-beaten face covered in tears. He wiped his face roughly, nodded forcefully, and grabbed Su Yun's hand, gripping it so tightly it seemed he wanted to transfer all his strength to her. They're coming. They're definitely coming. His voice was hoarse, but carried an unprecedented firmness. Qin Zhaozhao looked at the money on the table, then turned to gaze at their daughter, who was sleeping soundly on the heated brick bed with even breaths. He began to clumsily plan for the future in a raspy voice. When our family makes money, the first thing he'll do is buy you a few feet of the best Dacron fabric to make the most fashionable material. And for Zhaozhao, for our daughter, a pair of little leather shoes with bows. The shiny kind so she can dress up pretty like the city kids. I don't need anything for myself. These clothes are still good. Su Yuan was moved to both tears and laughter by his words. She couldn't help but punch him lightly, yet her tears fell even harder. Nonsense. You need a new pair of shoes too. The soles of those cloth shoes you're wearing are nearly worn through. The couple gathered around the 5 yuan and 3 cents dreamed of a life they had previously considered too extravagant even for their fantasies. The persistent musty smell of poverty in the room seemed diluted by this burning hope. That night the couple lay on the brick bed tossing and turning, neither able to sleep. Their eyes stared at the pitch-black rafters, but their hearts were brighter than the noonday sun. The next day, before the sky was fully light, Qin Zhaozhao suddenly sat up with a jolt. For the first time in ages, he found the chipped razor and meticulously shaved his beard over a basin of cold water. The blurry man in the mirror had a clean-shaven chin. Though his eyes were deeply sunken from excitement and sleeplessness, they seemed to hold 2 blazing flames. He dug out his cleanest patched blue cloth jacket from the bottom of the trunk, put it on, and smoothed the hem. He seemed to have had the old worn-out cotton padding removed and been refilled with something vibrant and new. Even his slightly hunched back straightened somewhat. Qin Zhaozhao had to go to work at the factory today. He calculated in his heart that as soon as his shift ended, he would rush out of the factory gate and go with Su Yuan to find Director Zhao at the supply and marketing cooperative. But the moment he stepped through the workshop door, he sensed something was wrong. Usually at this hour, the workshop was deafeningly noisy, a chaotic mix of roaring lathes, shouting masters, and the clanging of metal tools. But today the workshop was eerily quiet. Even the few old lathes that were running sounded muffled and listless. The air was thick and suffocating. Countless gazes like mosquitoes drawn to blood converged on him. Some held sympathy, some confusion, but most carried a naked, gloating schadenfreude, as if anticipating a show. Some curled their lips downward, others raised their eyebrows disdainfully. A few habitual gossips even stopped their work, folded their arms, and openly waited for something to happen. Li Weihong, the workshop director, a fat man in his 40s with a belly bigger than his head, was leaning against his lathe smoking. His small eyes from behind the swirling smoke cut into Qin Zhaozhao like knives. Seeing Qin Zhaozhao enter, he viciously threw his half-smoked cigarette to the ground, ground it out with his shiny leather shoe, and slowly ambled over. Qin Zhaozhao. Director Li. Qin Zhaozhao's heart thumped as if seized by an icy hand, all the blood draining from his body. You've come up in the world, haven't you? Li Weihong gave a false smile. He walked up to him and suddenly reached out, poking Qin Zhaozhao's chest with his thick fingers once, twice hard. Daring to engage in capitalist activities outside, bringing shame to our Red Star Machinery factory. You really do our working class proud. He paused, his voice dripping with malicious amusement. Your mother came crying to the factory office early this morning. Said she was upholding justice, asking the director to discipline you, her morally degenerate son. Capitalist activities. Upholding justice. These heavy accusations rained down on Qin Zhaozhao, and his legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his cleanest blue cloth jacket. It was Wang Guilin. She had actually reported this to the factory. Director, I didn't. It's just that my family is really too poor and the child was sick. You didn't what? Li Weihong's voice suddenly rose, his spittle nearly splattering onto Qin Zhaozhao's face. Your wife and kids were selling goods at the market stall. Not only your mother, but several people from the factory saw it with their own eyes. How dare you deny it, Qin Zhaozhao? This isn't hardship. This is an ideological problem. You're bringing shame upon the working class. The words cascaded over Qin Zhaozhao like a bucket of ice water just drawn from a well, chilling him from the inside out. Qin Zhaozhao felt as though his throat were clogged with sand, scraping painfully, and his hands clenched tightly at the seam. Li Weihong was pleased with his utterly crestfallen appearance. He cleared his throat deliberately, raising his volume to ensure everyone in the workshop could hear. After deliberation, the workshop has decided that Comrade Qin Zhaozhao's ideological regression must be dealt with seriously. From today onward, you are suspended from your lathe operator position and assigned to clean up the waste station behind the factory. Once you've sorted through those acres of scrap, you can return and write a thorough self-criticism. Only when your thinking is straightened out can you return to the workshop. The waste station. A suppressed low titter finally escaped from the crowd. Everyone in the factory knew that waste station was a garbage dump. Decades of scrap metal, oily waste, and filth piled high, the stench overwhelming swarms of flies and mosquitoes in summer that could practically carry a man away. It was the dirtiest, most grueling, and most hopeless job in the entire factory, reserved only for those who had committed grave errors. This was a blatant attempt to humiliate him utterly, to ensure he could never hold his head high again. Qin Zhaozhao didn't remember how he walked out of the workshop. Only that Li Weihong's short, cold snort behind him lashed across his back like a whip. The suppressed laughter of his co-workers echoed repeatedly in his ears. With every step, the concrete floor beneath him felt like a searing iron plate. When he pushed open the door to his home, Su Yuan was humming a tuneless little song, preparing eggs and flour for egg cakes, planning to make a killing at the supply and marketing cooperative that afternoon. Seeing him return early, she asked with surprise, "Why are you back so early today? Did the factory give you the day off?" But when she saw her husband's ashen face, her heart sank. Qin Zhaozhao recounted what had happened, and the bowl in Su Yuan's hands crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. How could they do this? Su Yuan's tears instantly welled up. She rushed over and grabbed her husband's arm. Your mother. How could she? She's driving us to our deaths. Qin Zhaozhao slumped onto a stool, burying his hands in his hair, twisting it into a tangled mess, utterly consumed by despair. The good life, barely glimpsed, had shattered before it even began. Just as the couple was reeling from this sudden blow, a crisp voice rang out in the room. Dad, this is great news. Qin Zhaozhao had somehow climbed down from the Kong. She stood before her ashen-faced parents, slapping her little hand on her thigh. Instead of fear, her eyes, black as grapes, sparkled brightly. That's not a waste station. It's our family's treasure trove. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan were dumbfounded, staring at her, forgetting to cry, forgetting their despair. Qin Zhaozao's little face turned serious, and in an irrefutable tone she lowered her voice and said mysteriously, Grandpa sent another dream. The same old story. Yet Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan dared not disbelieve. The incidents with the braised pork and the egg cakes were too uncanny. Grandpa said it's exhausting to send dreams, and this is the last time he'll guide us. He said this treasure is the biggest of all. Whether our family can turn things around depends on this one chance. Qin Zhaozao's little finger pointed outside the door as she declared with certainty, our family's great fortune lies in that waste station. Grandpa said go tomorrow, don't think about anything, don't be afraid of the filth. Just stand for a while in the very center, the messiest part, and the treasure will reveal itself to you. The couple was half convinced by their daughter's words, but looking into her eyes, black, deep, unfathomable, and remembering how she had led them to make their first pot of meat, sell their first batch of egg cakes, and attract the supply and marketing cooperative director. The spark that had been utterly extinguished in Qin Zhaozhao's heart was fanned back to life by this strange wind. He gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up from the stool. Fine. I trust my daughter. He'll go. The next day, under the sympathetic or mocking gazes of the entire factory, Qin Zhaozhao pushed a creaky little cart step by step into the waste station piled high with rust, oil stains, and garbage. The moment he entered, a foul stench of rust, machine oil, and decay assaulted him, nearly making him vomit on the spot. Even stray dogs wouldn't come here. Li Weihong deliberately followed, hands clasped behind his back, pointing at a mountain-like pile of black scrap iron nearby. See that, Qin Zhaozhao? That pile must be sorted within 3 days. Copper with copper, iron with iron. If you don't finish, forget about this month. With that, he spat a glob of phlegm on the ground and swaggered away. Qin Zhaozhao stared at the mountain of scrap, his heart, but suppressing his nausea and humiliation, he followed his daughter's instructions, stumbling unsteadily toward the very center of the waste station. With every step, he either trod on sticky sludge or had his trousers cut by sharp metal shards. He looked around, feeling utterly foolish, but still obeyed his daughter, closing his eyes and silently reciting a phrase in his heart. The instant he finished his silent prayer, far away at home, Qin Zhaozhao, who was watching the stove, heard a ding in her mind. The system's notification exploded. Ding. Detected that Father Qin Zhaozhao has arrived at a special check-in location, Red Star Machinery Factory Waste Station. Hidden mission triggered. 100-fold return function upgraded. Congratulations, host. New skill acquired, treasure hunting. Meanwhile, at the waste station, Qin Zhaozhao felt nothing. He opened his eyes and looked at the endless expanse of garbage before him. The faint hope kindled by his daughter's words was once again doused by the cold reality. Humiliation, rage, resentment, and boundless despair surged over him like a tide. He stared at the mountain of trash Li Weihong had assigned him, the pent-up fury in his chest no longer containable. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked viciously at a pile of greasy rags and cardboard beside him. Bang! A dull, heavy thud, one that didn't belong among the rubbish, sounded from beneath his foot. Qin Zhaozhao froze. He bent down and used his foot to push aside the greasy rags. An army green iron chest lay half buried in the trash heap, only a hard corner exposed. An old rusted brass lock hung from the box. What was this? Qin Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. This heavy touch was definitely not a box of junk. He glanced around, only the howling wind passing through scrap heaps could be heard. Confirming no one was there, he rummaged among the nearby scrap and pulled out a half-meter-long iron rod. Qin Zhaozhao inserted one end of the iron rod into the lock's keyhole, arched his back, every muscle in his body tensed like forged steel, and pressed down with all his might, using the rod as a crowbar. Creak. The sound of rust being crushed was extremely shrill, like metal scraping against glass. Yet the copper lock seemed fused to the box, unmoving. Qin Zhaozhao refused to accept defeat. Veins bulged on his temples, and his teeth ground together with a loud clench. Open up for your old man. He roared out, all the humiliation he had endured these past days, the shame of being jabbed in the chest by Li Weihong, scolding, channeling it into his arm. Click. A crisp snapping sound rang out. The rusted copper lock broke, cleanly fell to the ground, bounced twice, and lay still. Qin Zhaozhao's chest heaved as he panted heavily. He tossed aside the iron rod and reached out to lift the box lid. As the box opened, a scent of aged paper mixed with camphor balls wafted over. Not unpleasant, but carrying the essence of time's passage. Inside the box, there was no gold or silver treasure, only rolls of items carefully wrapped in oil paper stacked. He had just picked up the topmost roll, not yet untying the string, when familiar footsteps sounded behind him. The soles of leather shoes crunching on gravel step by step. It was Li Weihong. Why was he back? The skin on the back of Qin Zhaozhao's neck suddenly tingled, as if insects were crawling. Qin Zhaozhao, what's the holdup? Well, found some treasure from the trash heap. Li Weihong felt uneasy today. This Qin Zhaozhao seemed to be slipping out of control. He needed to go back and apply more pressure. His plump face twisted into a malicious grin, triangular eyes gleaming with greed. In a few quick steps, he lunged forward, extending a thick hand to snatch what Qin Zhaozhao held. In that instant, Qin Zhaozhao's mind went blank. Only one thought remained. This was the path Zhaozhao had pointed out to him, the lifeline for his entire family. No one could take it away. The thought struck like lightning. He abruptly stuffed the roll back into the box, slammed the lid shut with a thud, grabbed a nearby greasy rag to cover it, then quickly picked up a broken iron bucket, bending over with a clatter to pretend he was sorting trash. The whole sequence was so swift he hadn't even processed it himself. He looked up, his face already wearing a simple, almost foolish smile. Nothing director. Just a broken box. I thought I'd clear it out so it doesn't take up space. Li Weihong halted, suspiciously scrutinizing him from head to toe. He kicked the iron box, producing a dull thud. Leaning in to sniff the musty smell mingled with grease made him wrinkle his nose in disgust. Finally, seeing Qin Zhaozhao's honest, submissive demeanor, the kind that made his legs go weak before his superior, Li Weihong's suspicion mostly faded. A waste is a waste. Can't even pick up decent garbage. Li Weihong cursed in frustration, spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, then clasped his hands behind his back and sauntered away. Only when Li Weihong's figure completely vanished from the scrapyard gate did Qin Zhaozhao feel his legs give way. Leaning against the mountain of trash behind him, he gasped for air. He touched his back. His clothes were soaked through with cold sweat clinging stickily to his skin. A gust of wind sent a chill through him, making him shiver. Only after confirming safety did he with trembling hands reopen the box. Qin Zhaozhao took out one roll, carefully untied the thin hemp rope, and spread open the yellowed oil paper. In the light filtering through the gaps in the trash heap, he made out the contents of the blueprint. The next second, the blueprint nearly slipped from his hands with a rustle. His eyes locked onto the drawing, forgetting even to... As a carpenter who had spent half a lifetime wielding planes and chisels, the ingenious design on the page struck him like thunderclaps exploding in his mind. It was a furniture blueprint he had never seen before. The drawing depicted a cabinet, yet not an ordinary one. It could be freely assembled like a child's building blocks. There were sections for hanging long clothes, for stacking quilts, rows of small drawers, and even a dressing table with a mirror. All these parts could be perfectly joined into a massive whole, seamless and tight. Every mortisian and joint on the blueprint was so exquisitely drawn that even this seasoned carpenter found it mind-boggling. Beside the blueprint in elegant penmanship were 3 characters: modular cabinet. This thing, Qin Zhaozhao had never even dared to imagine it. A surge of heat rushed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, burning his face flush. He hadn't been this excited in half a lifetime. Suppressing his racing heart, Qin Zhaozhao opened the second roll. This time it depicted a table. Beneath it were 4 small wheels, and its wide surface could be folded in half, then in half again, until it collapsed into the size of a small suitcase. The blueprint was labeled multifunctional folding dining table. The knuckles of Qin Zhaozhao's fingers gripping the paper turned white from strain, yet his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. He saw the value of these designs at a glance. These weren't just novel pieces of furniture. They were things that could change people's way of life. If he could make these, how much could he sell them for? With this, Zhaozhao's little leather shoes, his wife's new clothes. They would all be possible. He took out every roll of blueprint from the box. There were over a dozen in total, each one a furniture design he had never heard of or seen before. At the bottom of the box, he also discovered a thick, cowhide-bound notebook. He opened the notebook. The handwriting was elegant and forceful, detailing the design philosophy of these furniture pieces, the key difficulties in crafting them, and even specifying the dimensions of every mortise and tenon. This was the life's work of a true craftsman. But when he turned to the last page, it felt like a bucket of ice water was poured over him, chilling his once burning heart instantly. The final page of the notebook bore a sentence scrawled in blood-red ink, hasty and frantic. The blueprints have a spirit. Remember, they must never fall into evil hands, or great disaster will strike. The blood-red words seemed to carry a damp, bloody aura, making the hairs on the back of Qin Zhaozhao's neck bristle. A chill crept up his spine. Qin Zhaozhao was deeply engrossed when he suddenly noticed the wind had died. Amidst the scrapyard's strong odors, a faint, elusive scent of cheap liquor wafted by. He was about to hurriedly stow everything away when a hoarse, aged voice, as if rising from the very ground, sounded without warning behind him. "Young man, could you let an old fellow take a look at what's in your hands?" Qin Zhaozhao jerked as if stung by a scorpion. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. The notebook slipped from his hand with a smack back into the box, and he turned his stiff neck inch by inch. An old man in a worn-out Zhongshan suit with graying hair had somehow appeared right behind him. The old man carried a gourd of wine and had only one eye. That single eye, murky yet sharp, was fixed unblinkingly on the blueprint in his hands. It was Master Zhang, retired from the factory for many years. An eccentric, a living fossil of the factory, once its finest 8th-grade fitter, whose woodworking skills were nothing short of divine. Legend had it that when an imported German lathe broke down, and even the German experts were at a loss, he single-handedly crafted a replacement part with a file one more durable than the original. Later, in a relentless 3-day, 3-night pursuit to solve a technical problem, the machine exploded, costing him an eye. From then on, he became a perpetually drunk old man, clutching a gourd of wine, looking at everyone as if they owed him money. Qin Zhaozhao's first instinct was to hide it. This was his family's lifeline. He slammed the blueprint back into the box, but a hand seized his wrist. The hand was bony, yet its grip was like a vice. Hiding what? Master Zhang's voice was hoarse, a thick cloud of alcohol fumes washing over Qin Zhaozhao's face. His other hand reached out unceremoniously, snatching the blueprint for the modular cabinet, moving too fast for Qin Zhaozhao to react. Qin Zhaozhao's breath caught in his chest, unable to exhale or swallow, forced to watch helplessly. Master Zhang initially looked disdainful, holding the blueprint by one corner and shaking it in the light, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. What fancy nonsense is this? Young people nowadays always chasing after impractical things. Better spend that time filing a few screws. But as he spoke, his expression changed. The mocking smile froze on his lips like dried cement. The hand that usually trembled when drinking was now as steady as a rock. He tucked his gourd under his arm, leaned forward, his single eye almost burning into the blueprint. In his cloudy eye, the dense structural lines of the design reflected, his pupil contracting and dilating violently. This isn't mortise and tenon. It's a composite structure of slides and hinges. My God. His rough, cracked fingertips with an almost reverent devotion lightly traced the position of a metal connector on the blueprint, as if the paper itself were a priceless treasure, afraid that a single touch might shatter it. A masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Truly a masterpiece. He had completely forgotten anyone else was there, a guttural, possessive sound like a beast guarding its prey, escaping his throat. Who came up with this? Utilizing space to this degree. This isn't carpentry, this is art, a legacy to be passed down. Master Zhang looked up, his single eye burning red, glaring at Qin Zhaozhao. Tell me, where did this drawing come from? Qin Zhaozhao was terrified by his ravenous expression, the blood-red words flashing through his mind. The blueprint has a spirit, it must not fall into the wrong hands. Was Master Zhang the wrong hands? But this blueprint was the cornucopia his daughter spoke of, their family's only hope for survival. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qin Zhaozhao's mind raced, and the words tumbled out. My father left it. Said it was entrusted by a destitute old friend on his deathbed, that it could buy a family's worth of food. My father studied it his whole life and never understood it. I thought it was scrap paper too, until today when I was left with no other choice. Master Zhang's single eye narrowed. Whether it was the truth no longer mattered. His obsession with the blueprint had overwhelmed everything else. He examined the drawing over a dozen times, but the fire in his eyes gradually cooled, finally turning to ash. Master Zhang returned the blueprint to Qin Zhaozhao, plopped down on a nearby oil drum, uncorked his gourd, and took a long gulp of strong liquor. Aye. A long sigh like icy water in the dead of winter extinguished the flame just kindled in Qin Zhaozhao's heart, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Master Zhang, this drawing. The drawing is divine. Master Zhang cut him off, his pungent breath hitting Qin Zhaozhao's face. Unfortunately, you can't make it. Divine things are beyond mortal reach. Qin Zhaozhao's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, plummeting with flesh and blood. Master Zhang extended a finger, pointing to a spot on the blueprint where a metal slide was drawn. See this? The precision required 0.5 millimeter. Do you know what 0.5 millimeter is? The width of a hair. The best lathe in our factory in the hands of a master can only manage 1 millimeter. With your hands. Are they the hands of a god? He then pointed to the large cabinet body, his mocking tone returning. And this paneling, high-density composite board. That's sawdust pressed with glue. Where are you going to find that? Who in the entire Red Star factory has even heard of it? Master Zhang looked at Qin Zhaozhao's defeated face and delivered his final verdict. Kid, you're sitting on a mountain of gold, but you can't even move a stone. Put it away. Keep it as a memento. These words cut deeper than Li Weihong's insults. It was like having all your hopes lifted to the heavens only to have them dashed to pieces. Qin Zhaozhao's head buzzed, his daughter's roar echoing in his ears like thunder. Dad, stop being such a coward. A coward? Hadn't he been a coward for half his life? Wasn't that enough? Why? Why would fate deliver a lifeline to his doorstep only to personally seal it shut? He stared at the blueprint, and a lifetime of memories working with wood. The feel, the dimensions, flooded his mind like a tide. Blood seemed to boil from the soles of his feet. No, he couldn't give up. Qin Zhaozhao slapped his thigh hard, startling even Master Zhang. Master Zhang. He pointed at the blueprint, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. I don't have composite board, but I have camphor wood. 3-year seasoned camphor wood, moisture-proof and bug-proof. As long as I plane it smooth and make the joints tight, it'll be just as good. I can't make that 0.5 millimeter iron part, but I have this. He held out his hands, calloused and scarred. I can use my ink line and carpenter's square, my own hands, to create dovetail joints and tenon joints. I can use the old ways to make it fit perfectly and slide smoothly. I know it'll be heavier and less refined than the drawing, but its soul will be intact. Master Zhang stared at him. He looked at this man covered in grease and dust, yet with flames burning in his eyes. He saw a reflection of himself 20 years ago, the brash youth who dared to slam the table at the chief engineer for a single data point. Using the crudest methods to achieve the most ingenious design. The idea was insane. So insane that it made his long-dead heart start thumping again. Master Zhang was silent for a long time, then abruptly raised his gourd and drained the remaining liquor in one gulp. Then he raised his arm high and smashed the brown gourd to the ground. Crack! It shattered into pieces. Good lad. You've got guts. He stood up, walked over to Qin Zhaozhao, his single eye blazing with a terrifying light. I lost this eye back in the day because I didn't have your mad tenacity. Today you'll go mad with you to the very end. Qin Zhaozhao felt his heartbeat like a war drum pounding in his ears. However, Master Zhang's tone shifted, a glint of cunning in his eye. If you want my help, you'll have to earn it. He reached out and took the entire iron box, cradling it like a baby. He'll take the blueprints and notes. My old workshop in the factory has tools. Even the factory director dares not touch. Plenty of space for you to work. He stared at Qin Zhaozhao, laying out the terms deliberately. 3 days. That fat man Li Weihong has already announced he'll send a truck to clear this place out in 3 days. Use these 3 days with this junk no one wants without looking at the blueprint again, relying solely on what you've memorized, and make that folding table for me. Succeed in this old life of mine, all my skills will be your stepping stone. Fail, Master Zhang's single, I turn cold, and he'll pretend I never saw you or these blueprints. Get lost and stay lost. 3 days. Using this pile of unwanted scrap metal to craft that folding table from the celestial diagram. Qin Zhaozhao's mind buzzed as if struck by a giant bell, his blood boiling with the reverberating roar. The bet was too insane. So insane that it made this man who had been a coward for half his life feel alive for the first. Just as he was about to thump his chest and roar out a yes, a crisp and urgent voice exploded without warning. Dad, forget that old man, forget that box. Go immediately to the southeast corner of the scrapyard and find a green-covered book with a water-stained cover and a frayed corner among that pile of old books. Get it at all costs. It was Zhaozhao's voice, as clear as if she were shouting right next to his ear. Qin Zhaozhao's entire body stiffened, his mind going blank. Was this a hallucination? The thought barely surfaced before he crushed it. He remembered the 10 yuan note in the earthen wall crack, the life-saving pot of braised pork, and the how you lie egg cake that had drawn Director Zhao. Everything his daughter said had come true. He had to believe. He must believe. Master Zhang, seeing his dazed expression, watched the faint spark of excitement in his one good eye dim, once more replaced by disappointment. What? Scared off by a single sentence. Lost your nerve. Qin Zhaozhao's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He couldn't explain, and there was no time to. Only his daughter's words, at all costs, kept crashing through his mind like a frantic alarm bell. He whipped his head around, his gaze locked onto the southeast corner of the scrapyard. There indeed lay a pile of damp, moldy old books stuck together, discarded, like a heap of sludge meant for kindling. A figure immaculately clean and utterly out of place amidst the grime stepped into the scrapyard. It was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a crisply starched white shirt and black trousers, his cloth shoes not even speckled with mud. With refined features, he immediately greeted Master Zhang with familiarity and warmth. Master Zhang, you're here too. I've come to scrounge for some old parts. The factory's experiments are short on supplies. His name was Lin Wei, a newly arrived college graduate in the factory office. Sweet-tongued and sociable, he always greeted everyone with a smile, and many in the factory knew him. Master Zhang merely folded his arms and grunted through his nose in response. Lin Wei, undeterred, continued to chat amiably. I heard you were the factory's top technician in your younger days. I must find time to learn from you. As he spoke, his eyes subtly scanned every corner of the scrapyard. Finally, his gaze precisely fixed on the pile of old books in the southeast corner. As if discovering something new, Lin Wei stepped towards it, muttering, "Oh, there are old books here. Let's see if there's any picture book to amuse my grandfather." Qin Zhaozhao's heart thumped as if gripped by an invisible hand. That's the spot. The place, Zhaozhao told him. He no longer cared about Master Zhang, the iron box holding his family's hopes, or the bet. He bolted towards that pile of old books like a man possessed. He didn't understand why his daughter wanted that book, but he knew that what she asked him to do was their family's only hope for survival. Lin Wei was strolling leisurely about to reach the book pile when a man covered in grease charged past him like a wild bull, reaching the heap first and crouching down before him. Lin Wei paused mid-step. He watched Qin Zhaozhao clumsily dig through the moldy books like a man searching for potatoes. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before relaxing again. He followed, maintaining his gentle, harmless demeanor. Crouching down, he extended his clean, slender fingers and, as if by chance, pointed to an ancient book with a green cover buried at the bottom. Oh, this book looks so ancient. His fingertips were about to touch the cover. In that instant, a rough, dark hand with dirt under its nails shot in from the side, slamming down onto the book with a loud crack as heavy as a stone. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Wei's hovering fingers paused slightly. He looked up to meet Qin Zhaozhao's face. "Uncle, do you like old books too?" Lin Wei spoke first, his tone still gentle. "This one looks quite old. Are you?" He tried to use his words to make this seemingly simple-minded worker give up the book. Qin Zhaozhao, unable to handle such subtleties, only had his daughter's command, at all costs, ringing in his ears. Steeling himself, he mustered all his strength, yanked the heavy, damp book from the pile, and clutched it to his chest, as if it were a gold brick. I can't read," he stammered, forcing a smile uglier than a grimace, offering an excuse even he found food. "I just thought. The paper's pretty thick. They'll take it home to patch my daughter's window." Patch a window. With an ink, the muscles in Lin Wei's face twitched almost imperceptibly. Cursing the fool under his breath, he remained unflappable aloud. He stood, brushed imaginary dust from his hands, and acted magnanimous. "Oh, I see. Then take good care of it, uncle. It's nice to care for your child." He seemed genuinely unconcerned. Clutching the tattered book, Qin Zhaozhao's heart was a mess. He hastily covered it with a few sheets of waste newspaper and found Li Weihong, who had just returned from his rounds. "Djar, Director." Li Weihong looked at him askance, then at the trash in his arms and sneered, "What? After all that digging you end up with a pile of waste paper?" Qin Zhaozhao, you can't even scavenge properly. Qin Zhaozhao bowed his head lower, pulling out a crumpled 2 Mao coin. All the money he had. Director, I want it. Buy these. Buy. Li Weihong chuckled, pointing at the books. This junk. Fine 2 Mao, take it away. Saves me the trouble of burning it. Qin Zhaozhao shoved the money at him and fled the scrapyard without looking back, clutching the book and newspapers. After he left, Lin Wei remained standing there. Only when Qin Zhaozhao's figure vanished completely through the scrapyard gate did the warm smile on his face slowly freeze over. He slowly pulled a snow-white handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped the fingers that had nearly touched the book over and over, as if removing some indelible filth. Finished, he flicked his wrist, and the clean handkerchief fluttered down into a trash heap by his feet. Fool, you've ruined. Lin Wei stared at the direction Qin Zhaozhao had gone, murmuring to himself, but it doesn't matter. That thing. You. Bam! The courtyard gate was rammed open from outside with brute force, the weather-beaten wooden door groaning in agony as it slammed hard against the earthen wall. Su Yuan, who was scrubbing clothes by the well, jolted in fright, the mallet slipping from her hand into the basin, splashing water. She whipped her head around to see her husband Qin Zhaozhao looking as if he had crawled out of a garbage heap, his body drenched in oil and grime, his face smeared with black soot, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air like a man being chased by wolves. Zhaozhao, what? Before Su Yuan could finish her question, Qin Zhaozhao dashed in 3 quick strides to the eaves and hurled a reeking bundle onto the stone table in the yard with a loud clatter. It was a waterlogged, swollen, ancient book with a green cover, its corners rotted to mush, stuck with a few damp sheets of old newspaper. A pungent stench of mold and decay assaulted the nostrils from several paces away, stinging the brain. Su Yuan instinctively pinched her nose, her brows furrowing tightly. Qin Zhaozhao, however, paid no heed. After catching his breath, he carefully pulled an oilcloth bundle from his inner pocket, tremblingly unwrapped it to reveal a dozen intricately drawn blueprints and a notebook. He lifted his head, his face a mess of sweat and oil that was impossible to distinguish, while his bloodshot eyes blazed with 2 flickering flames burning with an unsettling intensity. Wife? Zhaozhao. His voice was hoarse and cracked, trembling with an extreme excitement. Something huge. Qin Zhaozhao rambled incoherently, spilling out the whole story of his adventure at the scrapyard. From the deadly bet with one-eyed Master Zhang, to how that refined college student named Lin Wei happened to appear, and how he himself, as if possessed, lunged to grab that tattered book. Su Yuan listened with a pounding heart, but her attention finally settled on that dilapidated book. Its cover was a faded gray, bloated with ugly bumps from moisture, the edges of the pages chewed up like a dog's gnawing. All for this. Su Yuan's eyes widened as she circled the table, utterly baffled. Zhaozhao, have you lost your mind? That college kid Lin, he's clearly a slick talker. Maybe he just thought it was dirty and tricked you into grabbing it. And you no, absolutely not. Qin Zhaozhao was drenched in sweat with desperation, pointing at the book, spit nearly flying. When I rushed over, the look on his face. Something was off. He was definitely after this book too. I'd stake my life on it. But what use could it be? Su Yuan reached out to touch it, but her fingertips recoiled from the moldy stench. We don't even have enough newspaper to patch the walls. What do we need this for? Isn't the house stinky enough? As the couple argued over the ruined book, neither noticed that Qin Zhaozhao, who had been quietly sitting on the doorstep, had eyes as dark as grapes, gleaming with an excitement no one else could understand. The moment Qin Zhaozhao placed the book on the table, the system's voice in her mind nearly cracked with elation. Like a gambler, Hood hit the jackpot. Ding! Host successfully intercepts the core opportunity of the chosen one, Lin Wei. Lu Ban's secret manual fragment. Detected. Host completing first fortune plunder. Commencing reward settlement. Congratulations. Host receives special passive skill, skillful hands, aura. Qin Zhaozhao's little face was taut with tension, her small fists clenched tightly at her sides, but inside, she was already overjoyed. I was right. I was right after all. That Lin Wei was the hypocrite who in her past life had trampled over the Qin family's bones, used this secret manual and those blueprints to become a nationally renowned furniture tycoon, and ultimately sent her father to prison. In this life, I've blocked his path with my own hands. Skillful hands, aura automatically bestowed upon Father Qin Zhaozhao when crafting items. Success rate permanently 20, refinement permanently 20, comprehension of all craftsmanship skills temporarily greatly enhanced. Aura activated. A barely perceptible golden light shot out from Qin Zhaozhao's body, like an invisible wisp of smoke, silently merging into the back of Qin Zhaozhao, who was still arguing anxiously with his wife. Qin Zhaozhao felt a surge of warmth suddenly rise from his tailbone, instantly washing through his limbs and bones. He had been doing heavy labor for years, and on rainy days his knuckles always ached with a stubborn stiffness. But now, as he instinctively flexed his fingers, they felt remarkably agile and light like never before. The fog in his mind, once a sticky mess from exhaustion and anxiety, seemed to be wiped clean by an invisible hand, making the entire world sharp and clear. He could see the cracks in the stone table in the yard, the stray hairs in his wife's bun, even the antennae of an ant in the corner of the wall, all with perfect clarity. What was happening? He stared blankly, then, as if compelled, reached out and flipped open the Lu Ban's secret manual fragment that his wife had scorned. The pages were stuck together from dampness, and normally, he wouldn't dare touch them for fear they'd crumble. But now with a deftness that surprised even himself, he gently pinched and nudged the pages with his fingertips, and the stuck leaves separated effortlessly without tearing a single bit. Inside the book were dense, abstruse ancient texts accompanied by intricate diagrams of mortise and tenon joints that would make anyone's head spin. Yet to his eyes these were no longer an indecipherable script. Those twisted ancient characters automatically translated into the simplest, most straightforward meanings in his mind. Those complex structural diagrams, every connection, every class became clear and easy to understand, as if he had drawn them himself. He stood frozen, rooted to the spot. Then with trembling hands, he opened the oilcloth bundle and took out the dozen or so future furniture design blueprints. Modular cabinets, folding tables, multifunctional sofa beds. Yesterday, these seemed like creations only gods could make, but now with one look, he spotted several fatal flaws. No, this isn't right, he muttered to himself. He pointed at the modular cabinet blueprint, ranting like a madman to the air. This corner uses a 3-in-1 connector. It's convenient, but all the stress relies on a few screws. After 2 years, when the boards get damp, it'll definitely fall apart. And this slide rail. The design is clever, but it's too dependent on metal precision. Our factory can't make it. Plus, the structure isn't durable, it'll break easily. A wild, audacious idea exploded in his mind. Use the exquisite techniques passed down from the ancestors in this ancient book to modify, even surpass, these blueprints for future furniture. Use hand-in-hand tenon plus hidden nails to replace the screw fixings on the blueprints. 100 times more stable. Use the walking pin structure to achieve the slide rail's push-pull effect without a single piece of metal relying entirely on wood itself. Perfectly fitted, smoother with use. It's feasible. Damn it, it's absolutely feasible. Slap. Qin Zhaozhao slammed his hand hard on the stone table, the loud noise making Su Yun's heart skip a beat. His eyes blazed with a terrifying radiance, a light she had never seen on his face before, brimming with strength and unshakable confidence. Wife, forget the egg cakes. From today on, we're not selling those anymore. Qin Zhaozhao pointed at the blueprints and the ancient book on the table, each word hammered out from his chest with weight. I have a way to make our family rise to the top overnight. This was the first time Qin Zhaozhao had spoken to her with such dominance and unwavering resolve. Gone was his usual meekness, gone was the exhaustion of a life bent by burdens. The man before her, whose spine had been curved for half his life, now stood straight and tall. Su Yun gazed at the blazing fire in her husband's eyes, at the imposing aura he now exuded, and all her doubts and confusion were replaced by an overwhelming, inexplicable sense of trust. She asked no further questions. Ignoring his day-long fatigue, Qin Zhaozhao turned and dashed into the inner room, dragging out a dusty old wooden chest from under the bed. Opening it revealed his tools from his carpenter days, a set of planes, chisels, an ink pot, and a Luban ruler worn with half a lifetime of use, now bearing a kind of soulful spirit. From under the bed, he also pulled out several pieces of fine timber wrapped tightly in oilcloth. These were the old tune wood he had saved from his wedding day, stable in nature, beautiful in grain, usually guarded like a treasure that no one was allowed to touch. Zhaozhao, what are you? Qin Zhaozhao said nothing, simply selecting the flattest piece of wood, setting it on 2 long benches, his movements steady and strong. Su Yun watched him, then silently turned and went back inside, lighting the brightest kerosene lamp in the house and carefully placing it within his reach. She also poured a large bowl of cooled boiled water and set it nearby. Under the dim yellow light, Qin Zhaozhao picked up his most comfortable long plane, honed it on the whetstone, took a deep breath. Shhh. The plane blade glided smoothly and forcefully across the wood surface, sending out a long paper-thin curl of wood shavings carrying the tune wood's unique fragrance. Shhh. Shhh. The crisp rhythmic sound echoed in the silent night. This noise was no longer the weary clamor of mere survival. It heralded the true awakening of a craftsman and the complete reversal of a family's fate. Su Yun leaned against the doorframe, silent, just watching. In the lamplight, her husband's profile was intensely focused. The sound of those flying wood shavings was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard. That night, Qin Zhaozhao did not close his eyes. He was neither sleepy nor weary. The flames dancing in the stove cast a flickering glow that lit up his gaze. His mind was no longer a murky haze, but felt as if a whole celestial tome had been forcibly implanted within it. Every Mortisianton diagram and every dimension marked in that blue-covered ancient book transformed into 3-dimensional images, spinning, disassembling, and reassembling before his eyes. Every line on the blueprint seemed to come alive, unfolding a sacred railway never before trodden in his mind. Qin Zhaozhao picked up the old plane that had accompanied him for over a decade, pressed down his wrist, and pushed it forward steadily. Schwa. Shavings spiraled out, curling under the lamp so thin they were translucent. As they fell to the ground, the fragrance of tune wood instantly filled the entire room. Qin Zhaozhao himself was stunned. No, this wasn't right. When had his hands ever been this steady? The depth of this single plane stroke didn't feel like his own force, but rather as if an invisible master craftsman had gripped his wrist and guided him along. He tried pushing again. Schwa. A second shaving flew out, landing atop the first. In size, thickness, curl, and arc, it was identical without a hair's breadth of difference. He instinctively reached for the ink marker and trough, but his hand froze midair. A voice roared in his mind, why? He discarded the ruler. From that moment on, his eyes were the ruler, his hands were the ruler. The moment a mortise dimension flashed through his mind, the chisel in his hand had already fallen with a rhythmic thud-thud-thud, without a trace of hesitation. The mortise he carved out was smooth as a mirror. When the tenon slid in, it fit perfectly, a seamless union that sent a shiver of goosebumps across his entire body. This was no longer the carpentry he was used to. It was an instinct, something etched into his bones that had come alive. The plane and chisel in his hands were no longer iron tools. They were extensions of his arms and legs. When he wanted it thin, it dared not be thick. When he wanted it tight, it dared not leave a gap. Schwa, schwa. The crisp sound carried a vigorous joy, ringing especially sweet in the night. It was no longer the noise he once made for a few cents of wages. It held a delight, a strength. The moment a man stifled for half his life finally found the hardness his bones were meant to have. Su Yun leaned against the doorframe, silent, watching him with rapt attention. Under the lamplight, her husband's profile was taut as iron. A sweat dripped from his brow into the wood shavings, and he was utterly oblivious. Those flying shavings were the most beautiful flowers she had ever seen in her life. The sky at the horizon turned a pale fishbelly white, and morning light squeezed through the broken window lattice, gilding the room with gold. Qin Zhaozhao set down the last sheet of fine sandpaper and straightened his back. His bones cracked with a sound aching to the core, but as he gazed at the result before him, he was dumbfounded. It was a table he had never dared to dream of in the past. Su Yun, awakened by the commotion in the yard, came out draped in a coat and immediately spotted a square wooden box in the center of the room. Zhang. Before she could finish, Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward, gently pulled, pushed, and twisted the side of the click. A few crisp sounds like a mechanism unlocking a chest. Several planks in his hands, as if alive, slid apart, silently flipped, and joined together, finally, settling steadily into a square table that could seat 4 people. Su Yun clapped her hand over her mouth, not from tears, but from shock. The entire table used not a single iron nail. It was entirely the ancient craft of mortise and tenon. At the joints she leaned in and peered hard. Not even a strand of hair could slip through. The grain of the several old tune-wood pieces matched seamlessly, as if cut from a single block of material. The tabletop had been sanded countless times, glowing with a warm luster in the morning light. This wasn't a table. It was an heirloom treasure. Su Yun trembled as she reached out to touch it, but the moment her fingertip grazed the surface, she jerked it back, like lightning, afraid her rough fingers might mar this treasure. She turned to look at her husband, at his hands covered in calluses and fresh wounds, and her tears fell even harder. You are a grandmaster. She had been married to this man for half her life. He could mend tables and chairs, build a cabinet, but this man before her, this man who created something out of nothing, she did not recognize. Qin Zhaozhao looked down at his own hands, those hands thick with calluses and scars. They felt alien to him too. He knew this wasn't his own skill. It was his daughter, that tattered book, that mad bet. They had replaced his old bones. Just then Qin Zhaozhao emerged from the room, still sleepy-eyed. She yawned, rubbed her eyes, and mimicking an adult, clasped her hands behind her back as she circled the folding table. Her small hands tapped here and there, felt around, and she gave the table legs a vigorous shake. The table stood as firm as Mount Tai. Finally, she stopped, looked up at the nervous Qin Zhaozhao, and nodded. I'm not bad. It can be the first item for our Haohua brand. The couple was amused by her little act, and the shock and joy in their hearts began to ease. But the next second, Qin Zhaozhao's little face turned stern. She pointed at the table and gave the surface a thump with her tiny fist. The sound wasn't loud, but it made both parents' hearts quiver. Dad, Mom selling egg cakes is too slow. This is our family's gold mine. We need to change our game. The couple was. Qin Zhaozhao walked over to Su Yun and tugged at her hem. Mom, don't go to the supply cooperative for now. Director Zhao is a good person, but the cooperative is state-owned. Our little egg cakes won't make waves. She turned to Qin Zhaozhao, her small face resolute. Dad, that Li Weihong looked down on you, right? Don't stay at that scrap, and put aside that bet with Grandpa Zhang for now. Qin Zhaozhao's heart tightened, and he instinctively retorted, how can that be? I promised Master Zhang. A man of honor keeps his word. Ooh, I can't break it. Things are different now. Qin Zhaozhao sighed like a little adult. Dad, what Grandpa Zhang wants to see isn't whether you follow the rules, but whether you can turn those blueprints into a gold mine. If you go empty-handed now, even if you win the bet, you'll just be a poor carpenter. When you sell the table for a big price, take the orders and money to him, and tell him his precious blueprints can feed the whole factory. That's the greatest respect you can show him. These words shattered the stubbornness in Qin Zhaozhao's heart like a hammer. He stared blankly at his daughter, then at the table, and his mind suddenly cleared. Dad, you have only one task today. Qin Zhaozhao's voice rang out again, resolute. Take this table, tell no one, and go straight to the factory director's office. Barge into the director's office. Qin Zhaozhao's heart clenched violently, and he waved his hands frantically. No. The director is such a high official. I'm a worker who made a mistake. Going there would be walking right into a trap. Who said you're going to apologize? Qin Zhaozhao waved her small hand and puffed out her little chest. Dad, remember this. When you walk in today, it's different from before. You are no longer the Qin Zhaozhao who was punished to sweep trash for selling egg cakes. You are Master Qin, who can make such fine things. You're not going to beg him to let you come back to work. You're going to give him, and our Red Star Machinery Factory, a big opportunity that can let all the workers eat meat. Every word from Qin Zhaozhao was like a nail driving deep into Qin Zhaozhao's heart. They pounded that cowardly heart of half a lifetime until it was bloody and raw, yet from it grew a clanging iron backbone anew. To plead for mercy? No. It was to deliver an opportunity. He looked into his daughter's bright black eyes, at his wife's hopeful gaze, and at the miracle he had crafted with his own hands before him. Yuan silently went into the room and pulled out the blue cotton jacket from the bottom of the trunk, the one she only let Qin Zhaozhao wear for New Year's. Though patched, it was washed white and the cleanest thing he had. She came over and grasped her husband's cold hand, which was slick with sweat. Zhaozhao, go. Yuan's eyes were red, but her voice was steady. Zhaozhao is right. We can't let people point at us and call us worthless anymore. It's time for you to stand up for this family. Qin Zhaozhao's chest heaved violently as he exhaled a turbid breath. He bent down and lifted the folded table in one go. The weight pressed heavily on his hands, yet it gave him an unprecedented sense of security. What he carried was not a table, but the hope of his entire family, his very backbone. He turned to face his wife and daughter, his voice a bit hoarse, but every word hit the ground with force. I'm going. Qin Zhaozhao put on his blue cloth jacket, its collar and cuffs washed white, and found a clean old bedsheet to wrap the folded table in 3 layers, tying it securely. He carried the heavy bundle out of the house, each step on the dirt road deep and steady. Dad, remember, you're not Qin Zhaozhao, the trash collector. You're Master Qin, who made this treasure. You're going to give Factory Director Zhou to our Red Star factory a lifeline. You're going to save the factory. What are you afraid of? His daughter's words from last night, as she stood with hands on her hips and tiptoed, now burned like a fire in his chest. After over 30 years of cowardice, for the first time, he felt his backbone was forged of iron, able to hold up the sky. He didn't head to the workshop or turn toward the foul-smelling waste station. Carrying his bundle under the surprised or mocking gazes of workers coming and going, he fixed his eyes on the 3-story office building and walked straight toward it. That place was the leader's domain, with red slogans painted on the walls. In the past, he would have bowed his head and skirted around it, afraid the dust he kicked up would stain the clean cement. Isn't that Qin Zhaozhao? What's he doing heading to the office building with a bundle? He's lost it. Yesterday he was scolded by Director Li, and today he dares to go. What else? He's definitely going to beg for mercy. Look at his cowardly look, his spine's gone soft. The gossip behind him struck his back like pebbles. Yesterday he would have hunched his back, wishing he could shrink his head into his collar. But today he only gripped his bundle tighter. The weight inside was his confidence. The office building's cement steps were scrubbed clean. As he stepped onto them, a blend of ink, fine tea, and face cream, the cadre scent, rushed at him. He reached the 2nd floor and spotted the sign for factory director's office. A young man in glasses, the director's secretary, darted out from the next room. The secretary's eyes swept over him, taking in his patched jacket and the mud on his trouser legs, and his brow immediately furrowed into a knot. Hey, what are you doing? He raised his hand to block Qin Zhaozhao, his face full of impatience. This is the office area, not the workshop. If you've got nothing to do, leave. Don't dirty this place. That condescending, bureaucratic attitude doused him like a bucket of cold water. The fire in Qin Zhaozhao's heart was reduced to smoke. His throat tightened. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He forgot everything his daughter had taught him. Instinctively, he wanted to bow and scrape to back away. Just as his heel began to move, a boom exploded in his mind. The image of his daughter with hands on her hips, his wife's red-rimmed eyes, Li Weihong's fat finger poking his chest, and the mocking looks of those around him, all burst forth. Retreat. Behind him was a cliff, his sick daughter, his desperate wife. One step back, and it was an abyss. Qin Zhaozhao gritted his molars, fiercely crushing the faint thought of retreat that had just surfaced. His slightly bent back, like a compressed steel bar, snapped straight again with a twang. Boom. The door to the factory director's office was slammed open. A man with graying hair and eagle-like eyes stormed out, his face blazing with fury, and roared into the corridor. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. The factory can't even pay next month's wages, and no one can come up with a new product. Are we waiting to die? All of you go home and drink the northwest wind. It was factory director Zhou Aigua. Qin Zhaozhao's heart pounded like a drum at the roar. Opportunity. This was the opportunity his daughter had talked about. He cast aside all fear and hesitation and shouted with the greatest strength of his life, Director Zhou. The shout was like a thunderclap from clear sky. The entire corridor fell silent. Zhou was startled, turned irritably, and fixed his gaze on the grimy worker. Who are you? Making such a racket? Spit it out, or get lost. You've got 1 minute. Qin Zhaozhao wasn't intimidated. He walked to the middle of the corridor, and under the intense stare of Director Zhou and the secretary, placed his bundle steadily on the ground and tore off the bedsheet in a few swift moves. Then, crouching down, his hands flew over the wooden box. His movements were so fast they became a blur. Wooden panels flipped open, grooves aligned, tenons locked, and a series of crisp clack-clack sounds rang out like playing a musical instrument. In the blink of an eye, an exquisitely crafted square table stood firmly on the floor. The grain of the tune wood gleamed with a warm luster under the corridor light. You could hear a pin drop in the hallway. The young secretary's glasses slid to the tip of his nose, his mouth agape wide enough to hold a fist. The anger and impatience on Zhou Aiguo's face froze the moment the table took shape. His bloodshot eyes bulged like an ox's. He rushed over in a few steps, ignoring Qin Zhaozhao, and crouched down. His hands ran over the smooth tabletop back and forth, his fingertips trembling, muttering, "Good stuff. Really good stuff." He dug his nails into the seams of the boards, but after a long effort couldn't find even a sliver of a gap. He grabbed a table leg and shook it hard. The table seemed rooted to the cement floor, unmoving. This ingenious design, this masterful craftsmanship. Zhou Aigua suddenly stood up, grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's arm, and in his excitement squeezed so hard it hurt. You made this. Where did the blueprint, the design come from? Just as Qin Zhaozhao was about to speak, reciting the lines his daughter had taught him, a sharp, venomous voice exploded from the stairwell. Workshop director Li Weihong, sweating profusely, his fat face flushed purple, ran up and immediately pointed at Qin Zhaozhao's nose. Director, don't let him fool you. He panted heavily, his voice dripping with malice and schadenfreude. This thing has a shady origin. He stole it from the waste station. Think about it, director. He was just punished for peddling goods on the street, engaging in capitalist tales, and now he dares to steal factory property to curry favor with you. Li Weihong's voice rose sharply, spittle flying. This man's mind is rotten to the core. He's a thief at heart. Keeping him is a disgrace to our Red Star machinery factory. You can't trust him. Li Weihong's roar ricocheted through the corridor, each word reeking of filth, coarse and unyielding. Stolen, speculation, and profiteering. Tailing the capitalist road. Two heavy accusations crashed down, weighing the very air. The onlooking cadres in the hallway, whose faces had been filled with awe, now had their expressions scattered like dust in a cold wind, replaced by a scrutinizing, gloating sneer. I knew it. A garbage collector with such skill? Impossible. A sharp-faced clerk lowered his voice, winking at his bold as brass, reaching right under the factory director's nose. He'll be lucky to escape without losing his skin. Time for him to gnaw on cornbread. Stealing factory property adds to his crime. The murmurs, though low, struck Qin Zhaozhao like 1,000 swords. The faint flame of hope that had just kindled in Zhou Aiguo's heart was doused by this torrent of filth, leaving only wisps of smoke. Was the hope he had barely glimpsed nothing but a deception? His scrutinizing gaze fell upon Qin Zhaozhao once more. Theft? Or was it a worker stealing from his own factory? Red Star Factory truly was rotten to the core. Everyone waited to see Qin Zhaozhao's knees buckle in a plea for mercy. Li Weihong puffed out his corpulent chest, the fat on his chin creasing into folds, his face glistening with the oil of assured victory. He would before everyone uproot this sprouting weed named Qin Zhaozhao and grind it into the mud with his heel. But Qin Zhaozhao did not yield. He showed no panic, no chaos, not even a bend in his spine. He simply stood there, letting those gazes dissect him like a thief, yet his whole being was like a steel bar driven deep into concrete. This composure, so starkly contrasting with his reputation as a good-for-nothing, sent a jolt through both Zhou Aigua and Li Weihong. Qin Zhaozhao ignored Li Weihong's greasy face, not even rushing to defend himself, to Zhou Aigua. He turned slowly, facing the still gloating workshop director Li Weihong. His movements were not swift, yet they carried an indescribable weight. Director Li, Qin Zhaozhao spoke, his voice a little dry, but each word landed with crystal clarity. He recalled his daughter's instruction. Dad, let him boast. Let him dig his own grave with words. Then use facts to grind his face into the ground. You say this table was stolen from the scrapyard. Li Weihong lifted his chin, snorting through his nose. If you didn't steal it. A smirk spread across his lips, and a wave of stifled snickers rippled through the crowd. Qin Zhaozhao remained deaf to the laughter, pressing on with a tone as flat as if he were asking about the weather. Since you're so certain it's stolen, you must be very familiar with it. Can you, in front of Director Zhou, tell everyone what this thing is called and what it's used for? The flesh around Li Weihong's mouth twitched, his laughter caught in his throat. Qin Zhaozhao gave him no respite, stepping half a pace closer, his voice deepening. Or if you're truly skilled, demonstrate how to turn this table back into the wooden crate I brought in. Li Weihong's mind went blank, a loud buzz filling his ears. He had only seen a novel contraption, he had no idea of its inner workings. His mind had been so focused on framing the accusation that he hadn't even counted the table's legs. Blood rushed to his head, his face turning a deep crimson. His mouth opened and closed a few times like a gasping fish out of water, but not a single word came out, only dry, rasping sounds from his throat. The snickers in the hallway ceased. The cadres who had been whispering just moments ago now instinctively avoided Li Weihong. Everyone understood Director Li was stumped. Stumped by a garbage collector in public. Qin Zhaozhao looked away from it. That flustered expression was the best answer of all. He turned to Zhou Aigua, giving a slight bow. His demeanor was respectful, but his spine remained ramrod straight. Director Zhou, please grant me a moment. With that, he crouched down, pressing his hands back onto the tabletop. This time his movements were slow, each step a deliberate display. This thing, I made it. The blueprints are mine too. It's called a Luban table or a mechanism table. His hand gave a gentle push at the edge of the tabletop. A soft click and a section of the board slid outward along a groove. The key is a type of mortise and tenon joint passed down from our ancestors called the running horse pin. As he spoke, he removed the plank, holding it with both hands to show Zhou Aigua its side. On the wood was a delicate dove. The running horse pin slides into the groove. It seems movable, but once the mechanism locks, it's as solid as an iron nail. He then twisted and turned the joint at the leg's connection. Click. One table leg was completely detached. The young secretary, who had been adjusting his glasses, jerked his hand, and his spectacles fell to the floor with a slap. His mind was in turmoil. He had seen a similar sketch in an ancient book at the provincial library, dismissing it as a fantasy of the ancients. He never imagined that someone could actually build it. This part is the hand-over-hand tenon. Two pieces interlock and support each other. Easy to assemble and disassemble, yet it can bear 1,000 pounds of weight. Qin Zhaozhao's fingers traced the intricate structures, his words carrying a pride he himself didn't fully recognize. This knowledge had been drilled into him word by word by his daughter. He had once thought such esoteric talk unnecessary for a carpenter's craft. Only now did he grasp his daughter's profound intent. She had said Dad's skill is the root, theory is the soul. With root, but no soul, you are a craftsman. With both root and soul, you become a master. What we need to create is art that silences everyone. This was not a display of skill, it was a declaration to all that Qin Zhaozhao possessed true depth. Click, click. The crisp sounds of the mechanism echoed in the dead-silent corridor, each one striking the hearts of the onlookers. Tabletop legs crossbeams. Component by component, he methodically disassembled them, then in a specific order fit them perfectly back into the crate. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any rough edges, filled with a mechanical elegance. It was as if the table were alive, retracting its limbs to lie dormant. The hallway was filled only with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. The mouths of several cadres hung open wide enough to hold a light bulb. Was this a garbage collector? This was clearly a technical expert from some major factory. The looks they gave Qin Zhaozhao had shifted from contempt to awe. When the final panel clicked shut with a dull thud, transforming the intricate square table back into an unremarkable wooden crate, Zhao was electrified. He wasn't a technician by training, but he was the best technician the factory had ever seen. How could he not understand the ingenuity on display? He saw it all, the exquisite design, the standardized assembly, the robustness, without a single nail. This wasn't carpentry, it was art. A lost craft. And more importantly, it was the product that could resurrect their Red Star factory. A product. Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. Slap. Zhao hand cracked down on his own thigh, sending dust flying from his trouser leg. His red-rimmed eyes blazed with a terrifying light. He shoved aside the paralyzed Li Weihong, as if discarding an unsightly piece of trash, bounding over to Qin Zhaozhao in 3 strides and crouching down. His hands trembled as he reached out, not to grab, but to treat it like a rare treasure, tracing the seamless joints of the crate with his fingertips. This craftsmanship, this design, this was the lifeline to save their Red Star factory. Qin Zhaozhao stood up, meeting Zhao lifted gaze, his voice ringing with conviction. Director Zhao, this is our ancestors' hidden tenon. Not a single nail used. You can ask anyone in the factory's carpentry workshop, from the old masters to the newest apprentice. Besides me, Qin Zhaozhao, who else can make this? He paused, his gaze cutting like a blade across Li Weihong's bloodless face. This skill, can it be stolen from a scrapyard? Those words landed like an invisible slap across Li Weihong's face, and across the faces of everyone who had doubted him just moments before. Zhao was shot to his feet, his chest a maelstrom of excitement and fury that erupted into a thunderous roar. The sound crashed against the walls, making the window panes vibrate. He wasn't pointing at Qin Zhaozhao. He was pointing at Li Weihong. Stolen. Zhao kicked the wall beside him with a deafening thud, sending plaster dust showering down. You son of a bitch, tell me, can this skill be stolen from a garbage heap? Li Weihong, are your eyes just for breathing? Do you understand why our Red Star factory has sunk to this state? It's because of cadres like you who don't focus on production, but spend all day meddling in others' affairs, forming cliques and filing petty reports. Spittle sprayed across Li Weihong's face. He didn't even dare to wipe it away. His knees knocked together, uncontrollably rattling with a hollow sound. Zhao fury wasn't spent. He grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's arm with startling force. But Qin Zhaozhao only felt a wave of warmth exploding in his chest, so intense it made his eyes sting. Zhao no longer looked at the now-collapsed workshop director. His usually stern face broke into a smile as radiant as a blooming sunflower, his eyes alight with a fire that could ignite anyone. Master Qin, your name is Qin Zhaozhao, right? Good. Well done. Come to my office. Let's have a good talk. The address, Master Qin, sent a shockwave through everyone in the hallway. Zhao pulled Qin Zhaozhao along, but after 2 steps he stopped abruptly. He turned back, looking at Qin Zhaozhao with an almost pleading expression, and asked the most critical question. This table, how many can you make in a month? The door to the factory director's office was pulled open by Zhao himself. The young secretary Xiao Lu, who had blocked the way earlier, was now bowing, holding a gleaming enamel mug in both hands, his face creased into a smile more radiant than a chrysanthemum. Master Qin, please, please. This, Master Qin, was uttered with more affection than he called his own father. Inside the office, the astringent smell of cheap tea leaves mingled with the pungent odor of low-grade tobacco. Zhao strode behind the desk. Instead of sitting, he fumbled in a locked drawer for a long while before pulling out a dented tin tea canister. He pried open the lid with his fingernail, carefully pinched out a few strands of dry yellow tea leaves, dropped them into the enamel mug, and poured a full mug of murky yellow liquid from the chipped thermos on the desk. Master Qin, have a taste. This is Longjing tea my Commerdian arms brought from the south. I couldn't bear to open it myself. Xiao Lu, like a eunuch presenting an imperial edict, handed the mug to Qin Zhaozhao. The enamel mug was so hot that Qin Zhaozhao nearly dropped it. This treatment was a world apart from just over 10 minutes ago. Qin Zhaozhao held the mug but didn't drink. He sat with his back ramrod straight, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao. Zhao didn't beat around the bush either. He plopped down onto the creaking chair, and his face, which had been blooming with smiles just moments ago, visibly fell wrinkled with worry like a bitter gourd. Master Qin, I won't give you any empty talk. Our Red Star factory is about to go under. He pulled a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes, softened by sweat from his pocket, shook one out, and lit it. The match flared, and the blue smoke blurred his face. The factory hasn't paid full wages for 3 consecutive quarters. Last month's salary was borrowed from a brother unit with my worn-out face. Next month, I still don't know where the rice for the workers' pots will come from. Zhou Aigua slammed his fist on the desk, sending dust flying. The products are outdated, the machines won't turn, and the technicians are better than me at knowing how to milk a sick leaf. The whole factory is a stagnant pool. I can't sleep at night, my hair is falling out in clumps, just hoping a pie will fall from the sky and pull us out of this mire. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness. This table of yours is that pie? It's the hope that can save the lives of hundreds of workers. Qin Zhaozhao's heart sank. He knew the factory was in trouble, but he hadn't realized it was rotten to the core. Master Qin, this blueprint. You see, Zhou Aigua finally got to the heart of the matter. Qin Zhaozhao put down the mug and spoke the words he had rehearsed countless times with his daughter Qin Zhaozhao one by one. Director Zhou, this blueprint was left by my grandfather. He didn't mention the bizarre story of the itinerant carpenter, but instead gave a more practical account. My grandfather was a renowned carpenter across the countryside. But this craft in those days didn't bring food or drink, and his family thought he was wasting his time. He spent his whole life with a single drive to create something that could be passed down through generations. But on his dying day, his eyes wouldn't close. This blueprint was his life's work. The family thought it was unlucky and kept it buried at the bottom of a trunk. I just didn't want him to go to the underworld still being called a man who did useless work his whole life. This story, devoid of legend but filled with the stubborn unwillingness of a common man, convinced Zhou Aigua even more. He looked at Qin Zhaozhao, his eyes carrying something new. It was not just awe but respect for a craftsman who carried on his father's legacy. He viciously stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and slammed his palm on the table with a resounding crack. Master Qin, no more nonsense. Starting today, your status as a regular worker is reinstated. I'm also appointing you as the deputy director of the carpentry workshop, specifically in charge of Luban desk production. Your rank and benefits will be on par with Li Weihong. Secretary Xiao Liu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A meteoric rise. A temporary worker who swept floors promoted directly to deputy director on the same level as a workshop head. This was an unprecedented first in the history of the Red Star factory. Qin Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Deputy director, commodity, grain and iron rice bowl. This was a treasure he wouldn't have dared to dream of in the past. But his daughter's precocious little face and the scenes of her forcing him to rehearse lines every night exploded in his mind. Dad, remember, if he offers you an official position, you absolutely cannot accept it. Our family wants the goose that lays golden eggs, not a nest that you can only look at, but not eat. Qin Zhaozhao clenched his fists, his palms slick with sticky sweat. Meeting Zhou Aiguo's hopeful eyes, he shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Director Zhou, thank you for the promotion. But I cannot take this deputy director position. What? Zhou Aiguo's brows knitted into a knot, doubting his own ears. You think the position is too low? No. Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward, closing in on the desk close enough to smell the tobacco and sweat on Zhou Aigua. He enunciated each word, speaking the line he had rehearsed countless times, but still felt would tear a hole in the sky. I don't want a position, and I don't want to go back to the workshop. I want to use this craft to discuss a collaboration with the factory. Zhou Aiguo's smile froze solid. Secretary Xiao Liu's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Collaboration. A mere carpenter collaborating with a proper state-owned factory. Qin Zhaozhao didn't give them time to digest the shock. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck the ground like a nail. Qin Zhaozhao will contribute the Luban secret art as equity. The factory provides the land, equipment, and labor. We'll set up an independent new workshop with separate accounts dedicated to producing Luban desks. I don't want a single cent in wages, nor any rank. He paused, his gaze fixed on Zhou Aigua, and dropped the real bombshell. I only want a share. For every table sold, I want 30% of the sales revenue. Boom. Zhou Aigua felt a ringing in his ears as if something had exploded. Technology as equity. Profit sharing. What the hell kind of jargon was this? It sounded just like the talk of those capitalists who were paraded through the streets with signs around their necks back in the day. He shot up from his chair like a trapped beast, pacing around the desk, his leather shoes clacking on the cement floor. Each step felt like it landed on Qin Zhaozhao's heart. Qin Zhaozhao's back was soaked through. He knew that this step would either lead to heaven or hell. But his daughter had said this was the only way to keep the golden rice bowl in their own hands. Zhou Aigua stopped abruptly, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Qin Zhaozhao like a hawk's. What he saw was no longer a meek carpenter, but an opponent who had come to negotiate with a peerless treasure in hand. This man not only had skill, but also the guts and vision that even he, the director, lacked. He was gambling. Gambling that this table could save the Red Star factory. Gambling that Qin Zhaozhao wasn't just blowing smoke. Zhou Aiguo's chest heaved violently. On one side were the factory's rules, the policies from above, and the spittle of his old comrades. On the other were the hungry mouths of hundreds of workers and the abyss of the factory's collapse. To hell with the rules. Can you eat rules? Fine. Zhou Aigua slammed his hand hard on the table. The mug jumped, fell, and shattered into pieces. He'll fucking gamble with you. He pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, a wild fire burning in his eyes. Well, do it your way. Independent workshop, 30% profit. He'll write the report to the higher-ups right now. Even if the sky falls, Zhao Aigua will bear it alone. Qin Zhaozhao felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his whole body feeling light. It worked. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the office door was pounded thunderously. Before Xiao Lu could open it, the door was shoved open from the outside. Li Weihong, the head of the carpentry workshop, stormed in with a black face, followed by the out-of-breath secretary Xiao Lu. Li Weihong cast a gloating glance at Qin Zhaozhao, then shouted at Zhao Aigua, "Director, a major incident." He deliberately raised his voice. "Just now Boss Wang from Hongguang Timber Factory called in person saying we've defaulted on payments for half a year and he's cutting off all business with us. From now on they won't sell us a single splinter of wood." He paused, then added with a sarcastic tone, "Director, just as you're about to put your trust in a capable man, our lifeline gets cut. What a coincidence." This news hit Zhao Aigua like a dull hammer to the back of the head. Qin Zhaozhao's heart sank. The few pieces of old timber he had used for the sample were his own treasured possessions. For mass production, without wood, everything was just a pie in the sky. Li Weihong's smug face swam before his eyes. The fire that had just ignited in Zhao Aiguo's face was instantly doused by a bucket of ice water. His body swayed as if his bones had been pulled out, and he collapsed heavily back into his chair. "It's over." The words leaked from his lips. The cigarette fell from his hand, burning his pant leg without him even noticing. Without good wood, even if Luban himself possessed you'd only be able to use the blueprint for wiping your ass. The flame of hope at its highest peak was stamped out by a foot. The office fell into a deathly silence. In the midst of this hopeless stillness, a yellowed page flashed through Qin Zhaozhao's mind with a buzz. It was the most obscure passage from the Luban secret art that his daughter had forced him to memorize. "Rotten wood can bloom, withered trees can revive in spring." He straightened up abruptly, a light bursting from his eyes, even brighter than the desperate gamble in Zhao Aiguo's gaze just moments ago. He rushed to the desk, supporting himself with both hands on the surface, leaning forward, staring at the ashen-faced Zhao Aigua, and spoke each word like a steel spike driven into the ground. "Director Zhao, give me all the useless waste and rotten wood in the warehouse. The stuff that's been rained on, infested with bugs that people wouldn't even bother to burn as firewood." He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, the smile carrying a confidence that sent chills down the spine. "I have a way to turn this garbage into treasure better than golden Nanmu wood." Zhao Aiguo's dejected posture lasted less than 3 seconds. He sprang up from his chair as if a spring had been installed under his bottom, grabbed the car keys from the table, and without a word shoved them into Qin Zhaozhao's hands. "Let's go. To the warehouse." His movements carried the frenzy of a gambler who had lost everything, as if he weren't going to inspect a heap of scrap, but to review his final army. The scrap warehouse of Red Star Factory was located in the most secluded corner of the plant. Rust thick enough to scrape off covered the iron door. Zhao Aigua kicked the door open, and a wave of damp air mixed with rotting wood and mold rushed out, choking everyone into a fit of coughs. Inside the warehouse, piles of timber lay displayed like corpses, some cracked like deep wrinkles of an old man, others twisted into pretzels from moisture, and even clusters of grayish-white mushrooms sprouted in the corners. The only destination for these things was the stove of the canteen. Zhao Aigua extended a trembling hand, pointing at the full warehouse of junk, and roared at Qin Zhaozhao, as if to his last hope, "Master Qin, this is our final bet. If you can make it work, he'll give you my life. If not, he'll die together with Red Star Factory." Before his voice faded, irrepressible murmurs arose outside the warehouse, buzzing like flies. "Did you hear that? Old Qin wants to make furniture out of this firewood. Factory Director Zhao is really letting him mess around. Crazy. I think he's completely lost his mind." Director Li was right. This guy is a swindler who wants to burn down the last of the factory's assets. Just wait, today there's bound to be a huge embarrassment. It was Li Weihong. A flicker of coldness flashed in Qin Zhaozhao's eyes. The moment he had reached an agreement with the factory director Li Weihong, as if fearing the world wouldn't be chaotic enough, had spread the news to the entire plant. He intended to drown him in the spittle of all the workers, roast him over the fire, and ensure he never rose again. Zhao Aiguo's face turned crimson and his fists clenched tightly, but he still held back from losing his temper. He knew that 100 shouts now were less effective than one action by Qin Zhaozhao. Ignoring the noise around him, Qin Zhaozhao pushed through the crowd of onlookers, walked to a pile of poplar scrap, and crouched down. In his mind, his daughter's expectant little face and the strange text of the rebirth formula from the Luban secret arts flickered alternately. He stood up, took out paper and pen, and as the tip of the pen scratched across the paper, he handed it to Zhao Aigua. "Factory Director, please have someone find these items, the more the better." Zhao Aigua took it and was stunned after just one glance. Coarse salt, quicklime, and black mud from the riverbed. Which of these 3 things had anything to do with making furniture? Wasn't this nonsense? But he didn't ask, not a single word. He handed the note to his secretary Xiao Lu and growled, "Go. Find them according to the list. If they're not in the factory, buy them outside. As fast as you can." Soon the workers dug a large pit in the open space outside the warehouse and set up a big iron pot brought from the canteen. Water was filled to the brim, and Qin Zhaozhao stood with his hands behind his back, directing the workers' timing as he poured in coarse salt, lime, and river mud one by one. "Salt enters the Kuan position, stir 9 times. Lime goes to the Qian palace, let it settle for half an hour. River mud settles the center simmer over low heat. He muttered incantations with a solemn expression like a Taoist priest opening an alchemy furnace. The water in the pot quickly turned into pitch-black mud rolling with viscous bubbles and steaming with a gurgling sound. A smell mixed with the burning sensation of lime, the fishiness of river mud, and an indescribable burnt odor spread, making everyone step back repeatedly. More and more workers gathered pointing fingers, and the jeers grew louder. Heavens, what's he doing? Refining an elixir? I think it's just shamanism. Since when did we the working class believe in this when it comes to production? Li Weihong stood with his arms crossed at the outermost edge of the crowd, a cold smile almost splitting his face to his ears. He wanted everyone to witness with their own eyes how Qin Zhaozhao would burst his own bubble and turn himself into a laughing. Amidst the boiling noise, the crowd suddenly fell silent, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, and they automatically parted to both sides. A tall figure walked slowly forward. He had only one eye, the other was an empty socket. In his hand, he spun two steel balls polished to a glossy shine. This was none other than Master Zhang, the living legend of Red Star Factory's woodworking workshop, whose word was law. Master Zhang was eccentric and recognized no one except wood. From top to bottom, even Zhou Aigua had to show him respect. He had been annoyed by the commotion and came to see which fool was making a racket. But as his single eye swept over the crowd and landed on the Lu Ban table that Zhou Aigua had deliberately moved to the warehouse entrance, he froze as if struck by lightning. The steel balls in his hand stopped with a clang. That single eye emitted a sharp light like a hawk's. He pushed aside those blocking his way and strode directly to the table. He didn't even glance at the table's design, but bent down using his hands covered in calluses and scars to caress inch by inch the miraculous mortisiantan joints on the table legs. His movements were less like an inspection and more like a pilgrimage. The air froze. Slap. Master Zhang suddenly stood upright, his large fan-like hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's arm with a force like iron pliers, nearly crushing his bones. In his hoarse voice, every word seemed squeezed through his teeth. Kid, you took more than just that box of blueprints from the scrapyard. Tell me what else. An expert knows at a glance. Before a true master, any pretense was futile. Meeting the gaze of that single eye, Qin Zhaozhao calmly revealed a half-truth. Master Zhang, the blueprints are dead, but I also rescued an ancient book that was nearly crumbling to dust. He paused, and in a voice not loud, but clear to everyone, he added, this table uses an ancient method called bone setting from that book. Meeting the gaze of that single eye, Qin Zhaozhao calmly revealed a half-truth. Master Zhang, the blueprints are dead, but I also rescued an ancient book that was nearly crumbling to dust. These were the very ones he had confiscated from Qin Zhaozhao. He unrolled the blueprints and tapped his knuckle on the most intricate, almost three-dimensional mortisiantan structure. Enough with the empty talk. Master Zhang's single eye blazed with a burning fighting spirit as he pointed at the bubbling black mud pot. Use the rotten wood you've boiled in your pot. Now in front of the whole factory, make this phoenix nod for me. The crowd erupted. Phoenix nod. The most difficult immortal lock in the Lu Ban blueprints. Even with top-quality golden Nanmu, only Master Zhang in the entire Red Star Factory could barely replicate it, let alone with rotten wood. Qin Zhaozhao didn't hesitate for a second, not even the curve of his lips changed. All right. He walked to the pot, grabbed fire tongs, and pulled out a piece of poplar wood blackened from the boiling mud. A miracle happened before everyone's eyes. The originally bent and cracked wood, as steam rose, saw the black mud on its surface crack and peel off like dead skin, revealing the heartwood inside. Where was there any trace of decay? It was straight and tough, the fine cracks on the surface all healed, presenting a warm luster overall and emitting a quiet exotic fragrance similar to cypress. Heavens! Heavens! What's happening? Rotten wood has really turned into good material. This is stranger than magic. Exclamations rose one after another. Li Weihong's cigarette dropped from his mouth with a pat, and his oily face turned deathly pale. Qin Zhaozhao placed the cooled wood steadily on the workbench. At that moment, the mysterious feeling of merging with the wood that his daughter had forced him to practice surged through his entire body again. Skillful hands, aura activated. He didn't use a ruler or snap an ink line. He grabbed a chisel and axe, and the memory of his body, as if awakening a master craftsman, took over everything. Clang, clang, clang. Wood chips flew under his axe and chisel, not scattered debris but curled wood shavings with a wonderful rhythm. His movements were incredibly fast, yet crystal clear, slotting, cutting, polishing. Every step omitted all unnecessary actions, precise as a machine, yet full of the spirit of human hands. After just a few minutes, he stopped. A complex, exquisitely crafted mortisiantan piece lay quietly in his. Master Zhang extended trembling hands as if holding a rare treasure and took the piece still warm. He examined it over and over, then took out a matching piece he had made earlier from his pocket and carefully joined them together. Click. A soft sound. Perfect fit. Not a hair's breadth off. Master Zhang pulled out his pocket caliper, clamped it on the joint, and squinted his single eye at the reading. Throw. A perfect zero error. He still didn't believe it. Gripping the joint with both hands, he twisted and pried with all. That small piece in his hands remained as steady as a rock, unmoving, and even emitted a hum like the sound of metal. Excellent. Master Zhang's old face flushed with excitement, and his single eye shone with unprecedented brightness. He suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shook the entire venue with all his strength. I'll give my life and my skills to you from now on. Master Zhang's roar struck like a heavy hammer, draining every last trace of color from Li Weihong's face. Zhou Aigua hesitated no longer. That afternoon, the Red Star Machinery Factory convened a staff and workers' assembly. The meeting room was thick with smoke as factory director Zhou Aigua overrode all objections, striking his palm on the table to establish a new product research workshop independent of all other workshops. The workshop would have no director, only a technical director, a position bestowed upon Qin Zhaozhao. Master Zhang was appointed chief advisor, enjoying the treatment of an engineer. The most astonishing announcement was Zhou Aiguo's declared partnership model. Qin Zhaozhao would contribute technology as equity, foregoing a salary in exchange for a 30% share of the new product sales revenue. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Weihong's chair scraped backward. He pushed himself up from the table, the fat on his belly straining his shirt into an exaggerated bulge, and pointed a trembling finger at Qin Zhaozhao. Director, I object. This is against all rules. How can a mere worker negotiate a profit share with a state-owned factory? This is undermining socialism. Zhou Aigua didn't look at him. His eyelids drooped as his right hand rose, and the chipped enamel mug arced through the air before crashing onto the desk. A dull thud echoed as half a cup of tea splashed out. Rules. Zhou Aiguo's icy gaze swept the room. Can rules put food on the workers' tables? Can rules pay next month's wages? Whoever has the skill to keep this factory alive, their skill is the greatest rule. He leaned forward like a panther poised to strike, fixing his glare on Li Weihong. Director Li, if you can turn rotten wood into treasure, he'll give you 50%, not just 30. Do you have that ability? Li Weihong's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. His mouth hung open for a long moment before he finally swallowed all his venomous resentment under Zhou Aiguo's devouring gaze and slumped heavily back into his seat. After the meeting, Qin Zhaozhao walked home, his steps feeling as light as if he were treading on cotton. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, Su Yuan was pacing anxiously, while Qin Zhaozhao sat on a small stool on the threshold, swinging her little legs. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him. It's done. Qin Zhaozhao's voice came out hoarse. Tears immediately welled up in Su Yuan's eyes. But Qin Zhaozhao jumped off the stool, clasped her hands behind her back, walked up to him, and tilted her little face upward. Dad, we have the workshop and the product. So what's our brand called? Brand. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan were both stunned. As long as it sells, who needs a brand? Su Yuan said instinctively. No. Qin Zhaozhao's little face was taut. Mom, things without a brand are just street stall goods. They won't fetch a good price. With a brand, it's a proper establishment. It can spread far and wide. She stood on her tiptoes, dipped her finger in water on the stone table, and drew a lopsided round baby face with eyes curved like crescent moons. Let's call it Hawa brand. It's easy to remember and sounds auspicious. From now on, when people talk about buying furniture, they'll think of our Hawa brand. Qin Zhaozhao looked at the endearingly naive baby face and felt a pang in the softest part of his heart. Without a word, he turned and rushed into the house, retrieving a palm-sized piece of boxwood. That night, he didn't go to the workshop. Instead, he stayed in the courtyard, carving stroke by the moonlight. By the next day, an exquisite Hawa branding iron was ready. In the new workshop, Qin Zhaozhao and Master Zhang, along with the factory's best carpenters, worked with blazing fervor. The waste wood, treated with ancient methods, was being reborn in their hands. Under the blessing of the deft hands, Qin Zhaozhao's craftsmanship had reached a miraculous level. Complex mortise and tenon structures took shape in his hands within minutes, fitting together seamlessly. Master Zhang was completely convinced. He started by offering guidance, then lent a hand, and eventually became Qin Zhaozhao's chief apprentice. In just 1 week, the first batch of 20 Hawa brand folding tables stood neatly arranged in the warehouse. Each table was polished as smooth as jade, with an adorable baby face imprint branded in the corner. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in the provincial capital, Lin Wei hung up the phone. The gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of gloom. Qin Zhaozhao, technical director. He gripped the cold receiver, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, the plastic casing creaking softly in his palm. He knew that day at the scrapyard he hadn't missed just an old book, but a monumental opportunity that could rewrite his entire life. Openly snatching it was no longer possible. He walked to his desk, pulled open a drawer, and extracted an address book from a thick tome. His finger traced over the names, finally stopping at an entry: Wang, Jianjun Municipal Department Store Procurement Section. He picked up the phone and dialed, a harmless, scholarly smile creeping back onto his face. Hello, is this Section Chief Wang? It's Lin Wei. Full of confidence, Zhou Aigua personally drove the factory's only battered jeep, carrying Qin Zhaozhao and a sample table straight to the city's largest department store. This was the first battle for the Hawa brand, and it had to be a victory. In the procurement office, a section chief named Wang sat leisurely with his legs crossed, slowly reading a newspaper. He didn't even lift his eyes when he saw Zhou Aigua and Qin Zhaozhao enter, merely pointing his chin towards the chairs opposite. Director Zhou, have a seat. Qin Zhaozhao unfolded the folding table in the center of the office. The ingenious design and warmth would instantly brighten the small room. Rubbing his hands together, Zhou Aigua put on a beaming smile and introduced Section Chief Wang. Please take a look. This is our factory's newest product, the Hawa brand folding table. Pure mortise and tenon structure, not a single nail needed, convenient and practical. All right. Section Chief Wang tossed his newspaper onto the desk with a loud rustle. He stood up, walked around the table with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin held high as looked like that of a shopper picking over wilted cabbages at a market. He reached out a finger and rapped twice on the tabletop, then dug his nail into it, leaving a glaring white scratch. The wood's no good. What kind of material is this? Scrapwood, is it? He leaned and sniffed it, then wrinkled his nose in exaggerated disgust and stepped back. It hasn't even been lacquered. It's rough. This thing is just peasant goods not fit for our department store shelves. Zhou Aiguo's smile froze on his face. Qin Zhaozhao's heart sank. Qin Zhaozhao knew better than anyone what wood was used and what treatment it had undergone. This man, named Wang, was clearly lying through his teeth. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Aigua tried to explain Section Chief Wang the wood has been processed with a special technique. It's even sturdier than ordinary rosewood. I don't care about your technique or whatever. Section Chief Wang cut him off, returning to his chair. He picked up his teacup, blew the floating tea leaves aside, and took a slow, deliberate sip. I've seen the thing. It's just so-so. Tell you what, for the sake of the long-standing relationship between our two units, he held up a single finger and wagged it in front of them. 10 yuan apiece, will take them. Consider it helping you clear out your backlog of defective goods, freeing up some space in your factory. 10 yuan. That price wouldn't even cover the cost of the wood. This wasn't bargaining. This was treating their hard work. Blood rushed to Zhou Aiguo's head, his face flushing crimson. He slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet. Wang, you bastard. You're pushing us too far. Qin Zhaozhao grabbed him. He looked at Section Chief Wang's smug, unperturbed demeanor, and a string in his mind snapped. The sudden halt of timber supply, Li Weihong's inflammatory actions in the factory, and now Section Chief Wang's endless nitpicking. This was no coincidence. This was a net that had been woven long ago, waiting for them to walk right into it. Someone wanted to strangle their Haohua brand in its cradle. The battered Jeep limped back into the factory compound like a defeated rooster, its exhaust pipe sputtering black smoke, all its earlier vigor drained away. Zhou Aigua had smoked half a pack of cigarettes during the journey. The cabin, so acrid it brought tears to one's eyes, yet he uttered not a single word. Qin Zhaozhao remained silent too, carrying the table now scarred with a white mark from a fingernail back into the new workshop. Inside the workshop, the air thick with wood shavings and the scent of timber seemed to freeze solid. Master Zhang and a few veteran carpenters huddled around, their eyes full of anticipation. But the moment they saw Qin Zhaozhao's ashen face and the humiliating white scar on the table, everyone's heart skipped a beat and sank into the abyss. What? What happened? A young carpenter stammered. Those bastards at the department store. Didn't take it. Qin Zhaozhao didn't answer. He simply set the table down. As he did, his elbow knocked against the doorframe, causing him to stagger. He steadied himself by crashing his back hard against the wall, sending a shower of dust falling. The clatter of planes hitting the floor ceased. The incessant hammering that had filled the air moments before vanished. Only one old master forgot to stop. The sandpaper in his hand continued to rasp against the wood. The sound was jarringly loud in the empty workshop. Realizing his mistake, his hand froze, and he stopped too. Damn it! The young carpenter's eyes blazed red in an instant. Staring at the white scar as if his own father had been slapped, he spun around and grabbed a claw hammer. I'm going to find that bastard Wang and fight him. What gives him the right to trash our work like this? Come back. Master Zhang's single eye widened as he seized his arm with a grip like iron pincers. What good will going there do? If you hit someone, we'll be the ones in the wrong. The entire workshop, a group of spirited men, was stifled by a suffocating sense of grievance. Watching their masterpiece, crafted with immense effort and passion, being disrespected like garbage by city folk felt worse than taking a beating themselves. By the time he got home, the sky was pitch black. Qin Zhaozhao recounted the day's events exactly as they happened, from Section Chief Wang's condescending gaze to the words 10 yuan apiece, without any embellishment. Su Yun pricked her finger with the needle, a bead of blood appearing without her even noticing. She could only look at her husband's bloodshot eyes with heartache. Qin Zhaozhao had been quietly eating her meal, holding her bowl. When Qin Zhaozhao finished speaking, she swallowed her last bite of rice and slammed her chopsticks on the table with a sharp crack that startled both her parents. Dad, if they don't want it, they're blind. Good, we won't serve them anymore. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun stared at her dumbfounded. Qin Zhaozhao jumped down from the stool and waved her small hand like a little general giving orders. They said our table is a peasant product not fit for the big stage, right? Then let's make the whole city open their eyes and see just how precious this peasant product really is. She proposed a plan that left Qin Zhaozhao's mind reeling. We won't sell it. We'll perform it. Let's go to the central square where the most people are and turn this table into a mat. Let everyone see how this thing transforms from a wooden box into a table with just a few clicks. And let them see if this table can actually hold a person. What? Perform in the square. Qin Zhaozhao instinctively wanted to cover his daughter's mouth, afraid the neighbors might hear. That's like being a street performer. A monkey show. Seeing through his thoughts, Qin Zhaozhao sighed like a little adult and explained the strategy from her world in the simplest terms. Dad, it's called word of mouth. Let the product speak for itself. It's 100 times more effective than us talking until our lips are chapped. Also, we only perform, we don't sell. Whoever wants one pays first and registers. We'll deliver it later. That's called pre-selling. We need to make them beg us. The next morning, Qin Zhaozhao braced himself and presented his daughter's heretical theory to Zhou Aigua. After listening, Zhou held his enamel mug in front of his mouth for a long time without taking a sip. He stared at Qin Zhaozhao as if seeing him for the first time. Go to the square and act like a street hustler. Zhou was instinctively repulsed by the idea. Old Qin, have you lost your mind from anger? We're the state-owned Red Star Machinery Factory, a prestigious unit. You want me to swallow my pride and go out on the street to beat drums and gongs like those rat poison sellers? Where would the factory's face go? The old carpenters in the workshop whispered among themselves, all feeling the idea was too crude and too embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Master Zhang, who had been squatting in a corner, silently smoking, tapped his pipe against his shoe sole, stood up, and a glint of cunning shone in his single eye. I think it'll work. All eyes turned to him. This idea is bold, it's exciting. Master Zhang spat out the tobacco shreds. Director, what's face worth? Can you eat it? Can it pay the brothers' wages? This table of ours is the Dragon King's throne, but hidden in the warehouse, it's nothing but firewood. That one guy said we make peasant products, right? Then let's use a peasant's method to go into the city and open his eyes. Let him see who the real fool is. These coarse words were like a ladle of hot oil poured onto the dying embers in Zhou Aguo's heart. Qin Zhaozhao looked at the still hesitant director, his daughter's words from last night echoing in his ears. He straightened his back like a steel rod and stepped forward. Director Zhaozhao is right. We cared too much about face before, and that's why we ended up in this pathetic state. Now we need money, we need to survive. As long as it keeps the factory alive, we'll do it, even if it means performing in front of the municipal compound. These words were the final straw that broke through Zhou Aguo's defenses. He looked at the resolve in Qin Zhaozhao's eyes, the light in Master Zhang's eyes, and then at the hopeful, yet anxious. He gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and slammed his hand on the table. Let's do it. To maximize the impact, Qin Zhaozhao also suggested a ruthless move. Dad, go find Director Zhou. Go to the factory warehouse and carry out a bag of cement, the heaviest one, 200 Qin Zhaozhao now truly saw his daughter as no ordinary mortal, but a fairy sent from heaven to enlighten him. The action was set for Sunday. The night before, like a little director, Qin Zhaozhao dragged Qin Zhaozhao into the yard to rehearse again and again. Dad, remember, when you get there, don't rush to open the box. Just stand there with your arms crossed, let them look, let them guess. She stood on tiptoe, hands on her hips, mimicking. When their curiosity is at its peak, you make your move. Click, click, click. Fast and loud. Make them wow. Then the key step. Don't say a word. Just throw that bag of cement onto the table with a bang. That's the impact. You have to make their hearts tremble. Finally, step right on top of it and tell them this table is called the Good Baby brand and can be passed down for 3 generations. Qin Zhaozhao listened, sweat beading on his forehead, running the sequence through his mind dozens of times. None of them knew that the square performance plan had already reached Li Weihong's ears word for word. In his office, after hearing the informants report the fat on Li Weihong's face trembled with laughter, making a fool of themselves in the square. This was a golden opportunity. He rubbed his hands together, picked up the receiver, and dialed with fingers trembling with excitement. When the call connected, he cleared his throat, leaned back, and covered the mouthpiece with a handkerchief. His voice was shrill and sharp like a gossipy woman catching someone's wrongdoing. Hello, is this the city appearance office? I want to report something. The Red Star Machinery Factory. Yes, that half-dead. They plan to illegally occupy the central square this Sunday, gather a crowd to cause trouble, and even engage in some feudal superstition called Lu Ban's divine manifestation. The impact is terrible. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in the provincial capital, Lin Wei also received the news. He put down the phone, a look of undisguised contempt on his face. Qin Zhaozhao, a brainless fool, had actually come up with such a low-class trick. He took out a Seagull brand camera from his drawer and carefully wiped the lens. He decided to go to the square himself. He wanted to witness firsthand how Qin Zhaozhao and Zhou would be driven away like stray dogs by the enforcement team. He would capture their most embarrassing, most ridiculous moments on film and send the photos back to the factory so everyone could see that following Qin Zhaozhao only led to doom. He wanted the destined opportunity that should have been his to shatter in Qin Zhaozhao's hands, becoming a colossal joke that would make everyone laugh. Qin Zhaozhao pushed open the workshop door, the heavy iron gate groaning like a suppressed sigh. The entire workshop was dead silent. The workers who had been bustling with energy moments ago were now deflated. They hung their heads in dejection, some leaning against piles of timber, others squatting on the ground, smoking in gloomy silence. They stared at the 20 brand new tables in the warehouse, treasures crafted with immense effort, now dismissed as worthless by the city's largest department store. The indignation was even harder to bear than a personal scolding. Returning home in defeat from the department store, Qin Zhaozhao found the sky already pitch black. He recounted the day's events to Su Yuan and Qin Zhaozhao, from Section Chief Wang's contemptuous expression to his words, 10 yuan each, sparing no detail. Su Yuan's heart clenched as she looked at her husband's bloodshot eyes, overwhelmed with concern. Qin Zhaozhao, however, listened quietly, her small face showing little sadness. When Qin Zhaozhao finished, her face suddenly lit up. Dad, if the department store won't take them, it's their loss. Perfect, we don't need them either. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan were stunned. Qin Zhaozhao jumped off the stool, waving her small hand like a general strategizing on a battlefield. They say our tables are peasant goods not fit for the stage. Then let the whole city see just how amazing these peasant goods really are. She proposed a plan unheard of at the time. We want sell, well perform. Go to the central square where the city is busiest. Turn making the table into a magic show. Let everyone see clearly how this table transforms from a wooden box with a few clicks. Then show them how sturdy it really is. Qin Zhaozhao's mind bust. Perform at the square. Wasn't that just— Qin Zhaozhao explained the tactics of her world in the simplest terms. It's called word-of-mouth marketing. Let the product speak for itself. It's more effective than any sales pitch. Also, we only display one not for sale. But we'll take pre-orders on the spot. Pay first, leave your address, and we'll deliver later. That's called scarcity marketing. Make them eager to pay. The next morning, Qin Zhaozhao relayed his daughter's groundbreaking ideas to Zhou Aigua without alteration. Zhou Aigua nearly dropped his enamel mug as he listened. He stared at Qin Zhaozhao speechless for a long moment. Go to the square and act like a monkey. Zhou Aigua was deeply resistant to this sales method. Old Qin, have you lost your mind? We are the state-owned Red Star Machinery Factory, a reputable big unit, beating drums and gongs on the street like those rat poison sellers. Where do I put my old face? Where does the factory's dignity go? The veteran carpenters in the workshop also felt the idea was too heretical. Unexpectedly, Master Zhang, who had been silently smoking, tapped his pipe against his shoe sole and slapped his thigh. I think ITLL work. Everyone looked at him. Master Zhang stood up, his single eye gleaming. This idea is wild enough, bold enough. Director, what is face worth? Can face pay the workers' wages? Our tables are treasures, but treasures locked in the warehouse are just a pile of rotten wood. Yuan called us peasant goods, didn't he? Then let's use a peasant's method to show him who the real fool is. This crude speech was like a blaze, reigniting the dying embers in Zhou Aiguo's heart. Qin Zhaozhao, seeing the hesitant director, recalled his daughter's advice from the previous night. He straightened his back and stepped forward. Director Zhaozhao is right. We've cared too much about face in the past, and that's why we're in this mess. Now we need money, we need survival. To keep the factory alive, ID perform not just in the square, but even in front of the mayor's office. His words crushed the last shred of hesitation in Zhou Aiguo's mind. Zhou Aigua looked at Qin Zhaozhao, at Master Zhang, and then at the workers, their faces a mix of hope and anxiety. He gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Let's do it. To create the greatest sensation, Qin Zhaozhao also provided a crucial prop. Dad, go to Director Zhou, fetch the heaviest sack of cement from the factory warehouse. 200 pounds. Qin Zhaozhao was utterly convinced. He now felt his daughter was no ordinary child, but a celestial being descended to enlighten him. The action was set for Sunday, when the weather would be clear and the city at its busiest. The night before departure, Qin Zhaozhao, like a little director, rehearsed with Qin Zhaozhao in the courtyard again and again. Dad, remember, at first don't rush to open the table. Stay silent first, let the crowd gather, make them curious about what you're doing with that wooden box. She stood on tiptoe, imitating an adult, hands on her hips. When they've talked enough, slowly open the box. Your movements must be quick and sharp, so they gasp wow. Then without a word, slam that sack of cement onto the table with a bang. That's the impact you need. Finally, stand on the table and tell them this table is called How Wa Pai. It lasts 3 generations. The table outlives the child. Qin Zhaozhao broke out in a sweat as he memorized the script, rehearsing it dozens of times in his mind. The plan to perform in the square was leaked to Li Weihong by some wavering workers in the factory. In his office, Li Weihong listened to the report, his fat face blooming like a withered chrysanthemum with glee. Making a spectacle in the square. This was a perfect chance for public humiliation. He immediately picked up the phone, dialed the city appearance management office, and changed his voice. Hello, is this the city appearance office? I want to report illegal street occupation. Workers from the Red Star Machinery Factory planned to set up an unauthorized stall in the central square on Sunday, engaging in feudal superstition and severely disrupting public order. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the provincial university, Lin Wei also heard the news from his informant in the Red Star. He put down the phone, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. Qin Zhaozhao, a brainless fool, actually came up with such a lowbrow trick. He decided to go to the square himself. He wanted to witness firsthand how Qin Zhaozhao and Director Zhou would be driven away like stray dogs by law enforcement, mocked as swindlers by the citizens. He wanted to see the opportunity that should have been his turn into a colossal joke in Qin Zhaozhao's hands. On Sunday, the city's central People's Square was the liveliest spot in the entire metropolis. In the very center, a patch of ground had been cleared. Beneath a tattered canvas tarp of indistinguishable color lay a square object. Qin Zhaozhao stood there, hands pressed against the seams of his trousers, his spine as straight as a steel rod freshly driven into the earth. Master Zhang leaned against a nearby poplar tree, arms crossed, his one eye half closed, exuding an aura of chilling aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. They neither shouted nor hawked their wares. This very demeanor paradoxically drew more attention than those who beat drums and gongs selling rat poison. Before long, curious citizens had gathered in layers upon layers, encircling them. What are they up to? A monkey show? Doesn't look like it. See that one-eyed old man? He's got a fierce look. Could be here to settle a score. Lin Wei mingled among the crowd. Today he had deliberately changed into a crisp white shirt and slicked his hair back with pomade until it shone. Watching Qin Zhaozhao's foolishly rigid posture, a smirk of amusement spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. A state-owned factory reduced to making a spectacle of itself in the square. Sooner or later, the city appearance office would come, confiscate the goods, and arrest the people. Then he'd see where Zhou Aigua could hide his face. Just as the crowd's murmurs grew restless with impatience, Qin Zhaozhao suddenly moved. He reached out abruptly and yanked the tattered canvas away. As the canvas fell to the ground like a dead leaf, everyone saw what lay beneath an unremarkable wooden crate. Boos were about to rise from the crowd when Qin Zhaozhao's hands pressed down on the wooden crate. His 10 fingers flew with dizzying speed. Click, click, click. A rapid series of crisp mechanical sounds as dense as firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Wooden panels flipped, grooves aligned, tenons slid into mortises. In the span of a few breaths, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the wooden crate transformed into an antique and exquisite square table. Whoa! Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. An old man's tobacco pipe clattered to the ground unnoticed. The smirk on Lin Wei's face, anticipating a good show, froze instantly, as if struck by a bitter winter wind. Qin Zhaozhao paid no heed to the crowd's amazement. Following the script his daughter had taught him, he deepened his voice and roared with all his might, "Fellow villagers and friends. Today we're not selling anything. We just want you all to see for yourselves whether the tables made by Red Star Factory are truly built with solid materials and craftsmanship." With a wave of his hand, another worker struggled to haul a sack from the cart. "This is cement we use for building at the factory. One sack, a full 200 Jin. Another stir ran through the crowd. 200 Jin. On these slender table legs. Wouldn't it crush the table into a pile of firewood on the spot? Dad, that's exactly the reaction we need." His daughter's words echoed in Qin Zhaozhao's ears. He exchanged a glance with the other worker. With a synchronized grunt, veins bulging on their necks, they hoisted the cement sack above their heads. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the 200 sack of cement slammed solidly onto the tabletop. The entire square fell into a deathly silence for a single moment. Every heart in the crowd clenched, squeezed by an invisible hand in unison with that deafening sound. The table stood utterly motionless. Its 4 legs seemed rooted in concrete, not even the slightest tremor. Heavens! My God! Is this table made of iron? A bespectacled old man pushed to the front, adjusting his reading glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. "No. This isn't iron. It's craftsmanship. It's the ancient art of mortise and tenon joinery." A bomb seemed to have dozens, then hundreds of people surged forward like mad, all wanting to touch the table that had borne witness to a miracle, to see what divine artifact it truly was. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch and threatened to spiral out of control, a sharp voice tore through the crowd. "Move aside. Make way. City Appearance Management. Official inspection." Li Weihong, sporting his trademark beer belly, pushed his way in, aggressively flanked by several city appearance officers wearing red armbands. His face gleamed with the oily satisfaction of a successful scheme. He pointed a finger directly at Qin Zhaozhao's nose. "Qin Zhaozhao, you are illegally occupying the road for business. Disturbing public order. How dare you, Qin Zhaozhao? Confiscate the goods. Take the people away too." He intended to shatter Qin Zhaozhao's dream completely right in front of everyone. The onlooking citizens, intimidated by the commotion, stepped back. The fiery atmosphere from moments ago plummeted to freezing point. Several officers reached out to move the table. "Who dares to touch it?" A voice not loud, but razor-sharp, cut through the air. The crowd parted automatically. A middle-aged man in an ordinary gray Zhongshan suit with graying hair stepped forward. Behind him followed a young man carrying a briefcase. The man ignored Li Weihong, completely walked straight to the table, examined it meticulously, then patted the cement sack, producing a dull thud. The moment Li Weihong recognized the newcomer, his legs turned to jelly. The arrogance on his face instantly morphed into a fawning, frozen smile. Wasn't this Deputy Mayor Wang in charge of industry? What was he doing here today? Deputy Mayor Wang turned to face Li Weihong, his face expressionless. "You say they are illegally occupying the road?" Yes, Mayor Wang. "They're affecting the city's appearance. We're just following regulations." "Nonsense." Deputy Mayor Wang cut him off, his voice suddenly rising. "We hold meetings every day emphasizing technological innovation and ideological emancipation. Comrades from Red Star Factory have developed such an excellent new product, and instead of helping them find a market, you come straight here to slap labels on them and seal their goods. This is a textbook case of bureaucracy and rigid thinking." He pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, then at the table, his voice carrying across half the square. "What is this? This is product confidence. This is the courage to accept the scrutiny of the masses. This is precisely the entrepreneurial spirit our era needs most. We must encourage such innovation and commend such enterprises." His words rang with conviction. Li Weihong's face turned into a dyer's vat. Blood rushed up, then drained away rapidly, leaving only a ghastly pallor. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He felt the gazes of everyone around him transform into slaps, stinging his face fiercely. Deputy Mayor Wang dismissed him, turning to Qin Zhaozhao with an approving smile. "You must be Master Qin. Well done." He patted Qin Zhaozhao on the shoulder, then pointed at the table, making a decision that sent the crowd into another frenzy. "Such a fine product shouldn't just be displayed in the square. Xiaozhang," he said to his secretary behind him, "make a note, the municipal government office will order 50 tables first." Then, as if recalling something, he cast a cold glance at Li Weihong, who could barely stand. "Also note down this comrade's name, Li Weihong. Get in touch with the organization department later. Look into the ideological and work style issues of certain cadres at Red Star Factory, especially any improper dealings with the purchasing department of the department store." Li Weihong's vision went dark, the world spun around him. He collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way. 50 tables. An official order from the city government. This was more effective than any newspaper advertisement. An eruption of applause and cheers, even louder than before, burst from the crowd. Comrade, how much is this table? He'll take one. Me too. Register me first. I'm getting married and I need this. I've brought the money. I can pay now? Don't let them grab them all. The onlookers who had been mere spectators moments ago had transformed into frenzied customers. They spontaneously formed a queue, jostling and scrambling to place orders. Lurking at the back of the crowd, Lin Wei felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he shoved his hands into his pockets, his nails digging into the fabric of his trousers. He watched Qin Zhaozhao, now surrounded by admirers, who watched Li Wei home, now a limp puddle on the ground, watch the citizens waving their banknotes. His meticulously crafted blockade, his prized connections, shattered into pieces by a single brutal punch from an opponent wielding a method he could neither comprehend nor imagine. He turned quietly like a stray dog whose spine had been broken and slunk shamefully out of the crowd. The success of the square event spread like a wildfire, engulfing the entire Red Star machinery factory overnight. The next day, Zhou Aiguo personally drove the battered jeep, carrying Qin Zhaozhao back. As soon as they entered the factory grounds, they were blocked by a dense crowd of people. Workers spontaneously surged from workshops, canteens, and residential quarters, forming layers upon layers, completely clogging the road. Zhou Aiguo was beaming with joy. He leaned half his body out of the car window, his sunburnt face glowing with He jumped out of the car, climbed onto the hood of the stalled jeep, and bellowed at the hundreds of eager workers. Comrades, great news. Our factory's Good Baby brand folding table has made a stunning debut. The city authorities immediately approved an order of 50 tables. The crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted into thunderous cheers, the roar nearly shattering the office windows. Zhou Aiguo pressed his hands down to quiet the noise, then reached back and yanked Qin Zhaozhao out of the car, pushing him forward with such force that Qin Zhaozhao stumbled. I announce, from today onward, we will establish a new product task force dedicated to the Good Baby brand. The leader is none other than our great hero, Comrade Qin Zhaozhao. A wave of murmurs washed over the crowd. All eyes, envious, jealous, inquisitive, incredulous, focused like spotlights on Qin Zhaozhao. He stood there in his faded blue cloth jacket, utterly overwhelmed, frozen like a wooden post, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. Zhou Aiguo gave him no time to adjust, pulling him toward the assembly hall. The entire factory, except for those on duty, crammed into the hall for the impromptu commendation ceremony. Qin Zhaozhao was pushed onto the faded stage. Zhou Aiguo personally pinned a large red silk flower the size of a plate onto his chest. The flower hung heavy, its coarse fabric smell stinging his nose. Qin Zhaozhao looked down at the dazzling red, feeling as if his cheeks were flushed burning hot. Our Red Star factory desperately needs a hero. Zhou Aiguo spoke into a crackling tin megaphone, his voice echoing. Comrade Qin Zhaozhao has contributed his family's heirloom craft, forging a path for our factory. Such a meritorious comrade deserves no less than a generous reward. He waved to someone offstage. Xiao Lu. Bring it. Secretary Xiao Lu trotted over, holding a thick craft paper envelope with both hands. Zhou Aiguo took the envelope, raised it high above his head, and announced with all his might to the hundreds of burning eyes, after deliberation by the factory committee, Comrade Qin Zhaozhao is awarded a bonus of 100 yuan. The hall fell into a stunned silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then whispers erupted like firecrackers. 100 bucks. Good heavens. My husband couldn't save that much in a year. The director really dug into his pockets this time. This Qin Zhaozhao must have moved his ancestral tomb to a dragon vein. A web of voices enveloped Qin Zhaozhao. He walked off the stage, almost mechanically clutching the craft envelope that felt like a red-hot branding iron against his chest. Meanwhile, in Qin Zhaozhao's mind, the system's voice was nearly hysterical, like a gambler who'd won 5 million. Detected that the host's family has acquired a 100 yuan level fortune. The wealth hundredfold return halo has been triggered. Congratulations, host. System space gains new wealth 10,000 yuan. Qin Zhaozhao kept his head down as he walked, but he could feel the hundreds of gazes on his back, hot and piercing, as if they would burn holes through his blue jacket. News of the 100 yuan reached the residential area before he did. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, his legs were weak. Su Yun paced back and forth in the yard, her shoes almost wearing a groove into the dirt path. Qin Zhaozhao was still sitting on her little stool by the threshold, her small face tilted up, her black, grape-like eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. Without a word, Qin Zhaozhao walked to the stone table in the yard and slapped the craft envelope down with a loud smack. His hands trembled with excitement as he struggled to tear open the envelope. 10 crisp new Great Unity bills lay neatly inside, a dazzling red. It was the most money he had ever seen in his life. Su Yun covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. It wasn't sadness, it was sheer emotion. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and gently touched the stack of bills, then jerked her hand back as if burned, feeling. Zhangwo, 100 yuan. We have 100 yuan. She laughed through her tears. We can buy several sets of new fabric for Zhaozhao's clothes, repair the leaky roof, and save the rest. Our family. We can have meat every day from now on. The couple stared at the 100 yuan, one rambling incoherently, the other sobbing uncontrollably. In the entire yard, only Qin Zhaozhao remained exceptionally calm. She hopped off her stool, walked to the table, looked at the money, then at her excited parents. Dad, Mom, put it away after you're done celebrating, she said flatly, her tone jarringly out of place with the atmosphere. I think Grandma will be here soon. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's excitement cooled considerably at their daughter's words. Su Yun hastily gathered the money and stuffed it into Qin Zhaozhao's arms. Right, hide it quickly. Don't let anyone see. But it was already too late. The moment Qin Zhaozhao slapped the money on the table, their neighbor, Aunt Lu, who loved gossip, was craning her neck over the courtyard wall peering in. She had seen the thick stack of red bills and her eyes turned red with envy, her heart gnawed by bitterness. Family heirloom craft, my foot. Just a stroke of dumb luck, she muttered under her breath. Think you can live the good life after getting rich? Not a chance. That troublemaking mother-in-law of the Qin family can't stand to see her son with money. Aunt Liu's mind was racing with schemes. This is a huge favor. If I tell the old lady once she gets a grip on Qin Zhaozhao, I'm sure to get some benefits. She turned around, forgetting about making dinner, and hurried off toward Wang Gilin's house at the other end of the residential area, holding up her pants legs. Her pace wasn't that of someone delivering news, but rather of someone rushing to claim the first prize. Auntie Liu's legs churned like a sewing machine pedal as she sprinted all the way to Wang Gilin's courtyard gate, leaning forward, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Guilan. Sister Guilan. Wang Guilan was sitting on a small stool in the yard, holding a chipped coarse porcelain bowl, slurping cornmeal porridge. Seeing Auntie Lu in such a state, she couldn't be bothered to lift her eyelids. Displeased, she set the bowl down on the ground with a dull thud. What's all this wailing for? Has the sky fallen, or has your man run off with someone else? Sister. Auntie Lu finally caught her breath, sidled up furtively, lowering her voice like a thief, yet loud enough for the neighbors to something huge has happened. Your second son, Zhang Wohe. He struck it rich. Wang Gilin's chopsticks about to lift porridge to her mouth froze midair. Her murky, triangular eyes narrowed, as if scrutinizing something filthy. Struck it rich. That Qin Zhaozhao, a mute gourd who can barely breathe. How could he strike it rich? Oh, my sister, this time it's absolutely true. Auntie Lu slapped her own thigh, her wrinkled face blooming like a withered chrysanthemum, her tone brimming with gleeful schadenfreude. I saw it with my own eyes. The factory rewarded him with 100 yuan. Red unity bills. My goodness, she leaned in closer, spittle nearly spraying onto Wang Gilin's face. And that's just what's out in the open. I heard that the bigwigs in the city have already nodded approval for that shabby desk he made. From now on, all orders have to... Money will come pouring into his pockets. A few hundred. I reckon even thousands won't be enough in the future. 100 yuan. Thousands of yuan. These two numbers like red-hot iron rods sizzling with oil seared deeply into Wang Gilin's heart. With a clatter, the coarse porcelain bowl flew from her hands, shattering on the ground, yellow porridge splattering everywhere, attracting a few flies. The stool beneath Wang Guilan tipped as she shot up like a firecracker. Her triangular eyes bulged with sudden bloodshot, spewing undisguised greed and venomous resentment. Her mute gourd's second son, the one she could scold and beat without a whimper, had actually made such a fortune behind her back. 100 yuan, and she hadn't heard a peep, not a single coin, had reached her. His mother. Rebellion. This is outright. Wang Gilin's lips trembled with rage. This ungrateful beast. Has he forgotten how I raised him with all my... Now that his wings are hard, and he has money, he wants to cut me, his old mother, off. She couldn't wait a second, hitched up her pants, and charged out of the yard like she was headed for a fight to the death. Auntie Lu watched her ferocious retreating figure, a smirk of scheming satisfaction curling at the corner of her mouth, the sourness in her heart finally easing a bit. Wang Guilan didn't head straight for Qin Zhaozhao's home. She knew that going alone would only lead to a quarrel. Instead, she turned and made a beeline for her eldest son Qin Zhaozhao's house. The gate of Qin Zhaozhao's yard was open. He was sprawled on a rattan chair, one leg crossed over the other, leisurely. His wife Li Zuohua was inside stitching soles, muttering curses about the cabbage and vermicelli stew at lunch, having no meat. Good heavens! What sins have I committed? Life is unbearable. Wang Guilan stepped into the yard, and as if all her bones had been pulled out, she slumped to the ground, flailing her arms and slapping her thighs, starting a dry wail. Qin Zhaozhao jolted in fright, springing up from the rattan chair. Mom, what's this all about? Li Zuohua also rushed out of the house. Seeing the scene, she frowned at first, then her eyes darted, and she quickly put on a concerned expression as she approached. Mom, who's upset you? Tell us, and Zhaozhao will skin them alive. Wang Guilan was waiting for those words. She wailed, tears and snot streaming. Who else? That good-for-nothing brother of yours, Qin Zhaozhao. He struck it rich. The factory rewarded him a full 100 yuan. He wants to pocket it all for himself, hog it all. He's forgotten. He has a mother, forgotten. He has a brother and sister-in-law. I've raised a thankless wolf. From now on, our Qin family will be the talk of the town, scorned by everyone. 100 yuan. A flash of light burst in Li Kuihua's shrewd eyes. She immediately crouched down, supporting Wang Gilin's arm, offering words of comfort that only fanned the flames. Mom, calm down first. Zhang is dull. It must be his wife Su Yun who's egging him on behind the scenes. That vixen is no pushover. Besides, Mom, this money came from Zhang using our Qin family's ancestral skills, so it naturally belongs to all of us. Why should his branch eat meat while we don't even get a sip of soup? Qin Zhaozhao was hesitant at first, but with his wife's incitement, the scales in his heart tipped. He was inherently lazy and cared about face. His younger brother suddenly hitting the jackpot, becoming a team leader and getting bonuses. If word got out, where would that leave him as the elder brother? Most importantly, wasn't his brother's money supposed to be his? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He slapped the armrest of the rattan chair and stood up abruptly. Zuehua is right. This money is the common property of our Qin family. If Qin Zhaozhao thinks he can swallow it alone, no way. Let's go, Mom, we're going to see him now. Make him hand over the money honestly, and let you, the head of the family, redistribute it. Wang Guilin, seeing the timing was right, scrambled up from the ground and wiped her face, though there were no real tears. Right? The whole family goes. There's strength in numbers. Let's see if he dares refuse. If he says a single no, he'll smash my head on his doorstep today and make Qin Zhaozhao bear the eternal shame of driving his own mother to death. Mom Jian will wait. Li Kuihua's eyes darted around, and she grabbed her mother-in-law and husband as they were about to run. She lowered her voice, a calculating gleam on her face. Just asking for money is the worst strategy. 100 yuan will be spent and gone. Don't you wonder why he has money? It's because the factory gave him that damn team leader position. Wang Guilin and Qin Zhaozhao were stunned, staring at her. Li Zuehua leaned in even closer, her voice dripping with temptation like a viper's hiss. That team leader position is the golden goose that lays eggs every day. Once you sit in that seat, all the desks in the factory have to go through you. Think of the perks. 100 yuan is nothing. From now on, it'll be 1,000, 10,000. These words struck like lightning, cleaving through the fog in Wang Guilin and Qin Zhaozhao's minds. That's right. Why hadn't they thought of that? Wang Guilin slapped her thigh, the muscles in her face trembling with excitement. My eldest daughter-in-law is the sharp one. She's right. The money must be taken. And that team leader position, Zhangwo, must give it up for your brother. She pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, her words decisive and unquestionable. He's the eldest son. The eldest brother is like a father. Good things in the family should go to him first. Who does Qin Zhaozhao think he is to deserve an official position? Qin Zhaozhao's breathing grew heavy, his Adam's apple bobbing. He could already see himself as team leader, bossing workers around in the factory with money pouring into his pockets. The family was in perfect agreement, greed burning in their hearts like a wildfire. Incoming too. Incoming. The curtain to the inner room lifted, and their 10-year-old precious son Qin Jinbao burst out, rice grains still on his lips, his face full of arrogance. Grandma, let's go to Uncle's house. Make him buy me meat. Give me all his money. In the family's golden grandson. Li Zuehua hugged her precious son and planted a kiss on his greasy cheek. Right? My son is right. Let's go now. Get the money, grab the position, and eat big meat. Wang Guilin puffed out her chest, feeling like a general about to march into battle. Clutching her golden grandson, she led the way, her chin raised so high it could poke the sky. Qin Zhaozhao and his wife flanked her, one with chest out, the other with lips pursed like two ferocious guard dogs. The four of them trod the dirt path outside the yard, raising clouds of dust, their ferocious intent to tear down the walls palpable from a distance. A bonus of 100 yuan brought the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through Qin Zhaozhao's home, once again a scent that could steal one's soul. Su Yun's culinary skills seemed blessed by the kitchen god himself. The braised pork belly was a glistening crimson, with glossy sauce bubbling softly in the bowl. The fatty part quivered, ready to melt at the slightest touch, while the lean meat, saturated with the rich sauce, fell apart at the mere press of chopsticks. Qin Zhaozhao sat at the table, gazing at the mound of braised pork in the bowl, then at his wife and daughter, who were eating with heads down. He raised his enamel mug, took a sip of plain water, yet tasted a hint of sweetness. In his entire life, he had never felt so human. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the rotten wooden door was kicked open from outside, slamming violently against the earthen wall. With a rustle, plaster mixed with straw dust rained down. The warmth inside was swept away by the cold wind pouring. Wang Guilin stepped over the threshold, her face stretched so long it seemed to reach her chest, the wrinkles around her eye. Behind her came her eldest son Qin Zhaozhao, his chest puffed out like a rooster, and Li Zuehua, arms crossed, lips pursed, her face full of calculation. Bringing up the rear was the spoiled Qin Jinbao. The four of them looked like they had come to collect a life. Meat. Meat. Qin Jinbao's nose, sharper than a dog's, locked onto the bowl of braised pork on the table. He let out a shriek like a starving wolf cub and lunged for the bowl with greasy claws. Su Yun reacted faster than thought, clutching the bowl of meat to her chest, as if it were her very life, narrowly dodging Qin Jinbao's dirty hands. My meat. You wretched woman, give it to me. Qin Jinbao, having missed his grab, plopped down on the cold floor, kicking his legs and wailing at the top of his lungs. Wang Guilin barely spared her precious grandson a glance, her triangular eyes like shards of ice bore into. She stepped forward, her bony hand slamming hard onto the table, rattling the bowls and chopsticks. Qin Zhaozhao. Her voice was shrill and sharp like a rusty blade scraping iron. The factory gave you 100 yuan bonus, whereas the... She leaned in her spittle, nearly flying into Qin Zhaozhao's face. Now right this instant, hand it over. Li Zuehua, leaning against the doorframe, added her 2 cents like a cold draft seeping through the cracks. That's right. Zhangwo, we're all family, no need for secrets. Mom will keep it safe for you. She's afraid you youngsters are too free with your hands. Jinbao's schooling and wedding will cost money, won't they? Qin Zhaozhao's face drained of color, turning ashen. His hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched into fists. The burning pride that had just risen in his chest was drenched with icy cold by those words. Before he could even open his mouth, Wang Guilin struck again with even harsher words. And another thing. She pointed almost at Qin Zhaozhao's nose. I heard about that team leader position at the factory. From today, you're done with it. The words hit like a bucket of ice water, shocking even Su Yun, who held the bowl, into stillness. Wang Guilin raised her hand, pointing at the smug Qin Zhaozhao, her chin lifted high. Let your elder brother take it. He's the eldest son. The eldest brother is like a father. The family's good fortune should go to him first. As the younger brother, it's only natural for you to defer to him. Qin Zhaozhao immediately cleared his throat, striking a self-assured pose. Jiang Wo, listen to mom. You're still young, plenty of chances ahead. Let me take this one. Oh, I won't forget your kindness. His expression suggested the position was his by birthright, and Qin Zhaozhao had merely warmed it for him. Su Yun's eyes burned red with rage as she clutched the bowl, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single curse. She wanted to lash out, but Wang Guilin's knife-like glare choked the words in her throat. That fear was a scar left by years of whippings. The room fell silent save for Qin Jinbeo's wails on the floor and the heavy breathing of Wang Guilin's family. All their gazes like sharp awls were fixed on Qin Zhaozhao alone. They waited for him to do as he had every time for the past 30 years: lower his head, bend his back, and offer up his blood, sweat, and dignity on a silver platter. Qin Zhaozhao's jaw clenched, so tight his molars felt ready to shatter. A fire raged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, blackening his vision. Why, when he had finally started to live like a human, did they have to kick him back into the mud? Why should the blessings his daughter had fought for be devoured by these wolves? He felt his body tremble, not with fear, but with fury. The fire that had smoldered for half a lifetime could no longer be contained, threatening to explode from his very bones. Just as he was about to slam the table and rise, he saw his daughter sitting on a small stool. Qin Zhaozhao hadn't touched a single bite of meat since the four troublemakers entered. She sat there quietly watching the farce unfold. This was the moment she had been waiting for, to make her father shatter the chains that had bound him for decades. The child still had grease on her lips, her dark eyes turned to him still, as ancient wells devoid of any ripple, simply watching. Then almost imperceptibly she nodded at Qin Zhaozhao. It was not reassurance, but a command. Dad, your turn. The fire about to erupt in Qin Zhaozhao's chest instantly found an outlet. His body taut with rage relaxed, he slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Under the impatient gazes of Wang Guilin and the others, Qin Zhaozhao, the man who had been a doormat for half his life, for the first time, did not bow his head, did not flinch, but instead smiled. The smile did not reach his eyes, his lips parted to reveal 2 rows of white teeth, giving him a somewhat eerie look. At these words, Wang Guilin and Li Tsuehua exchanged triumphant grins. Su Yun's heart, however, plummeted. The money was issued by the factory. Qin Zhaozhao said, slowly reaching out not for his pocket, but for the bowl of braised pork on the table. And the team leader position was also decided by the factory. He stood up, and under everyone's stunned gaze carried the bowl of meat step by step to where Qin Jinbao was. Seeing the meat, Qin Jinbeo's wailing stopped abruptly, and he immediately reached out to grab it. But Qin Zhaozhao, splash. The entire bowl of steaming braised pork meat and sauce, not a drop spared, was dumped over Qin Zhaozhao. The dark sauce trickled down his matted hair, smearing his face and clothes, with a few chunks of fat hanging from his ears. The world fell silent. Qin Jinbao stood frozen in place, his head coated in sticky meat chunks and gravy soy sauce streaming down his chubby cheeks and blurring his eyes. A warm, savory aroma enveloped him, and he instinctively licked his lips. He blinked as if still unable to break free from the bliss of the meaty scent. The next second, wah! A piercing wail exploded from Qin Jinbeo's throat. He bounced on the ground like a fish tossed into a sizzling pan, crying his heart out. Wang Guilin and Li Quihua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They stared fixedly at the man who had always kept his head buried in shame, at the completely emptied chipped bowl in his hand, their minds frozen as if in ice. He dared. How could he dare? My precious. My heart and soul. Wang Guilin's spirit seemed jolted back by Jinbeo's howling. With an inhuman shriek, she lunged like a mad dog, grabbing her greasy, beloved grandson. She spun her head sharply, her wrinkled face contorting violently with rage, features twisted out of place. Qin Zhaozhao, you damned beast. They'll tear you apart today. Her bony fingers spread like iron hooks, reaching straight for Qin Zhaozhao's face. Qin Zhaozhao didn't dodge. Just as the mud-stained nails were an inch from his skin, he raised his hand and seized Wang Guilin's wrist. That hand was lean but strong as a steel clamp. Wang Guilin struggled twice, her wrist aching from the grip, but she couldn't move an inch. As if her backbone had been yanked out, her body went limp, and she slid toward the ground. Oh heavens! There's no justice. She plopped onto the cold, muddy ground, kicked her legs wildly, and swung her arms to slap her thighs with sharp. Her performance was 100 times more polished than Qin Jinbeo's earlier act. Beating his own mother. An unfilial son beating his own mother. His own flesh and blood, trying to kill his mother for a few measly coins. Her wails were loud and piercing like a factory loudspeaker, instantly seeping into the ears of neighbors. The son I raised with my own hands. Now he's made it become an official, got rich, and wants my life. I don't want to live anymore, let me die. The cries rose like a stone thrown into a pond, rippling out to draw a crowd outside the courtyard gate. A few heads peeked in, then more and more people gathered. Those returning from work, those holding bowls, blocking the small. Seeing the crowd, Li Tsuehua pinched her own thigh, and tears came on cue. She ran to the door, pointing at Qin Zhaozhao inside, and sobbed to the dark mass of people outside. Everyone be the judge. Come see. An unfilial son has appeared in the Qin family, turning everything upside down. Her finger nearly jabbed Qin Zhaozhao's face, her voice thick with tears and indignation. Just because my mother-in-law wanted to help him save the bonus from the factory and let his older brother take over as team leader, he's turning his back on us. She then pointed at Wang Guilin, who was pounding her chest on the ground. Look everyone, my mother-in-law is this old as she just said a few words, and he tried to hit her. These two black-heart wretches want to drive their own mother to death. The words were half-truths, half-lies, but devastatingly effective. The crowd erupted like oil thrown on a fire. Qin's second son, always so quiet, who knew he had no conscience like this. You never know a person's heart from their $100 and he abandons his own mother. Aunt Lu, who had tipped off Wang Guilin, pursed her lips and sneered. Zhang Wo, you've made it, but don't forget your roots. Your mother raised you and your brother through so much hardship. $100 and your conscience is fed to the dogs. If word gets out, your ancestors will crawl out of their graves to curse you. These remarks like soft knives all stabbed at Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun. Every cut drew blood. Su Yun clutched the empty bowl, her face flushing and paling. She looked at the dense crowd at the door, listened to the harsh accusations, and felt as if a wad of wet cotton was lodged in her throat, choking her breath. Watching her husband's back under 1,000 pointing fingers, she finally mustered courage, stepped forward, and stammered, Mom, let's talk behind closed doors, not let outsiders. Shut up, you jinx. Wang Guilin's wailing stopped abruptly, her eyes slicing like knives. You have no say here. Su Yun flinched at the shout, her brief courage vanishing in an instant. Qin Zhangwo's face had turned a livid purple. He gripped Wang Guilin's wrist, feeling as if it wasn't a hand but a red-hot branding iron searing him to the bone. He wanted to roar, to vent all the grievances and losses of these years. But he couldn't. The moment he spoke had confirmed the crime of talking back to his mother. In this era, the heavy hat of filial piety could crush a man to death. He was nailed to the spot, unable to defend. Inside the house, Wang Guilin's wails, Qin Jinbeo's screams, Li Quihua's accusations. Outside, the neighbors' murmurs rising and falling. All the sounds twisted into a single rope, as if to strangle their family of three. At that moment, Qin Zhaozhao, who had been silent, walked out of the house. Her small figure appeared at the door, neither crying nor fussing. She simply opened her big, dark, grape-like eyes, quietly watching Wang Guilin, throwing a tantrum on the ground, then glanced impassively at the packed crowd at the gate. The clamor in the courtyard seemed snipped short by an invisible pair of scissors. Qin Zhaozhao took small steps, walking over to Qin Jinbao, who was still whimpering on the ground. She crouched down, extended her tiny index finger, and poked the quivering chunk of fat hanging in Qin Jinbeo's tangled hair. Greasy soup stained her hand. She didn't wipe it off. Instead, she raised that oil-smeared finger, slowly stood up, turned around, and faced Wang Guilin, who was still slapping her thighs on the ground. Everyone's eyes were drawn to her strange action. Qin Zhaozhao spoke in a particularly innocent, yet loud. Her voice was so clear that everyone present heard it distinctly. Grandma, stop crying. Wang Guilin's crying paused. She squinted her triangular eyes at the worthless girl and was about to snap, get lost. But Qin Zhaozhao tilted her little head, and in that childish tone asked a question that made everyone's mind buzz. Do you want my dad to give all the money he worked so hard for and the job from the factory to Uncle? At these words, Li Quihua's face instantly changed. Qin Zhaozhao didn't stop. She scanned the neighbors at the door with varied expressions, her voice rising a notch, each word like a small hammer, light but striking everyone's hearts. So that we three, come winter we have no money for coal, come spring no money for food, and we freeze or starve. Boom. This innocent remark was like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. Everyone fell silent. The courtyard was so quiet, only the wind scraping over the wall could be heard. The whispering neighbors at the gate froze, their expressions solidifying. The elders who had accused Qin Zhangwo of being unfilial stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a word. All eyes like iron filings drawn to a magnet shifted in unison from Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun to Wang Guilin, who was still sitting on the ground, frozen in the pose of slapping her thighs. Wang Guilin's cries stopped abruptly. Her mouth hung open as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat, all sound trapped inside. She was struck dumb by the question she couldn't possibly answer in public. Qin Zhaozhao's childish voice, like a scoop of snow water laced with ice shards, extinguished the pot of boiling water that had been heated by greed in the courtyard with a single splash. All the clamor came to an abrupt halt. Wang Guilin remained seated on the ground, her hand frozen, midair, her mouth wide open, emitting a raspy, wheezing sound from her throat, like a leaky bellows resembling an old hen whose neck was being tightly squeezed. Those words struck her like an invisible, muffled hammer, causing her mind to buzz. The 100 phrases of weeping and cursing she had prepared were all blocked in her throat. The dense crowd at the doorway shifted their gazes like iron filings drawn to a magnet, instantly moving from Qin Zhangwo, who had been accused by 1,000 fingers, to Wang Guilin. In those eyes there was no longer any frivolous blame of onlookers, only gleaming, scrutinizing swords of judgment. Qin Zhaozhao gave Wang Guilin no chance to catch her breath or regroup. She took a small step forward, her tiny body like a nail firmly planted in the center of the yard, making sure everyone, uncles and aunties in the yard, grandpas and grandmas, all know a few days ago I was burning with fever and about to die. My parents went to beg Grandma, but she wouldn't lend a single cent, and even snatched away our last half bag of white flour. Her voice was flat, without a trace of tears, yet like tiny pebbles it struck the softest part of everyone's heart, rippling with circles called conscience. Grandma said that white flour was for making steamed buns for Brother Jinbao, and my life wasn't worth more than a bun. She extended her small hand again, pulling over Su Yun, who was trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Su Yun instinctively wanted to shrink back, but her daughter's small yet extraordinarily powerful hand held her tightly. Qin Zhaozhao raised high Su Yun's hand, which had been splashed by the scalding soup. The back of her hand was covered in a shocking red swelling like an ugly brand in the dim light. My mother's hand was burned like this, protecting this bowl of meat meant to nourish my father, yet Grandma and Aunt still tried to snatch it away. Every sentence was truth, every word an accusation. In the crowd, the tide had completely turned. Aunt Lu, who had been sarcastically blaming Qin Zhaozhao just moments ago, now stood with her bowl in hand, her mouth wide enough to hold an egg, utterly unaware that the noodles from her chopsticks had slipped and stuck to her shoe. Oh my God, is this true? Her own granddaughter was dying, and she still came to take the life-saving food. More than that, I saw it with my own eyes. Old man Qin's second son took his wife and daughter to sell egg cakes, and this old hag went to the factory to report them for speculation. Her heart is utterly rotten. I was wondering why Zhang seemed like a different person today. Turns out he was pushed to the brink. If it were me, I would have acted long ago. How could anyone endure this? Those murmurs were no longer whispers, but transformed into arrows of condemnation flying openly toward Wang Guilan. Those gazes made her sit uneasily, her face burning with shame. Su Yun looked at her daughter's small but upright back, listening to the voices around her that for the first time spoke up for her family. A scorching surge rushed from her chest to her eyes. She had been married into the Qin family for over a decade, enduring beatings and curses, being called a barren hen and a jinx, yet no one had ever spoken a word for her. Today, the one who held up the sky for her was her 6-year-old daughter. She could no longer hold back. For the first time, she did not hide behind her husband. For the first time, she was not intimidated by her mother-in-law's predatory glare. She summoned a courage she had never possessed in her life and cried out to the dense crowd at the doorway. We never wanted to fight anyone. We just wanted to survive. My daughter almost died. My husband worked himself to the bone for a small bonus, and we just wanted a bite of meat to keep our family alive. Why is it so hard? This cry, laden with over a decade of grievances, blood, tears, and despair, struck everyone's heart like a heavy iron hammer. Wang Guilan watched the neighbors pointing at her, listening to Su Yun's heart-wrenching cry. The string in her mind called face snapped with a sharp crack. She stopped crying and acting. She scrambled up from the ground with a swiftness unlike an old woman, more like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling. She extended her withered finger, pointing it at Qin Zhaozhao, Su Yun, and Qin Zhaozhao one by one. The wrinkles on her face twitched, her features contorted into a mess like a piece of trampled bark. Rebellion. Everyone's in rebellion. She screeched, her voice stripped of all pretense, leaving only the rawest, most naked brutality and greed. I tell you, as long as I'm still breathing, your second branch will always be the oxen and horses of our old Qin family. Qin Zhaozhao, you came from my womb, and every penny you earn must pass through my hands. Every cent you and your wife make is rightfully mine, and your job belongs to our old Qin family. If I say you give it to your elder brother. She planted her hands on her hips, striking her most practiced pose for a street quarrel, spraying saliva far and wide. You have to support me, support your elder uncle, and support my precious golden grandson. This is the rule set by heaven. Whoever dares to say no is a heartless beast sprung from a stone crack. These shocking, shameless words plunged the entire courtyard into dead silence. Even the wind seemed to stop. The neighbors who had been watching were stunned out of their wits by this speech, standing dumbfounded, their worldview shaken to its core. Good. Qin Zhaozhao replied crisply, her voice like metal striking stone. Everyone's gaze once again focused on this little girl. Qin Zhaozhao lifted her face, her pitch-black eyes staring straight at the frenzied Wang Guilan. Then, like driving a nail into hard frozen ground, she hammered word after word into everyone's ears. Separation of the family. These two words were like a thunderbolt thrown into the yard, blasting everyone into a state of shock. Separation of the family. In an era where filial piety reigned supreme, uttering these two words meant father and son turning against each other, brothers becoming enemies, trampling all blood ties into the dirt and never speaking again. Qin Zhaozhao abruptly lowered his head to look at his daughter. She stood there, her tiny body like a spear piercing the darkness, planted straight into the ground, shielding him and his wife from all the hidden arrows flying their way. He then looked at his wife, who was trembling and crying beside him. Su Yun's face was covered in tears, but this time her body did not shrink back. Instead, she gripped his arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. She held on so hard that it caused Qin Zhaozhao a sharp pain. This pain, like a bolt of lightning, instantly cleaved through his chaotic and numb mind. The last shred of ridiculous hesitation lingering in his heart, due to filial piety, was utterly crushed by this force. The volcano, suppressed for over 30 years, finally found its vent. He first lowered his head, his broad shoulders shaking violently, like a trapped beast gathering its last strength. The next second, he raised his head abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, like a bull driven to a dead end, gleaming with a madness of mutual destruction. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with his daughter, his body as straight as an unyielding steel spear. With all his strength, he roared at the stunned Wang Guilan and at all the witnesses at the doorway, shouting the loudest, most defiant, and most resolute words of his life. Yes, separation. Today. This roar shook the dust from the doorframe, making everyone's ears ring. Su Yun's sobbing stopped. Li Zuihua's calculating smile froze. Qin Zhaozhao instinctively stepped back half a step, not daring to meet his younger brother's murderous gaze. Wang Guilin was also stunned. She never dreamed that her mute son, the useless wretch who took her beatings and curses without a peep, would actually dare to shout those two words. Qin Zhaozhao paid no attention to anyone's shock. She raised her head, her small face expressionless, and announced the final verdict to Wang Guilin and everyone else with a near-cold calm. We'll go and invite the village chief right now. Write it down in black and white, seal it with fingerprints. From now on, your elder branch is yours, and our second branch is ours. We won't short you a single cent for your support. But from today onward, not a needle, not a thread of our belongings will you. The word separation struck like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, exploding within the Qin family courtyard and leaving everyone's ears ringing. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence, as if even the wind had ceased. Wang Guilin's twisted face seemed frozen, all her arrogance and shrewishness solidified upon it. She never dreamed that those two words would be roared from the mouth of her worthless second son, Qin Zhaozhao. The dense crowd at the doorway seemed collectively struck by an acupoint. Their expressions of idle curiosity remained plastered on their faces, yet each one had forgotten to utter a sound. In this era, a separation required reporting to the village committee and severing ties. It was a monumental affair. Qin Zhaozhao and Li Zuohua exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and a hint of panic in each other's eyes. They had never imagined that this brother whom they had always manipulated at will would truly dare to take this step. Fine. Wang Guilin finally regained her composure, trembling with rage as she pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, spitting out 3 consecutive "Fineness. You've grown capable, Qin Zhaozhao. You dare mention separation to me. Today I'll show you how without my Qin family your family of 3 will starve on the streets." She spun around abruptly and shouted at the crowd, "Who will go? Who will fetch the village chief for me? Today I want to cast this unfilial son out in front of the entire village. Let him leave with nothing." Immediately, a meddlesome person scurried off toward the village committee. Before long, an old man with graying hair, a tobacco pipe dangling from his lips, approached with his hands behind his back and a furrowed brow. It was Li Fugui, the village chief of Shangyang village. Stepping into the courtyard and taking in the tense standoff and the mess on the ground, he sighed heavily and knocked the ash from his pipe against his shoe sole. "Sister-in-law Guilin Zhangwo, what's this commotion about again? You're all family. Can't you talk things out properly without making a spectacle for the whole village?" The moment Wang Guilin saw the village chief, her backbone stiffened instantly. She stepped forward, first pointing at Qin Zhaozhao and weeping, "Village chief, you must do justice for me. This son of mine has grown accomplished, his wings hardened. He's barely landed a temporary job at the town factory, and now he finds me his own mother an eyesore and insists on separating. He's trying to drive me to death." Li Fugui looked at Qin Zhaozhao, his frown deepening. "Zhangwo is what your mother says." Qin Zhaozhao said nothing, merely silently raised his wrist marked with bloody scratches from Wang Guilin before the village chief. He also pointed to Su Yuan, who was crying with reddened eyes, and his daughter, who remained eerily calm throughout. Not a word was spoken, yet the meaning was clear to all. Li Fugui swept his gaze over the neighbors' expressions and grasped 7 or 8 parts of the truth. He cleared his throat. Since both sides have harbored thoughts of separation, it seems life indeed cannot be shared. "Sister-in-law Guilin Zhangwo, tell me, how do you wish to divide things?" Wang Guilin had been waiting for these words. Believing she had a grip on Qin Zhangwo's weakness, a venomous calculation surfaced on her face. "Village chief, since he wants to separate, let it be clean and thorough." She enunciated each word with ruthless finality. "I raised Qin Zhaozhao, and now he wants to stand on his own. Fine. Leave with nothing. These 3 main rooms of our Qin family, the courtyard, and the few acres of land allotted to us were all left by my old man. They have nothing to do with Qin Zhaozhao. He can't take a single thing." Li Zuohua chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Exactly. Mother is doing this for their own good. If they lack the means yet want to live independently, they need to suffer a bit to appreciate how good home is. Once they can't make it outside, they'll know to come back and beg mother." Qin Zhaozhao also puffed out his chest, feigning magnanimity. "Zhangwo, just listen to mother. After all, you're the younger brother." The moment these conditions were laid out, even the neighbors watching couldn't help but gasp. That's too harsh. Leaving with nothing in the dead of winter. Where will their family of 3 live? Indeed, not even giving them land. This is driving them to the wall. Exactly. Qin II is just a temporary worker at the Red Star factory. The factory won't allocate him housing, will it? Wang Guilin grew even more smug hearing these murmurs. She wanted to push Qin Zhaozhao to the brink, force him to kneel, and beg her. All eyes fell upon Qin Zhaozhao, waiting for him to retort, to relent. But he only lowered his head and looked at his daughter standing before him. Qin Zhaozhao gave him a firm nod. At that moment, Qin Zhaozhao's heart was filled with unprecedented calm. He recalled 30 years of being driven like an ox, cursed like a piece of wood. He remembered his wife's endless tears, his helpless despair when his daughter burned with fever. This chain called family had choked him until he could barely breathe. Today his daughter had handed him a pair of scissors. He would cut it himself, even if it meant bleeding flesh. He would not hesitate. He raised his head, facing Wang Guilin's triumphant expression and the sympathetic gazes of the crowd, opened his mouth, and uttered a single word that made everyone's jaws drop. "Fine." The entire courtyard fell into dead silence once more. The smugness on Wang Guilin's face froze. Li Zuohua and Qin Zhaozhao's scheming froze as well. Even village chief Li Fugui thought he had misheard. "Zhangwo, You must think this through clearly. Once the papers are signed, there's no turning back. I've thought it through clearly. Qin Zhaozhao spoke with resolute finality, each word hammered from his chest. Wang Guilan was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable ecstasy. Fearing Qin Zhaozhao would change his mind, she urged the village chief. Village chief, you heard him. He agreed himself. Quick, write it down. Put it in black and white, and press fingerprints. Li Fugui shook his head, pulled paper and pen from his pocket, and bent over the worn stone table in the yard. By the dim light, he quickly drafted a separation agreement. It clearly stated by mutual consent Qin Zhaozhao voluntarily relinquishes all family property, including the old house and farmland, severing ties with the Qin family, leaving with nothing. For support, Qin Zhaozhao must pay Wang Guilan a monthly alimony of 5 yuan. Come, press your fingerprint. Qin Zhaozhao picked up the agreement, didn't even glance at it, and directly pressed his thumb heavily onto the ink pad. The red mark like a period ended his humiliating past. Wang Guilan eagerly snatched it and viciously pressed her own fingerprint as well. 3 copies were made with the village chief as witness. When the last agreement was signed, Wang Guilan stuffed her copy into her bosom, unable to hide her petty triumph. She looked at Qin Zhaozhao's family of 3 as if they were stray dogs about to be driven out, her words cutting like knives. Get out. Get out of this house right now. Let's see how you'll survive with no place to live, no food to eat. Will you freeze to death outside this winter? She planted her hands on her hips, laughing arrogantly. Don't come crying back to me then. Our Qin family's threshold isn't so easy to cross. Su Yun's face was deathly pale, her body swaying, and Qin Zhaozhao steadied her. Just as Wang Guilan's family reveled in their victory, Qin Zhaozhao's clear, childish voice rang out again. Dad. She looked up at Qin Zhaozhao. Show Grandma our new home. Let her see. New home? What new home? Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Wang Guilan's laughter stopped abruptly, and she eyed this worthless little girl, suspiciously wondering what trick she was pulling. Under the bewildered gaze of all, Qin Zhaozhao straightened his back. He reached into his innermost pocket, his movements slow and solemn. What he pulled out was not money or tickets, but a brand new booklet with a red hardcover. He snapped it open before everyone. In the dim light from the doorway, the gold embossed characters on the booklet stung everyone's eyes. House ownership certificate. Village chief Li Fugui, being closest, leaned in and read aloud, his voice trembling with shock. Location: Qinghe, town Xiangyang Alley No. 3. Building area. Good heavens, a 2-story building with a courtyard. Dead silence fell over the crowd. The smiles on Wang Guilan and Li Quihua's faces seemed frozen by a spell, completely rigid. Their eyes bulged like copper bells fixed on the red deed, the color draining from their faces at a visible pace, turning deathly pale. Outside the courtyard, the roar of an engine approached from afar, beating like war drums against every heart. Suddenly, 2 piercing beams of light appeared at the courtyard gate, like merciless swords, shattering the dimness of the Qin family's small yard into fragments. Then the domineering and soul-stirring roar of the engine crushed all murmurs and heartbeats, leaving the world with only a single sound. Chug, chug, chug. A green walking tractor rumbled to a majestic stop before everyone. Its fresh coat of green paint gleamed with an alluring luster in the twilight. Before the engine died, a man in blue overalls reeking of motor oil jumped down from the driver's seat. He strode straight through the stunned crowd, stopped before Qin Zhaozhao, flashed a grin of snow-white teeth, and bellowed in a voice as loud as a factory broadcast, "Brother Zhaozhao, I've brought the tractor for you." That single call of "Brother Zhaozhao" hit like a boulder crashing into a placid pond, making every heart in the yard lurch violently. Qin Zhaozhao didn't spare Wang Guilan another glance. He held the red booklet that had sealed the fate of his family between 2 fingers, as if clutching his very life. He folded the booklet in half, then again, and carefully tucked it into the pocket closest to his chest. Then he raised his calloused hand and patted his chest firmly, as if confirming this was no dream. Having done all this, he nodded calmly at the driver. Then he turned and strode purposefully toward his own low, dilapidated. Xiao and Zhaozhao were moving. Su Yun's mind was a blank, her limbs numb and uncoordinated. Led by her husband, she stumbled along as if treading on clouds, mechanically following him into the house. Qin Zhaozhao took nothing else. He walked to the brick bed and yanked up the 2 tattered quilts. The quilts were thin and stiff, exuding a complex odor of dampness and sunlight, covered in patches of various colors. One of them even sewn from Su Yun's old headscarf. These were their wedding quilts, used for over a decade. He rolled them into a bundle, tied it tightly with straw rope, and hoisted it. Su Yun snapped back to reality and began to help. She walked to the corner, picked up the battered, paint-chipped wooden chest. One corner cracked open, revealing a few patched old clothes inside. Finally, Qin Zhaozhao went to the stove and lifted the iron pot, blackened by smoke. Its bottom was so thin it was almost translucent, and the rim bore a chip, the mark of Wang Guilan's fury last time. This was all the worldly possessions of their second branch of the family. When Qin Zhaozhao emerged again, the bundle of ragged quilts on his shoulder, and Su Yun clutching the broken chest, every breath in the yard stopped. They watched as Qin Zhaozhao gently placed the moldy, tattered bedding into the bed of the brand new tractor. That faded, patch-covered quilt thrown into the gleaming green bed looked like a clump of ugly mud on a fine piece. They watched as Su Yun carefully set the old wooden chest and the black iron pot inside as well. The black iron pot clanged against the metal bed, a sharp sound that made every heart shudder violently. This absurd yet real scene struck with an impact 10,000 times more powerful than the house deed. The crowd erupted completely. My heavens! This tractor! It's brand new. Look at the tires, they're barely dirty. I didn't see the deed clearly, but this tractor is real. This thing must cost at least 800 or 1,000, right? More than that. You can't even buy one with cash now, or you need a ration ticket. What kind of deity descended to help Qin Zhaozhao? No wonder he dared to leave with nothing. He couldn't care less about this old dump. He has a 2-story house in town and a tractor to drive. Those who had pitted Qin Zhaozhao's family now had faces burning with scalding envy and jealousy. Aunt Lu, who had sided with Wang Guilin, trembled so violently that the bowl in her hands shook like a sieve. She looked at the tractor, then at the cornmeal porridge in her own bowl, her face drained of color, lips quivering, unable to utter a word. This wasn't just getting rich, it was a leap to heaven. Li Qihua's eyes were fixed on the tractor, almost popping out of what burned within them was not jealousy, but a venomous hatred that could incinerate a person. She viciously twisted the arm of Qin Zhaozhao, beside her nails nearly digging into his flesh. You dead man. What are you standing there for? That's a tractor. A hen that lays golden eggs. If you don't grab his leg now, you'll be eating wind for the rest of your life. She hissed, her voice sharp as dripping blood screaming into her man's ear. Go stop him. He's your brother. What's his? Go hug his leg. Say you were wrong. Make him take us with him. That's money. That's a building. Qin Zhaozhao winced from her, pinching his own heart, burning with anxiety. Right, he was his own blood brother. Why should he get a house and a tractor? But when he mustered the courage to step forward and met Qin Zhaozhao's gaze, he was frozen to the spot. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing, just looked at him calmly. It wasn't pleading anger or showing off. It was a calm he had never seen before, a calm from on high, like a man on a mountaintop looking down at an ant at the base. Qin Zhaozhao's legs trembled, a chill shooting from his soles to his head. He felt that if he took one more step, Qin Zhaozhao would unhesitatingly break his leg with a single punch. He chickened out. Completely. He shrank back, hiding behind Li Tsuehua. You useless piece of trash. Li Tsuehua twisted his waist in fear. Just then Wang Guilin, who had been collapsed on the ground, as if her soul had been drained, finally snapped back from the twin blows of the house deed and the tractor. She watched Qin Zhaozhao help Su Yuan and Qin Zhaozhao into the tractor bed, watched him prepare to take the driver's seat, watched him about to vanish from her sight with this immense fortune. A bloody taste surged from her throat. What had she schemed and calculated for all her life? Wasn't it for her eldest son, her precious grandson, to hoard every good thing in the Qin family for herself? Now the biggest piece of fat, the one she had thrown away with her own hands, had grown legs and was about to run. Oh! A guttural roar like a wounded beast tore from Wang Guilin's throat. She leaped up from the ground like a mad beast, hair disheveled, charging at Qin Zhaozhao. Mine! It's all mine. The money is mine. The house is mine. The tractor is mine too. She roared incoherently, her target not his face, but the key ring dangling from the tractor. Her withered hands spread wide, 10 fingernails like eagle talons reaching straight for the keys. You little beast. I won't let you go. He'll fight you to the death today. Qin Zhaozhao did not dodge, nor did he turn back to rebuke. He merely reached out, and just as Wang Guilin's hand was about to touch the keys, seized her wrist. Out! Wang Guilin cried out in pain, feeling as if her wrist bones were being crushed by her son. She could no longer move forward, the force pulled her into a stumble, and the madness on her face was instantly replaced. Without even glancing at her, Qin Zhaozhao expressionlessly flung her hand away from the keys, as if discarding something. This action drained the last vestiges of strength from Wang Guilin. She fell heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, her palm landing on a sharp stone, sending a piercing chill through her body. The physical pain was nothing compared to the terror in her heart. Gazing at Qin Zhaozhao's cold, indifferent back, she knew everything was lost today. No, it couldn't end. Her eyes darted frantically like a cornered venomous snake, seeking one last chance to strike. She stopped crying and wailing, instead lifting her head abruptly, pointing at Qin Zhaozhao and shouting to everyone in the yard with all her might, spewing the most vicious slander. Thief. He's a thief. This house, this tractor. He stole them all. Our Qin family has been honest for 8 generations. How did we end up with such a thieving brat? This shriek silenced the yard more than any curse. Wang Guilin beat the ground as she cried, Village chief, everyone judge for yourselves. This money is ill-gotten. He'll be shot for it. Don't let him escape. Arrest. The accusation of thief was heavy and dark. The envy and jealousy that had just boiled over in the yard cooled. The fiery envy and jealousy in the yard were doused like a bucket of ice water. The murmurs ceased and suspicious, scrutinizing gazes wavered between Qin Zhaozhao and Wang Guilin. Stolen? No way. But it's possible. With their family situation, how could they suddenly afford a building and a The money came too fast. If it's true, Qin Zhaozhao is too bold, he's risking his life. The tide of opinion was about to turn again. Su Yuan's face turned deathly pale, and she trembled with rage. This was slander. They were trying to destroy. Su Yuan's face went completely white, her lips quivering with fury. This was slander. They were trying to ruin them all. She could no longer hold back, stepping forward to confront Wang Guilin. Mom. A small hand tugged at her clothes, its gentle force instantly calming her. Su Yuan turned and saw her daughter Qin Zhaozhao shaking her head, her dark eyes devoid of any panic. Qin Zhaozhao, let go, didn't get on the tractor, but walked out from behind Su Yuan, standing in the middle of the yard. Her small figure was like a stabilizing pillar, calming the commotion. She first looked around at the neighbors, then turned to Wang Guolan, who was sitting on the ground, making a scene. Grandma, you say my dad's money was stolen or robbed. Her voice was soft, but clear to everyone. I want to ask, at the Red Star Machinery Factory, my dad worked hard with his skills, never fearing hardship. The blisters on his hands never healed. He went from an ordinary worker to a technician, and the factory rewarded him with a 100 yuan bonus. This money was earned by my dad's sweat. Is that stealing? At these words, someone in the crowd let out an "ah," clearly aware of the matter. Let me ask again. Qin Zhaozhao stepped closer to Wang Guolan. My mom worried about my dad's hard work and my health. She got up before dawn. In the bitter winter, her hands soaked in ice water to knead dough, the cracks on her hands never healing. She made egg cakes and sold them at the town supply cooperative one by one, saving every dime. This money was earned by my mom's blood and sweat. Is that robbery? Her small finger pointed at Wang Guolan. Have you ever eaten a single egg cake my mom made? On the day my dad brought home his bonus, did you ask if he was tired? This money was earned by my parents leaving before dawn and returning after dark, penny by penny, drop by drop of sweat. You never lifted a finger, never cared for us. How dare you open your mouth and throw mud on us? What right do you have to come and snatch it away? A woman who had just returned from town could no longer hold back, slapping her thigh and shouting, "Oh, I remember now. The woman selling egg cakes in town is Zhang Wo's wife. I queued up and bought some today." So the line was long, business was booming. At these words, the crowd erupted. So Su Yuan made those egg cakes. No wonder they were so delicious. I told you, they earn money with their skills. This old woman is truly wicked. Her own son and daughter-in-law are successful, and instead of being happy, she slanders them as thieves. What kind of heart is that? Qin Zhaozhao did not stop. Her small finger pointed at Wang Guolan, her voice rising to ensure everyone heard clearly. My parents earn money to cure my illness, to let our family eat full meals and live a good life. Is that wrong? Or is it that because my parents didn't hand over all their money to you to buy meat and white flour buns for your precious eldest grandson Qin Jinbao, it's considered stealing or robbing? Grandma, in front of the whole village, tell everyone. Whose logic is this? This final retort struck Wang Guolan's heart and tore away the last shred of her hypocritical mask. All the villagers were now clear-headed. The looks directed at Wang Guolan held not a trace of sympathy, only naked contempt and disgust. So it's for the eldest grandson. I knew it. Such blatant favoritism. For the eldest son, she's driving the second son to the wall. How despicable. Aren't her own son and granddaughter human? Wang Guolan was stunned by the barrage of questions, pierced by the contemptuous murmurs around her. Her mouth hung open, a gurgling sound in her throat. She wanted to retort, to curse, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Her face flushed red, then purple, then a deathly gray. She had lost. Utterly defeated, with the last shred of her dignity trampled into the mud by the granddaughter she had always despised in front of the entire village. Qin Zhaozhao turned back, taking one last look at the dilapidated house where he had lived for 30 years, then at Wang Guolan, now a crumpled mess on the ground. His eyes held no hatred, only complete estrangement. He walked over, bent down, and scooped up Qin Zhaozhao, seating her in his strong arms. Then he reached out with his other hand and firmly grasped Su Yuan, who was already in tears. Let's go home. Without looking back, holding his wife and carrying his daughter, he strode toward the brand new tractor. The family of three, under the shocked, envious, jealous, and complex gazes of the entire village, climbed aboard. Qin Zhaozhao started the tractor. Poot, poot, poot. The roar of the engine, like a victory anthem, carried the family away, leaving Wang Guolan's face twisted with envy and venom in a cloud of dust. The vehicle bed lurched forward, the wind plastering Su Yuan's face. She clung tightly to the chipped wooden box, her nails digging into the cracked wood, watching the dark ridges and tree shadows on either side of the road blur past in a rush. She felt as if she were in a dream. This was the land that had raised her, yet it had also confined her for over a decade. Tears fell splashing onto the back of her hand. She didn't wipe them away, just stared wide-eyed as the small village vanished completely into the night, swallowed by the put-poot-poot of the tractor. It wasn't sadness, nor was it grievance. It was like a person drowning underwater, suddenly hauled onto the shore, able only to gasp for air, unable to think of anything else. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, but her shoulders trembled violently, causing the wooden box in her arms to jolt. Qin Zhaozhao sat in front, his hands welded to the handlebars, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging one by one. The tractor's vibration numbed his palms, but he felt nothing. His back was as straight as a steel rod. The boulder that had weighed on his heart for over 30 years had finally been lifted. He took a deep breath, the air filled with the pungent, invigorating scent of earth and weeds. Qin Zhaozhao was held tightly in Su Yuan's arms, and she could feel her mother's body trembling. She said nothing, only reached out her small hand, patting her mother's arm rhythmically. The tractor entered the town and slowed. A few scattered pedestrians on the street turned their heads for a second look at the brand new tractor. Relying on his memory, Qin Zhaozhao steered the vehicle into an alley. The alley was not wide, paved with stone slabs, far cleaner than the muddy village roads. The black mercantile houses on either side exuded an air of dignity, even in the darkness. The vehicle stopped before a house in the middle of the alley. It was a two-story building with black brick walls, wooden windows, and a small courtyard enclosed by a waist-high wall. The courtyard gate was made of 2 wooden panels adorned with brass rings. "We're here." Qin Zhaozhao killed the engine and jumped down, his voice sounding somewhat ethereal. Su Yuan, carrying Qin Zhaozhao, also got off. Standing before the gate, she felt dazed. Was this Their new home. Qin Zhaozhao pulled a red booklet from his innermost pocket, then fished out a set of keys from another. His hands trembled slightly. He selected the largest key and aimed it at the lock, poking several times before it slid in. Click. The lock opened. Qin Zhaozhao pushed the door open, and a gust of air carrying the smell of dust and dry wood rushed out. He didn't enter immediately, but stepped aside, clearing the doorway, and said to Su Yuan and Qin Zhaozhao, "Go on in. We're home." Su Yun's tears flowed again, a broken string. Holding Qin Zhaozhao's hand, she stumbled into the courtyard. The yard was small, paved with smooth bluestone slabs with a hand pump well in the corner. Directly opposite the gate stood the two-story building. 3 rooms downstairs, 2 upstairs. The windows were dark hollows like human eyes. Everything was so new it made one's heart uneasy. Qin Zhaozhao unloaded the bundle of tattered quilts and the black iron pot from the vehicle, placing them in the middle of the yard. Those patched quilts, layers upon layers of patches, looked glaringly out of place against the clean courtyard. Su Yun set down the wooden box. She reached out to touch the doorframe of the main hall, but her hand stopped midair and quickly withdrew. She looked at her hand covered in dust. She was afraid of dirtying the door. More than that, she feared it was a dream that would shatter at her touch. Qin Zhaozhao walked over, grabbed her hand, and pressed her palm firmly against the doorframe. The wood was cool, hard, and solid. "Xiao Yun, it's real." His voice was low, as if forced from his chest. "This is our home." Su Yun could hold back no longer. She spun around, burying her face in her husband's shoulder, crying out all the anger, fear, exhaustion of the past decade, and the overwhelming, confusing joy of the present moment. Her sobs were muffled like a child who had suffered a great injustice and finally found someone to champion her. Qin Zhaozhao held her, this man who had been silent his whole life, his own shoulders trembling. He looked at the empty courtyard, thinking of the home they had just fled, a lump of pain forming in his throat. Just as the two were crying in each other's arms, a crisp voice sounded. "Dad, Mom." Qin Zhaozhao wriggled out of Su Yun's embrace, tilting her little face up to look at them. "Don't cry." Her small face was expressionless, but her words were like a little adult's. "It's already pitch dark. If we don't tidy up, the 3 of us will have to sleep on the floor tonight." Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's crying stopped abruptly, as if cut off. They looked down at their daughter standing before them with a serious face, and for a moment didn't know how to react. Qin Zhaozhao, she trotted around the yard on her short legs. She ran to the well, stood on tiptoe, and tried to pump the handle a couple of times, but it wouldn't budge. Then she ran into the main hall, pushing open all the doors and windows to let the dusty air disperse. Finally, she walked back to the pile of belongings, pointed at the bundle of quilts, and began assigning tasks. "Dad, you're strong. Carry the quilts and boxes upstairs. We'll sleep upstairs tonight, it's drier there." "Mom, find the kitchen and see if there's any firewood. We need to boil some water first to wipe down the rooms and heat the calm." She paused, then added, her tone especially serious. "Also, we need to hurry and buy rice and vegetables, or we'll have to go to bed hungry tonight." Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun looked at each other, both stunned. Looking at their daughter's earnest little face, watching her lay out tasks one by one, the overwhelming mix of emotion and bitterness from moments ago transformed into a strange feeling, both wanting to laugh and cry. Who was the head of this household anyway? What are you standing around for? Qin Zhaozhao urged when she saw them not moving. "Our new life starts tonight." Qin Zhaozhao looked at his daughter and suddenly let out a chuckle. He roughly wiped his face with his hand, and the lingering unease in his heart was completely dispelled by his daughter's words. Yes, this wasn't a dream. This was the beginning of a new life. Without another word, he hoisted the bundle of quilts onto his shoulder and strode upstairs. Su Yun also dried her tears, a smile appearing on her face, a smile that sprang from deep within. She picked up the battered wooden box and followed her husband. Qin Zhaozhao nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked over to the black iron pot. She grabbed the rim with both small hands, held her breath, and strained with all her might, trying to drag the pot into the kitchen. The pot was too heavy, her little face flushed red, and she only managed to scrape a white mark across the bluestone, accompanied by a harsh screeching sound. Su Yun put down the box, quickly ran over, and took the pot from her daughter's hands. "Zhaozhao, let Mom handle it." She lifted the pot with one hand, looking at her daughter's flushed face, her heart aching and softening. She crouched down and hugged her daughter tightly. "Zhaozhao, thank you." Qin Zhaozhao was hugged so tightly she could barely breathe. She patted Su Yun's back and said in her little adult tone, "Mom, save the sentiment for later. Get to work. Tonight I want to have some hot porridge." The roar of the tractor as Qin Zhaozhao's family left the village was like a blunt blade, severing the tranquility at the village entrance and snapping the last thread of reason in Wang Gillen's mind. She stumbled forward, her legs weak, clinging desperately to the doorframe to keep from falling. At the end of the muddy road, that patch of green carrying all her hopes shrank into a speck and vanished. Wang Gillen's eyes bulged as if they would split, staring fixedly in that direction, as if she could bore a hole through the road. A lump of air was trapped in her chest, unable to be drawn in or expelled, and a strange rasping sound escaped her throat. The murmurs of the surrounding villagers buzzed into her ears like countless flies. "They're gone, really gone. Did you see that tractor? Brand new. A 2-story house in town, my goodness. They're city folk now who'd want this shabby yard." Each word was like a red-hot needle piercing Wang Guilan's heart. Her money, her precious grandson, her leverage over Qin Zhaozhao, all gone. It was she herself who had driven away this son, her golden goose, out the door. "No." A cracked sound squeezed from Wang Guilan's throat. She abruptly pushed off the doorframe and, disregarding everything, lunged forward to chase. But the moment she took a step, her legs gave way, and she crashed to her knees with a thud. Her kneecaps struck the gravel sharply, and the pain darkened her vision. Mine. It's all mine. Like a wounded stray dog, she clawed at the ground with hands and feet, trying to rise, muttering incoherently, "The house is mine, the car is mine too." Li Tsuehua, standing nearby, was terrified by her mother-in-law's frenzied state. She shrank back and grabbed her husband. "Look at her, she's gone mad." "Jianhua, what? What do we do?" Qin Zhaozhao was stunned too, staring at his mother writhing on the ground, his legs feeling like lead, unable to move a step. The villagers pointed and whispered, their voices growing louder. What a sin, all brought on by herself. She treated the second son's family like beasts of burden, and now they're gone, she can't take it. A woman holding a child pursed her lips and taught her little one, "See this. Never be like this old grandma. A heart too black will bring its own retribution." The word struck Wang Guilan's face like a sharp slap. She jerked her head up, her disheveled hair covering her face, her bloodshot eyes sweeping viciously over everyone around. "What are you looking at? Get lost, all of you!" She screamed with all her might. But the voice had lost its former authority, leaving only a hollow bluster. She thought of Qin Zhangwo's family living in a two-story house eating fatty meat, and that worthless granddaughter wearing new clothes. Then she thought of her own precious grandson, Baogan, still in patched pants, drooling with envy. A surge of fury erupted from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. Unfair. "Oh!" A piercing shriek escaped Wang Guilan. She pushed herself up, swaying, and staggered to her feet. She ignored the villagers and her useless eldest son, turning instead to rush unsteadily back into the yard, her target clear. The west room that Qin Zhangwo's family had just vacated. Their scent still lingered there. She would smash it. Smash everything in it to pieces. Just as one foot crossed the threshold of the west room, her vision went black and the world spun wildly. The old locust tree at the village entrance swayed into 7 or 8 shadows in her sight. "Gah!" A strange sound like a choked cry squeezed from deep in her throat. Then her eyes rolled back, her body went limp, and she fell straight backward like a sack of unwanted grain. Thud! The back of her head struck the stone steps in the yard with a sickening dull thud. She lay sprawled on the cold muddy ground, twitched twice, and then was utterly still. In that moment the yard fell dead silent. "Ma! Ma! What's wrong, Ma?" Li Tsuehua let out a short sharp scream, but stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. Qin Jianhua's mind went blank, then he finally snapped out of it and scrambled over. "Ma! Wake up!" He crouched down trembling and reached out a shaking hand to feel under Wang Guilan's nose. The faint breath brushed against his quivering fingers. She's still breathing. Still breathing. Clinging to this lifeline, he turned and roared at Li Tsuehua. "Quick, Tsuehua, come help me get Ma inside." Li Tsuehua shuffled over, looking at Wang Guilan's ashen face with a mix of disgust and fear. "This? What do we do now? Why did she faint?" She whispered, her eyes darting shrewdly. "Jianhua, if we take her to the clinic, how much will it cost?" Qin Jianhua's heart sank at her words. Yes, seeing a doctor and buying medicine. None of it came free. Torn between anxiety and anger, he shouted at Li Tsuehua, "Is this the time to worry about money? Saving her is what matters. Get over here and help." The two of them, one pulling an arm and the other a leg, tried to lift Wang Guilan. But she was dead weight. After several attempts, Qin Jianhua slipped and nearly fell, covering them both in dust. The villagers were now thoroughly entertained. "Oh my, look at the eldest son and his wife. Their mother's on the ground, and the wife is still counting pennies. This family is rotten to the core. Indeed, with their biggest cash cow gone, and the old lady sick, tisk, tough days ahead." Every word drifted into Qin Jianhua and Li Tsuehua's ears. Li Tsuehua's face turned white with rage as she wanted to curse, but dared not with so many eyes on her. Qin Jianhua felt his face burn with shame, wishing he could crawl into a hole. In the midst of the chaos, village chief Li Fugui stepped out from behind the crowd, hands clasped behind his back. He looked at Wang Guilan lying unconscious, then at the helpless Qin Jianhua and his wife, and let out a heavy sigh. "All right, stop gawking, everyone get back to your business." He waved the villagers away, dispersing the onlookers. Then he walked up to Qin Jianhua, pointed at the woman on the ground with his pipe, and frowned. "What are you standing there for? Get some people, find a door panel, and carry your mother inside. If she stays on the ground any longer, she'll catch her death, even if she isn't sick." Qin Jianhua, finding his anchor, nodded quickly. Yes, the chief is right." Li Fugui shook his head at the man's utter disorientation, filled with a sense of lament. "The heart is made of flesh. If you wound someone deeply and drain their blood, how can you expect them to be filial as before? There's no such good fortune in this world." He said no more, turned and walked away, leaving only a phrase drifting in the wind. "You reap what you sow." In stark contrast to the commotion at the old residence, the aroma of home-cooked dishes was wafting from the two-story building in town. A new iron pot sat on a new coal stove filled with snow-white rice bubbling with steam. Qin Zhangwo crouched by the stove, pulling the bellows rhythmically. The flames leaped high, casting a ruddy glow on his. Su Yuan was chopping vegetables at a small table nearby. She had specially bought a fingerwood strip of pork belly from the supply cooperative today, perfectly marbled with fat and lean, sliced thin. Paired with green garlic she brought from home, it sizzled and released an explosive fragrance as it hit the pan. She also made a pumpkin stir-fry with eggs and tender pumpkin picked from the corner of the yard, golden and inviting. No quarrels, no insinuations, no eyes watching to see who got an extra piece of meat. The air was filled only with the scent of food and the steady, peaceful breathing of the family. Qin Zhaozhao moved a small stool, obediently sitting at the doorstep, her little legs swinging back and forth. Watching her busy parents, she felt a profound sense of security. This was home, a home truly their own. The meal was soon served on a small square table. The three of them sat around it without any crowding. There was white rice, a plate of garlic sprout stir-fried pork, and a dish of pumpkin scrambled eggs. Qin Zhaozhao picked generous portions of meat for his daughter and wife. The pork slices were slightly curled at the edges, the fatty parts translucent and glistening with oil. Eat more. He urged, his words clumsy, his only way of showing love being to heap food into their bowls. Su Yun returned the gesture, adding meat to his bowl. You eat too, you've worked all day. Qin Zhaozhao buried her head in her rice, her little mouth stuffed full like a small hamster. This meal tasted exceptionally good to her. Every grain of rice was sweet, and every bite of the dishes was delicious. After dinner, Su Yun swiftly cleared the table and washed the dishes. Qin Zhaozhao went to inspect the newly installed doors and windows, tapping and pushing here and there to ensure everything was perfectly sealed. Qin Zhaozhao sat in the middle of the yard, still perched on her little stool. She picked up a twig and earnestly drew a circle on the dirt floor at her feet. The circle was far from perfect, crooked and uneven, but she drew it with great effort. When Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun finished their chores, they saw their daughter sitting there alone, scratching at the ground, and came over. Zhaozhao, what are you drawing? Su Yun asked with a smile, reaching out to pick her up. But Qin Zhaozhao thrust the twig into the ground, cleared her throat like an adult, and put on a serious expression. Mom, Dad, we have a new home now. She began, her voice babyish, but her words resolute. From today on, our family is officially open for business. Open for business. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding their daughter's meaning. Qin Zhaozhao pointed the twig at Su Yun and declared like a little adult, Mom, the egg cakes you make are so delicious, we can't just let that go to waste. From now on, we'll sell them exclusively. I've even thought of the name, Su Yun Foods. Su Yun Foods. Su Yun repeated the 4 words, and her heart skipped a beat. All her life, her name had been used only in relation to others. Qin Zhaozhao's wife, Beijin's second in-law, Zhaozhao's mother. Her own given name had long gone unspoken. Now her daughter had named her craft after her. It was a strange sensation, as if a forgotten corner of her heart had suddenly been illuminated by a beam of light. Qin Zhaozhao didn't give them much time to react. She turned the twig toward Qin Zhaozhao. Dad, your craftsmanship is so good. The furniture you make is sturdy and beautiful. We can't just do odd jobs for others forever. We need to do our own work. Make our own furniture. Qin Zhaozhao's breath caught. Of course he had thought about it, dreamed about it. But he had no capital, no connections, and certainly not the courage. Zhaozhao, this. He started wanting to say it. Qin Zhaozhao cut him off, jabbing the twig heavily into the center of the circle she had drawn. Our furniture needs, let's call it, Hua brand. Hua. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun uttered the name simultaneously. Qin Zhaozhao nodded vigorously. Yes. Hu for protect, Hua for child. The brand that protects Zhaozhao. The 2 words like a pair of warm hands pressed directly against the couple's hearts. They had toiled and endured countless hardships and grievances all their lives. For what? Wasn't it to protect the little child by their side? They had been treated like beasts of burden by the second son's family, their blood and sweat drained to support the eldest branch. Their granddaughter had been deemed worthless, not even worthy of a full meal. Scenes from the old residence flooded back in an instant. Why had they fought so desperately to escape? Wasn't it to protect their daughter, to ensure she had enough to eat and where to grow up like a normal child? Hua. Qin Zhaozhao savored the name, his rough hands clenching into fists, his knuckles turning white. He had been meek and submissive his whole life, letting others walk all over him without daring to breathe too loudly. But for his daughter, he had dared to slam the table against his own mother and leave home with his wife and child penniless. This name was the very source of his courage. Su Yun's eyes reddened instantly. She crouched down, pulling her daughter tightly into her arms, her chin resting on Qin Zhaozhao's small head. 1,000 words dissolved into the increasing pressure of her embrace. The uncertainty and confusion about the future that had lingered in her heart were washed away completely by her daughter's few words. They had hands and feet, strength and skills, and now a goal worth fighting for with all their might. What was there to fear? Qin Zhaozhao could barely breathe from her mother's tight hold, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she gently patted Su Yun's back. She knew that from this moment on, her parents, bent by the weight of life, had finally straightened their spines. After a long while, Su Yun released her, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and radiated a brilliance she had never shown before. Qin Zhaozhao let out a long sigh, exhaling the frustration and hesitation accumulated over the first half of his life. He looked at his wife and daughter, his voice low, but every word hitting the ground with weight. All right, Hua brand it is. He slapped his thigh, his entire being seeming to transform, brimming with newfound energy. Tomorrow, I'll go to the timber yard at the east end of town and ask about the price of wood. Let's not aim too high for now. We'll buy some good lumber and make a sample of the combination cabinet I designed. He thought of the blueprints he had kept at the bottom of his trunk, drawn late into the night when sleep eluded him. He had once thought it was pure fantasy, but now he was going to turn them into reality. Su Yun stood up to her, gaze firm. Tomorrow is the market day in town. He'll scout out a busy spot and secure a stall for our Su Yun Foods. We still have flour and eggs at home. He'll make extra tonight and take them tomorrow to see how they sell. The couple talked back and forth, their eyes growing brighter and their drive stronger with every word. They were no longer spinning tops revolving around the old house and others. They had found their own axis. Qin Zhaozhao sat on her little stool looking up at them, watching the light rekindle in their faces, listening to them discuss tomorrow and plan for the future. A slow, wide smile spread across her lips. Her plan to cultivate her overachieving parents. Step 1 accomplished. Just then a blue light screen visible only to her unfurled before her eyes. Congratulations, host. The main quest Volume 1 Get Out of Our Lives has been successfully completed. Quest rating per quest reward A beginner's gift pack has been delivered to your system space. Please check and accept it. The words on the light screen were clear and gentle. Qin Zhaozhao broke into a wide, beaming smile. At the break of dawn, the yard resounded with the rhythmic sound of hing chi. Qin Zhaozhao, bare-chested, didn't touch the brand-new carpentry tools. Instead, he gripped a hoe and began digging at the base of the western wall. Soil mixed with grass roots was turned over with each swing of his hoe. Beads of sweat rolled down his dark sunburned back, each drop hitting the earth and forming a tiny crater. He worked like an indefatigable ox, as if trying to expel decades of pent-up frustration from this very plot of land. Here he would build his carpentry workshop, a space dedicated solely to crafting things for his daughter. In the east room facing the street, Yuan was whitewashing the wall with a worn brush dipped in lime water. The room reeked of mildew and the wall plaster was dusty and peeling. With each stroke she covered a stain, with another she hid another blemish. The room gradually brightened with her. This was the storefront for Yuan Foods, and it had to be spotless. Qin Zhaozhao, hands clasped behind her back, strolled around the yard. She first approached Qin Zhaozhao, furrowing her little brow as she gazed at the freshly leveled ground. Dad, you've got the land, but the tools are no good. Planes, chisels, ink lines, all need replacing. The steel has to be high quality or they won't last. Qin Zhaozhao stopped hoeing, wiped the sweat from his face with his arm and grinned. All right, Dad knows. She then ambled over to Yuan, poking her little head in to peek at the room. Mom, one stove isn't enough. When more people come, you won't be able to keep up. Get another one and buy a big iron wok too. Keep it separate from the household one. Cooking pots for food business, can't mix flavors. Yuan straightened up, massaging her aching back. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, her heart swelled with warmth and tenderness, and she couldn't help but laugh. All right, whatever our little manager says. The couple now trusted their daughter's words implicitly. Without further ado, the family locked up and headed straight for the busy. Qin Zhaozhao led Yuan directly to a blacksmith shop run by an old master. He picked up a plane, flicked it with his finger to hear its clear ring, then held a chisel up to the light to inspect its edge. Finally, he pulled a cloth bundle from his pocket and unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing neatly stacked bills. His hands trembled slightly as he counted the money. This single purchase had eaten up nearly half their savings. Yet as he cradled that heavy set of tools in his arms, his heart felt anchored and at peace. Yuan also bought a new pot and bowls. Passing by the butcher's, her eyes fixed on the rows of hanging pork, her feet root, her hand clenched and unclenched in her pocket repeatedly. Finally, gritting her teeth, she pointed at a piece of hind leg meat with the skin on and said to the butcher, Master, give me a cut of this. Leave plenty of fat. As she handed over the money, her heart ached. But thinking of the good life her daughter had promised, that pain transformed into an inexhaustible surge of energy. Unbeknownst to them, in Qin Zhaozhao's mind, a number flickered on a screen invisible to others. Wealth space asset increase 88 yuan. Tip: congratulations, you've made your parents understand that money flows. It must be spent to be earned. Qin Zhaozhao curved her lips in satisfaction. Just then she spotted a dilapidated two-story building on the street corner, its walls peeling and mottled. A rotten wooden sign hung by the door, its red paint nearly faded, barely readable as Red Star Supply Cooperative. Her eyes lit up and she tugged at Yuan's sleeve. Mom, I want to go see that. Yuan followed her gaze and frowned. Zhaozhao, that place is about to be demolished. There's nothing inside, just a musty smell. Let's go to the department store ahead. They have everything. No, I just want to look, Qin Zhaozhao insisted, clinging to Yuan's arm and shaking it. I want to see what old shops look like. It was her daughter's first time acting spoiled, and Yuan's heart melted. She couldn't refuse. Qin Zhaozhao let go of her mother's hand and darted into the dark supply cooperative like a little swallow. Inside, it was empty and desolate, the shelves thick with dust, each step stirring up a choking haze. In her consciousness, a soft, glowing screen unfurled. Special location detected: an old supply cooperative bearing the memories of an era. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You've obtained premium Chaos Han handmade beef balls, pork adapted version recipe. Go for it, overachieving girl. Use these bouncy balls to conquer the era. Qin Zhaozhao ran out of the supply cooperative, clutching a piece of paper torn from a worn-out notebook covered in her crooked handwriting scrawled with a pencil stub. She thrust the paper into Yuan's hands, tilting her little face up as if presenting a treasure. Mom, I found it in a tattered book inside. The book was falling apart, so I copied it down quickly. Look, it says meat can be made this way. Yuan took the small scrap of paper, puzzled. It read: take lean hind leg meat, remove tendons and membranes. Pound repeatedly with 2 iron rods for 9,900 strokes until the meat is fine and pasty. Add salt, a substance called ground fish powder, and starch. Stir vigorously in one direction until firm. A corner of the paper was worm-eaten right over a key seasoning, leaving only half a blurry character. Zhaozhao, all this pounding and beating, can it really taste good? And this fish powder it mentions, plus that hole. Where are we supposed to find those? Let's just try. Qin Zhaozhao pointed at the hole. Mom, I think that word looks like white pepper. Don't we have some at home? She shook Su Yun's arm again. If it's not good, we won't sell it. We'll just have it with noodles tonight. Su Yun, unable to resist her persistence, figured since she had already bought the meat, she might as well let her daughter have her. Back home, Su Yun set to work immediately. She washed the hind leg meat thoroughly and meticulously trimmed away every trace of white sinew and membrane with a knife. Qin Zhaozhao fetched 2 iron rods as thick as his arms and swung them down hard onto the meat on the chopping board. Thump, thump, thump. The dull, heavy sounds echoed through the yard, each blow heavier than the last. Qin Zhaozhao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. He wasn't treating this as mere labor. He was wrestling with the hardships of the past. Before long, the large chunk of red meat had transformed into a fine, smooth paste. Following the steps on the paper, Su Yun added salt starch and hesitantly sprinkled in some white pepper. She reached out and stirred vigorously in one direction. The sticky meat paste was tough to mix. Finally, she boiled a pot of water, grabbed a handful of the paste, squeezed it through her thumb and index finger, forming a perfectly round ball. She caught it with a spoon and slid it into the rolling water. One by one, the balls went into the pot, tumbling in the boiling water. Soon they all floated to the surface, plump and white, looking as if they might burst. An irresistible, rich, meaty aroma aggressively filled everyone's nostrils, more enticing than any stir-fry. Su Yun scooped one up, blew on it, and carefully put it into her mouth. The moment her teeth touched it, the ball bounced against them as if alive. She bit down instinctively, and with a pop, a torrent of scalding, savory juice exploded on her tongue. That pure, utterly non-fishy meat flavor stunned her mind. Delicious. How could it be this delicious? Zhaozhao, you have to try this. Quick. Su Yun's voice trembled with excitement, the chopsticks in her hand shaking uncontrollably. Qin Zhaozhao also picked one up. Unlike his wife's delicacy, he popped it into his mouth in one go. He chewed twice, then froze entirely, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth forgetting to move. After a few seconds, he abruptly swallowed the ball, then without a word grabbed a spoon and reached into the pot. For a sec, Qin Zhaozhao ate one too, her little face brimming with happiness, her eyes narrowed into slits. This was the taste. Su Yun looked at the plump white balls in the pot, then at the messy piece of paper in her hand, then at her husband wolfing them down. Finally, her gaze settled on her daughter. She walked over, crouched down, and pulled Qin Zhaozhao into a tight embrace, resting her chin on her daughter's small head, her voice thick with tears. Zhaozhao, you really are our family's lucky star. As the sky was just beginning to lighten with the pale hue of dawn, the stone-paved streets of the town were still damp, with dew carrying a chill in the air. Qin Zhaozhao parked the tractor at the entrance of the marketplace and began unloading goods with Su Yun. 2 new pots, a small coal stove, and the bookshelf he had stayed up half the night to finish. Su Yun propped up a wooden board on which Qin Zhaozhao had written 4 characters with a brush. Su Yun food. The 4 characters varied in size and ink density, but hung there like a banner. The stove was lit, its flames licking the bottom of the pots. In one pot, egg cakes were warming, their sweet fragrance drifting out first. In the other pot, beef balls that had been pounded for half the afternoon the day before sat crowded in a rich broth, their meaty aroma aggressively invading the nostrils. Qin Zhaozhao remained silent, placing the small bookshelf in the most conspicuous spot of the stall. He had sanded every corner of the bookshelf 3 times until it felt smooth to the touch, with not a single rough edge. He then pasted the red paper inscribed with the words Hua brand onto it, patted it, as if completing a ritual. A family of 3, 2 pots, 1 bookshelf. The stall was officially open for business. More people began to fill the streets, some buying breakfast, others hurrying to work. Su Yun, 2 egg cakes, a regular customer called out. Su Yun quickly wrapped them in oil paper and handed them over. One after another, 7 or 8 egg cakes were sold, mostly to neighbors seeking convenience. But the pot of beef balls with its even more potent meaty aroma drew many inquiries. Yet upon hearing the price, everyone shook their heads like rattles. Good heavens, 1 bowl costs as much as 3 caddies of cornmeal. Just a taste, but it's too expensive. The smile on Su Yun's face stiffened. Her palms were slick with sweat as she gripped the long-handled ladle, stirring the balls in the pot over and over, as if trying to dispel the chill rising from the soles of her feet. As the sun climbed higher, the woman selling fried dough sticks at the neighboring stall was already preparing to pack up, yet her pot of balls remained untouched. Qin Zhaozhao crouched by the stove, silently working the bellows, his eyes fixed on the feet of passers-by. Watching pairs of feet stop in front of the stall, only to quickly move away, the small flame of hope in his heart flickered and dimmed. He quietly moved the bookshelf inward, afraid it might block the way or inconvenience others. Qin Zhaozhao sat on a small stool, her legs swinging restlessly. She glanced at Su Yun's reddened eyes, then at Qin Zhaozhao's hunched back, and stood up. She walked up to Su Yun and tugged at her apron. Mom, Zhaozhao, are you hungry? Su Yun quickly put down the ladle to reach for an egg cake. Mom, the goods are good, but they don't know it. Qin Zhaozhao pointed at the pot of balls. The meat is pricey, they're reluctant to spend. You need to show them the money is worth it. Su Yun looked troubled. How do I show them? I can't just give it away, can I? This is all beef, expensive stuff. Not. Qin Zhaozhao held up 1 finger. 1 cent. Let them taste 1 for a cent. They won't begrudge a cent, and once they taste it, they'll know if it's worth the price. 1 cent. Su Yun and Qin Zhaozhao exchanged a glance, both stunned. Isn't this just selling at a loss for publicity? Qin Zhaozhao spoke up. He had never done anything like this in his life. Dad, think about it. If this pot of balls doesn't sell and goes bad, we'll lose even more. Qin Zhaozhao looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Right now, we're only losing a few balls. If we can build a reputation, we'll sell several pots every day from now on. Su Yun bit her lip, a fierce inner struggle raging within. She looked at the gleaming white balls in the pot. The ones she had gotten up in the middle of the night to mince the filling for that Qin Zhangwo had pounded one by one. Their first capital for their new home. Let's listen to Zhaozhao. Su Yun seemed to make a monumental decision, stamping her foot. If we lose, we lose. It's better than watching it go to waste. She found a broken wooden board and wrote a few large characters on it with a charred stick, 1 cent, 1 taste. No sooner had she set up the sign than a burly man who had been watching the commotion from across the way strode over. This man worked at the town's transport station, surnamed Zhang, with a loud voice and a picky palate. Oh, Zhang, the burly man chuckled, fished a coin from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table with a crisp clink. All right, I'll be your first customer. Let me see what makes these balls so precious. Su Yun quickly picked the largest ball with a bamboo skewer and handed it over. Zhang took it, blew on it, squinted, and popped it into his mouth with a hint of disdain. He intended to chew it a couple of times and spit it out, but the moment his teeth met the ball, its firm texture caught him off guard. He instinctively bit down hard. Pop! A soft sound, and the ball burst in his mouth, a torrent of piping hot savory broth flooding his entire mouth. It wasn't pure meatiness, it was mingled with the richness of bone broth and a hint of fresh ginger. He felt as if an electric shock had run through him, forgetting to chew the ball in his mouth. He couldn't bear to swallow, his cheeks bulging as he chewed rapidly. The ball was springy, and with each chew the umami grew stronger. Holy mother! Zhang's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the ball, then he slapped his thigh hard, the sound like a firecracker. Boss lady, he bellowed, drawing the attention of half the street. What divine creation is this? How can it be this? A mouthful of oil yet not greasy. His shout was more effective than any hawking. Boss lady, how much for the— Give me 2 caddies. We're having these with our drinks at noon. Zhang pulled out a few notes and slapped them on the table as if afraid someone might snatch them away. This ignited the crowd completely. Really? Old Zhang's palate is notoriously picky. 1 cent, no law. Let me try 2. Give me 1. Quick. The stall, once deserted, was suddenly surrounded by 3 layers of people. This texture. My teeth are bouncing. Fragrant. So fragrant. How do you make this filling? Boss lady, give me half a caddy. No, 1 caddy. Don't push, don't push. I was first. Not a single person who tasted left empty-handed. The burst of surprise in their mouths was the best advertisement. Su Yun's hands trembled as she collected money, making 2 mistakes in giving change. Qin Zhangwo helped pack orders beside her, sweat dripping from his forehead to the tip of his nose without him bothering to wipe it off. Within an hour, 2 large pots of beef balls were nearly empty, and even the broth was taken home by people to cook noodles. The remaining egg cakes were snapped up as well. Su Yun hugged the heavy tin money box, her fingers trembling. In her entire life, she had never held so much money. Just as the family was about to pack up, a middle-aged man in a clean mouse suit wearing glasses approached. He didn't look at the pots, but walked straight to the small bookshelf. Comrade, may I ask? Qin Zhangwo, wiping the oil off his hands, turned at the sound. The man pushed up his glasses, ran his fingertip along the lacquered surface from top to bottom in a slow straight line, and pressed firmly on the mortisientan joints. Did you make this bookshelf? Yes, I made it. Well designed, doesn't take up much space, and can hold plenty of books. The man knocked on the wood with his knuckles, listening to the solid thud, and nodded. What's the story behind the Hua brand? Qin Zhangwo's throat moved as he recalled his daughter's words from the night before. He straightened his back. It means protecting the little ones at home. The man paused, then smiled. Good name. Good craftsmanship. I'm teacher Wang from the town's elementary school. The school wants to add a reading corner to each classroom, and this is just right. How much does this bookshelf cost? Qin Zhangwo quoted a price, his heart pounding. Teacher Wang pulled out money without hesitation. Not expensive. Your workmanship is worth it. He'll take 10. How soon can you make them? 10. The crisp new banknotes were pressed into his hand as a deposit, and Qin Zhangwo felt as if his palm was on fire. He clutched the money motionless for a long time, with only one thought spinning in his mind: 10. He wants 10. After seeing Teacher Wang off, a grinning man sidled up. Brother Zhangwo, you've struck it rich. Didn't go to the factory today. I saw your stall from afar, bustling like a temple fair. The newcomer was none other than Lin Wei, the new college graduate from Red Star Factory. Earlier, it was from him that Qin Zhangwo had first obtained the ancient texts. He was the type to greet everyone with a smile. College student Lin, not at all, just scraping by. Qin Zhangwo pocketed the money and replied politely, there have been some family matters lately. I asked factory director Zhou for leave, so I'm here helping my wife with the stall. Lin Wei's gaze shifted from the empty pot to the bookshelf beside Qin Zhangwo. His smile froze for an instant, but quickly returned. Brother Zhangwo, your craftsmanship is truly unmatched. This work is beautiful. He stepped forward, pressing his palm firmly against the bookshelf's vertical post, his eyes lingering for 2 seconds on the If you ever need any help, just say the word. I live in this town too, don't be shy. Lin Wei exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning and walking away. Qin Zhaozhao sat on the small stool, nibbling on the last piece of egg cake, watching Lin Wei's retreating figure as she slowly swallowed the food in her mouth. Warning: the child of fortune Lin Wei has locked onto the host. Hostile mode activated. Lin Wei returned home, closed the door, and the smile on his face faded. He walked to the table and sat down, his mind replaying the image of Qin Zhaozhao's small bookshelf over and over. The wood was polished so smoothly, the joint seamless. And when teacher Wang from the town elementary school pulled out that stack of crisp new banknotes, Qin Zhaozhao's face was a mix of foolishness and joy. A sour taste rose in his throat like swallowing an unripe apricot, burning all the way to his stomach. Why? Qin Zhaozhao, a man who had just crawled out of the dirt, had only been in town a few days, yet the factory treated him like a treasure, gave him a house, and put him in the newspaper. Lin Wei was a proper college graduate who had been studying furniture design for years, and now he felt like nothing more than Qin Zhaozhao's foil. This was an insult he could not swallow. The next day at the crack of dawn, Lin Wei left home. He didn't go to his own shop, but instead carried a package of oil paper wrapped pastries, visiting the old stall holders in the market. He first went to Sister Zhang, the fried dough stick seller. Sister Zhang, setting up your stall. Lin Wei placed the pastries on her counter with a grin. Bought these on the way for the kids to try. Oh wait, you're always so thoughtful, Sister Zhang said, though her hands didn't stop moving as she quickly tucked the pastries into. Lin Wei leaned and lowering his voice so only she could hear, and sighed. Sister, I'm not one to gossip, but we're old neighbors. I can't stand by and watch you get the short end of the stick. What do you mean? Sister Zhang paused her kneading. Haven't you noticed? That new Qin family's meatballs smell a little too good, don't they, eh? Lin Wei cast a secretive glance toward the Qin family's stall. I've heard that back in their village they didn't have the best rep. When it comes to food, cleanliness is key. Who knows where their meat comes from? It's hot out now. Some butchers sell cheap meat from diseased pigs or cows, and when you grind it into meatballs and load it with spices, the smell is bound to be strong. The smile on Sister Zhang's face slowly vanished, her lips pressing into a thin line, and her hand faltered as she lifted the oil pot. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Lin Wei moved on to old Carpenter Li next door with a different story. Brother Li, you need to be careful. That Qin Zhaozhao is going to ruin all the rules of our market. Look at his bookshelf selling for such a high price. He's clearly driving up costs and squeezing out honest folks like us. If everyone follows his lead, how are we supposed to make a living? He spent the whole morning making the rounds, tailoring his words to each person. As a college graduate, his words carried weight, and with his ever-concerned demeanor, everything he said sounded especially convincing. On the third day, the Qin family set up their stall as usual. But as soon as the tractor stopped in its usual spot, Su Yuan sensed something was wrong. The space that had been spacious yesterday was now squeezed into a narrow slit. On the left, Sister Zhang had moved her oil pot and counter outward by a large margin. On the right, old Carpenter Li had spread his tools and finished stools all over the ground. The two stalls stood like walls, trapping the Qin family's stall tightly in between. Unless someone came close and craned their neck, they wouldn't even notice there was a stall there. The smile on Su Yuan's face froze, the word sister stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered or swallowed. She braced herself and greeted Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, you're out early today. Sister Zhang acted as if she hadn't heard, let out a heavy snort, turned her face away, and began shouting loudly, freshly fried dough sticks, crispy and delicious. Su Yuan's face flushed instantly. She looked over at old Li, who was also engaged in loud conversation with someone else, not even glancing her way. The stove was lit, and the aroma of beef meatballs mixed with the sweet scent of egg cakes drifted out. But today the fragrance seemed blocked by an invisible wall. People passed by, occasionally glancing curiously, but were soon drawn away by the louder shouts from the neighboring stalls. The scene from yesterday, with crowds jostling to pay, felt like a dream. All morning only 2 egg cakes were sold, and those were to a stranger from out of town. Not a single one of the steaming beef meatballs was sold. Su Yuan stirred the pot absently with a long-handled ladle. The meatballs bobbed up and down in the broth, and her heart sank with them. Qin Zhaozhao crouched by the stove, silent, pulling the bellows over and over. The bellows wheezed, but the back of his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Just then a man who had asked about the bookshelf the day before approached. He was Lu, a purchasing officer from the town steel mill. Boss, that bookshelf of yours. The man had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Lin Wei, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, emerged from behind his own stall and cheerfully threw an arm around Officer Liu's shoulder. Ah, Brother Lu, looking for a bookshelf? What a coincidence. Take a look at mine. This new design of mine is exactly like that one over there, but made of top-quality pine wood, sturdy. And the price? Half of his. Lin Wei pointed to a newly displayed bookshelf in front of his stall. From its style to its dimensions, it was nearly identical to Qin Zhaozhao's Child Guardian brand. But up close the wood was inferior, the edges roughly sanded, and the paint was thin with the grains still visible underneath. But it was cheap. Officer Lu hesitated, walked over to Lin Wei's stall, and knocked on the imitation bookshelf. The sound was a bit hollow. This? Really half the price. Brother Lu, if you're serious, I'll even throw in a discount. Lin Wei patted his chest, his smile especially sincere. Officer Lu didn't hesitate any longer. He pulled out his money, handed it to Lin Wei, hoisted the lightweight imitation bookshelf onto his shoulder, and left. From start to finish, he never glanced back at Qin Zhaozhao's stall. Qin Zhaozhao crouched there, watching helplessly as the man disappeared into the crowd with the counterfeit. The fire tongs in his hand didn't fall. Oh, instead, he gripped them tighter, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He clenched his jaw so hard that the muscles in his cheeks bulged like stones, and a suppressed growl like that of a wounded beast escaped his throat. The blueprints he had stayed up for nights to draw, the prototype he had painstakingly crafted with every tenon and mortise. It had been stolen and then displayed opposite him in the most humiliating way. When they packed up, both husband and wife had cold hands and feet. The pot of nearly untouched meatballs felt heavier than iron when they loaded it onto the tractor. In the money box were only a few crumpled bills and some coins. On the way home, the tractor crawled along. Su-Yun sat in the trailer clutching the cold money box, tears silently streaming down her face. Qin Zhaozhao gripped the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. He opened his mouth, but his throat was dry and tight, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word of comfort. Back home, they unloaded the goods in silence. The house was dark, lit only by the faint red glow of dying coals in the stove, casting their long, distorted shadows. Su-Yun sat on a small stool staring at the pot of cold meatballs, her voice drifting. How did this happen? Yesterday they were scrambling to buy, and today no one wants them. Su-Yun sat on a small stool staring at the pot of cold meatballs, her voice drifting. How did this happen? Yesterday they were scrambling to buy, and today no one wants them. Su-Yun's voice cracked with tears. Qin Zhaozhao stubbed out the cigarette on the ground, grinding it under his foot, and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Don't overthink it. Maybe everyone's just tight on money today. Even he didn't believe his own words. An oppressive silence filled the room. Just then Qin Zhaozhao came down the stairs. She had been quiet these past few days, simply following them to the stall and observing in silence. She walked to the middle of the yard and stopped in front of her parents. She looked at Su-Yun's swollen eyes, then at Qin Zhaozhao's clenched jaw. It's not our stuff that's bad, she said, her voice soft, but each word landing like a pebble in still water. And it's not that we offended anyone. Su-Yun looked up, her eyes blurry with tears. Then, why? Qin Zhaozhao's small face was expressionless in the dim light. She raised her little finger and pointed east toward Sister Zhang's fried dough stick stall. Sister Zhang moved her stall 2 feet closer to us this morning. Then she pointed west toward old Carpenter Lee's place. Old Lee laid out 3 more tools than usual, exactly blocking half the intersection. Finally, she pointed across the street. 3 customers who wanted to buy Dad's bookshelf today were all pulled away by Uncle. The bookshelf he sold was 15 yuan cheaper than ours. She laid out everything she had seen and heard over the past few days, one by one, with a calmness that belied her age. Qin Zhaozhao and Su-Yun exchanged a look of shock. The Lin Wei they knew, always smiling and honey-tongued, bore no resemblance to the person their daughter described. But the details she gave fit perfectly. A wave of betrayal and rage of being deceived and toyed with instantly washed away their earlier confusion, and Qin Zhaozhao watched her stunned parents, took a step forward, and stood in the faint red glow of the stove. Her small figure was outlined sharply against the light. It was Lin Wei. She said each word like a verdict. He told everyone our meat was bad. He got Sister Zhang and the others to block our path. He even stole Dad's design and made cheap copies to steal our business. He doesn't want us to get a foothold here. He wants to drive us back to the village. Qin Zhaozhao looked into her father's red-rimmed eyes, her tone carrying a cold hardness beyond her years. He wants us dead, so we have to fight back. Just as the first rays of light broke over the horizon, a figure was already stirring before the Qin family's stall. Boss lady, the same as yesterday. I've been craving it all night. A man's loud voice shattered the morning stillness. Su-Yun was wiping the edge of the pot with a cloth. Hearing this, her movements became a bit more brisk. She lifted the lid, and a thick, irresistible aroma of meat mingling with scalding steam burst forth with a whoosh. The smile on her face radiated from her eyes, the corners of her brows, and every pore. Yes, plenty, she replied loudly, her voice carrying a sweet note. Qin Zhaozhao set out the money box beside him and nudged the small Hua brand bookshelf forward a bit, meticulously wiping away the non-existent dust with his sleeve. More and more people arrived. Yesterday, it was just a line, and today, it was like a market fair. The queue snaked from the stall, bending around and reaching straight to the mailbox across the street. Voices, shouts, and the clatter of bowls and chopsticks mingled, waking the street ahead of time. Sister Zhang next door was frying dough sticks. The oil smoke was blown back by the crowd's energy, smothering her face. She glanced over, scowled, moved her cutting board further away, and spat a curse under her breath. Su-Yun paid her no mind. With a ladle in one hand and a bowl in the other, her arms spun like wheels. A scoop of meatballs, a scoop of broth handed out. Take the money, give change. Her mind and hands never stopped. The money box filled quickly. Qin Zhaozhao had to pull out the bills and coins and press them under a brick. He crouched on the ground, carefully smoothing out the sweat-stained, paint-smeared bills one by one, his movements clumsy like a child handling his most precious toy. The meatballs in the pot visibly dwindled, but the pile of money under the brick grew higher. Su-Yun felt a fire burning in her heart, filling her with inexhaustible energy. Qin Zhaozhao still sat on her little stool, her feet dangling and gently swaying. She watched the bustling crowd, her mother's flushed face and the glistening sweat on her father's forehead, her small lips pressed into a thin line. Half the pot of meatballs was gone. A man in gray clothes squeezed through the crowd. He was short with hunched shoulders, and his eyes darted around shiftily, as if he were there to steal, not to buy. A bowl of meatballs. He tossed a few coins onto the table, his voice dry and flat. Coming right up. Su-Yun didn't think twice and deftly filled a bowl for him. The man took the bowl, but didn't eat at the stall. Instead, he pushed through the crowd to an empty spot by the wall. He crouched down, placed the bowl on the ground, and buried his head in it, eating with loud gulping sounds, as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. After 2 meatballs, he suddenly let his hand go slack. The white porcelain bowl filled with broth crashed straight to the ground. Crash! A sharp sound rang out, piercing through the noisy chatter. Shards of porcelain scattered, and the scalding soup mixed with a few plump meatballs spilled all over the ground. The man doubled over like a shrimp with its spine removed, clutching his stomach with both hands. His face contorted and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, carving muddy trails through the dust on his face. He slid down the wall, his knees scraping against the rough surface, leaving raw, bloody marks. Ow! My stomach! My stomach! He fell to the ground, writhing, letting out guttural, inhuman sounds from his throat. The surrounding noise ceased. Everyone turned to stare at the man convulsing in the corner. What happened? Did he eat? The man on the ground, as if using his last ounce of strength, rolled over and pointed a trembling finger straight at the Qin family's stall, letting out a distorted roar. Meatballs! Your meatballs are poisonous! Boom! The crowd erupted. A burly man who had just stuffed a meatball into his mouth instantly turned purple. Without thinking, he jammed 2 fingers down his throat, bent over, and vomited violently. A woman holding a child let out a piercing scream, snatched the bowl from her child's hands, and hurled it away without a second thought. The bowl arced through the air, crashed to the ground, and shattered with another sharp crack. Poisonous! Heavens! I just ate 3. Am I going to die? No wonder it smelled so strong. They must have put rat poison in it. Panic erupted like oil hitting a hot pan. The hands that had been eagerly handing over money were now pointing accusingly at the Qin family. Refund! Give us our money back! Murderous bastards! Trading lives for money. Just then Lin Wei pushed his way through the crowd. His face wore a perfectly crafted expression of shock and anger. He rushed forward, pointed at the writhing man on the ground, then whirled around to face Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao! Su Yuan! He shouted, his voice cracking. I knew something was off. How could you do such a thing? He acted like an embodiment of justice, waving his arms and yelling at the crowd. Folks, you all saw it. This is a heartless vendor. For a few measly coins, they don't care about our lives. Can we let them stay here? He strode over to a trembling elderly woman and grabbed her arm. Auntie, don't eat that. It's deadly. The crowd was thoroughly incited by him. Panic turned into anger, finding a vent to gush out. To the town government. Report them. Arrest them. Throw them in jail for life. My money. Give me back my... I ate your stuff. If something happens to me, can you afford it? All the color drained from Su Yuan's face. She stepped back, her lower back slamming hard against the scalding edge of the pot, but she felt no pain. She stood there clutching her apron tightly with both hands, her lips trembling. She wanted to explain, but her throat felt clogged with cotton, and she couldn't utter a single word. No, we didn't. Her voice was drowned out by the overwhelming curses as light as a feather. Qin Zhaozhao's chest heaved like a broken bellows. His eyes were bloodshot like a trapped bull, and guttural sounds escaped his throat. He wanted to charge over and grab the man writhing even more energetically on the ground, but an impenetrable wall of people blocked his way. Move. All of you move, he roared, reaching out to push the people in front. But for every person he pushed aside, 2 more crowded and pushing him back instead. Instinctively, he stretched out his arms, shielding the trembling Su Yuan and the motionless Qin Zhaozhao behind him, as if guarding them with his life. The morning's prosperity and joy shattered in those few minutes more thoroughly than the porcelain shards on the ground. The shouts for refunds, the vicious curses, and the man's half-dead moans wove a net threatening to strangle the family. Su Yun's legs were so weak she could barely stand, relying entirely on Qin Zhaozhao for support. Qin Zhaozhao trembled with rage, but was trapped and unable to move. In the midst of the chaos that threatened to tear the sky apart, Qin Zhaozhao stood up from her little stool. She didn't cry, didn't tremble, and didn't even glance at her distraught parents. Her small figure amidst the agitated crowd stood like a nail driven into the ground. Her gaze passed over the angry, twisted faces and the pointing fingers, first landing on the man writhing on the ground. She saw that when no one was paying attention, the hand clutching his stomach subtly shifted position, allowing him to roll more. Then slowly, very slowly, she raised her head and fixed her gaze on a point in the distance. On Lin Wei, who was waving his arms, his face full of righteousness, but with a hint of smug satisfaction hidden at the corner of his mouth. Her face was utterly expressionless. Her eyes, black as grapes, held no emotion at all, like a deep, bottomless angel. Lin Wei stood at the forefront of the crowd, waving his hand like a grand leader, his spittle flying far. He's panicking. Everyone see that. He's guilty. If we let a poison food seller like him get away, who in our town would dare to eat out anymore? Right? Don't let him escape. Arrest him. Send him to the police. Su Yun's ears buzzed, the faces before her blurred, and the stone floor beneath her feet felt soft, as if it might give way at any moment. She tried to open her mouth to explain, but her throat felt clogged with cotton, and not a single word could escape. She could only wave her hands futilely, her face pale as paper. A small hand suddenly grasped her icy fingers. It was tiny and chubby, yet held firmly like a warm little stove, sending a stream of warmth from her fingertips all the way to her nearly frozen heart. Su Yun looked down and met Qin Zhaozhao's bright dark eyes. There was not a trace of fear in them. They were as calm as the surface of the old well in the yard. Mom, stand still and don't move. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was not loud, still carrying a childish lilt, yet it inexplicably settled Su Yun's heart, which had been about to leap from her throat, back into place. Su Yun was stunned. Qin Zhaozhao released her hand, squeezed past her, and stood at the very front of the stall. She was so small, only reaching the waist of the adults beside her, yet she stood like a wooden stake driven into the ground, straight and firm, blocking the path between her parents and the surging crowd. The surrounding clamor strangely subsided when she stepped forward. Everyone stared at this little girl who faced a crowd of nearly out-of-control adults without a hint of fear on her face. Qin Zhaozhao first glanced at the man writhing on the ground with even more fervor, then lifted her small face, her voice crisp. "Uncle, since your stomach hurts so much, our family can call Dr. Wang from the health center to come over. Let him give you a proper checkup." As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. No one expected that the first person in this family to step forward and speak would be this little child, and what she said was so reasonable. The man on the ground paused, in his writhing a flicker of panic in his eyes. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. He silently cursed this little girl for meddling and was about to speak to seize the conversation. But Qin Zhaozhao didn't give him the chance. Her little head turned and her gaze fell on the money the man had slapped on the table. It was a crumpled 5-cent note. "Edge." She let out a curious, soft exclamation. "Uncle, this bill you used to buy the meatballs looks so familiar to me." Panic seized the man and his mouth moved faster than his mind. "Money. Doesn't all money look the same?" "No, it doesn't." Qin Zhaozhao shook her head, her small face full of seriousness. "This morning while helping Mom collect money, I accidentally knocked over the ink bottle. A drop of ink fell right onto a 5-cent note beside the chairman's ear, leaving a black spot. Afraid Mom would scold me, I secretly hid it at the very bottom of the cash box." She extended her plump little finger pointing at Lin Wei not far away and tilted her head. "But just now Uncle Lin Wei came over, saw our business was good, and even reached into our cash box to rummage around, saying he wanted to soak up some good luck. After he left, I found that dirty bill with the black spot was gone." Qin Zhaozhao's eyes stared straight at Lin Wei. "Uncle Lin Wei, did you take that bill and give it to this uncle to buy our meatballs?" Boom. The crowd was like a stone thrown into a pond. Murmurs exploded again, but this time the wind had completely shifted. Everyone's eyes, like searchlights, swept back and forth between Lin Wei, the man on the ground, and the cash box. Lin Wei's face drained of all color in an instant. He never dreamed that the bill he had casually grabbed would have been marked by this little girl. "You? What nonsense is this little girl talking? When did I ever touch your money?" He roared, trying to drown out his panic. The man on the ground also panicked, his hand clutching his stomach, trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Qin Zhaozhao ignored Lin Wei. Her little face turned back to the man on the ground. She took 2 steps forward, crouched down, and her voice was soft and gentle. "Uncle, I saw you smash the bowl just now. But when you fell, you deliberately nudged your elbow to the side so that what you spat out wouldn't dirty the meatballs on the ground." She pointed to a meatball lying in the mud beside the man, plump and white, still stained with a bit of soup. "You were in so much pain, you were dying, yet you were still so particular about cleanliness, reluctant to dirty this poisoned meatball." This question was even more cutting than the last. Exactly. A person poisoned and writhing in agony wouldn't have the mind to care about where their food fell. The man on the ground was completely dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, cold sweat instantly soaking through the clothes on his back, and he couldn't utter a single word. All the loopholes had been connected. The people in the crowd who had been shouting for blood just moments ago now looked like ducks with their necks wrung, staring at each other, their faces filled with the chagrin and embarrassment of having been played for fools. "Huh." A muffled, inhuman sound suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes, burning red with rage, were fixed on the man who could no longer keep up his act. Every word from his daughter was like a sledgehammer smashing open the gate that had been locked inside his heart for over 30 years. Cowardice, forbearance, retreat. In this moment, all were burned to ashes. He no longer pushed and shoved, but instead lowered his shoulder like a maddened bull, using his body to forcefully carve a path through the human wall. Those blocking his way felt a tremendous force, lost their footing, and stumbled aside with cries of surprise. Qin Zhaozhao rushed over in a few quick strides. His large fan-like hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the man by the chest of his clothes. The veins on his arm bulged as he lifted the man, who weighed at least 130 or 40 Gene, clean off the ground with one hand. The man's feet kicked wildly in the air like a chicken caught by the neck. "Who?" Only a single word was squeezed from Qin Zhaozhao's mouth. That voice was low and hoarse, as if ground out from his chest with sandpaper, carrying a rusty metallic taste. The man met those bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to devour him. His legs shook like sieves. A warm stream trickled down his pant leg, quickly soaking a patch of cloth, and a stench of urine spread through the air. "No, it wasn't me. It's none of my business." He was scared out of his wits, his nose running and tears streaming down his face. His trembling finger pointed shakily at Lin Wei, who not far away had turned ashen. "It was him. It was Lin Wei. He gave me 5 yuan to do this. He said he'd give me another 5 after it was done. He said if we ruined your family's reputation, all the business in this town would be his. I never even ate the meatball. Oh, I spat it out into my sleeve long ago." To save his own skin, he poured out everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Within a second, an auntie standing beside Qin Zhaozhao spat on the ground. "Pa, so it was him. I heard he's even a college student. My God, this man's heart is too black. College student. Pa. All his learning went to the dogs. Pretending to be a big hero just now, but he's actually a backstabbing little man." Lin Wei stood rooted to the spot, feeling as if his face was being scraped raw by knives, burning with pain. Those contemptuous looks, those curses pinned him to the spot. His face went from deathly pale to liver-colored, and then from liver-colored to livid. He wanted to run. "Stop." A burly man who had been cursing the Qin family the loudest blocked his path and spat on the ground again. "Think you can just leave after making fools of us, eh? Right? Don't let him go. To the town government. Let the leaders judge this. A person like this should be paraded through the streets with a sign. Lin Wei looked at the crowd, closing in at the eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive, and was completely panicked. He violently pushed aside the person in front of him, not even bothering to pick up his fallen belongings. Like a stray dog, he scrambled and crawled through the crowd, fleeing awkwardly toward the street corner. Qin Zhaozhao released his grip, and the troublemaker collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He didn't look back at the man. Instead, he turned and looked at his daughter standing amidst the mess, her back straight as an arrow. The red veins in his eyes slowly receded, replaced by a complex light. He couldn't quite name himself, a mixture of fear, pride, and awe. He walked over to Su Yun, looked at his wife's face, still marked with tears, but now wearing a smile. This man, who had been taciturn all his life, for the first time in front of everyone, actively reached out and firmly grasped his wife's hand. From this day forward, this family truly seemed different. Lin Wei fled, a trail of water seeping from his trousers, dragging a dark stain across the stone path. He dared not look back, vanishing around the corner of the alley like a stray dog with its spine broken. The man who had taken money to cause trouble was lifted off the ground by two burly men, each gripping one of his arms. He tried to howl, but a rag stuffed into his mouth by one of the men reduced his cries to muffled grunts. His soaked trousers dripped all the way, drawing a wave of jeers. A farce ending in a pathetic and laughable manner. The crowd hadn't dispersed before the Qin family stall. Those who had been clamoring to smash the stall just moments ago now shrank back like chickens, with their necks wrung, shuffling their feet on the ground, wanting to leave yet too ashamed to move. The air was filled only with the aroma of beef balls and an awkward silence. Zhang Jie, the fried dough stick seller, emerged from behind her stall holding a bowl of freshly fried golden steaming dough sticks. Her forced smile was uglier than a grimace as she shuffled over to Su Yun, her wrists trembling. Zhang Wo's wife. Zhang Jie's voice was dry and raspy. I, an old woman, was not myself. I listened to the whispers of villains and wronged you. Don't take it to heart. These dough sticks are for Zhaozhao to eat. Before she could finish, the carpenter oldly approached, carrying a brand new small stool, his dark face flushed purple, not daring to meet Su Yun's eyes. Sister-in-law Brother Li was a bastard. That Lin Wei could talk a horse into running, and he led us all astray. This stool is for Zhaozhao to sit on. It's sturdy. One by one, several stall owners gathered, holding eggs and vegetables, muttering similar apologies, piling their offerings onto the Qin family's table. Su Yun looked at these people, at the expressions on their faces, a mix of fear of offending and eagerness to distance themselves, and the anger at being wronged suddenly dissipated. She didn't take their offerings, only straightened her back a little more, wearing a polite, yet distant smile. We appreciate the goodwill of all you brothers and sisters. Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Take your things back. You all have a hard time making a living. We are all neighbors. Let's consider this matter settled. From now on, each will mind their own business. Each will mind their own business. Those 6 words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the faint hope in everyone's hearts. They knew the Qin family had drawn a line. Face had been given, but the substance was gone. It was impossible to go back to calling each other brothers and acting chummy. The crowd awkwardly withdrew their offerings, their hearts a mix of emotions. After this battle, the Qin family had firmly established their roots in the market. No one dared to underestimate these 3 outsiders anymore, especially the little girl who had remained quiet throughout, but had delivered the decisive blow at the critical moment. When they packed up to go home, the sky was already dark. The tractor chugged along the road home. In the trailer, Su Yun clutched the iron money box tightly against her chest. The cold metal pressed against her ribs, yet she found immense comfort in its weight. She said nothing, only repeatedly ran her fingers over the copper lock on the lid. Qin Zhaozhao gripped the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, but his back unconsciously relaxed, as if a burden he had carried for decades had been lifted. Back in their small courtyard, Qin Zhaozhao parked the tractor, and Su Yun was the first to rush into the house, clutching the money box. Qin Zhaozhao followed, closing the courtyard gate with a creak, shutting out the outside world. No lamp was lit inside. Moonlight streamed through the window, laying a layer of silver frost on the floor. The couple placed the money box on the table and exchanged a glance, both able to hear the other's heart pounding like a drum. Click! The sound of the lock springing open was like a thunderclap in the silent room. Su Yun took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she lifted the lid. A box full of money met their eyes. Red 10 yuan notes of the Great Unity, green 5 yuan notes, blue 2 yuan notes, and countless small bills and coins all mixed together, shimmering in the moonlight like the most unreal dream. Su Yun's fingers trembled violently. She reached out her fingertips, almost touching the pile of money, then snatched them back. After several attempts, she finally dared to gently touch the top 10 yuan note with her fingertip. The paper was warm, carrying the residual warmth of countless hands. Zhangwo. Her voice was like a dream breaking as she spoke. Is this? Qin Zhangwo crouched by the table, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. He reached out his rough hand, picked up a Great Unity note from the pile, brought it close to his eyes, turned it over and over in the moonlight, his clumsy fingers rubbing the watermark, as if seeing money for the first time. One sat, one crouched, neither speaking, just staring at the box of money, grinning silently. As they laughed, Su Yun's tears broke free, falling in large drops onto the pile of money. Qin Zhangwo also wiped his face with his hand, the back of his hand, brushing his eyes, leaving a wet trail. This wasn't the first time they had earned money, but it was the first time they had earned it with their own skills, upright and proud. There was no bitterness of groveling, no frustration of being shortchanged. Every single cent was clean, carrying the salty taste of sweat and the sweetness of recognition. Qin Zhaozhao brought a small stool and sat beside them, swinging her legs, watching them quietly. It took a long while for the couple to recover from the immense shock. They poured the money onto the table with a clatter and began counting it one by one. 1 mao, 2 mao. 1 yuan, 2 yuan. 10 yuan, 20 yuan. By the end, Su Yun's fingers were stiff. She looked at the number Qin Zhangwo had written on the paper with a pencil and couldn't believe her eyes. Zhangwo, you count it again. Did you add an extra 0? Qin Zhangwo held the thin piece of paper, feeling his palm grow hot. He added the numbers again, then nodded heavily, his voice hoarse with excitement. That's right. It's this number. After deducting costs, the net profit was 128 yuan. This number struck the couple's hearts like a sledgehammer. 128 yuan was more than 3 months of Qin Zhangwo's wages from slaving away at the factory. Qin Zhangwo stood up, abruptly pacing the room, twice like a bear trapped in a cage. Finally, he stopped in front of Qin Zhaozhao. This man who had kept his head down all his life looked at his daughter with an unprecedented solemnity. He slowly crouched down to meet his daughter's eyes. The moonlight outlined his resolute jaw, and in his eyes were guilt, fear, but more than anything a light of burning all bridges. Zhaozhao, he began, his voice deep and hoarse like an oath. Your father was useless before making you suffer. From now on, you call the shots in this family. Whatever you say, you'll do, even if I have to risk my life to get it done. Su Yun also came over, crouching on the other side, pulling their daughter tightly into her arms, her chin resting on her little head, nodding vigorously. Yes, well, listen to our Zhaozhao. They finally understood completely that this family had crawled out of that devouring quagmire not because of their strength, but because of their daughter's mind. Qin Zhaozhao was sandwiched between them, her nostrils filled with the smell of her parents' sweat and earth, yet she felt utterly at ease. She looked up at the look of complete trust and reliance on their faces, and her heart felt warm. All right. She cleared her throat and began giving orders like a little adult. Mom, starting tomorrow, double the batch of beef balls. Buy another stove, one pot for boiling the balls, another for the broth. Don't mix them. Yes. Okay. Su Yun responded immediately, a new light rekindled in her eyes. Qin Zhaozhao then looked at Qin Zhangwo. Dad, you need to hurry up with Teacher Wang's 10 bookshelves. Once they're done, that's the first shot fired for our Protect the Child brand. It can only be better than the sample, not worse. Don't worry. Qin Zhangwo thumped his chest, feeling an endless surge of energy. The family gathered around the pile of money, chatting animatedly about tomorrow and the future, making the very air. Just then a blue light screen visible only to Qin Zhaozhao unfurled before her eyes. Congratulations, host, on a phase victory. The son of Fortune Lin Weiss' reputation is damaged. Fortune value 10. The soft blue font lingered for only a second before turning a piercing blood red without warning. Warning detected that the son of Fortune Lin Wei is about to trigger a key opportunity. Main quest volume 2 intercept. Activated. Quest objective: intercept the benefactor. In 3 days, the Jeep of Li Weidong, the factory director of the Southern Sweet Cannery, will break down at the West Slope section outside the city at 3 p.m. At that time, Lin Wei will coincidentally pass by and, using his college student identity and knowledge of machinery, successfully repair the car, thereby gaining Li Weidong's appreciation and first investment. Quest requirement: encounter Li Weidong before Lin Wei and secure his investment intent. Quest reward: 1 cooperation order from Sweet Cannery, upgrade to wealth space. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes slowly narrowed. A cannery. Investment. This was a much bigger business than selling meatballs at the market or being a technical shareholder at Red Star Factory. Her little mind raced, and her gaze fell on her parents, who were excitedly planning how much beef to buy. Dad, she said in a crisp voice, if your tractor is fully tanked, how far can it go? Qin Zhangwo was still crouched on the ground, staring at the colorful pile of money on the table, his mind a blank. Hearing his daughter ask about the tractor, he instinctively straightened his chest and thumped it with a resounding bang. Filled up with oil, it can run from here to the county seat and back with plenty to spare. This old rig of mine may look worn, but it's got plenty of power. Zhaozhao, why are you asking about this? Qin Zhaozhao ignored him, turning instead to look at Su Yun, who was still grinning foolishly over the pile of cash. Before her eyes, the blood-red line of text was still pulsing like a heartbeat, hammering against her nerves with each beat. Steal the thunder. That bastard Lin Wei had made a huge fool of himself just yesterday, slinking away like a beaten dog. By all rights, he should be hiding in shame. But the system told her he was about to stumble upon a stroke of immense luck. How could such a thing be fair in this world? A sniveling backstabber, a petty schemer. Why should he be blessed with a benefactor's support? Qin Zhaozhao gave a mental snort. Since she knew about it, now Lin Wei wouldn't get so much as a fingertips touch on that benefit. Her small hand slapped lightly on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but it pierced the couple's daydream like a needle, jolting them both upright as their gazes snapped towards her. Dad, Mom, there's something I need to say. Qin Zhaozhao's face was taut, showing none of the joy of their newfound wealth. Tomorrow we're not setting up the stall. What? Su Yun was the first to explode, spreading her arms protectively over the pile of money like a hen shielding her chicks. Not set up the stall. Zhaozhao, have you lost your mind? Business was amazing today. We need to strike while the iron is hot. There are bound to be people waiting to buy tomorrow. If we take a day off, think of how much we'll lose. And that was all money. Money she had scooped out ladle by ladle. Money Qin Zhangwo had hammered out blow by blow. Stopping for even a day made her heart ache as if a chunk of flesh had been gouged out. Qin Zhaozhao also furrowed his brows puzzled. Ye Zhaozhao, that Linwei business just blew over. We've made a name for ourselves. We can't afford to stop now. Qin Zhaozhao shook her head, her small face devoid of any childish naivety. Mom, think about it. Do we want to be stuck with this stall forever, scraping together $100 or so a day? Or do we want to grow this business? Open a shop, open a factory, so the whole town, the whole county eats our beef meatballs. The words hit Su Yuan like a thunderclap, leaving her speechless. Open a shop, open a factory. She had never even dared to dream of such things. Her greatest hope in life was that the stall's business would keep thriving, enough to send Zhaozhao to school and save up to fix the leaky roof on their house. Good products alone aren't enough. You need an opportunity. Qin Zhaozhao tapped her little finger on the table like a pint-sized strategic commander. Tomorrow there's a big chance that's worth more than a month of selling meatballs. If we seize it, the money we make will have an extra zero at the end. An extra zero. Su Yuan and Qin Zhaozhao exchanged glances, both convinced their daughter was talking nonsense. They had made over 100 today. Add a zero, and that would be over 1,000. In a single day? How is that possible? Zhaozhao, you. Who told you this? Su Yuan's voice wavered. Don't worry about how I know. Qin Zhaozhao knew she couldn't explain it, so she had to use results to shut them up. She hopped onto a small stool to make herself look more imposing. I promise you both. If this doesn't work out tomorrow, and we don't make a single extra cent, I won't meddle in family affairs ever again. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. Tell me to wash the dishes, I'll do it right away. A 6-year-old child wagering her standing in the family. Su Yuan's lips trembled as she looked into her daughter's dark, uncompromising eyes. It felt like two hands were pulling her heart in opposite directions. She didn't believe in free pies falling from the sky, but she believed in her daughter. From the family split to setting up the stall to today's humiliation of Linwei. Hadn't Zhaozhao pulled this crumbling family out of the mud every single time? Uncertain, she turned to Qin Zhaozhao, hoping for a word from him. Qin Zhaozhao had been squatting there silently, his eyes never leaving his daughter's face. Scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. All the things his daughter had told him to do. Make a bookshelf, put it in the most prominent spot, give away meatballs for free, one by one, don't panic. And in the end, his daughter had stepped forward and turned the whole world upside down with just a few words. This family had long since stopped being his to command. His heart, worn rough and hard by life, had long been warmed by his daughter. Without a word, he abruptly stood up, reached out, and swept the pile of money on the table into an iron box. His movements were swift and urgent, the bills rustling loudly. Su Yuan stared in shock. Qin Zhaozhao swept all the money into the box, slammed the lid shut with a loud clap, then pressed his large hands on the lid. Turning to Su Yuan, his eyes bloodshot, he roared from the depths of his throat, "Listen to Zhaozhao." His shout made the very air in the room vibrate. "Woman, have you forgotten who pulled us out of the pit today? If Zhaozhao tells us to do something, we do it. Even if it means shutting down the stall for a day, even if she tells us to throw this whole box of money into the river, I'll listen to my daughter." His roar blasted away the last shred of hesitation in Su Yuan's heart. Yeah, how could she have forgotten? If it weren't for Zhaozhao, the two of them might be squatting somewhere unknown right now instead of being lucky enough to count money here. Su Yuan let out a long breath, as if expelling a heavy stone from her chest. When she lifted her head again, there was no trace of doubt in her eyes. All right, well, do whatever our Zhaozhao says. Tell us what to do. Qin Zhaozhao felt a wave of relief, and a faint smile finally appeared on her small face. Good. Now division of labor. She waved her little hand and began issuing orders. Dad, go check the tractor from top to bottom right now. Fill the oil, top up the water, and tighten every single screw. We've got a long way to go tomorrow, and it can't break down halfway. Then take that set of foldable table and chairs you made for Teacher Wang, wipe it clean, and load it onto the tractor. Got it. Qin Zhaozhao bellowed his agreement, grabbed a kerosene lamp, and disappeared into the yard. Soon the clanging of tools rang out. Mom, Qin Zhaozhao turned to Su Yuan. Pick out the best-looking meatballs left in the pot from today, simmer them in freshly boiled bone broth, and pack them in the biggest thermos. They need to stay piping hot and full of flavor until tomorrow afternoon. Also find 2 extra clean sets of bowls and chopsticks. No problem. Su Yuan perked up, immediately tied on an apron, and darted into the kitchen. In the yard, a man hunched under a lamp, tinkering with the old machine, humming a tuneless song with boundless energy. In the kitchen, a woman tended the stove, simmering the broth. The aroma of meat mingled with her anticipation, drifting through the little house. Qin Zhaozhao stood in the middle of the yard, watching the scene unfold with a satisfied nod. She, the commander-in-chief, had given the orders. The logistics minister and technical director had immediately assumed their posts. This family was like a wound-up alarm clock, ticking fast and true. The next day, no one in the family brought up the commotion at the market. Su Yuan was up before dawn, reheating the meatballs in the thermos. The aroma lured a few sparrows into the yard. Qin Zhaozhao wrapped the foldable table and chairs in several layers of clean cloth as carefully as if he were swaddling a newborn. He gently secured them in the tractor's trailer, even tying them down with 2 ropes for fear they'd get jostled on the road. This set of furniture was even more ingenious than the bookshelf he had made for Teacher Wang. A small square table and 2 little chairs. The disassembled parts fit together perfectly, and the assembled frame could fold into a flat wooden box you could carry by hand. The 3 red characters who walk high on top were painted by him with the smallest brush, holding his breath stroke by stroke in red lacquer. One look at it brought a sense of reassurance. After breakfast, as the sun climbed to its zenith, Qin Zhaozhao judged the time was right and waved her little hand. Su Yuan hugged the heavy thermos, and Qin Zhaozhao carried her own small water bottle. Mother and daughter sat in the trailer, snugly shielded by Qin Zhangwo's careful arrangements. The tractor let out a loud put-poot-poot roar, but instead of heading to the market, it turned around under the bewildered gazes of the townsfolk and rumbled off toward the desolate dirt road outside town. Zhaozhao, where exactly are we going? Su Yuan gripped the edge of the trailer, watching the increasingly barren fields on either side, her heart still uncertain. Qin Zhaozhao peered through the gaps in the trailer at the trees receding behind them, her small face taut. In her mind, she silently recited the address and time. Outside the city, West Slope, section 3 in the afternoon. She turned back to Su Yuan, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Mom, we're going to catch a big fish. As the tractor drove out of the town, the road became strewn with gravel, jolting the passengers so violently that their internal organs felt displaced. Su Yuan clutched the insulated bucket tightly in her arms. It held the family's last hope, and she feared spilling even a single drop of the scalding broth. The wheels crushed the rubble, kicking up dust that billowed into the trailer. Watching the barren fields and weeds rapidly recede on both sides, the courage her daughter had painstakingly mustered within her slowly drained away with every bump. Zhaozhao, why does this road seem to lead farther and farther from civilization? She finally couldn't help but shout to her daughter, clutching the wooden side of the trailer, her voice trembling with a fear she herself hadn't noticed. There's no village ahead and no one behind. Does anyone really pass through here? The 128 yuan she had earned yesterday. She had hugged the money box all night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep a wink. That money was real heavy, the most she had ever seen in her life. Today should have been the perfect time to strike while the iron was hot, setting up the stall to earn another sum. But now they were driving out to this godforsaken wilderness. Su Yuan's heart felt hollow and frantic, like a rabbit trapped in her chest. She couldn't help but tally the costs in her mind. This batch of meatballs alone cost over a dozen yuan for the beef. If they didn't sell today, the flavor would be off by tomorrow, money down the drain. And with no stall today, they'd lose at least 100 yuan. Adding it up, that was 130 or 40 yuan gone. The pain made the flesh on her face twitch. But Qin Zhaozhao remained steady, her small frame swaying with the tractor like a Roly-Poly toy. She unscrewed her little water bottle, took a leisurely sip, and then slowly spoke. Mom, who do you think is the richest family? Su Yuan was taken aback, not following her daughter's train of thought. That would be the town mayor's family and the director of the Red Star factory. Would they come to the market and queue up with the neighbors just to buy a bowl of our meatballs? Qin Zhaozhao asked again. Su Yuan shook her head without a second thought. Those were influential figures who had their own special places to eat and drink. There was no way they would jostle with ordinary folks. Exactly. Qin Zhaozhao tapped the wooden board of the trailer with her small hand, producing a thump-thump sound. The people at the market have only so much money in their pockets. No matter how well our meatballs sell, we can only make so much in a day. To earn real big money, we need to make those big shots we never usually see willingly fork over their cash. Her little face turned to Su Yuan, her expression serious beyond her 6 years. The fish we're angling for today is that kind of person. The money he can give in one go might be more than what Wed makes standing at the market for a whole month. This kind of big fish won't swim up to our stall on its own. We have to go out, find the waterway it must pass, and then cast the... Su Yuan only half understood these words, but she grasped earning big money and big shots. She looked into her daughter's bright black eyes, which held not a trace of hesitation or uncertainty. That unyielding conviction inexplicably calmed her flustered heart. Qin Zhangwo drove ahead without a word, but he caught every syllable of the conversation between his daughter and wife. He gripped the steering wheel tighter and pressed the accelerator more steadily. He didn't understand big fish or small fish. He only knew that if his daughter said go east, he would never go west. This family had finally found a glimmer of hope, and that hope came from his daughter. He couldn't let it slip away. The tractor drove on for another half hour, turning onto an even narrower dirt road. On one side of the road was a bare, lush slope, on the other weeds half a person tall. Qin Zhaozhao peered through the gaps in the trailer, cross-referencing the scene with the system's map in her mind. Dad, slow down at that slope ahead. Stop at the bottom. Got it. Qin Zhangwo responded and steadily parked the tractor on a patch of open ground at the foot of West Slope. The terrain was slightly flatter here, with a few crooked trees nearby offering some shade from the scorching sun. He killed the engine. As the tractor's putt-putt fell silent, the only sounds left were the rustle of wind through the grass and the chirping of nameless insects. An unsettling quiet. This is the place. Su Yuan got off the tractor and looked around, her unease growing. There wasn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. This is the place. Qin Zhaozhao jumped down from the trailer, dusted off her pants, and began issuing orders like a little general. Dad, bring down our secret weapon and set it under that tree. Mom, prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Without a word, Qin Zhangwo climbed onto the trailer and untied the ropes binding the table and chairs. He lifted down a square wooden box wrapped in cloth and placed it solemnly on the ground. Su Yuan stared at the wooden box, utterly puzzled. Qin Zhangwo crouched down, a look of barely contained pride on his face. He pressed and pulled at several inconspicuous hidden clasps on the side of the box. With a series of crisp click-clack sounds, the box seemed to come alive, smoothly extending 4 legs from its sides. He flipped it over, and the flat surface became a small square table. From inside the box, he pulled out 2 folded components, which with a few simple movements turned into 2 small folding stools with backs. Qin Zhaozhao's hands moved without pause, pulling, latching, flipping, extracting. In the blink of an eye, an exquisite set of folding furniture appeared before them. The edges of the table and legs were polished smooth as silk. The brass joints at the connections were ingeniously designed and sturdy. On the tabletop, the words Hua Pai Child Guardian Brand were painted in red lacquer, exuding a simple pride. Su Yun's mouth hung open, her eyes following Qin Zhaozhao's hands. By the time the furniture was set up, she had forgotten to close it. My heavens, Zhaozhao, when did you make this? It's so clever. This is a treasure. Haha. Qin Zhaozhao scratched his head. He had pondered over it for several nights, originally intending to surprise Teacher Wang, but it came in handy today first. Qin Zhaozhao nodded in satisfaction. This set of furniture was today's fishing rod. It could showcase craftsmanship and provide a dignified negotiation table. With the table and chairs set up, Su Yun placed the insulated bucket on the table and unscrewed the lid. An intensely rich aroma of beef mingled with the savory essence of bone broth exploded in the hot air, pushing aside the earthy and grassy scents. She took out 3 sets of clean white porcelain bowls and spoons, arranging them neatly on the table. A family of 3 sat down around the delicate little table in this desolate wilderness. The scene looked less like a business venture and more like a strange picnic. Time ticked by, the sun climbed higher, baking their skin with its heat. An hour passed, and not even a bicycle appeared on the road. Su Yun could no longer sit still. She stood up to look down the road, then sat down again, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of a bowl. Zhaozhao, will anyone really come? Her voice was already choked with tears. Qin Zhaozhao was also growing impatient. He pulled out tobacco leaves and paper from his pocket, rolled a cigarette, and puffed away, his eyes constantly darting to the intersection. Trust was one thing, but this scene defied common sense. Only Qin Zhaozhao remained calm. She sat steadily on her little stool, swinging her legs as if in her own backyard. Watching her parents' anxiety, she spoke in her childish voice. Dad, this chair you made is really comfortable. My back doesn't hurt at all. How did you think of making the legs retractable? Qin Zhaozhao's attention was immediately diverted by his daughter's question. He put out his cigarette, perked up, and began explaining the mortisiantin structure and latch mechanism he had designed. He spoke with enthusiasm, and the worry on his face faded considerably. Su Yun looked at her husband and daughter, sighed inwardly, and could only force herself to wait patiently. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the time indicated by the system drew near. The heat waves in the air made everyone drowsy. Su Yun's patience was nearly exhausted, and even Qin Zhaozhao had finished explaining all his design ideas and resumed smoking in silence. Just then, the sound of an engine growing closer came from the end of the dirt road. The sound was completely different from the tractors, deeper, more powerful, like the roar of a beast carrying an arrogance out. At that sound, the 3 of them stiffened as if pricked by a needle, turning their heads in unison toward the dirt road. A brand new green Jeep appeared in their sight. Its hood gleamed dazzling in the sunlight, clearly not something an ordinary person could afford. The Jeep was struggling up the slope, its engine making increasingly ominous sounds, like a person gravely ill, gasping for breath, mixed with strange metallic, grinding noises. A thick cloud of blue-black smoke billowed from the rear like a desperate signal. Cough. Clang. Less than 50 meters away, the Jeep lunged forward, shuddered violently, emitted a teeth-grinding metallic screech, and then ground to a complete halt. The door burst open with a bang, and a middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt and blue trousers jumped out. He looked about 40 with neatly combed hair, but his face was flushed with anger. He walked to the front, kicked the tire hard, then he tried to lift the hood, but the moment his hand touched the scorching metal, he jerked it back, shaking it, and cursing again. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes lit up instantly like stars igniting in the night. She put down her water bottle, looked at Qin Zhaozhao, and gave him a confident, encouraging nod. Meeting his daughter's gaze, Qin Zhaozhao felt the stone that had been weighing on his heart all day drop with a thud, leaving his chest numb. He ground out his cigarette, but forcefully on the ground, took a deep breath, and felt the heart that had been dormant for half his life begin to race uncontrollably, not from nervousness, but from an unprecedented excitement. He stood up, dusted the dirt off his pants, and straightened his spine, which had been bent by life's hardships for so long. Then he took a step and walked steadily toward the man who was at a loss like a trapped beast. Qin Zhaozhao was about to step forward when his pant leg tightened. He looked down and saw his daughter's small hand tightly gripping his trousers, shaking her head at him. Dad, wait. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was not loud, but Qin Zhaozhao felt as if nailed to the spot. The foot he had lifted was withdrawn. He turned to look at his daughter, his eyes full of questions. The man had arrived, the car was broken. Why not go help? What were they waiting for? Su Yun was also frantic. She crouched low, urging in a hushed voice. Zhaozhao, what are you waiting for? Your dad should go over now. Look how anxious that man is, his hands are burned. As she watched the man pacing around the Jeep, her heart leaped into her throat. This was the big fish her daughter had mentioned. If he left on his own, the money lost from not setting up the stall today, along with the cost of this batch of meatballs, would all be for nothing. Qin Zhaozhao remained silent, only lifting her small chin and gesturing with a pout toward the top of the slope on the other side of the dirt road. There's still one more person who hasn't arrived. One more person. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun looked in the direction she pointed. On that empty dirt road, only wild grass swayed in the wind. The couple exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Could Zhaozhao have miscalculated? The fire that had just ignited in Qin Zhaozhao's heart seemed doused by a bucket of cold water, hissing and diminishing. He crouched down again, but his back remained ramrod straight, no longer bending. He trusted his daughter, but the scene before him left him feeling deeply uncertain. Seconds crawled by like minutes. The man driving the Jeep was Li Weidong, the director of a southern canned food factory. He had come north to find raw material suppliers and was driving out to inspect hawthorn orchards when his car broke down halfway. He paced back and forth in irritation. The watch on his wrist showed nearly 3 o'clock. He had been stranded in this wilderness for almost half an hour without seeing a single soul. Li Weidong's patience was exhausted. Just as he was about to lock the car and leave, the clattering sound of a bicycle chain came from the dirt road. A figure appeared at the top of the slope. The man was riding an old bicycle, pedaling hard downhill, the chain noise carrying far across the open field. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan held their breath. They recognized the approaching figure. It was Lin Wei. He had changed into a clean blue cloth jacket, his hair slicked with pomade, and his face was brimming with undisguised smugness. He had obviously spotted the stranded Jeep and Li Weidong beside it. His eyes lit up like a starving wolf seeing meat. He pedaled even faster, charging straight ahead like a cannonball. Su Yun clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. She turned her head, staring intently at her daughter. Zhaozhao had actually predicted this. She had foreseen this broken-down car, and even that Lin Wei would appear from the other direction. At that moment, all of Su Yun's doubts and unease vanished. Looking at her daughter's calm little face, she suddenly felt that even if it meant giving up the stall for a day, or even betting all their possessions on her daughter, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. Qin Zhaozhao's suspended heart also thumped heavily back into his chest. On his dark face, shock first appeared. He believed now completely. His daughter had told him to wait for this very moment. Lin Wei slammed on the brakes a few meters from the Jeep, the rear, while leaving a streak of dirt on the ground. He threw his bicycle to the ground, it clattered as it fell, but he didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, he ran toward Li Weidong with a fawning smile plastered on his face. Comrade, don't worry, he shouted, his voice unnaturally enthusiastic. Car trouble, huh? In this desolate place, you must be beside yourself. Li Weidong, already irritated, glanced at him with a hint of wariness. Lin Wei paid no attention. He thumped his chest loudly, his voice growing even louder, clearly audible to the Qin family dozens of meters away. Don't you worry. Today's your lucky day, running into me. In the first proper college graduate from our town. I know all about machinery. Don't let this little car fool you. The principles are the same, just like a tractor or a water pump. Let me take a look, I'll fix it up for sure. As he boasted, he circled the Jeep, pointing and gesturing, spouting incomprehensible jargon. From the sound of it, it's probably a clutch problem, or maybe the carburetor is clogged. Let me check the spark plugs first. Li Weidong was skeptical, but with no other options, he let him try. Seeing no objection, Lin Wei lifted his chin even higher. He walked to the front of the car, bent down, ready to show off his skills in front of this benefactor. In his mind, he was already calculating how this important man would reward him after the car was fixed. An investment. A good job. Lin Wei was about to rise above the rest, trampling the Qin family, those country bumpkins, under his feet. His hand was about to lift the scorching hood. Then Qin Zhaozhao spoke. Dad, now, go. Her voice was soft, but it struck Qin Zhaozhao's ears like a command. You got it. Qin Zhaozhao sprang up, leaping directly into the tractor's driver's seat. He turned the key and stopped. Cough. Cough. Put poot poot. Put poot poot put. The tractor coughed twice, then erupted into a roar. Black smoke shot from the chimney like a roused beast lunging at the sky. The ground trembled from the immense noise. Lin Wei, about to play the savior, froze mid-motion. He whirled around and saw that battered tractor charging toward them with an air that seemed ready to crush everything in its path. At the wheel was Qin Zhaozhao. What was he doing here? Li Weidong also frowned, eyeing this sudden behemoth. Gripping the steering wheel, Qin Zhaozhao felt his blood run hot. He didn't drive fast, but every roar of the tractor was like a heavy hammer pounding relentlessly on Lin Wei's heart. The tractor came to a steady stop on the other side of the Jeep. Its massive frame stood in stark comical contrast to Lin Wei's fallen bicycle. The tractor's front was pointed directly at Lin Wei. Qin Zhaozhao killed the engine and jumped down from the driver's seat. Standing over 1.8 meters tall with a solid muscular build from years of hard labor, he stood there like a mountain. He didn't say a word. He simply cast a calm glance at the ashen-faced Lin Wei. There was no anger in that look, only the cold indifference one might show toward an insignificant object. Then he turned to the astonished factory director Li Weidong. Qin Zhaozhao paid no heed to Lin Wei, whose face had turned pale. He was tall, and as he stepped forward, his shadow completely enveloped Lin Wei. He looked at the drenched in sweat factory director, grinned, and revealed a row of white teeth. Comrade, broken down. His voice was low and steady like the yellow earth beneath his feet. Li Weidong was already dizzy from Lin Wei's constant talk of university theory, and now a tractor driver had appeared, making him frown instinctively. But the man before him, though his clothes were patched, had a straight back and honest eyes, unlike the noisy young man beside him. He inspired a sense of reliability. Yes, it's dead in the water. I'm frantic. Li Weidong wiped his sweat. Sensing trouble, Lin Wei quickly squeezed between them, trying to push Qin Zhaozhao away. I say, Qin Zhaozhao, just stick to driving your tractor. What are you butting in for? This is a Jeep, a precious thing, not like your pile of scrap metal. Do you even know the names of the parts inside? He lifted his chin high, then turned to Li Weidong with a different expression. Chief, don't listen to him. I know him. He was a temp at our factory, barely literate. What does he know about machinery? I've already diagnosed the problem. The ignition coil is old, not enough high voltage. Just replace it. He spoke with absolute certainty, as if the car were already fixed. Li Weidong was skeptical, but the word university student did carry some weight. He looked at Qin Zhaozhao, then at Lin Wei, unable to decide. Qin Zhaozhao didn't even look at Lin Wei, treating him as if he were air. Ever since he had touched that carpentry book, his mind seemed to have opened up. His daughter had made him stand outside the town's repair shop for a while, and in that short time, when he looked at these metal things again, images of parts meshing together naturally emerged in his mind. His hands itched, his heart itched too, as if he were born to tinker with these things. He simply looked at Li Weidong and asked again, "Comrade, let me take a look." He said little, but his eyes were honest, the confidence of a craftsman in his own skill. "Well, Li Weidong." Lin Wei was getting anxious, his voice rising. "What are you looking at? Do you even know anything? Let me tell you, this is science. I studied internal combustion engines in university. The textbook is crystal clear for this kind of sudden stall. 90% of the time, it's the ignition system. You're just a temp who can't even read formulas. How are you going to fix it?" He was practically spraying spit, emphasizing the words university student and textbook. From behind the tractor, Qin Zhaozhao poked out her little head, her voice crisp. "My dad fixes our village's water pump without ever using a textbook, and he always gets it done. The village chief says my dad's hands are more accurate than an engineer's blueprints." The child's clear voice made Li Weidong's heart skip a beat. He looked again at Lin Wei's eager face, and his favorable impression of the university student faded. In his years of running the factory, he had seen many who could talk the talk, and many who got their hands dirty. He knew who was more reliable. "All right, take a look then." Li Weidong made up his mind and nodded at Qin Zhaozhao. "Sure thing." Qin Zhaozhao replied and walked to the front of the car. Lin Wei tried to block him, but was shoved aside by Qin Zhaozhao's shoulder. Qin Zhaozhao didn't start immediately. He took a thick cloth from his pocket to pad his hand, found the latch, and with a flick of his wrist, click, the hood popped open. A wave of heat mixed with the smell of oil rushed out. Lin Wei quickly leaned and pointing at a mess of wires. "See, the ignition coil. It's burned out. Take it off and you'll smell it. And this distributor, it's..." Qin Zhaozhao ignored him. He bent down, put his head close to the engine, and pressed his ear against it, closing his eyes. After just a few seconds, he straightened up. He extended a finger stained with grease, and without a moment's hesitation pointed directly at an inconspicuous metal lump on the lower side of the engine. "It's not electrical," Qin Zhaozhao said, every word clear. "The fuel pump is clogged. It's not getting fuel." Lin Wei jumped as if he had been stung. "Nonsense. What do you know?" His face was flushed red, his voice shrill. "A fuel problem makes the car shudder and stall slowly. How could it just stop with a bang? That's common sense. The textbook calls it instantaneous power interruption. It must be the electrical system. You've even got the principle wrong." Li Weidong was confused again. But Qin Zhaozhao didn't even raise an eyebrow. He didn't argue. He turned and went back to his tractor, pulled out a canvas tool bag from the trailer, and spread it on the ground with a rustle. A row of wrenches and pliers polished to a shine were laid out neatly. He picked a wrench and a small pry bar, walked back and crouched down. Lin Wei, seeing him about to work, buzzed incessantly. "Hey, don't mess with that. That's the fuel filter. Why are you taking that off? I told you the problem is the coil. Why don't you listen? If you break it, can you afford to pay?" "Chief, look at him. He's just messing around." Qin Zhaozhao said nothing. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his hands moved swiftly and steadily, each turn of the screw without a wasted motion. As he unscrewed the third screw, he stopped. Without turning his head, he forced out a sentence, cold and hard. "Shut up. Don't delay my work." The buzzing stopped instantly. Lin Wei's mouth hung open, his face turning from red to the color of liver. The surrounding silence was broken only by the wind. Li Weidong stood by, taking it all in. He looked at the man crouched on the ground, then at the embarrassed university student beside him, and his mind was made up. He stopped listening to Lin Wei and stared fixedly at Qin Zhaozhao's hands. Qin Zhaozhao gently pried the metal lump loose with the pry bar, turned it over, and tapped it on the ground. A small pile of black sand and dirt fell out. He then pulled out a thin wire, poked it inside, and then putting his mouth to the pipe, blew hard several times. He put the part back, tightened the screws, stood up, and wiped his hands on the thick cloth. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. He patted the dust off his hands and said to the stunned Li Weidong, "All right, start it up." Li Weidong blinked, got back into the driver's seat, and turned the key. Cough, cough, Virum. The Jeep's engine roared to life, steady and powerful. Gone was the sputtering, dying sound from before. The car was truly fixed. Lin Wei stood rooted to the spot, the color draining from his face until it was as white as... He stared at the restarted Jeep, unable to comprehend how a country bumpkin could be more skilled than he, a legitimate university graduate. Li Weidong jumped out of the car, his face full of surprise. He rushed over to Qin Zhaozhao and grabbed his grease-stained... "Comrade." "No, master. Thank you so much. You've been a huge help." Qin Zhaozhao's hand was seized by Li Weidong. Those hands, long accustomed to handling iron lumps, were as rough as sandpaper. Li Weidong's hand, slick with unwiped engine oil, was greasy, yet he did not let go at all. His other hand reached straight into his trouser pocket, pulling out a thick wallet. With a flick of his fingers, he extracted a wad of de Tuanjia notes. Judging by the thickness, it was at least 30 yuan. He thrust the money directly into Qin Zhaozhao's arms. "Master, thank you so much today. Take it, you must take it. This isn't for the repair, it's just a token of my gratitude. Without you, I'd be feeding the mosquitoes here." The red notes dazzled Qin Zhaozhao's eyes. In all his life, he had never earned money so cleanly and straightforwardly through his craft. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't take it. Instead, he pulled his hand free from Li Weidong's grip and rubbed it vigorously back and forth on his patched trousers until all the grease was gone. Then he waved his hand, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. No need, really. Who doesn't run into trouble when they're out? His words were sincere without a hint of pretense. He couldn't take the money. His daughter had said that today they were fishing for the big fish in the river, not these little shrimps in the pond. Lin Wei stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on the wad of cash in Li Weidong's hand, his heart feeling as if it were being stabbed repeatedly by an awl. This recognition, this money, it should have all been his. He was so furious that his hands and feet turned cold, the muscles on his face stiffened, and he couldn't utter a single word. His much-doubted college student theory had been shattered by a single wire from Qin Zhaozhao. Li Weidong wanted to persuade him further, but a small figure scrambled down from the tractor's trailer. Qin Zhaozhao jumped to the ground, patted the dust off her pants with her small hands, looked up at Li Weidong, and said crisply, "Uncle, my parents haven't even had lunch yet, because we were waiting for you." Her words stunned all 3 adults. Waiting for him. Li Weidong looked down at the little girl, her hair in 2 pigtails, her eyes dark and bright, speaking without a hint of timidity. His mind buzzed as he pieced everything together. This family hadn't just happened by, they had calculated that he would break down here and had been waiting specifically for him. Su Yun also snapped back to reality, inwardly admiring her daughter. With one sentence, she had turned a chance encounter of help into a sincere wait. Before the deal even began, their standing had already changed. Qin Zhaozhao paid no mind to what the adults were thinking. She waved her small hand like a little general issuing orders. "Dad, bring down the table. Time to eat." "Coming." Qin Zhaozhao replied quickly and heartily. He turned and jumped onto the trailer, lifting down a square wooden box wrapped in cloth, and set it steadily beside the Jeep. Lin Wei looked at the wooden box, curling his lips and muttering inwardly about Hicks. Could a broken wooden box really amount to anything? But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his eyes widened. Qin Zhaozhao crouched down, his fingers pressing and pulling quickly and accurately on several copper clasps on the side of the box. Click, click, click. With a few crisp sounds of the mechanism, the box seemed to come alive. For table legs slid out from the body and stood firmly on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the flat box surface transformed into a smooth little square table. He then pulled out 2 folded wooden boards from inside the box. With a shake of his hands and a few more soft clicks, 2 chairs with backs materialized. The entire process was so swift it was dizzying. In less than a minute, a set of clever and sturdy folding furniture was set up in the middle of this wilderness. Li Weidong's jaw dropped. He had traveled far and wide, considering himself well-traveled, but he had never seen such ingenious carpentry. This wasn't just furniture, it was a treasure. Lin Wei's eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't understand how a country bumpkin like Qin Zhaozhao could come up with such novel contraptions not even seen in the city. Qin Zhaozhao watched Li Weidong's reaction with satisfaction, nodded, and said to Su Yun, "Mom, serve the food." Su Yun had been waiting. She walked over, carrying a large insulated bucket, and set it on the little square table. As soon as the lid was twisted open, an intense, irresistible aroma exploded outward, sweeping away all the surrounding smells of earth and grass. The scent was the rich depth of braised beef, the savory essence of thoroughly boiled bones, and an indescribable. The aroma was so overpowering it drilled straight into one's nose, instantly arousing all the greedy cravings in the stomach. Li Weidong, who had been driving all morning, was tired, anxious, and starving to the point of seeing stars. When the fragrance hit him, his stomach let out a loud growl, and his face turned red. Su Yun efficiently laid out 3 sets of white porcelain bowls and spoons, filling a small bowl for Qin Zhaozhao, then bowls for herself and Qin Zhaozhao. The bowls were piled high with plump beef balls immersed in a milky white broth, sprinkled with a few green scallions, looking mouth-watering. Qin Zhaozhao held her small bowl, but didn't eat. She walked up to Li Weidong, looked up, and invited him. "Uncle, the car is fixed, and you must be hungry. Why don't you join us for a bite? My mom's beef balls are really delicious." Lin Wei, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward, forcing a smile onto his face. "Oh, this is so kind of you. Sister-in-law even brought food. Well, I want stand on ceremony." He made to sit at the table, but Qin Zhaozhao acted as if she hadn't seen him, her big eyes fixed solely on Li Weidong. Su Yun and Qin Zhaozhao also ignored his existence, and the scene instantly became awkward. Li Weidong initially wanted to be polite, but his legs seemed glued to the strange chair and the fragrant bowl of meatballs. He couldn't move an inch. He looked at the little girl's sincere face, then glanced at the fawning young man beside him and made up his mind. "Well, then I want stand on ceremony." He laughed heartily and sat down on the chair. Qin Zhaozhao immediately stood up, fetched another identical folding chair from the tractor, sat down himself, and gave his seat to Li Weidong. Su Yun took out spare clean bowls and chopsticks, filling a full bowl for Li Weidong. "Director, please try my cooking." "Don't be shy," she said, having guessed his identity from her daughter's address. Lin Wei stood alone by the table, unable to sit or leave, feeling like a fool. He watched the 3 Qins and Li Weidong gathered around the table, while he was left out, a feeling worse than a beating. Li Weidong was truly hungry. He thanked them, picked up his spoon, and first took a sip of the soup. As the soup entered his mouth, his entire body trembled. Fresh. A stream of heat slid down his throat into his stomach, and all the fatigue in his body seemed to be washed away by this mouthful of soup. This wasn't the dry, sharp freshness of MSG. It was the rich, smooth essence of meat and bones simmered for hours, leaving a sweet aftertaste in the mouth. He couldn't wait any longer. He scooped up a beef ball with his spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment his teeth touched it, pop! The skin of the ball had a bit of chewiness and burst open instantly. A torrent of hot, savory juice exploded in his mouth, making him hiss from the heat, but the flavor was 10 times more delicious than the soup. Ignoring the burn, he quickly chewed a couple of times. The ball was springy and tender, bouncing between his teeth, the meaty fragrance intensifying with each chew. Li Weidong stopped eating. As the director of a canning factory, what delicacies hadn't he tasted? Yet in all his life he had never eaten such delicious meatballs. He looked down at the chair under him, then reached out to touch the smooth edges of the table, the feel of the wood, the exquisite structure. A man with top-notch repair skills. A woman capable of creating supreme delicacies. A little girl of incredible intelligence. And this miraculously ingenious folding furniture. Who exactly was this family? Lin Wei watched the look of pure enjoyment on Li Weidong's face, and his heart sank completely. He knew he had lost today, lost everything down to his last shred of dignity. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. Eager to leave, he stumbled and tripped over his own bicycle, which he had thrown on the ground, falling flat on his face. He scrambled up frantically, picked up his bike, and rode away without looking back. His retreating figure was utterly pathetic. Li Weidong had no attention left for anyone else. He buried his head in his bowl, spooning the food down, voraciously devouring everything until the very last drop of soup was gone. He set down the bowl and let out a long breath, feeling as if he had come back to life. He looked up, his smile gone, replaced by the sharp, bright gaze of a businessman spotting an opportunity. He looked at Su Yuan, who was wiping the corner of Qin Zhaozhao's mouth, leaned forward slightly, and asked word by word, "Sister, let me ask you something. Can these beef balls you make be produced on a large scale?" Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat at Li Weidong's mention of mass production, causing the bowl in her hand to tremble. She knew nothing of large-scale manufacturing. All she knew was toiling away in her own kitchen. Instinctively, she glanced at her daughter Qin Zhaozhao, who was scraping the bottom of her bowl with a small spoon without lifting her head. Yet Su Yuan understood. In that instant, her heart steadied. Su Yuan took a deep breath, looked at Li Weidong, and offered a shy but honest smile. "I can manage, but it's labor-intensive. For these meatballs, I use the live muscle from the hind leg with a bit of tendon and pound them by hand until they're springy. Machine-ground meat just doesn't have that chew." She wasn't exaggerating. She simply revealed the most crucial technique. Li Weidong, being an expert, understood immediately, his eyes lighting up. With such premium ingredients and the requirement for handcrafting, if this were turned into a product, it would have no rivals in the market. His gaze fell upon the set of tables and chairs, and he couldn't resist reaching out to touch the smooth surface. "Master, this table set of yours is a true treasure." Qin Zhaozhao, who had remained largely silent, beamed with pride upon hearing praise for his cherished craftsmanship. He rose, patted the tabletop, and spoke with unmistakable pride. "I tinkered with this for the kids' meals on the go. I call it the Guardian brand. Folded up, it's a box, easy to carry." He crouched down, pointing at the joints of the table legs. "It's all wood interlocking, no nails needed, solid. The chair folds too, and when you sit, your back gets support, comfortable." His words were plain, but his confidence in his skill was unmistakable. Li Weidong's respect for this family grew even more. A talented cook and a true artisan, this trip was worth it. Seeing Li Weidong hit it off with the Qin family, Lin Wei, who had been left out, could no longer contain himself. Rage clouded his mind. He couldn't lose like this. Why should that mudfoot Qin Zhaozhao reap such immense benefits? Lin Wei lunged forward, shoving himself between Li Weidong and Qin Zhaozhao. "Sir, don't let them fool you." He pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, his voice shrill and urgent. "They're just street vendors, profiteers, jobless drifters with no affiliation. Can you trust a word they say?" He then gestured at the empty bowls on the table, spittle flying. "And these meatballs, who knows if they're clean? Just 2 days ago, their stall was reported for making a kid sick. The clinic got involved. How can you eat something from such a dubious source?" Lin Wei thought his bombshells would crush the Qin family. But Li Weidong only furrowed his brow, staring at him coldly, as if watching a monkey performer. Li Weidong had built a canned food empire, had seen it all. He knew the Qin family's worth. This Lin Wei, however, from boasting to undermining to wild accusations, revealed his poor character clearly. Li Weidong stood up. Though not tall, he exuded an imposing presence. Without sparing Lin Wei another glance, he pulled a wallet from his breast pocket, extracted a white business card, and handed it formally to Qin Zhaozhao with both hands. "Master Qin, I haven't formally introduced myself. I'm Li Weidong, director of the Sweet Honey Canned Food Factory in the South." Boom. Sweet Honey Canned Food Factory. Director. The word struck Lin Wei like thunderbolts. He froze, his expression petrified, mouth agape, as if his soul had been drained. Sweet Honey. That was a nationally renowned brand. The factory had dreamed of entering. Its director was this man. Qin Zhaozhao was stunned too, staring blankly at the card reading, "Director Li Weidong," unsure where to put his hands. Su Yun gasped, covering her mouth. The big fish her daughter spoke of was this colossal. Ignoring the dumbfounded Lin Wei, Li Weidong fixed his gaze on the couple, his tone decisive and sincere. "Sister Su, Master Qin, let me be frank. These beef meatballs are the best I've ever tasted. This table and chairs are the most ingenious I've seen. I want to collaborate with you to develop the beef meatballs into a canned product and distribute them nationwide." Collaboration. Develop. Distribute nationwide. Each word hammered Lin Wei's heart, shattering his pathetic illusions. He had hoped for a job or investment, but the factory director hadn't even glanced at him, instead treasuring the Qin family. Li Weidong continued addressing the equally astonished couple. Of course, cooperation isn't just talk. Food safety is paramount. I need to visit your production workshop in person to assess the conditions. Would that be convenient? Workshop. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan exchanged glances, a flicker of panic in there. They had no workshop. All they had was a small smoke-filled kitchen. The moment Li Weidong uttered the word workshop, the air seemed to be sucked dry. Su Yun's smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth, but it had already frozen stiff. Her hand holding the bowl trembled uncontrollably. A drop of scalding beef soup splashed onto the back of her hand, leaving a small red mark, yet she felt no pain as the warmth drained from her face in an instant. A workshop? Where would they have a workshop? Yes, they had moved into a two-story building in the town, which sounded impressive. But the kitchen was still a newly built old-fashioned stoveroom, filled with smoke and soot. After just a few days of use, the white walls were already stained with a layer of gray-black. The space was pitifully small, with barely enough room for one person to work. Turning around would bump into the stove corner. How could such a place be called a workshop? How could he let a big factory director see it? Qin Zhaozhao's back, which had just straightened from being praised for his craftsmanship, slowly bent again. His lips trembled as he instinctively sought an excuse to brush it off. Director hour. That. Before he could finish, his pant leg was gently tugged. Qin Zhaozhao looked down to see his daughter Qin Zhaozhao looking up at him with her small face, her bright black eyes devoid of any panic. Li Weidong also noticed this small gesture. He looked at the couple's instantly pale faces and had a rough idea. In his years of running factories, he had met many folk masters with real skill but poor conditions. He didn't mind the conditions, but the production environment was crucial to product quality, which was the foundation of cooperation. Just as he was about to say something diplomatic to delay the matter, the little girl let go of her father's pant leg and stepped forward a small pace. Uncle, our home is the workshop. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was not loud, crisp, and clear like mountain spring water, dripping on stone, shattering the awkward silence in an instant. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan's hearts leaped to their throats. Both looked at their daughter, their eyes filled with panic. Was Zhaozhao about to tell the truth? If the truth came out, wouldn't the deal fall through? Li Weidong grew interested. He crouched down to be at eye level with the little girl and asked with a smile, "Oh, your home is the workshop?" Yes, Qin Zhaozhao nodded seriously. Her tiny finger first pointed at Su Yuan. My mother's workshop is in our new kitchen. She stands at that small stove every day, pounding that big piece of beef with a hammer for a long time, turning it into such delicious meatballs. Then she pointed at Qin Zhaozhao. My father's workshop is in our bare yard. He takes those hard, ugly pieces of wood, chops, and planes them, and they become the magical tables and chairs you're sitting on, Uncle. Li Weidong's smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. A new kitchen with a small stove, a bare yard. These conditions didn't sound good. Qin Zhaozhao saw the hesitation on his face. She took another step forward, spread her small hands, looked into Li Weidong's eyes, and said in the clearest voice a sentence no one expected. Uncle, my parents have the best skills in the world, but we don't have money. We can't afford big machines, and we can't build a big factory. So our workshop can only be that small for now. She didn't make excuses or play the victim. She simply laid out their family's dire reality like a blank sheet of paper, openly and honestly, before the big factory director. She told him they were poor, but that couldn't overshadow the brilliance of their craftsmanship. Li Weidong looked at the innocent little face before him, his mouth slightly open, momentarily lost for words. These few simple words struck him more powerfully than any grandiose business plan he had ever heard, hammering against his heart with each beat. Yes, why had he been so narrow-minded? It was precisely in that crude kitchen, using the simplest methods, that they had pounded out such perfectly springy beef meatballs. It was precisely in that empty yard, using the most basic tools, that they had crafted such ingenious folding tables and chairs. This wasn't poor conditions. It was the ultimate proof of their extraordinary skill. Their character was evident from this child, open, honest, and genuine. Their craftsmanship was proven by the meatballs he had eaten and the chair he was sitting on, top-notch. What did such partners lack in terms of skill and integrity? They only lacked an opportunity, a capital that would allow them to spread their wings. Investing in an existing factory was just business. But investing in a family like this was like personally polishing a dust-covered pearl, letting it shine with its true brilliance. As this thought arose, Li Weidong's blood surged with excitement. He stood up abruptly, the movement so forceful it stirred a breeze that made the scallions on the table sway. He looked at the still shocked Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan, his eyes gleaming with the light of someone who had found a treasure. Good. Well said. Li Weidong slapped his thigh, the sound startlingly loud. In all my years traveling far and wide, I've seen plenty of braggarts and secretive people, but never someone as straightforward as your daughter. I like it. His gaze burned into Qin Zhaozhao, his eyes devoid of any hesitation, filled only with a businessman's decisiveness. Master Qin, I won't beat around the bush. I trust your character. Parents who can raise such a daughter can't produce anything bad. He jabbed a finger heavily on the small square table, making its legs tremble. Cooperation. It's settled. I won't waste time with formalities. Tomorrow, he'll visit you in person, and he'll bring the letter of intent. The words letter of intent made Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan's minds go blank with a buzz. Both stood dumbfounded, staring at Li Weidong as if in a dream. Was it done? Without even a proper workshop, the big factory director was coming to sign a letter of intent. Not far away, Lin Wei, who had been eavesdropping, intently caught every word. Tomorrow. Visit. Letter of intent. Each word pierced his chest like a red-hot iron rod. He watched Li Weidong enthusiastically exchange addresses with Qin Zhaozhao, saw the undisguised admiration on the factory director's face, and observed the Qin family's expressions shifting from panic to ecstasy. His hands were nearly sweating with frustration. He couldn't understand why everything involving this family brought him nothing. Why? Qin Zhaozhao, a country bumpkin who could barely write his own name, how could he stumble upon such incredible luck? Just because he could screw a few bolts. Just because his wife could make a few lousy meatballs. Just because he had a sharp-tongued little girl. Lin Wei's chest felt constricted, suffocating him until his vision darkened. He stared at them until Li Weidong's jeep disappeared into a cloud of yellow dust. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, his body went limp. He turned to pick up his fallen bicycle, but his hands trembled so violently that as soon as he lifted it, his grip slipped, and the bike crashed back to the ground with a clatter. His face flushed red. Flustered, he tried again, but in his hurry the chain fell off with a clank. Unable to stay any longer and too flustered to fix it, he pushed the broken bike with its dangling chain, walking away step by step in disgrace under the Qin family's faint gaze. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The Qin family was still standing there, dazed by the overwhelming surprise. Su Yuan grabbed Qin Zhangwo's arm, her hand still trembling. Zhangwo, am I dreaming? Is that big factory director really coming to our house tomorrow? Really? Qin Zhangwo pulled out the business card with the name Li Weidong from his inner pocket, examined it over and over, then carefully put it back, patting the pocket firmly, as if afraid it might fly away. His heart was still pounding wildly in his chest. He bent down, his fingers expertly pressing the latch on the table leg, and the magical little table was soon folded back into a square wooden box. His movements were still steady, but only he knew that his fingertips were trembling all along. Qin Zhaozhao sat in the trailer of the tractor, her little legs swinging back and forth, watching her parents, still absorbing their joy, and broke into a big smile. Just then the familiar electronic voice in her mind rang out clearly with a tone of triumphant declaration. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, intercepting the benefactor. Quest reward mysterious gift pack has been issued. Please check it. Qin Zhaozhao tapped her small hand lightly on the cold trailer. She knew this was only the beginning. The real battle would officially begin tomorrow. The tractor chugged forward with a rhythmic poot poot poot, trailing a long plume of yellow dust along the dirt road behind it. In the trailer, Qin Zhangwo and Su Yuan felt as if they were treading on clouds, their minds still in a daze. Just moments ago, they were frantic over unsold meatballs, and now the director of a state-owned factory was personally coming to discuss a partnership. The turn of events was so swift that Su Yuan's heart still hung in the air, unable to settle. She gripped Qin Zhangwo's arm tightly, the sweat from her palms soaking the sleeve of his old cloth shirt. Zhangwo, pinch me. I keep feeling like this is a dream. Is he really a factory director? Will he truly come tomorrow? Her voice wavered, carrying an unreal tremor. Qin Zhangwo, as if cherishing a treasure, pulled out the business card, still bearing the scent of printer's ink, from his innermost pocket. His fingers traced over the 3 characters again and again, as if trying to etch them into his memory. He carefully tucked the card back in and patted his chest firmly, as if the heart that had nearly leaped out of his throat from excitement had finally settled back into place. But peace lasted only a few seconds before new worries crept onto his face with each jolt of the vehicle. Yin, this is a good thing, but Director Li is coming to our home tomorrow. Our 2-story house sounds nice, but it's empty inside. Just a few beds, not even a decent set of chairs for guests. How can we face him? At the thought, the heart that had just been warmed by joy instantly cooled by half. Su Yun's face also fell, the light fading from her eyes. Yes, we don't even have a proper place to receive guests. We can't have the big factory director stand in the yard to talk, can we? And what will we use to entertain him? We can't serve him meatballs again, can we? But aside from that, there's nothing else presentable in the house. After all, he was a state-owned factory director from a big southern city. He had seen all kinds of fine things. What if when he comes tomorrow and sees their shabby furniture, he thinks they were boasting and leaves in disdain? Wouldn't this golden opportunity go down the drain? The couple exchanged a glance, the earlier ecstasy doused by this bucket of cold reality, leaving only anxiety and helplessness on their faces. Dad, Mom. Qin Zhaozhao's crisp voice, like a small pebble, dropped into the troubled lake of their hearts. She sat steadily on the edge of the trailer, her short legs swinging leisurely, unaffected. Didn't I tell Uncle Li all about our home today? If he minded, he wouldn't have agreed to come. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yuan were taken aback. Yes, their daughter had laid out their family situation clearly in front of him, but still, Su Yuan fretted, twisting the hem of her clothes nervously. Hearing it and seeing it are two different things. What if he thinks we deceived him? Mom, have you forgotten what I said? Qin Zhaozhao winked at her and sighed like a little adult. She extended her tiny finger, first pointing to the tightly wrapped folding wooden box beside Qin Zhangwo, then to the insulated thermos still radiating warmth at Su Yuan's feet. Our family may be poor now, but our skills are not. What kind of person is Uncle Li? He runs a big factory. He judges us by who we are and whether these hands can create something wonderful for him. What he values are Dad's hands that can work magic and Mom's hands that can make divine flavors. The best things we've already shown him today. Tomorrow we'll show him our most authentic home. Let him see clearly that he's not investing in an empty shell of a house, but in 2 people who can work miracles. Let him know how worthwhile his investment is. The little girl's words carried a penetrating power that touched their hearts. The panic that had surged from their inferiority and humble conditions gradually subsided. Yes, they possessed skills that others lacked. That was their greatest confidence. Qin Zhaozhao looked at his daughter's strikingly bright eyes, a warmth swelling in his chest, his throat tight, as if stuffed with cotton. At 30, he hadn't seen things as clearly as his 6-year-old. He took a deep breath as if shedding a burden that had weighed on him for years and slapped his thigh hard, shaking the trailer. Our daughter is right. No more pretenses. Tomorrow we'll show our home as it is. He'll stay up tonight and make a few more new folding furniture pieces to display so Director Li can see our real craftsmanship. Right? He'll get the freshest meat before dawn and cook some local specialties for him to try. Su Yun's energy returned, her eyes reigniting with light. Seeing her parents revitalized, a faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Zhaozhao's mouth. Her gaze drifted into the distance, but her consciousness quietly sank. System settle the rewards. Ding. Main quest intercept the benefactor perfectly completed. Quest rating S. Rewards doubled. Reward mystery gift pack is being distributed. A golden light screen visible only to Qin Zhaozhao unfurled before her. On the screen, 2 golden treasure chests larger than any before slowly rotated, emitting an enticing glow. Congratulations, host. You have received reward 1 sweet canned food factory cooperation order inactive. A line of small text appeared beneath the chest. Note: this is a letter of intent, including 100 cans of beef meatballs and 100 sets of portable folding tables and chairs. After the host formally signs a cooperation letter of intent, with Li Weidong, the order will automatically activate and convert into a legally binding contract. 100,000 cans. 10,000 sets. Qin Zhaozhao's heart tightened, then began pounding wildly, a surge of heat flooding her entire being. This wasn't an empty promise. It was a system-verified contract. This was Li Weidong's delivered startup capital, the first lever to pry open the future. With this safety net, she no longer feared any changes from Li Weidong. Her excited gaze shifted to the second check. Congratulations, host. You have received reward 2 wealth space upgrade gift pack. The second chest burst open with a bang, transforming into a sky full of golden light that flooded into the depths of Qin Zhaozhao's consciousness. In an instant, Qin Zhaozhao felt a small earthquake in her mind. She immediately steadied her spirit and entered. The sight before her made her gasp, her eyes widening in shock. The original 1-cubitor dark room, which could only hold cash, had now expanded more than tenfold. It had become a small warehouse the size of half a room. The space was divided into 2 areas by an invisible wall. On the left was the wealth panel displaying her deposit amount. On the right, in the larger area, 3 large characters were inscribed on the wall: storage area. Below it was a note: can store any inanimate real-world object smaller than this area. Retrieval and storage require only a single thought from the host. She could store things. Qin Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing her excitement, she quietly reached into the vegetable basket beside Su Yun and picked up a red apple they hadn't eaten that day. She silently commanded in her mind, store. The apple vanished from her hand. She immediately focused her consciousness on the space. The bright red apple lay quietly on the floor of the storage area. Retrieve. A slight weight pressed into her palm, and the apple, cool to the touch, reappeared in her hand. It worked. This was like carrying a super safe and warehouse everywhere. From now on, the system's rewards, secret recipes, blueprints, even finished samples, would never lack a place to be stored, nor would they be discovered. Just then, Qin Zhaozhao noticed a faintly glowing button on the wealth panel. Blueprint exchange. Her heart leaped, and she tapped it with her mind. A new interface popped up like the shelves of a futuristic store, displaying several blueprints, emitting a faint technology. Basic food production line blueprint, canned goods, standardized woodworking workshop blueprint, simple egg cake, automatic mixer blueprint. Qin Zhaozhao's breath caught for a moment. Building a factory. That was exactly what she needed most. And what? Their small home stove could never support Li Weidong's order. Building a factory was essential, but how to build it, and what it should look like? Finding a suitable factory blueprint in this era was harder than reaching the sky. Now the system had delivered the solution directly to her. She selected the basic food production line blueprint with her mind. Basic food production line blueprint, canned goods, includes a complete set of plans for factory layout, equipment list, production process, and hygiene standards. Enables semi-automated production from raw material processing to sealing and sterilization with a daily output of 5,000 cans. 5,000 cans a day. That's 15,000 cans a month. Li Weidong's order of 1,000 cans could be completed in less than a month with this production line. She immediately looked at the exchange button, ready to claim the blueprint. But when her eyes fell on the exchange conditions, she froze. Exchange required wealth points, 1,000, reputation points, 100. She had the wealth points. After intercepting Lin Weiss money, she had enough. But what were reputation points? Her gaze quickly scanned the panel and soon found a newly unlocked attribute below the wealth points. Reputation points 0. Qin Zhaozhao's mind raced. She understood. Money alone wasn't enough. The system was pushing her to build the reputation of the Protect the Child brand. Li Weidong's order was just the door opener, the first step. Next, she needed to make the entire county, even the entire province, know about her father's furniture and her mother's meatballs. Reputation meant fame, word of mouth, and recognition of their skills by everyone. This game was bigger than she had imagined. Qin Zhaozhao stared at the glaring 0 on the panel, but instead of feeling discouraged, a stronger fighting spirit ignited within her. With a low rumble of the engine, a green Beijing Jeep stirred up a trail of dust before coming to a halt in front of the Qin family's rickety wooden gate. Before the passengers could even step out, a figure darted forward. It was Lin Wei. Today he was decked out in a white shirt tucked into western trousers, his hair slicked with pomade so shiny that even a fly would slip. His three-jointed leather shoes were polished to a mirror-like sheen. Behind him followed two men in cadre uniforms, their faces stern, exuding an air of authority as they stood there. As Li Weidong jumped out of the passenger seat and brushed the dust off his pants, Lin Wei approached him with clasped hands, a broad smile blooming on his face. "Director Li, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I'm Lin Wei from the Red Star Factory, just call me Xiao Lin." As he spoke, he pulled a blue plastic-covered booklet from the briefcase, tucked under his arm, and respectfully presented it with, "Director Li, I've burned the midnight oil for several nights tailoring this feasibility report on cooperative development of new canned beef products to our county's actual conditions. Please do guide me." The bold printed characters on the cover set against the backdrop of earthen walls were indeed quite impressive. Li Weidong, somewhat surprised, took it and flipped through the pages. To his credit, the report contained systematic market analysis, raw material procurement plans, cost calculations, and even several diagrams. It all seemed quite convincing. With a creak, the Qin family's courtyard door swung open from the inside. Qin Zhaozhao stood at the entrance wearing a faded blue work uniform, his liberation shoes meticulously cleaned. His wife Yuan followed behind, carrying a wooden tray with several cups of steaming tea. Her hands trembled slightly, causing the tea to slosh gently in the cups. The couple was stunned, speechless by the scene before their door. Lin Wei cast a sidelong glance at them, curled his lips, and deliberately raised his voice an octave as he addressed Li Weidong. "Director Li, you see, cooperative factory building isn't child's play, nor is it about a skilled worker crafting a few trinkets." He gestured toward the Qin family's dilapidated earthen house and crooked courtyard wall. "This requires science scale, and most importantly, what? It's about channels. I tell you, these days burying your head in work won't cut it. No matter how good the product is, if you can't sell it ITLL, just rot at home." Having said that, he proudly turned to the side, pointing at the bespectacled middle-aged man behind him. "Director Li, allow me to introduce my uncle, Director Wu of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The county's beef and mutton procurement quotas the connections at every supply point. It's all just a word from my uncle. If you give the nod, raw materials and sales won't be an issue." Director Wu slowly adjusted his glasses, nodded at Li Weidong, and lifted his chin high. At these words, the neighbors, craning their necks to watch, let out a collective gasp of awe. A supply and marketing cooperative director. That was a figure who could throw his weight around the county. Qin Zhaozhao's face turned as white as the wall. His fingers, gripping the doorframe, turned pale at the knuckles from the strain. Yuan was so frightened that her hands went limp, unable to hold the tray, and a cup of scalding tea splashed out, making her cry out in pain. "It's over." Those two words struck the couple's hearts like a sledgehammer. Here was a college graduate armed with an influential relative and a printed report, having calculated every step forward and backward. And what did they have? A shabby yard, empty hands. How could they compete? A wave of exhaustion washed over Qin Zhaozhao, draining his strength. His ears rang, his throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a single word. All he wanted was to shut the door and block out these glaring people and events. Just as he began to shrink back, someone tugged gently at the corner of his clothes. Qin Zhaozhao looked down and met his daughter's jet-black, sparkling eyes, as calm as a deep well. Qin Zhaozhao shook her head at him and nodded toward the courtyard. That gaze, like a ladle of cold water, doused the fire raging in Qin Zhaozhao's heart. A sudden realization struck him, and he recalled what his daughter had said yesterday. "We've already shown the best we have. What he's investing in isn't this broken yard. It's us, the ones who can turn ideas into reality. Yes, what am I afraid of? I have these hands and this skill." Qin Zhaozhao took a deep breath, and his previously slumped spine straightened once more. He released the doorframe, strode out of the yard, ignored Lin Wei entirely, and walked straight up to Li Weidong. "Director Li, there are too many ears out here. This isn't the place to talk. Come inside for a drink and warm up. I've prepared something for you to look over." His voice wasn't loud, but every word hit the ground with firm resolve. Lin Wei's face froze on the spot. He hadn't expected this honest worker to dare steal his thunder right in front of him. Li Weidong looked up first at the earnest Qin Zhaozhao, then glanced at Lin Wei, whose face was as sour as if had eaten a fly. Raising an eyebrow, he found the situation intriguing. He snapped the report shut, casually tucked it under his arm, and nodded. "All right, I'll take a look inside." With that, he followed Qin Zhaozhao into the yard. Lin Wei exchanged a glance with his uncle, his face dark enough to drip ink, and followed them in. They were determined to see what tricks Qin Zhaozhao could pull. Stepping into the yard, everyone paused. The space wasn't large, but it was swept clean. In the center stood several freshly made wooden pieces. A small square table accompanied by two stools. What was curious was that they could all be folded up. There was also a strange wooden frame with several slots of varying sizes and a crank extending from the side. Li Weidong's eyes were instantly glued to them. He circled the folding table twice, then crouched down, using his fingers to probe the joints of the table legs. It was a mortisientan joint head never seen before. Not a single nail, yet the legs opened and closed smoothly and steadily. "You made this?" Li Weidong looked up. Qin Zhaozhao had fully composed himself by now. He walked up to the table, pressed down lightly with both hands pushed and folded. In just a few seconds, the square table transformed into a wooden board less than a palm's thickness, which he lifted easily with one hand. I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's easy to carry. For outings or setting up a stall, just strap it to the back of a bike and go. He then approached the strange frame. This one I worked on to save effort when making beef meatballs. Put the chopped meat into the slot, turn this crank, and the wooden pestle inside pounds like a human hand. Fast and even. As he spoke, Qin Zhaozhao turned the crank a couple of times, and the wooden pestle thumped up and down with a dull rhythm. He said little, but every word hit the mark: practicality, convenience, and labor-saving. Li Weidong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He tried the folding table himself, opening and closing it, then gave the meat pounder a turn. His expression shifted from curiosity to genuine astonishment. As a factory director in production, he knew exactly what these humble little inventions meant. These weren't just novel gadgets. They were the kind of thinking that solved problems, a pursuit of faster, more efficient work. Director Li, these tinkered items are nothing special, Lin Wei chimed in sourly from the side. We're talking about building a factory, a business worth hundreds of thousands a year. That can't be propped up by a bit of carpentry. Li Weidong paid him no mind. He stood up, brushed the wood shavings off his hands, and fixed his eyes on Qin Zhaozhao like a pair of glaring bulbs. Then he did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He pulled out Lin Wei's prized feasibility report from under his arm, gripping both ends. With a sharp rip, the neatly stapled report was torn in two. Lin Wei's smile froze on his face. Rip. Li Weidong folded the halves together and tore again. White paper scraps fluttered down like snow, landing squarely on Lin Wei and his uncle's livid faces. This report is all fancy talk. Li Weidong's voice dropped to freezing point. I've got at least 8 or 10 college graduates in my factory who can write reports like this, but they can't save my factory. My sweet honeycomb food factory hasn't paid wages in 3 months. If we don't find something new, we'll have to shut down next month. He pointed at the shredded paper on the ground with one hand and at Qin Zhaozhao's woodwork with the other, shouting, "What I need is hands that can turn ideas into real things that can solve problems, not some pin-pushing scholar." Li Weidong's chest heaved violently, as if these words had released months of pent-up frustration and anger. The entire yard fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Wei's face alternated between red and white like a dye workshop, feeling as if had been slapped dozens of times in public. His mouth hung open, but he couldn't utter a word. Li Weidong turned back to Qin Zhaozhao, his gaze fixed on him like a Master Qin, I've made up my mind. I'm in this with you. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's eyes went wide, stunned by the incredible news, unable to snap out of it for a long moment. They'll put up the money and the machines. They'll figure out the state factory quotas and sales channels. You provide the technology and manage production. Li Weidong's words were decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He paused, then laid out the final terms. But the new factory, I call the shots. I take 70%, you take 30%. 70%, 30%. These two numbers crashed down like enormous stones, pressing so heavily on Qin Zhaozhao's chest that he could barely catch his breath. The pride he had just felt when Li Weidong recognized his craftsmanship instantly crumbled. His face burned with shame. His earlier complacency now seemed nothing more than a joke. He provided the skills, managed the production, labored day and night, yet he would receive only 30%. The other party contributed money, spoke a few words, sat in a room with a fan, and took 70%. His throat felt as if it were clogged with red-hot charcoal, searing with pain. His face flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word. He knew the other man was right. The money and connections belonged to them, and offering him 30% was already a gesture of respect. But in his heart, it was simply humiliating. Su Yun stood nearby, her fingers whitening as she gripped the edge of the tray, her lips bitten until all color drained away. She didn't understand shares or equity. All she knew was that her husband's woodworking and her own beefball recipe were the foundation of their family's livelihood, the dowry for Zhaozhao's future. How could outsiders casually take more than half of it? The air in the courtyard grew heavy as if rain were about to fall. Lin Wei and his uncle from the supply cooperative stood by the wall, smirking, their gazes like those of people watching a monkey show at the market. See, a bumpkin is always a bumpkin, fooled by a few smooth words, and in the end he'll obediently be their beast of burden. Lin Wei felt satisfied, thinking Li Weidong's move was brilliant. Using Qin Zhaozhao and then casually stepping on him. Li Weidong picked up his teacup, taking in the couple's reactions without a flicker of emotion. Starting a factory wasn't a dinner party. He had put in real gold and silver, the livelihoods of hundreds of workers. He deserved the larger share. He raised the cup to his lips, ready to take a sip and seal the deal. "Dad," a crisp voice reached his ears. Qin Zhaozhao had emerged from the house at some point, tugging at his pant leg, her little face tilted up to look at him. Qin Zhaozhao's mind was a chaotic mess. His daughter's pull brought him back to reality. He bent down to move her away. This was no time for a child to be involved. But Qin Zhaozhao dodged his hand, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her small mouth to his ear. A warm breath tickled his ear as a few words slipped in, each one like a tiny hammer striking his heart. "Dad, tell him we don't want money. We'll use our skills as shares." "What's that mean?" "It means my woodworking and Mom's recipe count as money as shares in the factory. Beef balls are beef balls, tables are tables. Two different things. We'll make our own brand, call it Good Baby." Qin Zhaozhao's mind buzzed. He was utterly stunned. Technical shares. His own brand. He had never even heard of these terms, let alone spoken them aloud. He looked down at his daughter's bright dark eyes. No hint of a joke, only a command for him to obey. His heart, he didn't know where his daughter had learned these intimidating words, but he trusted her. If she said it, it couldn't be wrong. Qin Zhaozhao took a deep breath, and when he lifted his head again, the meek frustration was washed away by a surge of reckless determination. He looked at Li Weidong, who was about to sip his tea, his voice dry but steady. Factory director, lead this division. I don't agree. One sentence, and everyone in the yard stared at him. Lin Wei nearly laughed aloud. An illiterate worker daring to challenge a state-owned factory director. He must be mad with poverty. Li Weidong frowned slowly, setting down his cup. Oh, then tell me, how do you want to split it? Our family doesn't want your money. Qin Zhaozhao stammered, pulling out his daughter's words, but standing tall. We'll use our skills as shares. Skills as shares. Li Weidong repeated, raising an eyebrow, as if Head heard the funniest joke of the year. In all his years running factories, this was the first time Head heard the term. Yes. Qin Zhaozhao felt the sweat soaking through his clothes, but he stiffened his neck and pressed on. This folding table I made, and the meat pounding machine. That's skill. My wife's beef ball recipe is skill too. These things, you can't buy them anywhere else with money. So they have to count it. He caught his breath, recalling his daughter's instructions, and added, and making meatballs and making tables are separate. They have to be counted separately. From now on, what we make can all be called sweet. We'll have our own brand. Good baby. The courtyard fell. Lin Wei and his uncle's mouths hung open wide enough to hold a teacup, convinced Qin Zhaozhao had lost his mind, trying to start his own brand and stand equal with a state-owned factory. The smile vanished from Li Weidong's face. He stared at Qin Zhaozhao, his gaze sharp as a knife scraping across his face. Master Qin, I respect your craft, but isn't this idea a bit far-fetched? I've never heard of what you're saying. Without my money, your skills are just a pile of rotten wood, a pot of unwanted meat. Without my connections, your good baby won't even leave this county. He stood up abruptly, his tall, broad frame casting a shadow over Qin Zhaozhao, weighing down the air in the room. They'll give you one last chance. 40-60. You get 40, I get 60. That's my bottom line. If you still don't agree, then consider I never came today. With that, he turned to leave. Qin Zhaozhao's heart leaped into his throat, nearly shouting, okay. 40% was better than 30. A tug at his pant leg again. Qin Zhaozhao's voice pierced his ear like a needle. Dad, don't be afraid. Ask him if he remembers the Universal Joint Factory in Shaoshan. Qin Zhaozhao, throwing caution to the wind, bellowed, wait. Do you know about the Universal Joint Factory in Shaoshan? Li Weidong's foot poised over the threshold froze midair. He spun around, eyes wide, staring intently at Qin Zhaozhao. 2 years ago at the National Auto Parts Ordering Conference, that tiny obscure factory, relying on its unique technology, snagged orders worth over 2 million yuan, making a name for itself nationwide. In the circle of factory directors, it was like a legend. But how did Qin Zhaozhao, a worker stuck in a small northern... That factory was once a small workshop nobody respected. Qin Zhaozhao, finding the name effective, felt his courage surge, his speech growing fluent. But what made them great? Just a unique skill others didn't have. Orders chased them. What does that mean? It means this craft is the real meal. He grew more animated, pointing at Li Weidong, unleashing the last trick his daughter had taught him. Director Li, I know your sweet King goods are an old brand, but why aren't they selling now? Because the brand is old and the products are old too. Everyone's tired of them. You need something new, like a firecracker, to bang into the market and make a noise. My wife's beef balls, that's the firecracker. And my good baby tables, same principle. If you put our things under your sweet name, you're not pulling us up. You're trying to swallow us whole. Once you've learned our skills and worn out our brand, you'll kick us aside. Where would my family go to cry then? This speech wasn't reasoning. It was a heartfelt outpouring. Every word was like a slap across Li Weidong's face, a needle pricking his heart. The color drained from his face, sweat beading on his forehead. Every word Qin Zhaozhao spoke struck a raw, aging brand, unsellable products, wages nearly impossible to pay. These burdens pressed on him like mountains, robbing him of restful sleep for months. He had come north this time, seeking a lifeline to save his factory. He thought he was there to aid the poor, to be a savior. But now Qin Zhaozhao's words had doused him with cold water. He wasn't a savior. He was also begging for help. Qin Zhaozhao's skill, Su Yun's recipe. They weren't extras to his investment. They were the rope to pull him out of the mud. He looked at this man before him, whose neck was red from shouting, no longer seeing an ordinary worker. This man's mind held ideas. He couldn't imagine plans for the future. How could such a person be content to just be a workshop director, taking 30 or 40% toiling away for others? Li Weidong was silent for a long time, so long that everyone in the yard forgot to breathe. Finally, he let out a long, heavy sigh, walked back to the table, and sat down heavily. He looked at Qin Zhaozhao for the first time, showing a gaze of equality, even admiration. Good. Well said. His voice was hoarse. Master Qin, I take back what I said. Let's renegotiate. In the end, a new cooperation agreement was laid on the table. Li Weidong would invest 50,000 yuan in cash plus subsequent machinery and equipment. For the beef ball food factory, Li Weidong would hold 49% of the shares, the Qin family 51%, with ownership of the Seuss brand. For the good baby furniture factory, the Qin family would provide all the technology and design, while Li Weidong would handle sales channels, holding 30% of the shares. When Qin Zhaozhao, his fingers white as he gripped the pen, pressed his red thumbprint stroke by stroke onto the agreement, he felt as if he were dreaming. Qin Zhaozhao, a worker from peasant roots, had become the owner of 2 factories. Su Yun covered her mouth beside him, tears streaming down her face. In the corner, Qin Zhaozhao watched it all, a small smile finally curling at the corner of her lips. Just then the courtyard door was kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Wei burst in with a middle-aged man in a cadre uniform and peak cap, followed by 2 militiamen carrying Comrade Wu. It's them. Lin Wei pointed at Qin Zhaozhao, his face twisted with vengeful satisfaction. Comrade Wu, his face stern, pulled a paper stamped with a red seal from his briefcase, waved it in front of Qin Zhaozhao, his eyes full of contempt. Qin Zhaozhao, is it? We've received a report that your family is engaged in unlicensed operations and speculation. This is the county's rectification notice. Effective immediately, you are ordered to cease all production activities and await processing at home. After 3 days of running around the soles of Qin Zhaozhao, and Su Yun's shoes were nearly worn through by the dirt paths, their feet covered in blisters that stung like needles with every step. Before dawn, they would set out with 2 hard cold steamed buns in their pockets, riding a battered bicycle that rattled and clanked on the bumpy dirt road for over 10 miles just to intercept Director Wang, the man in charge of enterprise approvals in town. And the result? On the first day, Director Wang's office door was locked. After asking around, they learned he was out in the countryside. On the second day, they finally managed to corner him. The moment Qin Zhaozhao uttered the words, setting up a factory, Director Wang didn't even lift his head. He pulled a form from a stack of documents and tossed it over dismissively, saying impatiently, "Don't know the procedures. Get all 7 stamps on this form first." Qin Zhaozhao's scalp tingled as he stared at the grid-covered form. Fire safety, health inspection, industry, and commerce. He was a barely literate worker, utterly lost. Where was he supposed to find all these government offices? Today was the 3rd day. The couple timed Director Wang's meeting schedule perfectly and blocked him in the corridor. Su Yun forced a smile and carefully presented a basket of steaming beef meatballs. "Director Wang, these are some homemade treats. Please try them and offer us your guidance." Director Wang glanced at them sidelong, his eyes shifting between the basket and Su Yun's hands and Qin Zhaozhao's faded gray work clothes. His lips curled downward and he let out a disdainful snort. "What's all this nonsense?" He jabbed a finger disgustedly at the edge of the basket. Su Yun lost her grip and the basket tilted. Dozens of round meatballs spilled out with a clatter, scattering across the dusty concrete floor. "Oh no!" Su Yun cried out, ignoring the pain in her knees as she hurriedly knelt to pick them up. Flustered, she scraped the dust-covered meatballs back into the basket, her face burning with embarrassment and tears welling in her eyes. People passing by in the corridor stopped to watch, pointing and whispering. Qin Zhaozhao's face flushed a deep, angry red. His jaw tightened, and he ground his teeth audibly. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands, aching to smash them into that oily face. "Zhaozhao." Su Yun grabbed his arm, her voice trembling as tears finally fell. "Forget it, let's go home." On the way back, Qin Zhaozhao remained silent, pedaling the bicycle as if possessed. The rusty chain screeched under the strain as if it might snap at any moment. Su Yun sat on the back, clutching the empty basket, watching her husband's hunched back as he strained against the pedals. Her tears fell, vanishing into the yellow earth without a trace. Adding to their misery, Li Weidong called, his voice filled with anger and exhaustion. "Master Qin, I pulled some strings down south and tried to work through the city officials, but after asking around, it still has to go through Director Wang. He's one of Lin Weiss' men, dead set on blocking us." After hanging up, Qin Zhaozhao slumped onto the doorstep, pulling out tobacco leaves and paper to roll one cigarette after another. But he kept tossing them aside, forgetting to even put them in his mouth. The air in the room was stifling. The factory project, like a tractor just filled with fuel, had its engine smashed by a hammer, dead in its tracks. "Dad, Mom." Qin Zhaozhao walked out from the inner room, holding a yellowed old newspaper in her little hands. She spread the newspaper flat on the table and tapped a small, inconspicuous corner with her finger. "Look here." Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun leaned in. The newspaper bore a line of bold black text: "Vigorously develop commune and brigade enterprises, open up paths to prosperity." The couple stared at each other in confusion. "Zhaozhao, what does this say?" "Dad, the newspaper says the country now allows villages and towns to set up their own factories. They're called township enterprises, and the approval process is fast with government support," Qin Zhaozhao explained clearly, word by word. This was the magic feather she had dug out after days of searching through old newspapers. In the early 1980s, township enterprises were the biggest policy opportunity. Local governments rolled out the green carpet to boost the economy. If that Wang fellow wanted to trap them with the old state factory rules, they'd just take another route, fly straight to the top. "We're not going to that Director Wang anymore." Qin Zhaozhao slammed her little fist on the table. "We'll bypass him and go straight to the town mayor. We won't call it building a factory, we'll call it establishing a farmer shareholding cooperative enterprise." "Farmer shareholding." Qin Zhaozhao's lips trembled. The term sounded harder than English. That night, the kerosene lamp in the Qin family home burned until late. Qin Zhaozhao leaned over the table, her little mouth moving as she dictated. Qin Zhaozhao gripped a pen, writing crookedly on the paper. Su Yun fanned her daughter and refilled her husband's teacup. A report on the establishment of Russia's first farmer shareholding cooperative enterprise was thus born, flowing from a 6-year-old girl's lips onto paper. The report avoided empty rhetoric, focusing on 2 points that struck straight to the heart. First, the factory would be funded and run by the villagers themselves, answering the nation's call. Second, and most crucially, it would provide jobs for 20 people in the village. The next morning, Qin Zhaozhao tucked the still fresh report into his pocket. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, but they gleamed with a transformed light. Instead of going to the government office, he crouched directly at the compound's gate. Around 9, a bicycle wobbled over, ridden by a middle-aged man in a white shirt and glasses. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. He sprang forward like a leopard, arms outstretched, blocking the bicycle. Mayor Zhang. The startled man squeezed the brakes hard, dragging his foot across the ground in a long scrape. He adjusted his glasses and frowned at the dusty figure before him. Who are you? What do you want? Mayor Zhang. Qin Zhaozhao from Red Star Village. His palms were slick with sweat, but he raised the report above his head with both hands. I have an idea I'd like to share with you. Just 5 minutes. Mayor Zhang's face initially showed displeasure, but when he saw the words, Farmer Shareholding Cooperative Enterprise, on the report, his eyebrow lifted. As he flipped further, the phrase, providing jobs for 20 villagers, made him pause mid-gesture as he adjusted his glasses. He stood at the government gate, reading page by page under the curious gazes of passersby. The more he read, the more serious his expression became, his brow furrowed into a knot. After finishing the last word, he closed the report and looked up at Qin Zhaozhao with a new glint in his eyes. Did you? Yes. Yes. Qin Zhaozhao's heart leaped into his throat. Interesting. Mayor Zhang carefully folded the report, tucked it into his shirt pocket, and patted it. Your idea is very bold. Hey Race, what you do, go back to your village and find your party secretary Qin Igua to secure the land for the factory. If the village committee agrees and stamps it, it'll give you the green light on my end. Qin Zhaozhao's mind went blank. He stood frozen until Mayor Zhang's bicycle disappeared around the corner. Then he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain was real. He sprinted toward the village committee, feeling as if he were running on cotton, not dirt. Village Party Secretary Qin Igua, a distant uncle, was reading a newspaper with his reading glasses on. After hearing Qin Zhaozhao's request, Qin Igua shook his head like a rattledrum. Zhaozhao, it's not that I don't want to help, he said, removing his glasses, his wrinkled face full of hesitation. Director Yuan called me yesterday and made it clear if anyone rents land to you, our village's fertilizer quota for next year will be cut to 0. That affects the food supply for hundreds of people. I can't take that responsibility. Qin Zhaozhao's soaring heart plummeted back into his stomach. He gritted his teeth, repeated Mayor Zhang's words, and made a pledge. Uncle, when the factory is built, it'll hire our villagers first. Those 20 jobs, my first thought was for our own folks. Qin Igua still hesitated, tapping his fingers on the table. Qin Zhaozhao grew desperate and pulled out his daughter's final trump card. Uncle, this factory isn't just mine. It's a shareholding enterprise. I'm willing to give 10% of the shares to the village committee for free. From now on, every year the factory makes a profit, the village gets a dividend at year end. We can use that money to build roads and schools for the kids. Isn't that better than groveling to Director Yuan every year? 10% shares. Qin Zhaozhao's head shot up, his drooping eyelids widening as he leaned forward, instinctively staring hard at Qin Zhaozhao. His voice changed pitch. Is that true? He had been village party secretary for nearly a decade, always running around and begging for the village's meager operating funds. If there really was a golden goose that could keep laying eggs, he could stand tall even at the town government. I swear it on my head. Fine. Qin Igua slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, let's go for it. Birds die for food, men die for wealth. They'll call a village assembly right now. Half an hour later, the village committee's loudspeaker blared across Red Star Village. News that Qin Zhaozhao was starting a factory, offering 20 jobs and promising village dividends set the whole village ablaze. People working in the fields and cooking at home dropped everything and surged toward the village committee like a dart. At the village assembly, when Qin Igua bellowed for a show of hands on leasing the overgrown slope at the village entrance to Qin Zhaozhao, hundreds of thin, sun-darkened arms shot up from the crowd like a forest swaying in the wind. Director Wang's threats. Faced with the prospect of their men earning wages in the factory and the village getting year-end dividends, those threats meant nothing. That afternoon, a land lease contract stamped with the bright red seals of both Red Star Village Committee and Ruzhou Town Government was handed to Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao clutched the thin paper, his hands trembling like autumn leaves. He read it word by word, his eyes reddening until tears welled up in the eyes of a grown man. At home, Qin Zhaozhao sat on a small stool, swinging her legs. In her mind, a crisp notification chimed as expected. Ding. Side quest factory storm completed. Gained 20 reputation points. Ding. Reputation system activated. Current reputation 20,100 novice. Hint, current reputation insufficient to exchange for basic food production line blueprint. Keep up the good work, ho. Qin Zhaozhao looked at the panel where the number had jumped from 0 to 20, a small smile curling on her lips. This was only the beginning. The land was approved. Qin Zhaozhao clutched that piece of paper and didn't close his eyes all night. At daybreak, he sat on the edge of the bed with dark circles under his eyes, rolling and unrolling tobacco leaves in his hands, not lighting a single one. How was he to build the factory? His mind was a tangled mess. He was a carpenter skilled in mortise and tenon joints and knowledgeable about timber, but erecting a large building for dozens of workers was a far cry from building a chicken coop or a pigsty. How deep should the foundation be? How thick the walls? How to frame the roof? He was utterly in the dark. Dad, Qin Zhaozhao said, rubbing her eyes as she emerged from the inner room, handing him a roll of paper. I dreamed of an immortal last night, and he gave me this. Qin Zhangwo's hands trembled as he took it. The drawings on the paper were even more detailed than the posters on the county's bulletin board. How to tie the rebar, the mixed ratio of cement and gravel, how to lay the corners for strength, and even the window sizes were all clearly marked. A layman like him could understand 7 or 8 out of 10 parts. This was the basic standardized carpentry workshop foundation and structure blueprint that Qin Zhaozhao had exchanged for 20 points of reputation. The complete blueprint cost 100 points. She could only prioritize the most critical parts. The immortal is right. Qin Zhangwo rolled up the blueprint carefully, then tucked it into his innermost pocket. That piece of paper was like a calming pill, settling the emptiness in his heart and filling it with reassurance. With the blueprint in hand, it was time to find workers. Qin Zhangwo invited the village party secretary Qin Igua, and the two of them stood on the newly designated barren slope at the village entrance. Word spread like wildfire. In no time, dozens of villagers had gathered on and around the slope to watch the commotion. Qin Zhangwo cleared his throat and announced his plan to build a factory and hire workers. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise. What the hell? Qin Zhangwo's building a factory. An old man with a pipe in his mouth tapped the ash against his shoe and squinted at him. Where's he getting the money? Yeah, he's just a woodworker. Can he even build a house? It'll probably end up a mess and collapse in the first gust of wind. I think he got praised by the town mayor once, and now doesn't know his own name. A boss? Who does he think he is? The harsh words buzzed into Qin Zhangwo's ears like flies. His face flushed crimson, sweat soaked through his trousers where his hands rested, and he opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Qin Igua couldn't stand it any longer and roared, shut your mouths. Zhangwo's factory has the town mayor's approval. It'll provide 20 jobs for the village. Don't any of you men want to earn a monthly wage? That quieted the murmurs a bit. From the crowd, a burly man named Ernyo hesitated before speaking up. Zhangwo, this hiring. How much per day? Qin Zhangwo steadied himself and quoted the price he had in mind. Brother Ernyo, 1 yuan a day with lunch provided. It was a fair wage equal to what one could earn doing odd jobs in the county. But as soon as he spoke, the crowd burst into laughter. 1 yuan. Qin Zhangwo, you're treating us like beggars. You can earn 1 yuan 50 carrying sacks at the docks. Working for you out in the sun and wind. What if you run out of money halfway through building your factory? Who do we go to then? Work for nothing. Ernyo shrank back, scratching his head in silence. Qin Zhangwo's heart sank. His throat felt like it was filled with sand. He looked at those familiar faces, heard those piercing words, and stood there frozen. Just then his sleeve was gently tugged. Qin Zhaozhao had somehow appeared behind him, her small face tilted up, her voice low. Dad, tell them, you'll pay by the job. 5 cents for a basket of dug earth, 1 cent for a brick laid. And provide 3 meals a day with meat in every one. Qin Zhangwo's mind went blank. He understood piecework pay, but meat in every meal. Even the county magistrate's family couldn't afford that. This wasn't starting a business, it was courting bankruptcy. He looked down into his daughter's bright dark eyes, which held no room for negotiation. Somehow he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and roared with all his might. Everyone quiet down. Silence fell on the slope. Forget what I just said. Qin Zhangwo panted, repeating his daughter's words. The pay won't be by the day, but by the job. 50 cents for every cubic meter of earth you dig. 1 yuan for every 100 bricks you lay. The more you do, the more you earn, no upper limit. A stir went through the crowd, many eyes lit up. This was a novel system. For those confident in their strength, a day's hard work could earn much more than 1 yuan. Before they could ponder it, Qin Zhangwo dropped his final bombshell. And, from today, anyone working on this site gets 3 meals a day, all on me. Every meal will have plenty of meat. The crowd erupted completely. What? What did you say? Meat in every meal. Qin Zhangwo, have you lost your mind? These days most families only see meat during New Year's. Is this for real? If you're lying to us, we'll tear the roof off your house. In that era when oil and fat were more precious than gold, the promise of meat in every meal was more effective than any guarantee. The men who had been standing around with folded arms ready to mock now had red-rimmed eyes and were swallowing hard as if they could already smell the braised pork. I, Qin Zhangwo, swear on my head. He slapped his chest, the veins on his neck bulging. Imin. Ernyo was the first to push through the crowd, planting his hoe on the ground, spittle flying. Brother Zhangwo, I may not have many skills, but I've got strength. And me? My bricklaying is second to none for miles around. Count me in. I can carry a 100-gene load up a mountain trail without losing my breath. The once quiet barren slope had turned into a feeding frenzy. The village's able-bodied men, young and old, carrying hoes and shovels, jostled to get close to Qin Zhangwo, afraid of missing out and losing the chance at that fragrant braised pork. In less than 10 minutes, a makeshift construction crew of over 20 men was formed. But with the people gathered, Qin Ernyo looked at the shovel in his hand and frowned. Brother Zhangwo, is this all the equipment we've got? Digging the foundation with this? We'll be at it till the cows come home. Qin Zhangwo said nothing. He pulled the blueprint from his chest, spread it on the ground, and borrowed a bag of lime and a long hemp rope from Qin Igua. He paced back and forth across the barren land with everyone watching. He measured with his feet, pulled the rope taut, then grabbed lime powder and sprinkled a straight white line along the rope. His movements were unhurried, but each step was as precise as if measured with a ruler. After half an hour, everyone on the slope was stunned. A giant white rectangle now appeared on the once weed-choked slope. Inside the rectangle, it was divided into several sections with crookedly written lime characters, beside them production, area, warehouse, office, toilet. Where to work and where to store things was clear at a glance. When villagers built houses, they relied on the master craftsman's experience pacing out the dimensions roughly before digging. Who had ever seen a factory laid out so clearly on the ground before a single spade of earth was turned? Well, will be damned. So this is a blueprint. Look at those corners, perfectly straight. Meticulous work. As the crowd marveled, a green Beijing Jeep screeched to a halt at the foot of the slope. Li Weidong jumped out, coming to deliver the first installment of startup funds. But the moment he looked up and saw the white lines on the ground, he froze. Forgetting his briefcase, he rushed up the slope in 3 long strides, crouched down, squinted, and traced the line with his eyes for a long time. Then he ran to the other end, pulled a tape measure from his pocket, and with a flourish measured it. My God! Li Weidong sprang to his feet, the tape measure falling from his hand. Pointing at the layout on the ground, his mouth hung open wide enough to hold an egg. This zoning, this workflow. It's more logical than anything those old scholars at the Provincial Design Institute could come up with. Old Qin who? Who was the mastermind behind this? Qin Zhaozhao grinned, scratching his head. A master gave me some pointers. Li Weidong's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline for the group. If even a big city factory director praised it, how could it be? Don't just stand there. Let's get to work. Qin Zhaozhao waved his hand, feeling the thrill of being in charge for the first time. Ernyo, take 10 men and dig 3 feet deep along this line. The rest of you go mix the mud and prepare the foundation. Yes, sir. Over 20 men shouted in unison, grabbed their tools, and with earth-shaking roars began working. Qin Zhaozhao stood nearby, and the system's prompt sounded in her mind. Ding. Successfully formed a construction team, united the people. Gained 30 reputation points. Ding. Current reputation, 50,100 novice. Just as the worksite was buzzing with energy, and everyone was brimming with determination, a sharp voice cut. Stop right there. Lin Wei approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a blue technician's uniform and glasses. His chin was held high and his leather shoes trod on the freshly turned earth with an expression of disgust. Pointing at the excavated earth, he sneered at Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao, you've got some nerve gambling with the lives of the whole village. This man beside me is Senior Technician Zhang from the county construction team. He says your foundation design has serious safety issues. If you build it like this, the roof will collapse and kill someone within 3 months. The men who had been shoveling with all their might suddenly froze in their movements. The construction site, which had been roaring with noise just moments ago, seemed to have been pressed pause. Even the sound of spades biting into the earth ceased. As if by unspoken agreement, everyone turned their heads to look at the 2 figures at the foot of the slope. Lin Wei walked up with his hands clasped behind his back, step by step. His 3-jointed leather shoes, polished to a mirror-like shine, carefully avoided every clod of mud with each step, creating an oddly awkward spectacle. Behind him followed a man wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle, dressed in a stiff blue technician's uniform, his chin raised, and his gaze peering down from above the lens, looking at everyone, as if they were worthless objects. Qin Zhaozhao, you've got some nerve. Lin Wei stopped in front of the half-dug foundation trench, nudging a clod of dirt with his toe, and spoke with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. If you want to die, don't drag the whole village down with you. How blackheart can you be? These words were venomous. Qin Zhaozhao felt a surge of heat rush from the back of his neck to his head, his grip on the shovel handle tightening until it creaked, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Lin Wei, watch your mouth. What did I say wrong? Lin Wei stepped aside, revealing the bespectacled man behind him, and raised his voice. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is Engineer Zhang from the county construction team in charge of project quality. I specially invited Engineer Zhang here today so everyone can see whether the ground you're standing on is a cozy nest or a grave for the living. Engineer Zhang coughed, slowly adjusted his glasses, and walked to the edge of the foundation trench. He bent down, took a few perfunctory glances, then straightened up and pointed his folder at a freshly lined wall baseline. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. Engineer Zhang spoke with an exaggerated tone, as if scolding a group of ignorant children. In 20 years of construction, I've never seen work done like this. This wall is a main load-bearing wall, but look, the foundation is dug this narrow, and it's off-center, completely misaligned with the main beam above. Built like this, the foundation can't bear the load. Within a month, the wall will crack. If there's a storm, this house will... He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over each worker, his voice dropping lower. When that happens, anyone inside will be buried under the rubble. Not even a whole corpse will be found. With a roar, the crowd erupted like a pot of boiling oil splashed with cold water. What? The house will collapse. Oh my God, buried alive. This is no joke. Zhang Wo is what Engineer Zhang says true. This is a matter of life and death. The workers who had been sweating profusely moments ago now dropped their tools, their sun-darkened faces filled with terror. All eyes turned to Qin Zhaozhao, filled with doubt, fear, and a smoldering anger of being deceived. Ernyu was the first to speak, his lips trembling, his voice quivering. Brother Zhaozhao, you need to give us an explanation. The unity that had just bound them together seemed to have been punctured, letting a cold draft seep through. Qin Zhaozhao felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He stared fixedly at Engineer Zhang, his jaw clenched so tight that the muscles in his cheeks twitched. He knew Lin Wei was picking a fight, but the terms like main beam and load bearing that came out of the man's mouth hit him like a series of dull blows to the head, leaving him dizzy and unable to find a retort. Sweat beaded on his forehead. In panic, his mouth opened and closed, but like a fish out of water, he couldn't utter a single word. Just as he was about to be drowned by the villagers' suspicious gazes, someone tugged at his sleeve. Qin Zhaozhao had somehow squeezed her way behind him, looking up with her small face, her voice low but clear in his ear. "Dad, don't argue with him. Let him see if things can lie." These words, like a drink of well water in summer, doused the raging fire in his heart. That's right. Why waste words with a smooth talker? These hands are for working, not for arguing. Qin Zhaozhao took it. When he looked up again, the panic in his eyes was gone, replaced by the stubbornness of a carpenter wrestling with wood. Without a word, he thrust his shovel into the ground and turned toward the scrap pile nearby. His gait changed. Each step was firm, as if measuring the ground. Everyone was stunned as he picked a few sticks of varying lengths from the scrap pile and gathered some broken bricks. Playing tricks. Engineer Zhang snorted, arms crossed. Qin Zhaozhao didn't even glance at him. He crouched down and began working with nimble movements. Using bricks as foundations and sticks as beams and columns, his fingers flew, and in no time a simple mechanical model of a house stood on the open ground. The model's structure was identical to his blueprint, with the load-bearing wall that Engineer Zhang had called a grave for the living precisely positioned in the center, supported by a key stick. Qin Zhaozhao dusted off his hands, stood up, and called to Ernie. "Brother Ernie, go fetch a stone and place it on top." Skeptically, Ernie carried over a stone weighing about 20. Qin walked up, held his breath, and carefully set it on the small wooden model's roof. The model didn't even wobble. A suppressed gasp of astonishment rose from the workers. "Add more." Qin Zhaozhao's voice was steady. Ernie brought another stone. The model remained as solid as if rooted to the ground. "Keep going. 1, 2. When the fifth large stone was added, the total weight on the model exceeded 100 Qin, yet the frame, made of a few broken sticks, still held firm, not even moving. The truth was laid bare, more powerful than 10,000 words. The workers who had been gripped by fear moments ago now had their eyes lighting up, their gazes toward Qin Zhaozhao, shifting from doubt to genuine admiration. Engineer Zhang's face had lost all color. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, his lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The rules and regulations he had memorized from books were shattered into pieces by the simple, brutal reality before him. A young man who had just returned from the county town suddenly pointed at Engineer Zhang and shouted, "He's no engineer at all. He's Zhang Laosan, the warehouse keeper for the county construction team. Last time I went to pick up cement, he wrote the slip." At these words, everyone's eyes turned sharp as knives, boring into Zhang Laosan and Lin Wei. Zhang Laosan's face instantly turned the color of liver, and unable to stand his ground any longer, he pushed through the crowd and fled down the slope, running so fast that his glasses fell off and were crushed under his own feet. Lin Wei's face alternated between red and white like a dye workshop, feeling as if he had been stripped naked in public under the blazing sun. He shot a venomous glare at Qin Zhaozhao, hissed through clenched teeth, "You just wait," and climbed into his jeep, flooring the accelerator and speeding off in a cloud of black smoke. "Ooh!" A thunderous cheer erupted from the construction site. The workers immediately surrounded Qin Zhaozhao. "Brother Zhaozhao, we were blind to almost believe that bastard's lies. Exactly, from now on, whatever you say goes," without a frown. After this incident, Qin Zhaozhao's authority on the site was firmly established. With unity came momentum. Over the next half-month, the construction progressed at an astonishing pace. Qin Zhaozhao put his carpentry skills to the ultimate use, crafting several labor-saving pulleys and levers from wood without a single nail. Beams that once required 7 or 8 men to lift could now be hoisted easily by 3. In half a month, the 4 walls of the factory shot up like bamboo after rain, and the main structure was nearly complete. But just at this critical juncture, trouble came knocking again. That afternoon, old Wang, who drove the tractor to transport bricks, came back with a worried face, saying that all the brick kilns in the county had suddenly, as if by agreement, refused to sell them bricks. Then the cement supplier called, hemming and hawing, saying that the higher-ups had instructed them to stop delivering to Hongxing Village. The supply of raw materials had been cut off at the source. The entire construction site ground to a halt. That evening at the Qin household, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered, casting Qin Zhaozhao's shadow long and thin. He smoked one pipe of tobacco after another, knocking the spent bowl against his shoe sole, saying nothing. The smoke in the room so thick it stung the eyes. Su Yun sighed beside him, her eyes red with worry. "Dad." Qin Zhaozhao put down her picture book, walked over to him, and handed him a rolled-up piece of paper. "I have a drawing here." Another drawing. Qin Zhaozhao was taken aback, but he took it and unrolled it. This one was even stranger, depicting a rustic kiln with dimensions and materials densely marked beside it. In the corner of the drawing were 5 characters, simplified brick kiln design. "Zhaozhao, this is. We'll fire our own bricks." Qin Zhaozhao spoke calmly, then dropped another piece of news. "I heard from the villagers that there's a state-owned brick factory in neighboring Shuanghe County that's going under. The machines are nearly rusted into scrap, and they're planning to sell them off as waste." Qin Zhaozhao's hand holding the drawing tightened abruptly, and his eyes, clouded by smoke, suddenly blazed with an intense light. "Fire our own bricks. By that factory." He shot to his feet, slamming his pipe against the table with a dull thud. "If Lin Wei can cut off my path, they'll carve my own way." He turned to Su Yun and said, "Wife, bring out the money factory manager Li gave us. I'm taking the men to Shuanghe County tonight." The blueprint of the earth kiln tucked in Qin Zhaozhao's bosom felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing his heart with a restless heat. He hadn't slept a wink all night. In the dead of night, he sprang out of bed and went door to door pounding on the homes of the bachelors who had worked with him under the sun. "Ernie, open up. Who's there at this hour?" Ernie, bleary-eyed, pulled open the door to find Qin Zhaozhao's eyes blazing with fervor. "Brother Zhangwo, what's this about? Spare me the chatter. Come with me for a big score." Qin Zhaozhao lowered his voice, nearly spitting in Ernie's face. "Linwei cut off our bricks, so we'll fire our own. I found a way to haul a brickmaking machine from the neighboring county." With coaxing and cajoling, he dragged the group out of their warm beds. They grabbed their tools and leaped onto the Jiefeng truck that Li Weidong had dispatched overnight. Two beams of light, like swords, tore through the darkness. The wheels jolted over the potholed dirt road, carrying the men straight toward neighboring Shuanghe County. Things went smoother than expected. At the Statone brick factory in Shuanghe County, the director had been tearing his hair out in worry, unable to pay his workers for months. When he heard someone was willing to pay cash for that pile of rusty scrap metal, his tears nearly fell from joy. He grasped Qin Zhangwo's hand and wouldn't let go. Following his daughter's advice, Qin Zhangwo drove the price down ruthlessly, as if buying scrap iron. He spent a small portion of the money Li Weidong had given him, sealing the deal on the spot. The director was so moved, he almost called him his own brother. The men, energized as if injected with adrenaline, worked frantically to dismantle the core parts of the brickmaking machine. The thing was deathly heavy. They chanted work songs, grunting and heaving, loading it onto the truck and returning to the village before dawn. When the news spread, the construction site in Hongxing village blazed up like oil had been poured on a fire, burning even fiercer. "If Linwei can cut off my bricks, then he'll fire my own," Qin Zhangwo bellowed, slapping the crumpled blueprint onto the ground. In just 3 days, a crooked yet sturdy earth kiln stood erect on the barren slope. A peculiar sight emerged at the worksite. Under Qin Zhangwo's direction, the men dug foundations and laid walls, their chants shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, by the blazing brick kiln, Yuan led the village women, sleeves rolled up, mixing mud, molding bricks and stacking the kiln, their cheeks flushed from exertion. Freshly fired red bricks, still radiating heat, were carted load by load straight into the hands of the masons. The entire village whirred like a fully wound machine, roaring into motion. On the day of raising the main beam for the factory building, trouble struck. The thickest beam, tied with hemp ropes by dozens of men whose faces turned purple, was hoisted with chance. But after 2 attempts, the ropes creaked and groaned on the verge of snapping, while the beam lay stubbornly still on the ground. Morale wavered. Some began to mutter about bad feng shui or offending some spirit. Without a word, Qin Zhangwo tied his sweat-soaked shirt around his waist and dragged a few hardwood logs from the lumber pile. Before everyone's eyes, without marking lines or taking measurements, his axe and chisel danced, sending wood chips. All were stunned. His tools seemed to come alive, shaving, chopping, chiseling, grinding. His movements so swift they left only a blur. In less than half an hour, an intricately structured contraption made of several wooden wheels appeared before the crowd. "What's—" Ernie stared wide-eyed. "A pulley system," Qin Zhangwo said tersely, brushing the sawdust off his hands. He rethreaded the ropes, had Ernie pick 4 of the strongest men to pull one end, and then on the other end, with seemingly effortless ease, he gave a gentle tug. With a faint creak, the 1,000-gene beam that had defied dozens of men moments before rose unsteadily, but steadily, finally clicking into place, perfectly seated in the mortise and tenon on the wall. In that instant, dead silence fell. No one dared utter another word. The looks in everyone's eyes as they gazed at Qin Zhangwo had changed, now laced with genuine awe. A month later, 2 rows of imposing red brick tile-roofed houses rose from the once barren slope at the village entrance. On completion day, wages were also paid. A long table was set up in the factory yard. Qin Zhangwo and Yuan sat behind it with neat stacks of bills tied with straw rope on the table. Qin Zhaozhao brought a small stool and sat at Qin Zhangwo's feet, swinging her little legs leisurely. The entire village had gathered, crowding the yard in layers, craning their necks to see. "Ernie," Qin Zhangwo picked up the ledger and cleared his throat. "Here." Ernie squeezed out of the crowd, rubbing his hands vigorously on his pants, his face a mix of nervousness and anticipation. "This month you moved 120 cubic meters of earth and laid 8,000 bricks. Piecework wages 140 yuan. Count it." Qin Zhangwo picked up a stack of money, counted out a thick wad, and pushed it forward. Ernie's hands, covered in calluses, reached out to take the money, trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. In a month of hard labor outside, had barely earned 30 or 40 yuan, exhausted. Now holding 140 yuan at once, more than had made in half a year. This money could buy his wife new cloth for clothes and let his kids eat meat for half a year. "Brother Zhangwo." Ernie's eyes reddened. Clutching the money, his lips quivering, he bowed deeply and sincerely to Qin Zhangwo. "Next Wang Dashan, 125. Zhao Taizhu, 130. Name after name was called, some after some distributed. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. Those who had turned down the work for meager pay and sneered from the sidelines now slapped their thighs raw with regret, their intestines twisting in remorse. After paying the last man, Qin Zhangwo stood up, his voice booming. "Brothers, this month has been hard. This factory was built brick by brick with our own hands. I, Qin Zhangwo, keep my word. Besides wages, every worker gets a 10 yuan bonus." Yuan immediately handed out the pre-counted 10 yuan notes one by one. A roar erupted from the crowd. Cheers and applause nearly lifted the roof off the new factory. The The workers clutched their heavy money, gazing at Qin Zhaozhao's not-so-tall figure with eyes that burned hot enough to forge iron. Just then a jeep and a bicycle arrived one after the other. Li Weidong and Town Mayor Zhang rounded the corner, and both slammed on their brakes. Li Weidong's jeep tires gouged a deep rut in the dirt road, while Mayor Zhang's feet skidded far before he steadied himself. They stared transfixed at the 2 rows of brand-new red brick houses, mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. Old Qin, you've pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Li Weidong circled the factory, slapping the solid walls with. At the simple inauguration ceremony, after Mayor Zhang finished his speech, he cleared his throat. The factory is built. We need a director to manage it. Who do you think is fit for the job? Village Party Secretary Qin Aguo's brother-in-law, village accountant Wang Gang, stepped forward from the crowd, adjusting his glasses. I believe this job requires someone educated and good with figures. I've been an accountant for over a decade without a single error. If I take charge, everyone can rest assured. Qin Zhaozhao's face turned pale in an instant. The backbone he had just straightened while handing out pay unconsciously bent again. Some chimed in, saying whoever contributed the most money should be the director. Bullshit. Li Weidong suddenly roared like a thunderclap, pointing at his own nose. Li Weidong, put up the money and handle sales. You want me to manage production? I can't even tell a mortise from a tenon. And Wang Gang, just because he can do accounts, does that make him a director? Can he build houses or fire bricks? He grabbed Qin Zhaozhao and shoved him to the front. This factory, from drawing the blueprints to raising the beams. Who led every step, if not Master Qin? His skill, his brains, they're the backbone of this plant. I won't accept anyone else as director. We only want Brother Zhangwo as director. Ernie was the first to bellow. Right? Let Brother Zhangwo be the boss. No one else. We won't work for anyone else. More than 20 workers, their pockets warm with fresh cash, roared in unison. The wave of sound flushed Wang Gang's face alternately red and white, and he slunk back into the crowd. Mayor Zhang stepped forward with a smile, patting Qin Zhaozhao on the shoulder, and announced publicly, good. This is the. On behalf of the town government, I formally appoint Comrade Qin Zhaozhao as the first director of Ruzhou Hongxing Village Good Baby Furniture Factory and Ruzhou Hongxing Village Seuss Food Factory. Ernie Yu led the applause, his red palm smacking sharply with a crisp crack. Then dozens of calloused and grimy hands joined in. The sound wasn't perfectly synchronized, but it was like firecrackers on New Year's, dense and loud, buzzing in everyone's ears. Qin Zhaozhao's mind went blank. He looked at the trusting faces below, at Su Yun beside him trembling with tears, and at his daughter nodding firmly at him. A surge of heat rushed from his chest straight to his head. Qin Zhaozhao had been a nobody for half his life. Today he was the director. His chest heaved violently as he inhaled air thick with fresh earth and paint, feeling his lungs fill with a force that left no room for anything else. He climbed the ladder, each step steady and sure. But when he reached out to hang the 2 wooden plaques he had carved himself, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Ruzhou Hongxing Village Good Baby Furniture Factory. Ruzhou Hongxing Village Seuss Food Factory. Just as the firecrackers were about to be lit, a screech of brakes tore through the festive atmosphere. A white minivan barreled in and stopped at the factory gate. The door slid open with a bang, and 2 men in white lab coats jumped out, their faces covered with thick masks. County Health and Epidemic Prevention Station. We've received a report of unlicensed food production here. The lead man flashed a badge, his words as cold and hard as icicles on a winter window. Ignoring everyone, he strode straight into the pristine food workshop. He didn't look at the gleaming stoves. Instead, he put on white gloves, wiped a finger across the most inconspicuous corner of the windowsill, and held up the dust-tipped finger. Behind his mask, his eyes brimmed with undisguised contempt. Minutes later, he emerged, pulled a paper from his folder, and read it aloud word by word. Upon inspection, multiple hygiene issues exist in this workshop. 1. The angle between walls and floor is not curved. 2. No secondary changing room or air shower passage. A string of unfamiliar terms hit everyone like bricks, leaving them dazed. Finally, he slapped a rectification notice stamped with a red seal onto the door of the food workshop with a sharp smack. Production is strictly prohibited until a production license is obtained. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. With that, the 2 men got into the van and sped off. The factory yard, which had been buzzing moments before, fell deathly silent. The flush drained from Qin Zhaozhao's face, leaving him frozen on the ladder. In a corner, Qin Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes at the words on the notice. Secondary changing room, air shower passage. These standards were at least a decade ahead of their time. The rectification notice stamped with a red official seal clung to the brand new workshop door like a stubborn plaster, a sight that brought nothing but ill fortune. The courtyard, once buzzing with noise, fell into an instant hush. Unlit firecrackers lay limp on the ground, red paper scraps swirling in the wind before sinking into the mud. The smiles on the workers' faces vanished. They craned their necks, glancing from the notice to Qin Zhaozhao's ashen face. The freshly earned wages in their hands felt even hotter. Would they ever earn this much again? Town Mayor Zhang and Li Weidong's faces darkened as if dripping with gloom. They couldn't grasp the term secondary changing room, but they understood the weight of that red seal and the arrogance of the 2 men in white coats with their noses in the air. This was a ruthless crackdown. Qin Zhaozhao, did you hear me? Lin Weiss' voice rang out, his smugness barely concealed. This is a national regulation. Did you really think throwing up a few shabby rooms makes a factory? If something goes wrong with the food you're putting out, can you bear that responsibility? Qin Zhaozhao stared at the paper, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He felt like a fool. After exhausting every effort to set up the stage, just as he was about to perform, someone kicked it down, building the house, firing bricks, raising the beams. Every memory flashed before his eyes, all culminating in that flimsy white paper on the door. Dad. A gentle tug at his pant leg. Qin Zhaozhao looked down to see his daughter gazing up at him, her eyes dark and bright, unnervingly calm. Dad, don't argue with them. Let them see. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was soft, but each word struck like a hammer, piecing his nearly shattered heart back together. See. See what? Qin Zhaozhao's mind buzzed, but he trusted his daughter more than anyone else in the world. Right, if you can't win an argument, then let them see. Secondary changing room, you say? We have it. That small compartment in the workshop could serve as one. Air shower tunnel. We have that too. Qin Zhaozhao suddenly recalled a hole covered with wire mesh on the roof in the workshop's design drawings. Couldn't that be used as an air shower tunnel? Like a drowning man grabbing a log, he took a deep breath, turned around, his face flushed red. He pointed at the two men in white coats about to get into the car, his tongue tied, unable to shout any grand reasoning. But he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. No more nonsense, follow me. With that, ignoring everyone's reactions, he strode briskly into the food workshop. Lin Wei sensed something amiss, but folded his arms and followed, curious to see what trick he could pull. A crowd of people surged into the workshop. Qin Zhaozhao walked to the far end and pulled open a small wooden door that looked like a storage room. Behind it was a tiny compartment no more than 2 or 3 square meters with walls painted pristine white. This is the secondary changing room, Qin Zhaozhao said gruffly. He stepped inside, pointed at several wire-covered holes in the ceiling, then came out and flicked a switch on the wall with a sharp buzz. A piercing roar filled the air as a fierce wind whipped through the small compartment, pressing clothes against the body. This is the air shower tunnel, Qin Zhaozhao said, turning off the switch, looking at the man in white, enunciating each word. Workers change clothes here, get blown clean before entering the production area. The man's face twitched even through his mask. Qin Zhaozhao gave him no respite, leading the group to a pool at the back of the workshop. He bent down and with all his might lifted a concrete slab. Beneath it lay a deep pit divided into several sections. The workshop's wastewater flowed into the first pool, filtered through sand and charcoal, and the water emerging from the other end was already much clearer. 3-stage sedimentation filtration, Qin Zhaozhao said, dusting off his hands. The water is saved for flushing the latrine, not a drop is discharged. At this, not only the health inspectors, but also Town Mayor Zhang and Li Weidong were stunned. Who would have thought such ingenuity lay hidden beneath this rustic factory? And there's more, Qin Zhaozhao added, pointing at the exhaust vents on the roof. Inside there's gauze soaked in oil and charcoal to absorb dust. Having done all this, he turned around, his eyes red as he glared at the lead inspector and roared out the pent-up frustration in his chest. We country folk don't understand big principles, but we know that what goes into people's mouths must not be done against our conscience. Each word he shouted landed like a hammer, driving a nail into the ground. Sweat beads rolled down the inspector. The technician beside him was sweeping the air with an instrument, then leaned in to whisper, Chief Zhang. The dust level here is even lower than in our station's lab. Chief Zhang's legs went weak, his face burning with shame. The standards he had brandished as a weapon had already been meticulously met. He was the biggest joke of the day. Ahem. Town Mayor Zhang stepped forward, patting Chief Zhang's shoulder with a smile that carried a chill. Chief Zhang, it seems our Hongxing Village factory has very solid facilities. Since the standards are met, can the production license be issued right now? Betrayed by his own people in front of the crowd, Chief Zhang felt the villagers' gazes like knives ready to flay him. Clenching his teeth, his hands trembling like a sieve, he pulled a new form from his folder, grabbed a pen, and practically stabbed his name onto the paper. He tore the notice off the door and with a loud smack pasted the freshly signed food production license in its place. Then, as if his pants were on fire, he scrambled into the car, floored the accelerator, and vanished in a cloud of dust, not even noticing he had left Lin Wei behind. Lin Wei watched the jeep speed away, chasing it a few steps before giving up. He tried to slip away along the wall, but Li Weidong grabbed him by the collar. College student Lin, on this joyous day, have a drink before you go, Li Weidong said, grinning like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Lin Wei shook off his hand and fled in disgrace. Time to start work. After the dead silence, the courtyard erupted in thunderous cheers louder than the firecrackers they had prepared. The signs for Su's Food Factory and Hao Wawa Furniture Factory were finally hung securely. For the first time, the roar of machinery echoed across the land of Hongxing Village. The first batch of 1,000 cans of beef ball stew came off the production line. Su Yun picked up a can, opened it with trembling hands, scooped out a ball, and put it in her mouth. It tasted exactly right. Tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, 100 sets of folding tables and chairs were. Workers chanted as they loaded the goods onto trucks, the entire factory bustling with energy. Qin Zhaozhao watched it all, feeling that he had never felt so grounded in his entire life. 3 months later, a large truck screeched to a halt at the entrance of Su's Food Factory. The door swung open and a driver jumped out, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Who's the factory manager? Is Li Weidong here?" Li Weidong's smile froze instantly. He recognized the driver as a man from a major southern client. "Old Lu, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to pick up the goods next week?" The driver unloaded 2 cases of cans from the truck and slammed them on the ground, looking disgusted. "Pick up nothing. Factory manager Li, we don't want your stuff anymore. Return. Return." Qin Zhaozhao's heart tightened as he hurried over. "Comrade, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with our product? The product is fine, the driver said, pulling a bright red can from his pocket and tossing it to Li Weidong. Take a look. This is 5-spice meatballs from Greenlight Food Factory in the provincial capital. Tastes exactly like yours, but 20% cheaper. It's a state-owned giant, and the factory manager is deputy director son's brother-in-law. All the supply cooperatives in our area have switched to their goods. Who dares to buy from your little village workshop anymore? Li Weidong held the cold can, his hands trembling so much he couldn't even light a cigarette. His lips turned white as he muttered, it's over. Completely over. 20% cheaper. A state-owned factory. A relative of a leader. These words struck like iron hammers, pounding down one after another, shattering the fervor that had blazed through the factory for the past 3 months, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. The workers, who had been flush with high wages for 3 months and beaming with pride, were now utterly dumbfounded. They stared at the mountain of canned goods piled in the yard, the warmth draining from their faces as they whispered among themselves. It's over. We only just had 3 good months of earning, and now. Then, are we still working or not? I've only been here less than a month. Qin Zhaozhao snatched the can of 5-spice meatballs from Li Weidong's hands, his own trembling violently. He struggled with the opener for a long time, unable to pry it open. Finally, a nearby worker handed him a pair of pliers, and he managed to wrench the lid off. He picked up a meatball, put it in his mouth, and chewed carefully. The meat was dry and tough, full of starchy lumps. Nothing compared to the springy, juicy texture of their own. Yet the 5-spice flavor was indeed about 70 or 80% similar. For those who had never tasted their beef meatballs, this slight difference meant nothing in the face of the overwhelming advantage of being 20% cheaper. The color drained from Qin Zhaozhao's face, and his lips trembled. It's over. The cigarette slipped from Li Weidong's hand. It was as if all the bones had been pulled from his body. He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering incessantly, this time completely. The 50,000 yuan he had brought was the gamble he had staked his entire canning factory's fate on. If this failed, not only would Qin Zhaozhao's small factory collapse, but his own state-owned factory with hundreds of workers waiting for their meals would also be forced into bankruptcy and liquidation. Su Yuan looked at her husband's pale face, and Li Weidong sprawled on the ground, then at the bewildered villagers in the yard. Her eyes reddened, instantly tears welling up, but she bit her lip hard, refusing to let them fall. She knew that if she cried, everyone's resolve would shatter completely. The factory fell into a silence so deep that only the rustling of wind through scrap metal in the corner could be heard. A small hand tugged at Qin Zhaozhao's pant leg. He looked down to see his daughter gazing up at him. Dad, get 2 pots. Pour our meatballs and their meatballs in and boil them. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was not loud, but in the empty yard it rang out like a hammer blow. Boil them. At a time like this, what good would boiling meatballs do? Qin Zhaozhao's mind was in turmoil, but he had an almost instinctive trust in his daughter's words by now. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed into the kitchen. Soon he and Su Yuan emerged, each carrying a large iron cauldron, which they set up on a hastily built makeshift stove. Everyone gathered around, craning their necks. 2 pots, 2 ladles of water. Qin Zhaozhao poured half a can of their own Seuss beef meatballs and half a can of the Greenlight Factory's 5-spice meatballs into the pots. The firewood was lit, flames licking the bottoms of the pots. Soon the water began to bubble and boil. In the pot with the Seuss beef meatballs, the broth remained clear and bright. The meatballs tumbled and rolled in the boiling water, not falling apart, but swelling larger and becoming firmer. A rich, savory aroma of meat mingled with steam aggressively invaded everyone's nostrils, making them salivate uncontrollably. In the other pot, the 5-spice meatballs began to deform and loosen after less than 2 minutes of boiling. Some even dissolved completely, turning the water into a murky, frothy meat paste that emitted an indescribable, starchy, sour smell. No words were needed. A single glance was enough to tell which was genuine and which was a sham. They only stole the form, not the soul, Qin Zhaozhao said, walking to the stove and looking at the 2 vastly different pots. Our product is better. The workers looked at the 2 pots, and a faint spark of hope reignited in their dimmed eyes. Yes, our product is better. Far better than that state-owned factory's. But Li Weidong only let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in despair. What good does being better do? Zhaozhao, you don't understand. It's cheaper, and they have connections. No matter how good our product is, if it can't reach people's tables, it'll just rot in the warehouse. Then don't fight them in the same river. Qin Zhaozhao turned around. Mom. She looked at Su Yuan and spoke clearly, 1 word at a time. From now on, don't produce a single beef meatball anymore. What? Stop production. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this just admitting defeat? Although everyone had long known that the Qin family's little girl was wise beyond her years. But what kind of idea was this now? How was it any different from shutting down entirely? A low murmur of whispered doubts spread through the crowd, all questioning Qin Zhaozhao. Su Yuan grew anxious too. Zhaozhao, then. What about our factory? Under the bewildered and astonished gazes of everyone, Qin Zhaozhao walked up to Su Yuan, stood on her tiptoes, leaned close to her ear, and rapidly whispered a few words that only the 2 of them could hear. It was the name of a dish and a few spices Su Yuan had never even heard of. Su Yuan's body jolted violently. Her dim eyes, the moment she comprehended her daughter's words, lit up as if struck by a match, blazing with astonishing. Having cooked for half her life, she instantly imagined the taste of that finished dish in her mind. It was a flavor that would make anyone who had gone hungry for 3 days willing to trade their life for it. Dad, Uncle Li. Qin Zhaozhao straightened up, looked at the two despairing men, and uttered 3 words. Make break. In this era of ration tickets where one could barely see a drop of oil all year round, those 3 words carried more weight than a gold ingot. It wasn't just a dish, but represented the New Year indulgence and the ultimate pleasure an ordinary person could imagine. Li Weidong slapped his thigh and leaped to his feet from the ground. Qin Zhangwo also looked up sharply, a glimmer of light returning to his bloodshot eyes. The 2 grown men, as if struck by lightning, stared intently at this little girl who barely reached their waists. Many people had never tasted beef meatballs and didn't know what they were. But braised pork belly. Everyone knew it, everyone craved it. Fatty and lean, glazed in glossy sauce melting in the mouth. Just thinking about it made one's throat flood with saliva. They could copy the beef meatballs because it was a new thing, easy to fool people with starch and cheap meat. Qin Zhaozhao's small fists were clenched tight. But braised pork belly is different. Every family has eaten this dish. Good or bad, you can tell with one bite. Anyone who dares to use rotten meat or starch to cheat will ruin their own reputation. Her words struck Li Weidong and Qin Zhangwo like a thunderbolt. Li Weidong's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he interrupted, his voice trembling. Exactly. Price war. To hell with the price war. Against a heavyweight dish like braised pork belly, if he dares to lower the price, he'll have to use inferior meat and cut corners. If the taste is even slightly off, the people will notice immediately. And then it's his state-owned factory's reputation that takes the hit. He grew more excited as he spoke, pacing back and forth. And we will use the best pork belly, the most authentic cooking method, and perfect the flavor. We won't lower the price, we can even sell it for more. Because what we're selling is a braised pork belly canned product that's unique in the entire county, even the entire province, letting people satisfy their cravings anytime, anywhere. This wasn't just splashing around in the same pond. This was switching ponds to become the king. They'll go buy the meat right now. Su Yun's voice trembled with excitement as she turned to run out. Let's do it. A wild beast-like light blazed anew in Li Weidong's eyes. He snatched the can from the green light factory off the ground, and with all his might hurled it against the wall. A loud bang echoed as the iron can crumpled, splattering murky broth and meat paste across the wall. I'm done playing their game. Li Weidong's face was flushed red as he pointed at Qin Zhangwo, nearly shouting, Old Qin. Change the machinery immediately. We're making braised pork belly. He'll make sure the whole province knows that only our Suskin goods deserve to be called meat. Li Weidong's roar stunned everyone into silence. Switching to braised pork. The thought struck like a golden ingot falling from the sky, both startling and exhilarating, leaving them dizzy with surprise. Su Yun was the first to snap out of it. Without a word, she rubbed her hands vigorously on her apron, turned around, and plunged straight into the food workshop. The few spices Qin Zhaozhao had whispered in her ear, along with the key tips on heat control, had already run through her mind dozens of times. Every word was etched into her memory, as if branded by a hot iron. The kitchen door slammed shut with a bang, locking Su Yun inside. That lock held for an entire day and night. The factory's machines fell silent. The workers had no tasks, yet not a single person left. The truck loaded with returned goods sat in the yard like a rusty hunk of metal, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. The workers huddled in small groups by the wall, squatting and puffing on their cigarettes in silence. Not a word was spoken, but their gazes kept drifting toward that tightly shut kitchen door. The beef meatballs couldn't be sold, and now they were trying braised pork. Was this factory even viable anymore? Everyone's hopes hung in the balance. Brother Zhangwo, Ernie Yu shuffled over to Qin Zhangwo, lowering his voice to a whisper. Can this work? The little money we have left in the accounts can't afford another failure. Qin Zhangwo crouched on the ground, clutching a piece of wood and whittling it with a knife. He didn't look up, his eyes fixed on that door. After a long pause, he squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. I trust her. By noon the next day, the sun was scorching hot enough to fry an egg on the stones. People wilted under the heat, and the faint flicker of hope in their hearts was nearly extinguished. Just then a scent, first a thin wisp, slipped through the crack in the kitchen door. Then like wildfire it exploded, thick and irresistible, forcing its way into everyone's nostrils. It wasn't just the plain aroma of meat. That fragrance carried the savory saltiness of soy sauce, the caramelized sweetness of rock sugar, and a blend of spices no one could name. It awakened every dormant craving, stirring their stomachs into a chorus of growls, each louder than the last. At the factory gate, a few half-grown kids playing in the mud caught the scent first. Their noses twitched, drool trickled down their chins, and their feet, as if spring-loaded, bounced uncontrollably toward the entrance. So fragrant. Whose house is stewing meat? Smells better than New Year's. In the yard, the group of squatting men all stood up. They forgot the cigarettes in their hands, only dropping them with an ouch when the embers burned their fingers. One by one, their Adam's apples bobbed as they stared fixedly at the kitchen door like wolves who hadn't eaten in 3 days, spotting fresh meat. Just then the sound of a sputtering motorcycle grew closer. Linway rode up on a brand new Happiness 250, 2 local thugs on the back, and parked arrogantly at the factory gate. He didn't immediately seek out Qin Zhangwo. Instead, he walked straight to the truck of returned goods. Old Lou, the driver, was leaning against the door, smoking with a look of utter misery. Hey, old Lou, still here? Linway said with a fake smile, dragging out his words. What's the matter? That big boss Lee won't take back this rural junk, leaving you to bake in the sun, huh? Old Lou shot him a glance and ignored him. Linway didn't care. He was just there to enjoy the spectacle. He turned, strolled leisurely to the center of the yard, sniffed the almost tangible meaty aroma in the air, and curled his lip into a cold smirk. Oh, quite lively, and it smells good too. His words dripped with sarcasm. Qin Zhaozhao, with the factory about to collapse, are you treating everyone to a farewell feast? Those words struck a raw nerve. The enthusiasm the workers had just felt from the aroma instantly deflated. Lin Wei was pleased with himself. He pulled out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, tossed one to each of the two thugs behind him, lit one for himself, and deliberately blew the smoke into Qin Zhaozhao's face. Folks don't wait around. He raised his voice to ensure everyone heard. I've heard that your beef meatballs were returned untouched as soon as they left the factory. That big Shotley has lost his shirt. This dump will be shut down within 3 days. He walked over to Ernie, who patted his shoulder and put on a show of sincerity. Ernie, you're an honest man. Don't waste your time with him. My uncle's brick kiln needs a manager. Come work for me, and he'll pay you $50 a month. Isn't that better than staying here? $50. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That was even more than a regular worker's salary in the county town. Lin Wei then turned to a few skilled veteran workers. Masters, just nod and come with me. We can talk about your pay. Are you going to stick with this sinking ship and go down with it? A few workers' eyes began to waver. Qin Zhaozhao's hand gripping the wood turned white at the knuckles. A lump formed in his throat. He wanted to curse, but he was tongue-tied, able only to repeat the same few lines, no match for Lin Wei's silver tongue. Just as morale was about to crumble, Ernie shrugged his shoulder, shaking off Lin Wei's hand. Pop! A thick glob of phlegm landed squarely on Lin Wei's mirror-shiny leather shoes. Lin Wei, stop shitting where you eat. Ernie slammed his shovel into the ground, making it tremble. We're just country bumpkins, we don't understand your tricks. All we know is that Brother Zhaozhao gave us the most money we've ever earned and let us eat white flour buns and meat at every meal. He puffed out his chest, his voice growing louder. More importantly, Brother Zhaozhao treats us like human beings. The methods he taught us make our work easier and pay better. That's what we call hope, you understand. It's a hope that 50 and you, all you do is stab people in the back. You're an ungrateful wolf. That's right. We trust Brother Zhaozhao. No one else will do. Trying to poach us. Get the hell out of here. The 20-odd men all stepped forward in unison, gripping their hoes and shovels tightly, forming a human wall to shield Qin Zhaozhao. Lin Wei's face flushed red, then turned an eggplant purple with rage. He never dreamed that even with such a high offer these hicks wouldn't bite. Just as he was stuck in an awkward spot, the kitchen door creaked open. The yard fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Su Yun emerged carrying a large chipped enamel bowl. Inside were neatly cut square pieces of meat. The meat was braised to a glossy deep red. The fatty parts quivered like jelly while the lean sections were dark, having absorbed the rich sauce. A sprinkle of freshly snipped scallions on top added a striking green. That overpowering aroma burst forth from the bowl. Su Yun ignored everyone, walking straight to Qin Zhaozhao. She scooped up a piece with a spoon, blew on it to cool it, and held it to his lips. Qin Zhaozhao opened his mouth and ate the meat. The moment it touched his tongue, before he could even chew his eyes, the meat seemed alive, melting on his tongue, flooding his mouth with a rich, sweet, savory broth and an indescribable soy-based flavor. The sensation surged straight to his head, or in all his life he had never tasted anything so delicious. Li Weidong couldn't wait any longer. He reached out and grabbed a piece right from the bowl, hissing as the heat seared his fingers, but refusing to let go. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed hastily. He froze as if struck by lightning. The next second he grabbed Su Yun's arm, his eyes bloodshot. Give me another piece. Su Yun handed him another piece. Li Weidong closed his eyes, savoring it thoroughly, then snapped them open. The despair was gone, replaced by a glint of calculation. He pushed through the crowd, rushed to the long table covered in account books, grabbed the large abacus, and his fingers flew over the beads with a rapid crackling sound. Pork belly is 80 cents a pound at market, maybe 10 cents less with the bone. 1 pound of meat yields 7 ounces of finished product, 4 pieces of meat, and 2 ounces of broth per can. Cost can be pushed down to 50 cents. He muttered rapidly, his eyes growing brighter. At the provincial capital's state-run restaurant, a plate of mushy meat sells for $1.50. Ours we can sell for $1.80, no $2. People will be fighting to buy it. He slammed the abacus down with a sharp crack. Li Weidong jerked his head up, his face a mask of desperate recklessness mixed with shrewd certainty. Forget it. I'm done sucking up to those local supply and marketing cooperatives in Rougeau. He pointed toward the factory, almost roaring. Take every last cent from the accounts and buy meat. Make all the braised pork we can and can it. In a week, the provincial capital is hosting the Autumn Commodity Ordering Fair. The bigwigs from every supply and marketing cooperative, department store, and state-run restaurant in the province will be there. We're not going to fight over scraps with the small fry. We're going straight to the Dragon King's table and flipping it. Li Weidong's thought of storming the provincial capital instantly ignited everyone's fervor. The idea was too wild, too terrifying. Just hearing it made the country folks' legs go weak. Yet the taste of that braised pork belly told them plainly that the items in their hands could indeed overturn tables in the... Let's do it. Qin Zhaozhao hurled the half-whittled piece of wood to the ground, veins bulging on his neck. Damn it, I've never been this humiliated in my life. Let's do it. Hearts were united. Over the following week, the entire Red Star village went mad. Machines ran 24 hours a day, with people split into 2 shifts, day and night, working in relentless rotation. The lights lit in the factory at night outshone the stars above, and the mingling aroma of meat and the roar of machinery never ceased for days on end. Su-Yun, along with a few nimble-handed women, locked themselves in the workshop, guarding Qin Zhaozhao's recipe with fierce devotion. They watched the heat closely, batch after batch, producing braised pork belly. Qin Zhaozhao led Ernie Yu and the others tasked with sealing the steaming meat into cans and packing them into boxes. Qin Zhaozhao was not idle either. She found some cardboard and began drawing with a pencil. The drawing depicted a woman with braids smiling warmly as she placed meat into a child's bowl. Beside it, she scrawled in crooked characters, Su Ma Ma's home cooking. The packaging was rustic, but the name Su Ma Ma carried a sense of comfort and trust. The moment Li Weidong saw the sketch, his eyes lit up. He immediately arranged for a batch of wrapping paper to be printed overnight, carefully pasting it onto every tin can. With that touch, the goods from this rural factory suddenly looked far more legitimate. A week later, 500 cans of braised pork belly and another 500 of beef balls, packed with extra premium ingredients, were stacked like a small mountain. Li Weidong somehow acquired a half-full Jiefeng truck, its front tied with a red cloth. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, and the workers scrambled to load the 1,000 cans onto the truck, handling each with care, afraid of any damage. Qin Zhaozhao and Su-Yun changed into their finest clothes saved at the bottom of their trunks and climbed into the cab. Dad, Mom, Uncle Li. Qin Zhaozhao stood below the truck, lifting her small face to wave, her tone oddly mature. Let me come with you. More people mean more ideas. The truck sputtered to life, carrying the hopes of the entire village, and plunged into the dusty dirt road toward the provincial capital. They jolted along for a full day and night. Upon arriving in the capital, Qin Zhaozhao and Su-Yun's palms were slick with sweat as they gazed at buildings taller than the ancient locust tree in their village and roads wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carts to run side by side. Su-Yun clutched the cloth pouch of money tightly to her chest, eyeing everyone as if they were potential thieves. The provincial ordering conference was held at the city exhibition hall, flanked by 2 massive stone pillars. The people coming and going were either in sedans or high-backed jeeps, a world apart from them. Men wore cadre suits, women donned Dacron shirts, while the 3 of them stood out in their coarse cloth garb, dusty and Li Weidong registered with his letter of introduction and returned with a booth number that chilled his heart. A 230. They pushed their village cart laden with goods through the crowded venue 3 full circles before finding their spot in the farthest corner next to the public restroom. That place wasn't even a proper booth, just a corridor. Few passers-by came, and those who did pinched their noses and hurried away, sparing them not even a glance. At the center of the hall, a large banner declared warm welcome to the Provincial Green Light Food Factory for guidance. Their booth was draped in red cloth with velvet covers on the tables, as festive as a wedding. The staff behind it all in white coats looked sharp. Their area was packed with people, a stark contrast to the desolation by the restroom, like the difference between heaven and hell. Just as Qin Zhaozhao and Su-Yun had set a few boxes of cans on the rickety table, a voice drifted over from behind, each word drawled out in a sickly sweet tone. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this factory director Qin from Ruzhou, the one who makes beef balls? A pot-bellied middle-aged man sauntered over, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a crisp new white shirt. Sun Dehai, the director of Green Light Factory. What's this? I heard your goods were returned untouched right after leaving the factory, selling off unsold stock in the capital to clear inventory. He didn't even glance at the cans on the table. His eyes roamed over Qin Zhaozhao's grimy clothes, finally settling on their booth by the restroom, and he let out a snort of laughter. Well done. You know your place, finding the spot that suits you best. He jabbed a fat finger toward the restroom door, his whole body jiggling with mirth. Nice. Smelling that. Feels like home, doesn't it? The words were venomous. Qin Zhaozhao's face flushed a deep purple, his fists clenched so tight the knuckles turned white, and he took a step forward. Watch your filthy mouth. Old Qin. Li Weidong grabbed him from behind, hissing through gritted teeth. Don't start a fight. This is the capital. Well, lose. Seeing Qin Zhaozhao's impotent rage, Sun Dehai laughed even harder. What? Want to hit someone? A country bumpkin is still a bumpkin. When words fail, fists fly. He pointed a finger at Qin Zhaozhao from a distance. Let me tell you, this place runs on quality goods, not muscle. A frog in a ditch should stay put and stop dreaming of the sky. Look at yourself in a puddle first. With that, he led his entourage away amid a burst of laughter. Qin Zhaozhao trembled with fury, slamming his fist onto the table so hard the cans clattered. Su-Yun's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip fiercely to hold back tears. All morning, not a single soul, not even a fly, came near their stall. Li Weidong managed to pull in 2 purchasers, but as soon as they heard it was a rural factory and saw the location, they didn't even bother touching the cans. Shaking their heads, they walked away. The water they brought had long run out, and the 3 hearts had grown equally cold. Li Weidong crouched on the ground, smoking one cigarette after another, a ring of butts around his feet. The bold energy they'd had on the way, ready to punch a hole through the sky, had been ground down to nothing. Su-Yun watched the 2 men, utterly deflated, her heart aching. Tears welled up in her eyes and finally spilled over. Just as she raised her hand to wipe them away, a small hand reached out from a gap in the stacked goods, offering a neatly folded handkerchief. Su-Yun froze, following the hand to see Qin Zhaozhao, who had somehow woken up, standing behind his sack watching them. Uncle Li, stopped smoking. Li Weidong's lips froze around the cigarette. Ash fell onto his pants unnoticed. Dad, Mom, our stuff is better than theirs. Qin Zhaozhao walked to the table, her small hand tracing the Su Ma Ma packaging. They won't look, they're blind. We need to show them what they're missing. Li Weidong gave a bitter smile. Zhaozhao uncle knows it's good, but they won't even give us a taste. Who said we need them to taste it? Qin Zhaozhao looked up, her bright eyes gleaming with determination. She pointed at the kerosene stove in the corner used for boiling water and said to Li Weidong, "Uncle Li, light it. Take a tin lunchbox, open a can of braised pork, pour it in. Heat it." Li Weidong was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he tossed away his cigarette, but the dying fire in his eyes blazing back to life. That's right. The mouth can lie, the eyes can lie, but the nose cannot. Without a word, he dragged the kerosene stove from under the cart, struck a match to light it, then grabbed a can of braised pork from the box and pried it open with a sharp hiss. With a soft thud, a whole can of glistening, saucered, quivering braised pork belly tumbled into the lunchbox. The stove's flame was modest, but within minutes, as the broth in the lunchbox began to bubble, a scent, a rich, overpowering, unapologetically bold fragrance, burst forth from that small container like a beast unleashed from its cage. That aroma carried the depth of meat, the savory saltiness of soy sauce, and the caramel sweetness of melted rock sugar, all twisted into a force that rudely invaded every nose in the venue. Sun Dahai, mid-boast with someone, stopped short, his nose twitched violently, and the smile on his face froze. A purchaser heading to the restroom halted mid-step, turned around, and began scanning the area, as if searching for some. Across the hall, a small-time boss dozing at a table was jolted awake by the scent, lifting his head in a daze. The entire venue's hum of conversation gradually quieted, as if someone had clamped a hand over its throat. Everyone stopped what they were doing, sniffing the air, and turned their heads toward the farthest corner of the hall, the spot by the restroom, the booth no one had deemed worthy. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in cadre clothes, surrounded by several factory directors, and about to leave, he stopped abruptly, furrowed his brow, pushed past the people around him, and strode purposefully toward that overlooked corner. The middle-aged man in a cadre uniform pushed through the crowd and stopped in front of the stall. He ignored everyone, his gaze fixed on the bubbling iron lunchbox, his nose twitching as if carefully discerning the scent. The surrounding clamor abruptly vanished. "What is this?" He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it made Li Weidong's heart skip a beat. "Give me a bowl." Li Weidong dared not be negligent. Hastily, he took a clean enamel bowl from the crate, ladled a generous spoonful of meat complete with the oily, glistening broth, and presented it with both hands. "Oh, my Director Zhao," a greasy voice squeezed in. Sun Dahai, the factory director of Luoyang Factory, waddled over with a protruding belly, his face trembling with a fawning smile. "How did you end up in this out-of-the-way corner? Don't eat this stuff. It's from a rural workshop, dirty. I wouldn't dare take responsibility if it upsets your stomach." As he spoke, he thrust his own factory's sample plate towards Director Zhao. "Try our Luoyang products. Stay toned, hygienic. This is our new product, spiced meatballs." The man addressed as Director Zhao didn't even lift an eyelid. He reached out and directly took the bowl of braised pork from Li Weidong's hands. Sun Dahai's outstretched arm froze midair, his smile congealing on his face. Director Zhao scooped up a piece of quivering fat with his spoon and put it into his mouth. His chewing was slow. After just 2 bites, his entire body stiffened. His eye rims reddened almost imperceptibly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed the morsel. "This taste," he murmured in a voice so low only he could hear. "Exactly like what the old squad leader made on the battlefield back then." He said no more, scooping up another spoonful of the thick broth and drinking it. Then he handed the empty bowl back to Li Weidong, pointing at the crate of beef meatballs beside him. "That one, open it." With trembling hands, Li Weidong pried open a can of beef meatballs. Director Zhao forked one up, took a few chews, and his brow immediately furrowed. Seeing his frown, Sun Dahai's heart leaped with joy. He quickly sidled up. "Director Zhao, see, I told you these." Before he could finish, Director Zhao turned, picked up Sun Dahai's plate of Luoyang meatballs, and tasted one. He took a single bite, and then with a spat everything in his mouth onto the ground. "Nonsense." Director Zhao raised his hand and slammed the plate of Luoyang meatballs back onto the table. The meatballs rolled all over the floor. "A mouthful of flour lumps, and you dare call them meatballs? How dare you display such things at the ordering conference? Is this how Luoyang Factory fools people?" Sun Dahai's face turned from red to white, his lips trembling, utterly speechless. Director Zhao ceased to look at him. Turning to Qin Zhaozhao and Li Weidong, he pulled a little red booklet from his breast pocket and flashed it before them. "Logistics Department of the Provincial Military Command, Zhao Zhenbang." The Provincial Military Command. The Logistics Department. Qin Zhaozhao and Li Weidong's minds went blank with a thunderous roar. Zhao Zhenbang put away his credentials, pointed at the 2 crates of cans, and asked bluntly, "Braised pork and beef meatballs. How much stock does your factory have right now?" Li Weidong's tongue was tied. It took him a while to squeeze out a few words. 500 cans. Of each. Zhao Zhenbang frowned and made a direct decision. "All right, in the name of the Provincial Military Command's Logistics Department, I'm ordering 5,000 cans of braised pork and 5,000 cans of beef meatballs." 5,000 cans. Li Weidong's legs went weak, and only Qin Zhaozhao's steadying hand from behind kept him from collapsing. Zhao Zhenbang's voice continued, "This batch will be a pilot program for officers' mess and individual rations. If the troops respond well, there will only be more orders to come." He stared at the dumbstruck Qin Zhaozhao and pressed, "Can your factory keep up? Can the quality match today's?" "Yes, guaranteed." Qin Zhaozhao was jolted out of his stupor, the veins on his neck bulging as he thumped his chest loudly. "Whatever quantity you need, well, make it, even if we don't sleep. If the quality falls short, you can shoot me." These words were like a bomb dropped into the hall. Heavens! A military order going straight into the army. What connections does this factory have? What are you waiting for? If the military is scrambling for it, it can't be bad. Grab it. The purchasing agents who had previously given the stall a wide berth now had red-rimmed eyes surging like a tide towards the booth next to the restroom. Factory Director Qin. County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. We want 1,000 cans. Move aside. City Department Store. We'll take your entire stock. And us the restaurant. We'll take as many as you have. Sun Dahai stood outside the crowd watching the shabby stall that was nearly being crushed, feeling like a fool. The big military client he couldn't even get an appointment with through his connections had been lured away by a bowl of meat. In the crowd, a man in glasses was jostled from side to side on the verge of crashing into Yuan. Qin Zhaozhao, quick-eyed and nimble-fingered, grabbed the folding camp stool beneath him, folded it with one hand, and with a click it turned into a flat board which he held up in front of him. Comrade, that stool of yours. The man in glasses ignored the cans, instead pointing at the stool in Qin Zhaozhao's hand, his eyes gleaming. Your stool. Can it be folded up? Where did you buy it? Qin Zhaozhao was taken aback for a moment before realizing. Made at our own factory. You make these too? The man perked up, pulling a business card from his pocket. I'm from the procurement department of the provincial capital department store. This thing of yours is great. So convenient. All right, give me 500 sets of this table and stool set. We'll try selling them first. Another order. Qin Zhaozhao felt he could barely stand. The happiness came too fiercely, pounding him dizzy. Standing behind him, Yuan watched her husband, surrounded by the crowd, watch the hands waving orders and banknotes. Tears streamed down her face, but her lips were smiling. Qin Zhaozhao tugged at her sleeve and pressed a piece of egg cake into her hand. No one noticed that in the corner of the hall, Lin Wei's face was as white as the wall. He stared at Qin Zhaozhao, who was being lauded to the skies with a look that could have devoured him alive. Sun Dahai, as if his soul had fled, shuffled over to him. Brother Lin, this. What do we do? Lin Wei said nothing. He slowly turned his head to look at Sun Dahai, his eyes. He leaned close to Sun Dahai's ear, his lips barely moving. So what if it's a military order? That country bumpkin. Does he have that much pork? Go find me Butcher Zhang from the county slaughterhouse. Tell him I'm inviting him for a drink. Sun Dahai shuddered all over after hearing this, a venomous and dangerous light gleaming in his eyes. News of the provincial city securing an order for 10,000 cans traveled faster than Li Weidong's battered old liberation truck. The wheels were still bouncing along the road when the news sprouted wings and flew back to Red Star Village. Before the truck even entered the village, every man, woman, and child, even toddlers just learning to walk carried in their parents' arms, had packed the dirt road at the village entrance solid. The moment the truck's put-poot-poot emerged, the crowd erupted. They're back. Zhangwo and the others are back. I heard it's an order from the military. 10,000 cans. Good heavens. 10,000. That's a stack of cash as tall as a mountain. Qin Zhaozhao had barely jumped off the truck, his feet not yet steady, when a few old comrades laughed and hoisted him up, tossing him into the air again and again. Brother Zhangwo, you've brought great honor to our Red Star village. Yuan was also surrounded by a crowd of women. One shoved a couple of warm eggs into her hands, and another touched her new clothes, which she hadn't dared to take off. Her face burned as if she had a fever. The workers' eyes gleamed as they surrounded the half-empty cargo boxes on the truck, staring at them as if they were nuggets of. Li Weidong, with his booming voice, slapped the order form bearing the red official seal onto the village bulletin board with a sharp crack. The entire village went wild at the sound. That wasn't just paper, it was gleaming white money, the promise of meat with every meal from now on. The factory felt like it was celebrating the new year early all afternoon. Qin Zhaozhao announced on the spot that everyone's wages would be doubled this month and bonuses paid out immediately. The workers clutched crisp new great unity, banknotes, their grins stretching nearly to their ears, their energy for work seemingly inexhaustible. The roar of machinery once again echoed through Red Star Village, more vigorous than ever before. But this wave of joy didn't even last a single day. Early the next morning, just as the workers entered the factory, the roar of car engines grew from afar. Two vehicles churning up blinding yellow dust barged violently into the village. In the lead was a green military jeep, followed by a liberation truck. In the truck bed stood over a dozen uniformed men, their faces grim and eyes sharp as blades. Squeal. The screech of brakes rang out at the factory gate, tires carving two deep ruts into the dirt road. The factory, bustling moments ago, fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The jeep door flew open with a bang, and a square-faced cadre in his 40s jumped out. His leather shoes hit the ground. Behind him, officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Public Security Bureau poured out. Without a word, they dispersed with practiced efficiency, encircling the factory. The villagers had never seen such a display. Their faces turned pale with fear as shovels and hoes clattered to the ground. Qin Zhaozhao and Li Weidong, alerted by the commotion, ran out of the workshop. Comrades, what is the meaning of this? The square-faced cadre didn't even lift his eyelids. His gaze swept coldly across the factory before he pulled a sheet of paper from his bag and unfurled it right in front of Qin Zhaozhao's face. We have received a signed report accusing your factory of speculation and profiteering and selling counterfeit goods. His words weren't loud, but each one burrowed into the bones. This is a search warrant. As of now, we are taking over. Everyone stop what you're doing. Seal it. He waved his hand, and his men, armed with paste and pre-written sealing strips, marched towards the workshop and warehouse. SHHHH. The white paper strips with black characters were pasted crosswise over the doors. The sound was like a blade slashing through everyone's hopes. The main power switch to the machinery was pulled down with a sharp click. The roaring factory fell into a terrifying silence. The workers were all stunned. Speculation and profiteering. In those days, those 4 words could ruin a man for life, even send him to prison. It's all over. Ernie's shovel dropped from his hand, and his legs gave way beneath him. The villagers were terrified. Yesterday, they had revered Qin Zhaozhao as a god of wealth. Today, they watched him on the verge of becoming a criminal. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. Just then Lin Wei strolled out from behind the crowd, unable to conceal the smugness on his face. Oh, if it isn't our village's great factory director. What's this? Hit a dead end. Not far away, Wang Guilin, leaning on her cane and supported by a few old women, pushed her way over. She stared at the cross-ceiling strips, a look of pure vindication in her murky eyes. She muttered over and over, Karma. Karma has come. Serves him right. The square-faced cadre paid no attention to the onlookers. He walked up to Qin Zhaozhao, and his men immediately closed in the tension, suffocating. Are you Qin Zhaozhao? Yes. It's me. Qin Zhaozhao's limbs went numb, his mind buzzing. He tried to pull a cigarette from his pocket, but his hands trembled so badly, he couldn't even get the pack out. The report states you passed off flour balls as beef meatballs to cheat people out of their money. Is that true? No. Su Yuan rushed forward in a panic to shield her husband. Our products are made with good ingredients. The big leaders from the provincial city have tasted them. Leaders. The square-faced cadre curled his lip in a cold sneer. Which leader? What's their name? What unit are they from? Tell me, and we'll go verify it. Su Yuan was left speechless, her face flushed bright red. Seeing their reaction, the square-faced cadre's expression darkened further. Qin Zhaozhao's body began to shake uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but his lips trembled, and he couldn't force out a single word. He had lived an honest life his whole days. He had never seen such a scene. Just as he felt the sky was about to fall, his daughter's little face suddenly flashed through his mind, along with the words Zhaozhao had said to him before they left when she handed him a wooden box. Dad, if anyone comes looking for trouble, don't argue. Just show them what's in the box. Those words burrowed into his ears like a strong shot of hot liquor on a freezing winter day, instantly clearing the fog in his mind. Qin Zhaozhao's still trembling hand suddenly clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white before slowly relaxing. He took a deep breath, and that panic rising from the soles of his feet was forcibly suppressed. His previously hunched back straightened inch by inch. Without another word, he turned, pushed through the crowd, and strode quickly into the office that hadn't yet been sealed. Soon he emerged carrying a heavy wooden box. With a thud, he set it down on the table in the middle of the yard. The sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. In front of everyone, he lifted the lid. He said nothing but took out the first document and slapped it onto the table with a crack. This is the Cooperative Enterprise Approval Certificate, stamped by the town government. The square-faced cadre glanced at it, snorted, and dismissed it. Qin Zhaozhao took out a second document and slapped it on the table again. This is the land contract signed with the village bearing Secretary Qin's signature. The cadre's face darkened a shade, and the murmuring around them subsided. Qin Zhaozhao produced a third document. This is the hygiene permit issued by the county's epidemic prevention station. Our products have all been inspected and are up to standard. This time the faces of the accompanying uniformed men began to show discomfort. They exchanged uneasy glances. Qin Zhaozhao paused, drawing everyone's attention to him. Then from the very bottom of the box, he took out a craft paper envelope. He blew off the dust, carefully opened it, and pushed the contract stamped with a bright red official seal in front of the square-faced cadre. This is the joint venture contract between our factory and the state-owned Sweet Honeycomb Food Factory. We are now a state-owned joint venture unit. The things mentioned in the report were all developed by our two factories together. Factory Director Li Weidong is right here. He can testify. The square-faced cadre's breath caught in his throat. A state-owned joint venture unit. The weight of those 6 words forced him to reassess this dirt-covered farmer before him. He picked up the contract, his fingers rubbing the glaring red seal for a long time, his expression shifting completely. He silently put down the contract and picked up the report. His finger traced the paper and stopped at the name at the bottom. Lin Wei. He read the name aloud, then raised his head to look at a local subordinate beside him and asked, "Is this Lin Wei, the college graduate who runs a furniture shop in town?" The local subordinate leaned close to Section Chief Wang and whispered, "Chief, it's him. Lin Wei, the first college graduate from our town who opened his own furniture store and is considered a notable figure around here." Figure. Section Chief Wang savored the word, his gaze shifting from coldness to scrutiny. He glanced at the stack of official documents stamped with red seals and complete procedures on the table, then at the complaint letter in his hand that labeled the Red Star Village Food Factory as a black workshop, his brow furrowing into a knot. One side was lying for sure. On one side, a legitimate factory with full paperwork and a state-owned giant as guarantor. On the other, a well-known college graduate from the town staking his reputation on a signed complaint. Had it been yesterday, he might have believed the latter. But now the documents on the table felt like slaps, burning his face with something was off. There was a ghost in the works. Zhaozhao, he turned to his subordinate and ordered, "Take 2 men, grab this joint venture agreement, and head to the Sweet Honeycomb Food Factory immediately. Find their director Li Weidong and verify it face to face. Drive fast." "Yes." He pointed at the documents on the table. "We'll keep these for now as investigation materials. His tone softened, no longer the accusatory stance from when he first arrived. He waved his hand, signaling his men to stand down, but he didn't leave immediately. Until the investigation results are out, work stops here. Everyone stays put. Though his tone was still commanding, he refrained from uttering the word "seal the factory." The freshly pasted seals rustled in the wind, glaringly conspicuous. Lin Weiss' smug expression froze. He couldn't fathom how Qin Zhaozhao, that taciturn man, could have pulled off so much, and even hitched a ride on Sweet Honey's big ship. His heart began to race, but he still forced his way through the crowd, shouting at Section Chief Wang. "Chief, don't believe him. Those things might be fake. How could a man who digs in the dirt have such skills?" Section Chief Wang glanced at him, his look akin to regarding an obstructive stone by the roadside, and paid him no heed. Lin Weiss' heart quivered under that gaze. The two jeeps of the investigation team quickly started kicking up dust. One headed toward the county seat, while the other took a turn and quietly drove into the town. The remaining investigators stayed at the factory, the air filled only with the moan of wind over the corrugated iron roofs. The villagers dared not speak loudly, and Wang Guilin fell silent, her eyes darting, her confidence utterly shattered. Qin Zhaozhao stood there, his back as straight as a steel rod, with Su Yuan and Qin Zhaozhao gripping his hands on either side. The family of three faced the wind like three saplings rooted in the earth. Time dragged on, each second feeling like being fried in oil. Nearly an hour later, the jeep that went to the county returned, first rolling in a cloud of yellow dust and screeching to a halt at the factory gate. The door banged open, and Li Weidong jumped out of the passenger seat covered in dust. He clutched a briefcase, his face taut as iron, his jaw clenched tight, clearly seething with anger. Section Chief Wang. Li Weidong strode over in a few steps and slammed his briefcase onto the table with a thud. He yanked open the zipper, pulled out a stack of documents, and threw them on the table. "These are all the original contracts signed between our factory and Red Star Village Food Factory. And this is our joint research technical report. And this." He produced two oil paper packages and tore them open. One contained beef balls from Red Star Factory, their rich meaty aroma wafting out. The other held counterfeit products from Greenlight Factory, reeking of a pungent rotten starch odor. "See for yourselves. Smell it." Greenlight Factory not only copied our packaging, but also used rotten starch and unknown scraps to pass off as beef. How is this different from poisoning? We were about to report them to the police and industrial and commercial authorities, but they bit first. Before Li Weidong finished speaking, the other jeep that had gone to the town also returned, its tires screeching as it skidded. The leader jumped out of the still swaying vehicle, his voice booming over Li Weidong's trailing words. He rushed to Section Chief Wang's side, panting. "Chief, we conducted a surprise inspection of Lin Weiss' furniture store. In his warehouse, we found a large quantity of semi-finished goods where paulownia wood was passed off as white ash. Several cheated customers are gathering, preparing to file a joint lawsuit for fraud." Before this news could sink in, another investigator ran down from the jeep, holding a ledger high above his head, his face alight with excitement. He shouted before even reaching them, "Chief, major discovery. In the office of Greenlight Food Factory, we found communication records between their director and Lin Wei. It's all written clearly. Lin Wei gathered intel on Red Star Factory, and Greenlight gave him kickbacks, promising him a 20 share after the deed. This is ironclad evidence of their collusion to frame." Three voices, three pieces of evidence, like three sledgehammers striking one after another, plunging the entire factory into dead silence. All eyes instantly fixed on Lin Wei, their gazes filled with shock, contempt, and above all, the anger of being fooled. Oh my God, he really did it. A college graduate, and this is the black hard rot he produces? All that book learning went to waste. How despicable. He wanted to ruin our whole village. The color drained from Lin Weiss' face in an instant. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He tried to defend himself, but his throat felt clogged with mud, unable to utter a single word. His body swayed, and if not for someone behind him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Section Chief Wang took a deep breath, turned, and walked up to Qin Zhaozhao, his face showing apology for the first time. He raised his hand and gave Qin Zhaozhao a standard salute. "Comrade Qin Zhaozhao, on behalf of the Joint Investigation Team, I apologize for today's recklessness. To you and all the staff of Red Star Village Food Factory." With that, he strode to the factory gate, grabbed the white paper seal, and tore it off with a sharp rip. "I declare." Section Chief Wang's voice overpowered all noise. "After investigation and verification, Red Star Village Food Processing Factory has complete procedures and complies with production regulations. It is an outstanding township cooperative enterprise, protected and supported by the government. Effective immediately, resume all production activities." After a brief silence, the entire factory erupted into thunderous cheers. Workers ecstatically tossed their wrenches and shovels into the air, laughing, jumping, and embracing one another. Ernio and a few other burly lads clung to the factory pillars, weeping like 300-pound children. Qin Zhaozhao watched it all, his eyes reddening. He squeezed his wife and daughter's hands firmly, then turned and bowed deeply to all the workers. Amid the jubilation, Section Chief Wang turned around, his gaze locking onto Lin Wei like an icicle. "Lin Wei." His voice was low but struck like a hammer in everyone's hearts. "You are suspected of false accusation, commercial defamation, and producing and selling counterfeit goods. The evidence, both human and material, is solid. Come with us." Two police officers immediately stepped forward, grabbing Lin Weiss' arms on either side. "No, I didn't. On what grounds are you arresting me? I'm a college graduate." Lin Wei finally broke down, struggling wildly like a dog with its tail stepped on. Wang Gillen's eyes went wide, staring dumbfounded as Lin Wei was shoved into the car by the two officers. Her cane clattered to the ground. Just as she opened her mouth to start a ruckus, something gently tripped her foot, and with a cry she pitched forward face first, eating a mouthful of dirt. Qin Zhaozhao slowly withdrew her little foot, looked up, and asked in the most innocent voice, "Grandma, why are you lying down? Is the police uncle taking Big Brother to town for some treats?" Wang Guilin choked, her eyes rolling back as she lay motionless. "Oh no, Dad, Grandma fainted." The investigation team's convoy, which had arrived with such bluster, departed, carrying the village's former pride and a collapsed old woman. As the police car disappeared at the village entrance, a series of rapid prompts sounded in Qin Zhaozhao's mind. Ding. Detected that the original protagonist's luck carrier Lin Wei has had his social prestige zeroed out, his commercial foundation shattered, and his luck value reduced to 0. Ding. Key mission luck plunder successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the final stage mission. The Fall of the Chosen One system is undergoing final upgrade. Ding. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The system mall is now officially open. A brand new virtual screen appeared before Qin Zhaozhao. She tapped it with her mind, and a dazzling array of items, but her gaze didn't linger. She focused directly on the currency section. It was no longer prestige points, but a new unit, national fortune points. She quickly flipped to the first page, and a few golden item names made her heart skip a beat. Complete production technology for Type 82 individual self-heating field rations, core design blueprints for the JTC-1 first-generation digital program-controlled switch, detailed synthesis process for industrial-grade dimethyl silicone oil. Each one was a technology most needed in this era, capable of altering the nation's development trajectory. However, their listed prices were astronomical. Qin Zhaozhao stared at the glaring zero next to national fortune points, and in an instant everything clicked. She suddenly recalled her past life. The frustration and resentment of being choked by others in chips, high-end materials, and countless fields. This system was never meant to make her rich alone. From the moment national fortune points appeared, its ultimate goal was laid out before her with crystal clarity: to fill the technological gaps of this era and mend the historical regrets of this nation. From today onward, her goal would be inextricably linked to the pulse of this country. A surge of unprecedented responsibility and urgency welled up in Qin Zhaozhao's small body. In her chest, a fire seemed to ignite, blazing fiercely. At the end of the year, the weather in Ruzhou town was cold enough to freeze one's ears off, yet the town government compound was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, their breath forming white clouds that mingled in the air, creating a steaming atmosphere. The annual townwide summary and commendation meeting was held on a makeshift earthen platform in the middle of the compound. Below, a sea of dark figures, villagers from various villages and workers from town units, craned their necks to see the stage. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun, along with Zhao Zhao, were led by staff to sit on the frontmost bench. Su Yun's palms were slick with nervous sweat. She discreetly wiped them on her pants and whispered to Qin Zhangwo, "Zhangwo, my heart is pounding like it's about to leap out. What if they actually make us go up there?" Qin Zhangwo was no better off. He sat ramrod straight, hands on his knees with veins bulging on the backs, but his voice remained steady as he comforted his wife. "Don't worry. It'll probably just be a few words and a formality." Qin Zhaozhao sat between them, her little legs swinging beneath the bench, her small face expressionless. She knew that today's formality was for her honest and simple parents as monumental as the sky. The meeting began. Town Mayor Zhang Yuanchao picked up a tin megaphone, stood in the center of the platform, and cleared his throat. "Comrades, fellow villagers, 1982 has been an extraordinary year for Ruzhou town." Mayor Zhang's voice, amplified by the megaphone, spread across the entire compound, instantly silencing the noisy crowd below. He first went over the year's agricultural production for the entire town, then shifted the topic, his voice rising an octave. "Special praise must go to our town's township enterprises. This year, 2 advanced models have emerged in our town. One is the Hongxing Village Food Processing Plant, and the other is the Good Baby Furniture Factory. These 2 factories have not only solved the employment problem for dozens of villagers, but also contributed a full 50,000 yuan in taxes to our town." Whoosh! The crowd below erupted like a boiling pot. 50,000. My heavens, how much money would that be stacked up? Hongxing Village is really going to soar this time. I heard that factory was started by Qin Zhangwo, the quiet second son of the Qin family. Not just that. Both advanced models are the 2 factories run by the Qin couple. Amid the murmurs, Mayor Zhang's voice rang out again. "The heads of these 2 factories, Comrade Qin Zhangwo and Comrade Su Yun, have shown us with their actions that we farmers can become entrepreneurs if we are willing to work hard and dare to take risks. Now let's give a round of applause to welcome our town's outstanding entrepreneurs and top taxpayers this year, Comrades Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun, to the stage to receive their awards." The thunderous applause from hundreds of people below shook the air, making ears ring. Qin Zhangwo's mind went blank, unable to think of anything. Someone gave him a nudge, snapping him back to reality. He quickly reached out to pull Su Yun, moving so hastily he nearly tripped over himself. Su Yun felt her face burning hot, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never dreamed in her life that she would stand on such a stage with the entire town watching. Their legs felt unsteady, and they almost stumbled in unison as they walked up. Two staff members in military coats came up and draped a bright red sash reading, Advanced Individual, over. Mayor Zhang personally handed a thick craft paper envelope to Qin Zhaozhao. Comrade Zhangwo, this is your bonus, 1,000 yuan. Take it. You deserve it. Qin Zhaozhao reached out to take the envelope, his hand trembling at the fingertips. Mayor Zhang then turned to Su Yuan and said, Comrade Su Yuan, the food factory you manage is clean, hygienic, and produces delicious goods. It's a model for our town. Keep up the good work. Su Yuan's lips quivered with excitement. She couldn't utter a single word and could only nod vigorously. In a corner of the crowd, Wang Guilin leaned on a cane, her eyes fixed intently on her second son and daughter-in-law, who were draped in red flowers and basking in glory on stage. The expression on her aged face shifted constantly like a dye workshop. A few of her old friends nearby clicked their tongues. Oh, Guilin, your second son has really made it. Not just the second son, the second daughter-in-law has become a big factory director too. Isn't that right? Now that couple are the town's celebrities. Wang Guilin's lips trembled for a long time, but she couldn't squeeze out a single word. That bright red flower was glaring, and that thick envelope felt like red-hot needles stabbing fiercely into her heart. Just then Mayor Zhang on stage shifted his tone, his voice growing much heavier. Praise comes with criticism. Our town has produced advanced models, but also negative examples. The case of Lin Wei, who was recently arrested by the police for producing counterfeit and shoddy goods and maliciously framing others. This man, despite all his years of education, didn't think about serving the people. Instead, he used his cunning strayed onto the wrong path and ended up harming both himself and others. This is a disgrace to our entire town. I hope everyone will take this as a warning. These words hit Wang Guilin like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the bone. When Lin Wei had first come to her to plot against Qin Zhaozhao, she had thought he was merely acting out of a sense of grievance. She could no longer stand still. She swayed, trying to push her way out of the crowd, but she was wedged and unable to move. Now she felt nothing but a tightness in her chest, her insides twisted into knots filled with both pain and regret. If only back then. If only she had treated her second son's family better, if she hadn't favored the eldest so blind. Wouldn't she, as the mother, be the one basking in glory on that stage now? The meeting finally ended. As soon as Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan stepped down, they were surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic villagers. Zhaozhao, congratulations. Director, is your factory still hiring? Do you think I'd be suitable? Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan smiled and responded to each one, feeling a sense of grounded satisfaction they had never known before. Just then a thin, small figure pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Zhaozhao, Xiaoyan. Wang Guilin grabbed Su Yuan's hand, her cloudy old eyes instantly brimming with tears as she wailed, my child. Mom was wrong. Mom knows she was wrong. Mom was blinded by greed before. Don't hold it against me, okay? Her face was a mess of tears and snot as she clung tightly to Su Yuan's hand. Look, your elder brother's family is so poor they can't even afford food now. Let me move in with you and we'll live together as one family again, just like before. The surrounding noise died down and everyone turned to watch this scene. Before Su Yuan could react, someone in the crowd, a woman who worked at the food factory, shouted, Aunt Wang, I remember clearly that when you kicked Zhaozhao and his family out in the dead of winter, you didn't shed a single tear. Someone immediately chimed in, exactly. Now that Zhaozhao has become a big factory director and gotten a bonus, you come crying calling him your son. Why didn't you say you were family when you drove him out? Too late. These words choked off Wang Guilin's wails and her face flushed a deep mottled red. Su Yuan, soft-hearted, saw her like this in public and felt a pang of pity. She was about to speak when a hand reached out firmly but gently and pulled her hand free from Wang Guilin's grip. Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yuan. He looked at the woman who had given him life, his face devoid of anger or hatred, nothing but calm indifference. Mom, we've already divided the family. I want short you a single cent of your alimony, but don't come to live at my house. His voice was not loud, but every word fell like a small stone hitting the ground and striking everyone's hearts. Wang Guilin's cries caught in her throat. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Zhaozhao, at his face that no longer held any trace of weakness or compromise. Qin Zhaozhao said not another word. He turned around, took the still-dazed Qin Zhaozhao from Su Yuan's arms, held his wife's hand with the other, nodded to the surrounding villagers, and began walking toward home. The family of three walked away without looking back under the winter afternoon sun amid the complex gazes of the entire village. Wang Guilin stood rooted to the spot, her hand outstretched, her mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. The next day at the crack of dawn, in the Qin family's new house, the three of them were gathered around the table for breakfast. On the table were the large meat buns bought with yesterday's bonus steaming hot. Mom, when our factory gets bigger, we can have meat buns every day. Qin Zhaozhao took a big bite and mumbled. Su Yuan smiled and patted her head. Sure, every day. Qin Zhaozhao looked at his wife and daughter, a warmth swelling in his heart. He felt there was no better life than this. Just then a thunderous shout came from outside the courtyard gate, shattering the morning calm. Comrade Qin Zhaozhao, an urgent telegram for you. From the provincial capital. It was the postman's voice. Qin Zhaozhao was startled. He quickly put down his chopsticks, wiped his hands on his clothes, and ran out. He took the thin telegram, paper, his heart filled with curiosity. Unfolding it, he saw the characters were as neat and forceful as if printed. Comrade Qin Zhaozhao, greetings, as if we meet in person. Regarding the cooperation on the new type of individual self-heating field rations, our department plans to send personnel to your factory for an on-site inspection next week. Please prepare in advance. Specific itinerary will be notified separately. Zhaozhao. That thin telegram felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Qin Zhaozhao's hand. His hands trembled violently, and the paper rustled in his palm. Zhaozhao. He muttered the name, his throat dry as if stuffed with sand, instinctively wanting to crumple the telegram. Su Yun leaned over from behind him, her gaze falling on the printed characters, Provincial Military District Logistics Department. She gasped, sharply spun around, and pulled Qin Zhaozhao, who was still eating a bun, tightly into her arms, as if afraid someone would snatch her away. Husband, what? What does this mean? Her voice choked with tears. The peaceful life they had finally achieved seemed to be brewing another storm. Qin Zhaozhao, struggling to breathe, patted her mother's arm, wriggled out of her embrace, craned her neck for a quick glance, then slowly retreated and continued chewing. Qin Zhaozhao spread the telegram damp with sweat on the table, poking his finger at each character one by one. Cooperation. Inspection. New type of individual self-heating ration. He recognized every word, but together they became a muddled mess in his mind. The color drained from his face, his voice weak. Is this a mistake? We're just a small village factory. What do we have to do? Su Yun panicked, as while clutching their daughter tightly, her hands shaking so much she couldn't pick up food with chopsticks. I've heard of city swindlers who pretend to be high-ranking officials coming to the countryside to cheat people out of food and drink. But the postman said it was an urgent telegram from the provincial capital. Qin Zhaozhao murmured to himself. Military and provincial capital. These two words pressed down on him like mountains, making it hard to breathe. He slumped back onto the stool, feeling all his strength drain away. Rubbing his calloused hands, he said weakly, maybe we could just say we never received it. Or tell them our factory is too small for this job. He dared not accept. The burden was too heavy. He felt he would be crushed if he even touched it. Dad. Qin Zhaozhao swallowed the last bite of her bun, put down her bowl, and sat up straight on the stool, her small body rigid. It's not a mistake, and it's not a scam. As she spoke, her voice was calm and steady. Remember at the provincial ordering conference that Director Zhao who asked so many questions about the beef meatballs? His name is Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun both looked up stunned. Yes, now they remembered. It was that Director Zhao who ordered 1,000 cans of braised pork from them. Over time, they had nearly forgotten about it, but Zhaozhao remembered even the name clearly. He's the deputy director of the Provincial Military District Logistics Department. Qin Zhaozhao continued. He tasted our products and knew their quality. Later with Lin Weiss, incident town mayor Zhang must have submitted all our factory's documents. When the military looks for partner units, they first check if the foundation is clean. Our paperwork is complete, and we even carry the state-owned joint venture label. It naturally came to his attention. With a few words, she connected all the clues. Qin Zhaozhao understood, but his fear deepened. So, a real high-ranking official is coming. His voice cracked. Zhaozhao, this is no joke. You know what our factory is like. A few shabby rooms, some old machines. How could they possibly be interested? If we don't entertain them well and upset the official, won't that bring trouble? Su Yun nodded frantically beside him. Yes, Zhaozhao, isn't it good enough for us to just keep supplying sweet honey? Why do we have to get involved with that? Seeing her parents' urge to retreat into their shells, Qin Zhaozhao sighed inwardly. She slid off the stool, walked up to Qin Zhaozhao, and looked up at him with her small face. Dad. She dropped her usual childish tone. Do you think this is stable? One Linwei, one letter, and you almost... If it weren't for luck, where would our family be now? Qin Zhaozhao's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. The scene of Linwei being arrested was still vivid in his mind. Why did he dare? Because in his eyes we were ants on the ground, easy to crush. Why did the townspeople initially believe? Because we have no roots, no backing. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was not loud, but each word struck home. Now the military is reaching out to us. The state is giving us an opportunity. She reached out her small hand and patted her father's chest, firmly, producing two dull thuds. This isn't just business, it's our family's talisman. It's the confidence that will let you and Mom stand tall. If you're strong here, our family can truly be strong. She turned around and pointed her small finger toward the outline of a distant mountain outside the window. This backing is bigger and more stable than the mountain behind our village. If you don't dare take this chance, then we'll stick with this little factory, living in constant fear. And when another Li Wei or Zhang Wei comes along and sets another trap, don't regret it then. Dad, the path is right in front of you. Take a step forward or shrink back. The choice is yours. His young daughter's words struck Qin Zhaozhao's heart like a hammer. Looking into her bright, dark eyes, he saw no fear, only a forward-charging spirit that burned and made his face flush. Talisman. Standing tall. Yes, what was he afraid of? They had survived the hardest days, a why fear moving. He slapped his thigh with a sharp crack and stood up. The panic in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a surge of determination, as if he could pierce a hole in the sky. Let's do it. My daughter is right. When a golden opportunity falls on your head, shrinking back would make you a coward. He seemed ignited. Zhaozhao, tell me, what should we do? Your father will follow your lead. Seeing her father's transformation, Qin Zhaozhao felt a weight lift from her heart. Mom, go find town mayor Yuan right now and show him the telegram. This will bring honor to the town. He'll be more anxious than we are. He'll help us with roads, electricity, and other issues. All right. Su Yun, infected by the momentum, immediately stood up and headed out. Dad. Qin Zhaozhao pulled Qin Zhaozhao inside and took out paper and pen. Go to the factory right now, gather all the workers, and shut down for 3 days for a thorough cleaning. Do exactly what's on this list. Qin Zhaozhao took the paper covered in his daughter's crooked handwriting. First, whitewash the walls with lime water until they're blindingly white. Scrub the floors, machines, and tables with alkaline water until there's no trace of grease. Second, use white lime to mark lines on the ground, dividing the production, packaging, and raw material areas, and hang wooden signs. Issue white caps and white aprons to workers. Third, rewire all electrical cables, refill fire sand buckets and water tanks, and place them by the door. Fourth, display the best beef flour and seasonings as samples. Item by item down to the workers' fingernails. Qin Zhaozhao's heart raced. This wasn't just cleaning, it was stripping the factory down to its bones. Without asking further, he clutched the paper and strode toward the factory. As news of the shutdown spread, the workers, "What? Shutdown? Why? We still have orders to fill. Every day we stop, we lose money." Qin Zhaozhao was surrounded, tongue-tied, sweating profusely. Qin Zhaozhao appeared from somewhere with a wooden crate and climbed onto it. "Everyone quiet down." At her voice, the noisy crowd fell silent, staring at the little one. By now, almost everyone knew that the real leader of Qin Zhaozhao's family was this 7-year-old girl. "I ask you all, why do you think our beef meatballs caught the attention of the military leaders?" "Because they taste good," someone shouted. "Yes, but that's not all," Qin Zhaozhao said. "It's because our products are clean. Now there's a chance for us to leap forward. A high-ranking official from the province is coming to inspect. If they give the nod, we'll no longer supply just a canning factory. We'll supply the entire nation. Tell me, isn't that an iron rice bowl?" The workers' breathing grew heavy. "But," Qin Zhaozhao shifted her tone, "why would they give us this iron rice bowl?" "It depends on whether our factory is worthy. These 3 days of shutdown are so you can earn more steadily in the future. We need to make our factory cleaner than a city hospital so the leaders can rest assured at first sight. Do you all understand this logic?" "Yes." "Little Zhaozhao, tell us what to do. It's just 3 days. Let's..." The workers' enthusiasm ignited instantly, turning the factory into a bustling construction site. People shoveling dirt, painting walls, wiping machines, a cacophony of voices. Qin Zhaozhao watched it all, calculating the time in her head. The telegram said next week, at least 4 or 5 days left, enough time. But just then the low roar of a car engine came from the dirt road at the village entrance. Inside the Beijing Jeep, Zhao Zhenbang checked his watch. He had arrived a day early for a surprise inspection, wanting to see the factory in its truest state. The report said it was a township enterprise with complete paperwork and a state-owned joint venture partnership whose products had impressed him at the ordering conference. In his imagination, it should have been a simple but clean and orderly workshop. The car didn't slow down, kicking up a trail of yellow dust as it charged forward. With a sudden brake, the car stopped steadily. The door opened, and a polished military leather boot stepped onto the ground. As the sole touched the earth, a small puff of yellow dust rose. Zhao Zhenbang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He got out, and the sight before him made him freeze entirely. There was no clean, orderly workshop. Instead, he saw a dusty, noisy, chaotic construction site that looked like a demo. People were bustling about, muddy footprints everywhere, splatters of half-dry lime dotting the area, and the air was thick with the smell of earth, sweat, and lime. How could this be a food factory? In his eyes, usually as calm as a still lake, even on the battlefield, there was a flash of undisguised disappointment. His gaze swept across the scene like a searchlight, finally landing on a man holding a lime brush frozen stiff in the brush in Qin Zhaozhao's hand clattered to the ground. He was rooted to the spot. "It's over." Zhao Zhenbang's 2 bodyguards alighted from the vehicle after him, their immaculate military uniforms and the cold hard holsters at their waists exuding an air of severity. Their gazes swept across the chaotic courtyard like blades, their brows furrowing in unison. This intangible pressure was even heavier than that of the last visit from the Commerce Bureau. The construction site, which had been clanging with noise moments ago, seemed to have been abruptly frozen, every sound vanishing into silence. A shovel slipped from a worker's hand, crashing to the ground with a clang that pierced the stillness, grating on the ears. Dozens of eyes mingled with panic and bewilderment fixed upon that green military jeep. Zhao Zhenbang said nothing, striding directly inside. His polished military boots pressed into the soft, muddy ground, leaving a clear imprint, their surfaces instantly coated with a layer of yellow earth. He paused mid-step, glanced down, and the line of his jaw tightened further. Qin Zhaozhao's heart felt as if it would leap from his chest. He even forgot to breathe. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but could not utter a single word. Zhao Zhenbang lifted his gaze from his boots, raised his head, and measured this so-called food processing plant inch by inch like a ruler. The walls were freshly painted, the lime wash not yet dry, with crooked brushstrokes streaking across them. The ground was pitted and uneven, littered with muddy footprints and puddles. Several electrical wires dangled from the rafters, one, with its copper core exposed, gleaming ominously, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. A few old machines had been moved to the center of the yard, a worker still clutching a greasy rag frozen in place. The air was thick with the acrid smell of lime, the rankness of soil, and the sour odor of sweat from the laborers. This place bore no resemblance to the enterprise, with complete procedures and standardized production in his report. It was plainly a rural workshop mired in chaos and riddled with hazards. The young officer behind Zhao Zhenbang pulled out his notebook, but faced with the scene before him, his pen hovered over the paper, unable to write a single word. "So this is your factory?" Zhao Zhenbong finally spoke, his voice low, yet it made the hairs on the back of Qin Zhangwo's neck stand on end. "See, Comrade Chief." Qin Zhangwo finally found his voice, rubbing his hands together as he scurried forward a few steps, nearly tripping over a stone on the ground. "Please let me explain. We were doing a major cleanup. That's it. Thinking you were coming, we wanted to tidy up the place, didn't expect you." Even he felt ashamed uttering these words. This was no cleanup, it was a complete mess. Su Yuan also rushed out of the house, her legs trembling at the sight of Zhao Zhenbang's icy expression. She hurried to her husband's side and chimed in, "Yes, leader, we're usually very clean. It's just that today, things got a bit out of hand." Their explanations carried no weight in Zhao Zhenbang's ears. "Usually clean." He swept a glance at the mud-stained sacks of raw materials piled in the corner, then at the open trash can nearby, where a few flies were buzzing in circles. "Comrade Qin Zhangwo." Zhao Zhenbang addressed him by name, his tone drained of patience. "I am not here to listen to explanations." He raised a finger pointing at the old machines. "Is this production equipment?" Then he gestured toward the shed with its leaking walls, and that a warehouse. "Military supplies are a matter of life and death." Zhao Zhenbang's voice turned cold. "With conditions like these, how can you guarantee product quality? How can you ensure food safety? Passion alone cannot bear such responsibility." Each word struck Qin Zhangwo's heart like a hammer. His face flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing, yet he could not form a single syllable. He felt the sky was falling, and the opportunity he had so desperately hoped for was ruined by his own hands. The workers hung their heads, not daring to breathe. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a crisp, clear voice rang out. "Uncle, are you here to eat?" Everyone turned to look. Qin Zhaozhao had somehow emerged from the house, cradling a square object wrapped in clean oilcloth resembling a lunchbox. She tilted her little face up to Zhao Zhenbang, her large, bright eyes devoid of any fear, filled only with curiosity. Zhao Zhenbang's gaze fell upon her, and his tense expression softened slightly. "Little comrade, we are here to work. But you have to eat while you work too." Qin Zhaozhao carried the bundle over to the relatively clean long table in the middle of the yard, stood on her tiptoes, and placed the oilcloth package on it. She untied the oilcloth, revealing a military green metal lunchbox beneath. "My dad said you have to work outdoors, and sometimes can't get a hot meal." As she spoke, she clicked open the latch of the lunchbox. The lunchbox had 2 layers. The top layer held rice covered with glistening braised pork. The bottom layer was a recess containing a sealed plastic bag and a packet of water. "So I made this." Qin Zhaozhao took out the plastic bag filled with white powder and placed it on the table. "This is a meal that can heat itself without fire." Her words left everyone present stunned. No fire. Heat itself. Was she talking nonsense? Even Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun were bewildered, staring fixedly at the lunchbox, having no idea when their daughter had concocted such a thing. The young officer behind Zhao Zhenbang curled his lip, dismissing it as a child's folly. Zhao Zhenbang did not smile. He looked into Qin Zhaozhao's remarkably composed eyes. "Oh," he asked with the gentle curiosity of an elder towards a child. "Little one, how does this meal get hot?" Qin Zhaozhao said nothing. She reached out her small hand, deftly tore open the plastic bag of white powder, and laid it flat in the recess of the lunchbox's bottom layer. Then she picked up the small water pouch and tore open a tiny opening. All eyes were fixed on her little hands. She tilted the pouch, and a stream of clear, cool water slowly poured onto the layer of white powder. The scene fell into utter silence. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sizzle. A sound like a red-hot iron plunged into water shattered the stillness. Immediately, a thick plume of white steam burst forth from the bottom of the lunchbox, growing denser and more rapid. Within seconds, the entire lunchbox was enveloped in rolling steam, emitting a bubbling, boiling sound, as if it were set directly over a stove. A rich aroma of meat and rice mingled with the heat aggressively dispelled the smell of lime in the air, instantly filling everyone's nostrils. The 2 bodyguards standing at the front, startled by the sudden spectacle, instinctively stepped back, their hands going straight to their holsters, faces full of vigilance. All the workers were dumbfounded, craning their necks, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun felt their minds could not comprehend it. They looked at their own daughter as if she were a stranger. Zhao Zhenbang stood motionless in place. For the first time, a crack appeared in his ever-tight expression. His pupils contracted sharply, his body involuntarily leaning forward, half a step, his sharp eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, locked firmly onto the lunchbox that was billowing white steam and emitting the scent of food. The hand he had clasped behind his back had, without his notice, clenched tightly into a fist. The steam bubbled and roiled like an invisible pot boiling fiercely over a raging fire. The aroma of braised pork, mingling with the sweet, sticky scent of perfectly steamed rice, aggressively dispelled the earthy and lime-tinged odors of the courtyard, burrowing directly into everyone's lungs. Several workers' stomachs growled involuntarily, their Adam's apples bobbed as they desperately swallowed saliva. The 2 guards were also transfixed. Having followed their chief across the country, they often had to make do with cold, hard buns out in the wild. Seeing a lunchbox steaming all on its own was more miraculous than any trick the county acrobatic troupe could perform. Zhao Zhenbang stood rooted to the spot, as still as a pine tree. His stern expression remained unchanged, but his sharp, unblinking eyes were fixed on the steam, watching it thicken, then thin, finally dissipating into a few wisps of white smoke in the air. The whole process took less time than it took to smoke a cigarette. Qin Zhaozhao reached out her little hand, gently touched the top layer of the lunchbox to confirm the temperature, then looked up at Zhao Zhenbong, her voice crisp and clear. "Uncle, the food is hot. You can eat now." This single call snapped everyone back to their senses. The young officer behind Zhao Zhenbong instinctively stepped forward, wanting to object. Such an unknown item, with no guarantee of safety, should not be casually consumed by the chief. But Zhao Zhenbong had already strode over himself. He walked to the table, bent down, his gaze piercing. On the top layer of the lunchbox, the rice was steamed to a glossy plumpness, each grain distinct. The braised pork was a rich dark sauce color, its juices already seeping into the rice. The fatty parts were glistening and translucent enough to whet anyone's appetite just by looking. He reached out, touched the outer wall of the lunchbox with his fingertip, and quickly pulled it back. It was very hot. "Got any chopsticks?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the lunchbox. Yes. Su Yuan, as if waking from a dream, quickly turned and ran into the house, returning with a pair of the cleanest wooden chopsticks, presenting them with both hands. Zhao Zhenbong took the chopsticks and without a moment's hesitation picked up the largest piece of meat. Under the breathless gaze of everyone present, he popped it into his mouth. The courtyard was so silent you could hear the wind rustling through the corners. Qin Zhaozhao rubbed his hands vigorously against his dust-covered trousers, the sweat in his palms mixed with the grime feeling sticky and clammy. He stared intently at Zhao Zhenbang's face, his heart pounding like a drum against his chest. Zhao Zhenbang chewed slowly, methodically, his jaw muscles working powerfully. The moment the piece of meat entered his mouth, it melted on his tongue. The skin was soft and sticky, the fat sweet and fragrant, the lean meat tender and flaky. The rich, savory sauce exploded on his taste buds. It wasn't the cloying saltiness of canned food, but carried a hint of perfectly balanced sweetness that beautifully cut through the grease. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the meat, then used his chopsticks to shovel a large mouthful of rice soaked in the savory juices. The rice was neither too soft nor too hard, coated in oil, fragrant enough to make one's scalp tingle. "Delicious," he uttered, 2 words concise and to the point, but his chopsticks didn't stop picking up another large piece. These 2 words were like a calming pill, restoring strength to Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan's nearly buckling legs. Zhao Zhenbong didn't eat quickly, but his chopsticks never stopped. In the blink of an eye, half the lunchbox's contents were gone. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and turned his eyes to Su Yuan. "The pork is cooked authentically, even better than what I've had at the provincial capital's state-run restaurant." Su Yuan's cheeks flushed, and she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet, stammering. "As long as the leader enjoys it, as long as the leader enjoys it." "This is just the food," Zhao Zhenbong interrupted her. He pointed a finger at the now deflated heating pack on the table, and his gaze instantly shifted from a satisfied diner back to that stern, unsmiling soldier, sharp as a blade, piercing towards Qin Zhaozhao. "Factory Director Qin, now let's talk about this." The young officer behind him immediately stepped forward, flipped open his notebook, and clicked his fountain pen. "Factory Director Qin," the young officer pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses fixed on him like a hawk's. "Please explain the chemical principle of this heating pack, the toxicity of its components, whether it produces harmful gases during heating, its safety, the unit cost, and most importantly, the feasibility of large-scale production." A barrage of professional questions, each word hitting the mark. Qin Zhaozhao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His mouth opened and closed for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Report, Chief." He swallowed hard, feeling like his throat was being scraped by sandpaper. Just as his mind went blank, and he was about to crumble, his daughter's words from last night, spoken word by word as she pointed at the diagrams she had drawn, suddenly echoed clearly in his mind. "Dad, don't be afraid. Whatever they ask, answer exactly as I told you. You are the factory director, so straighten your back." Qin Zhaozhao took a sharp breath. The air lodged in his chest, and he instinctively straightened his back. That inexplicable confidence returned. He lifted his head, met the young officer's gaze, and said in a booming voice, "The principle isn't complicated. It's just the exothermic reaction of quicklime with water. Basic junior high school chemistry." This loud, vigorous declaration stunned everyone. Even Su Yuan's eyes went wide, unable to believe that this came from her usually taciturn husband. The young officer's pen paused for a moment before he quickly jotted down notes. Seeing that he had seized control of the situation, Qin Zhaozhao felt his panic subside, and his words flowed more smoothly. "Besides quicklime, the composition includes iron powder, aluminum powder, and activated carbon, all proportioned according to a formula. The iron and aluminum powders make it heat up faster and more intensely. The activated carbon absorbs odors, ensuring no strange smells during the heating process." The specific ratio of iron powder to activated carbon. Zhao Zhenbong suddenly interjected, his voice not loud, but striking Qin Zhaozhao's heart like a heavy hammer. "Accurate to the gram. Why these specific values?" Qin Zhaozhao's words got caught in his throat. His mind went blank. Damn it, this detail was too obscure. His daughter had mentioned it, but he had been too nervous at the time to remember. Cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and beads of sweat dripped down from his brow. Just then the memory of his daughter sitting on a small stool last night, swinging her legs, and explaining, while drawing lines on the ground with a twig, echoed in his ears. "Dad, remember, more isn't always better. You need to pay attention to the ratio. Iron powder heats up fast, but activated carbon absorbs water. If you add too much, the water gets snatched away by it, leaving the quicklime with nothing to react with. The efficiency drops." "Right, efficiency." "Because activated carbon has strong adsorption, it will compete for moisture. If added in excess, it will affect the reaction efficiency of the main reactant quicklime. Qin Zhaozhao almost roared the last sentence, his voice hoarse from tension, but every word was clear and forceful. After he finished, the courtyard fell into dead silence. The young officer stopped writing. He looked at this dark-skinned, calloused man, and his expression completely changed. This was no ordinary rural factory director. This was clearly a knowledgeable technical expert. He closed his notebook, turned around, snapped a sharp military salute to Zhao Zhenbong, and said with an excited voice, "Report, Chief. The technical principle is clear. The plan is mature. Factory Director Qin has considered everything thoroughly. It fully possesses production potential." Zhao Zhenbong had remained silent throughout, just listening quietly. Now the way he looked at Qin Zhaozhao had completely changed. The earlier hint of disappointment was gone, replaced by a gleam like discovering a treasure. He strode over to Qin Zhaozhao, extended his large broad hand, firmly grasped Qin Zhaozhao's, and shook it vigorously. "Comrade Qin Zhaozhao, I apologize for my earlier brusque attitude," Zhao Zhenbong said, his voice carrying a weight of sincerity and appreciation for the first time. "You and your factory are good. Very good." Qin Zhaozhao, his hand still in Zhao Zhenbang's grip, felt dazed, as if dreaming. Zhao Zhenbong released his hand, turned around, and his voice regained that soldierly decisiveness. "I declare that the inspection of the Hongxing Village food processing plant is concluded ahead of schedule. The verdict qualified." He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on Qin Zhaozhao's face. "Comrade Qin Zhaozhao, I am now representing the logistics department of the Provincial Military Command to place our first trial production order with your factory. Individual self-heating rations, 10,000 units. To be completed within 1 month. Any problems? 10,000 units." All sounds faded from Qin Zhaozhao's ears. He could only hear his own heart pounding against his ribs, each beat louder than the last, shaking him until he felt dizzy and lightheaded. His vision went black. His knees buckled uncontrollably. He pitched forward, barely managing to catch himself on the table to keep from collapsing. The table legs scraped against the ground with a harsh screech. Propping himself up on the table, his knuckles white from the strain, he slowly raised his head. His gaze passed over Zhao Zhenbang's stern face, over the shocked and ecstatic faces around him, and finally landed on the small figure at the end of the yard. Qin Zhaozhao was standing there, nodding firmly and emphatically at him. Zhao Zhenbang's jeep kicked up a trail of yellow dust as it sped away, disappearing in a puff of smoke, while the people in the yard craned their necks to watch each one as if they had lost their souls. Qin Zhaozhao leaned against the edge of the table, his legs still trembling. He looked down at the order in his hand. The words 10,000 portions and the flamboyant signature on the paper felt like red-hot iron, burning his palms and making them slick with sweat. "Husband, is this, on the paper, real?" Su Yun leaned in, her voice floating as if from a dream. She stretched out her fingertip, gingerly touching the paper, then jerked it back as if shocked by an electric current. 10,000 portions. For the military. Qin Zhaozhao muttered the words over and over, his eyes staring vacantly, seeing everything as a blur. "We're rich." Someone in the crowd suddenly bellowed, and the entire yard erupted like a string of firecrackers had been tossed and buzzing into a chaotic uproar. "Heavens! 10,000 portions. Our factory gets to cook for the People's Liberation Army. Zhaozhao, you factory chief. From now on, we're working for the state, right?" The workers swarmed around, their eyes gleaming, fists clenched, faces flushed with excitement. The cacophony of voices pounded against their skulls. But Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun exchanged a glance, their smiles freezing stiff, their hands and feet turning icy cold. What others saw as a mountain of gold, they saw as a mountain that could crush them to death. That evening, the lamplight flickered on. A family of 3 faced a sheet of draft paper, none of them speaking. On the paper were the accounts Qin Zhaozhao had just calculated. Dense rows of numbers, each one like a small hill. For 10,000 self-heating meals, just the beef, rice, and flour would fill a warehouse. Then there were the heating packs, quicklime, iron powder, aluminum powder. All had to be sourced from the county chemical supply station, and they were expensive. Plus the meal boxes, packaging bags. With a sharp crack, the pencil tip in Qin Zhaozhao's hand snapped. He tossed the pencil aside and collapsed into his chair as if all his strength had been drained. "Money. It's not enough." His voice was dry. "We're way short. Even if we emptied all our savings and sold the house, we still couldn't afford the meat." Su Yun's heart sank to the bottom. The euphoria of the day was gone, replaced by a stone lodged in her chest, suffocating. "Then what do we do?" Her eyes reddened, her voice trembling with tears. "This is a military order. If we can't deliver, aren't we deceiving the nation? Will they arrest us?" Qin Zhaozhao swung her short legs, watching her parents fret over the money with furrowed brows. The cash in her system space could buy 10 of these factories, but that was her strategic reserve for creating truly groundbreaking products in the future. This hurdle didn't warrant tapping into her savings. Moreover, letting her parents experience the process of leveraging resources firsthand would help them grow far more than if she simply threw money at the problem. She hopped off the stool, walked to the table, and tapped the paper with her tiny finger. "Dad, Mom, don't panic. About the money, there's someone even more worried than we are." The next day at the break of dawn, a bicycle shrouded in morning mist and dust shot toward the factory gate like a fiery wheel. With a screech before the bike had even stopped, Zhang Yuanzhao leaped off. "Zhaozhao, Comrade Zhaozhao." His booming voice preceded him into the yard, his excitement impossible to hide. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun hurried out. "Township Chief Zhang, what brings you here? How could I not come?" Zhang Yuanzhao grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's hand and shook it vigorously, his face glowing red. I've heard everything. The military district. 10,000 portions. Well done, Qin Zhaozhao. You're about to put Ruzhou town on the map. He paced excitedly around the yard twice, then slapped his thigh. Tell me, what difficulties do you have? Short on people or space? Anything the town can handle, just say the word. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan exchanged a look. Qin Zhaozhao rubbed his hands together until they nearly smoked his face bright red and stammered for a long time before speaking. Township chief, you know this order is a blessing from heaven, but the capital, we really can't afford it. Zhang Yuanzhu's smile faded, turning serious. How much short? Qin Zhaozhao gave a rough figure. Zhang Yuanzhao drew in a sharp breath. That amount could crush any wealthy. He paced back and forth frowning, and the couple's hearts rose and fell with his steps. Suddenly Zhang Yuanzhao stopped and slammed his fist into his palm. I've got it. He looked at Qin Zhaozhao, flames dancing in his eyes. This isn't just about your factory. It's about the honor of the entire Ruzhou town. The town government will back you. He'll personally go to the credit union. He'll say this is a key project for military-civilian cooperation, a political task. If anyone dares not approve the loan, he'll strip them of their post. I, Zhang Yuanzhao, pledge my official hat as township chief as your guarantee. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan's minds buzzed, their legs going weak. A township government guarantee. They wouldn't even dare dream of it. Township chief. This. Is it okay? Su Yuan's tongue twisted, her words slurring. Why wouldn't it be? Zhang Yuanzhao thumped his chest loudly. This is for the military, a matter of utmost importance. Put your minds at ease and prepare for production. The money will be in your account within 3 days. 3 days later, a huge sum was deposited into the factory's account. As soon as the money arrived, the old machinery of the Red Star Village food processing factory, as if filled with oil, roared to life. The first order of business recruitment. A large red paper inscribed with the boldest brush announced the hiring notice posted on the most prominent locust tree at the village entrance. Red Star Village Food Factory expanding production, urgently hiring 50 workers. Men and women welcome, nimble hands preferred. Pay by piecework, more pay. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the surrounding villages within half a day. The entire Red Star Village erupted. Working as a factory worker at home with access to state-supplied grain. This was a dream come true for countless people. Not to mention that the factory was supplying the military. It was an honor that would make their ancestors proud. Within 2 days, the threshold of Qin Zhaozhao's new courtyard was nearly worn flat. The yard was packed with people from young lads of 17 or 18 to middle-aged women in their 40s. A sea of faces. Su Yuan held a notebook to record names while Qin Zhaozhao sat beside her, trying to conduct interviews like a city official. What's your name? Let me see your hands. Have you done heavy labor before? Amid the hubbub in the yard, a sudden commotion arose at the edge of the crowd. Move. All of you move aside. Are you blind? Qin Zhaozhao bellowed, clearing a path with his elbows. The crowd reluctantly parted, and Wang Guolan, supported by her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Tsuo, walked in slowly. Once inside, she didn't look at her son or daughter-in-law first. Instead, like a leader on inspection, she strolled through the dense crowd of applicants. She stopped before a sturdy young man, looked him up and down, and curled her lip. Hands so fair, can you really work? Then she approached a nimble, middle-aged woman, pointing her cane at the woman's shoes. How many kids at home? Lots of errands. Don't be asking for leave every few days. The people in the yard dared not speak under her scrutiny, and the atmosphere grew cold. Wang Guolan was pleased with the effect. She then sauntered over to the table and cleared her throat. Zhangwo Xiaoyan hiring for the factory. Such a big decision, and you didn't even consult the family. Qin Zhangwo stood up, his brow furrowed into a knot. Mom, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Wang Gillen's eyes widened, and she tapped her cane on the ground. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are idle at home. You two youngsters don't know what you're doing. Now that the factory's grown, you need your own people to keep an eye on things. I've decided let your brother manage the warehouse and your sister-in-law handle recruitment. That's settled. She spoke with an air of finality, as if announcing a done deal. Qin Jianhua and Li Tsuehua puffed out their chests, smugly already seeing themselves as managers. Qin Zhangwo's face flushed red and pale, his lips trembling as he was about to speak. Su Yuan, who had been silently recording names, had her knuckles turning white from gripping the pen, the tip gouging a deep mark into the paper. Listening to Wang Guolan, the anger she had suppressed for years finally surged to her throat. Seeing her second son silent, Wang Guolan turned on her. Su Yuan, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. This is my son's factory. Can't I, his mother, have a say? Su Yuan's hand kept moving, but she didn't look up. You've gone too far. Wang Guolan shrieked, her voice rising, her cane stabbing the ground, sending up puffs of dust. Just then a sharp crack rang out. Su Yuan slammed her pen onto the table. The sound was not loud, but it struck like a judge's gavel, hitting everyone's heart. The entire yard fell silent. In an instant, all eyes fixed on her. She slowly stood up, walked around the table, and faced the crowd of applicants directly, ignoring Wang Guolan. Mom, Su Yuan began, her voice steady but clear enough for everyone to hear. In our factory, we don't hire based on family ties, only on ability. Wang Guolan was stunned. She never expected her usually meek second daughter-in-law to humiliate her in public. You, what did you say? I said. Su Yuan took a deep breath, her voice suddenly rising, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Today, in front of everyone, I'll lay down our factory's rules. We hire based on 2 things only. First, clean and nimble hands. Can you work? Second, integrity. No slacking or cheating. No exceptions. Anyone who wants in must first register and take the test with everyone else. Pass it, then a 1-month trial. If you do well, you stay. If not, you're out. Her gaze shifted to Qin Zhaozhao and Li Zhaozhao, her words deliberate. Pay is by piecework. Do a job, get paid for it. There are no sinecures here, and we don't support idlers. Want to be a manager? Fine. Start with the hardest work. Only when you outperform everyone can you come talk to me. After her speech, the yard was dead silent. Wang Gilin's face cycled through red, purple, and livid, more colorful than a palette. She pointed at Su Yuan, her finger trembling like a sieve. You unfilial wretch. Mom Xiaoyan is right. Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward firmly, placing himself in front of his wife. His voice was low but steady. This is a factory, and it must have its rules. Fine. Just fine. Wang Gilin's lips quivered with rage, her cane gouging small holes in the dirt. Qin Zhaozhao. Su Yuan, you've grown your wings. You're rebelling. I'm telling you, you'll give us those 2 positions whether you like it or not. Su Yuan didn't even glance at her. She picked up her pen again and faced a terrified young woman in front of her voice softening. Next, what's your name? Su Yuan ignored her, leaving Wang Guilin choking with rage, her face turning purple. Seeing that her tactic was ineffective, she threw her crutch to the ground with a clatter and plopped down into the dust. Instead of slapping her thighs, she scooped up handfuls of the yellow earth and rubbed it into her hair, wailing all the while, her voice like the keening at a village funeral. Heavens above! What sin have these old bones committed? I slaved to raise my son, and now he forgets his mother for his wife. They want me dead. As she wept, she wiped her tears with dirt-caked hands, smearing mud streaks across her face. I only wanted to find work for my eldest grandson. What wrong did I do? This Blackheart woman wants to drive me to my grave. Everyone come and see. Judge for yourselves. Her outburst caused the murmurs in the yard to subside slightly. Qin Zhaozhao and Li Zhaozhao exchanged a glance. Li Zhaozhao quickly knelt to support Wang Gilin's arm, wiping her own dry eyes with her sleeve, and joined in with a tearful voice. Uncles and aunties, look at my mother-in-law's age. Can she bear this? This factory bears the Qin name, and we are Qins. Why can't we enter? In the past, when Wang Guilin made such a scene, a few peacemakers would always step forward to mediate. But today, the dozens of people in the yard exchanged glances rooted to the spot, not a single one moving. Aunt Guilin, that's not how it's said. From the crowd, a burly, dark-skinned man spoke in a deep voice. He was from a neighboring village, having walked over 10 li to get there. Manager Su is right. Hiring depends on skill, not on whose relative you are. If everyone followed your family's example, why would the rest of us bother coming? For the spectacle, might as well let your relatives take over the whole factory. His loud voice cut straight to the point. Exactly. We left home before dawn for what? For fairness. The factory is Brother Zhangwo's, but the rules are set by Manager Su. We trust Manager Su, right? If you want to join the factory, follow the rules. Every family has mouths to feed. Why is yours so special? The voices of the dozens of people buzzed one after another, all directed at Wang Guilin and her 2 children. These farmers might not have many eloquent arguments, but they knew in their hearts who put food on their table and gave them hope. The rules Su Yuan set gave everyone a chance to earn a living through hard work. That was the greatest principle. Wang Gilin's wails were soon drowned out by the crowd's voices. For every shout, she made 10 voices shot back. She was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why these peasants who usually addressed her as aunt had grown so bold today. Qin Zhaozhao's face flushed red and white by turns. He wanted to curse, but seeing dozens of fiery eyes fixed on him, he swallowed his words. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare start a fight with half the village. Seeing that her crying and tantrum were useless, Wang Guilin pushed herself up from the ground. She picked up her crutch and pointed it at Qin Zhaozhao, who had remained silent. Qin Zhaozhao, you worthless son. You let your wife bully your mother and brother like this. Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward, firmly shielding Su Yuan behind him. He looked at his mother and said word by word, Mother, in the factory Xiaoyan is in charge. If you really want Big Brother and his wife to work here, fine. They can sign up with everyone else and take the exam. If they pass, I'll have no objection. If they fail, no amount of pleading will work. His voice was low, but every word landed with clarity. Wang Guilin stared at him, her mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. She realized that this taciturn second son had truly changed. He was no longer the malleable dough she could knead at will. Fine. Fine. You're something. Her hands trembling with rage, she pointed a shaking finger at Qin Zhaozhao, and Su Yuan spitting out a final threat. Just you wait. With that, she grabbed Qin Zhaozhao and Li Zhaozhao and pushed through the crowd to leave her back looking as wilted as an eggplant. She was a shadow of the person who had arrived. After they left, the yard fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Well done, Manager Su. We trust your... Su Yuan's face flushed warmly. She looked at the simple, hopeful faces in the yard, and her shoulders, once habitually hunched under her mother-in-law's oppression, unconsciously straightened. She took a deep breath, walked back to the table, and picked up the pen. The hand holding it still trembled slightly. The nib paused on the paper, leaving a tiny ink blot. But soon the pen steadied. Stroke by stroke, she wrote the next applicant's name clearly and firmly. She looked up and said in a clear voice, All right, everyone line up. Next, after the recruitment, the factory wound up like a clockwork spring and ran at full speed. With over 50 new workers plus the old staff, the yard buzzed with the roar of machinery and laughter from dawn till dusk. After the recruitment, the factory wound up like a clockwork spring and ran at full speed. With over 50 new workers plus the old staff, the yard buzzed with quicklime and various metal powders from the county chemical supply station arrived in sacks. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes were sunken, but his back was ramrod straight, and he walked as if on wings. During the day, he oversaw production on the workshop floor. At night, he tallied accounts and raw materials with an abacus. But trouble soon came knocking again. On the production line, the biggest bottleneck was packaging. That evening, after barely touching his dinner, Qin Zhaozhao squatted alone in the yard worrying. He had just lit a cigarette when the packaging workshop supervisor rushed over sweating profusely. Director, another problem. Today alone, we scrapped over 100 packaging bags, and 2 female workers cut their hands on the bag edges. At this rate, by the end of the month, we won't even have enough bags, let alone deliver the order. Qin Zhaozhao's heart sank. He stubbed out the freshly lit cigarette on the ground, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. He walked over to the pile of packaging materials and stared at the bags and lunchboxes in despair. Packaging self-heating meals was more complex than cans. The lunchbox heating pack, water pack, and chopsticks, for items, had to be stuffed into a large plastic bag and then heat-sealed. The workers were all novices. The bag opening was soft and floppy, making it difficult to insert the items without tearing it. Dad, don't worry. Qin Zhaozhao had come over unnoticed, holding a lump of kneaded clay she had just dug up from the well side to make mud. Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao looked at his daughter, his face full of worry. Dad is useless. He can't even solve such a small problem. This is a military order. If I mess it up, he'll be a sinner. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing. She crouched beside her father and, mimicking him, picked up a lunchbox and a packaging bag. The bag opening was soft and limp. After several attempts, she managed to stuff the lunchbox inside crookedly. Dad, the bag opening keeps collapsing. It's hard to put things in. She looked up. Qin Zhaozhao sighed. Yeah, but what can we do? Qin Zhaozhao tilted her head, her dark light. She looked down at the clay in her hands. Her small fingers worked quickly, soon shaping it into a hollow chimney-like. She stood this clay chimney on the ground, picked up a large leaf, and carefully draped it over the outside. Dad, look. She pointed proudly at her creation. She picked up a small pebble to represent the lunchbox and dropped it into the top of the chimney. The pebble slid down the smooth clay wall and landed with a soft thud, settling neatly into the leaf that had been stretched open. Qin Zhaozhao was stunned, his eyes fixed on the crude clay model. Stretch it open. Slide it in. A flash of insight struck him. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple method? He scooped up his daughter and planted a kiss on her cheek with his stubbly face. My good girl, you're daddy's lucky charm. He tossed the half-smoked cigarette aside and dashed into the house. In no time, he emerged with a saw and a plane. Inspired by his daughter's clay model, he worked through the night, crafting several more refined and practical packaging. The device was like a bottomless wooden funnel. To use it, you slipped the packaging bag over the top, and the opening stretched square and taut. Then you slid the lunchbox and heating pack down the smooth wooden interior, and all the items would be neatly packed into the next day. Over a dozen of these new tools were placed on the long tables in the packaging workshop. The workers gathered around, marveling at the novelty. When they tried them out, everyone cheered. Previously, a person would struggle for ages to pack one meal. Now with this tool, one hand slipped the bag, on the other placed the items. Quick as a magic trick. A nimble female worker could pack 7 or 8 meals a minute. The efficiency of the entire workshop more than. Qin Zhaozhao stood at the workshop entrance, watching the rapidly moving production lines and listening to the excited chatter of the workers. A broad grin spread across his face. He turned and looked into the yard where his daughter was sitting on a small stool reading in the sunlight. As he smiled, his eyes grew. Only one thought filled his mind now. With this daughter by his side, he feared nothing, not even if the sky fell. Once production volume ramped up, the packaging bags became a new bottleneck. There was only one supplier in the county, and seeing the production line of Red Star Village Food Factory spinning like a windmill, the owner's mind began to stir. First deliveries were delayed. Qin Zhaozhao brought pastries and pleaded earnestly before the supplier reluctantly released a batch. Within 2 days, the price went up, 3 cents more per bag. For an order of 10,000 units, that meant an extra 300 yuan in costs. Qin Zhaozhao went to argue, but the boss, lounging with his legs crossed and picking dirt from under his nails, said, Factory Director Qin, this is the price. Workers are on 3 shifts, the machines are nearly smoking. If I don't raise wages, who will work for you? In the only one in the county, you have no choice. Qin Zhaozhao swallowed his anger and returned to the factory, squatting in a corner of the yard. His cigarette butts quickly formed a circle around him. Every day the production line was idle meant real money lost. But agreeing to the price hike felt like someone slicing flesh from his heart. Yuan came out with a bowl of food and squatted beside him. Maybe. Just accept it. Let's prioritize the military orders first. Qin Zhaozhao remained silent, stubbing his cigarette into the dirt and pulling another from his pocket. Dad, Mom. Qin Zhaozhao had somehow appeared behind them. If the county want work, let's go to the provincial capital to find. Qin Zhaozhao looked up, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, his eyes full of worry. Silly child, we don't know anyone there. Where would we look? To the provincial capital. Qin Zhaozhao opened her palm, revealing a note torn from an exercise book. 158, Tianjin Road, Star Plastic Color Printing Factory. I saw in a pictorial last time that this factory prints the most beautiful candy wrappers. She paused, then pointed a small finger toward the provincial capital, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Dad, after you handle the packaging bags, go straight to the provincial department store and find the procurement section. Our food shouldn't just go to the military. It should be sold on the biggest counters in the whole province. Qin Zhaozhao stared at the crooked handwriting on the note, and something stirred in his heart like a stone thrown into still water. His daughter's little wooden rack had solved a huge problem last time. This time, a thought overwhelmed all has— No, it's too far, Su Yuan protested first. It's fine. Qin Zhaozhao stood up, abruptly crushed the cigarette underfoot, folded the note carefully, and tucked it into his breast pocket, his movements, as if treasuring a precious artifact. They'll leave tonight. He turned and went inside, dragging a wooden box from under the bed, taking all the family's money, packing 2 self-heating meal samples into a canvas bag, and slinging it over his shoulder as he walked out. Su Yuan chased to the door only to see his figure vanish into the night. The long-distance bus to the provincial capital reeked of sweat and smoke, jolting over dirt roads until his insides felt rearranged. Qin Zhaozhao didn't sleep a wink. By dawn he arrived in the provincial capital. The tall buildings and dense sea of bicycles disoriented him. Clutching the note, he asked for directions several times before finally finding the Star Plastic color printing factory. High walls and a large courtyard. It was 10 times bigger than the county one. The guard, seeing his rustic appearance, stopped him. Who are you looking for? I want to see your factory director about business. Qin Zhaozhao's palms were sweating. The guard told him to wait in the reception room. Almost an hour later, a sales section chief in a Dacron shirt came over, glanced at him, and said, from Red Star Village. In the office, Qin Zhaozhao explained his needs. The chief leaned back in his chair, leisurely brewing tea. Our schedule is fully booked. Your order won't be easy. Qin Zhaozhao's heart tightened, but remembering his daughter's words, he straightened his back. He pulled the county supplier's quotation from his bag and placed it on the desk. Chief, this is the price in our county. We have military orders and a tight deadline. If your price is fair, well, order all our packaging from you from now on. The chief picked up the quotation and sneered. A small workshop dares to ask this price. Robbery. He tossed the paper back and held up 3 fingers. Our quality is better and the price is 30% lower. Order now and it'll prioritize your batch immediately. Qin Zhaozhao heard those 3 words clearly and his heart pounded like a drum. 30% lower. That alone saved hundreds of yuan. He made the decision on the spot, signed the contract, and paid the deposit. Stepping out of the factory gate, Qin Zhaozhao felt light on his feet. His daughter was truly amazing. With the main task done, he gripped the strap of his canvas bag and, following his daughter's instructions, headed toward the provincial department store. The provincial department store stood 5 stories high, with gleaming glass windows frequented by well-dressed people. Qin Zhaozhao stood at the entrance, looking at his liberation shoes and mud-splattered pant legs, mustering his courage for a long while before stepping inside. The procurement section was on the 4th floor. He found the office, but the door wasn't fully closed, and a roar came from inside. Useless. All of you are useless. Next week is the citywide trade fair, and what have you submitted? The same old stuff. Friendship Store's new beef jerky is selling like crazy, and what about you? Huh. An enamel cup slammed hard onto the desk with a jarring clatter. Qin Zhaozhao stood at the doorway, unsure whether to enter or retreat. A young man in a white shirt with slicked-back hair walked out, and upon seeing Qin Zhaozhao, his brows immediately furrowed. He looked him up and down with disdain. What are you doing here? This is the office area. Don't wander around. Comrade, hello. I'm Qin Zhaozhao, director of Red Star Village Food Factory. Our factory has a new product, and I'd like to show it to the procurement leadership. A village-run factory. The young man sneered loud enough for those inside to hear. Director Ma, another one selling local specialties from the village. What do you think? The middle-aged man called Director Ma looked up. He wore glasses, had sunken eyes, and his face was full of irritation. Rubbing his temples, he waved his hand impatiently. Have him leave the stuff and go. No time. The young man, emboldened, lifted his chin higher. Did you hear that? Leave the stuff and you can go. Qin Zhaozhao's anger flared. He knew that if he left the samples in his bag would end up in the trash. He didn't leave. Instead, he stepped forward and placed the canvas bag on the table by the door. Director, my food is different from the rest. As he spoke, he pulled out the self-heating meal sample. Oh, different. The young man crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, watching the spectacle. What is your lunchbox made of gold? Director Ma, annoyed by the noise, was about to lose his temper when he saw Qin Zhaozhao tear open the heating pack and watch. Sizzle. White steam burst forth and the rich aroma of braised beef instantly filled the entire office, overpowering the smells of smoke and ink. Director Ma, who was reviewing reports, jolted, and the papers fell onto the desk. His nose twitched instinctively, and his gaze locked onto the steaming lunchbox as if nailed there. People from the neighboring office, drawn by the scent, poked their heads in. What's that smell? The young man's mocking expression froze. He sniffed hard, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Qin Zhaozhao ignored the commotion around him. From his bag, he took a small plastic bag containing several dark brown beef balls, a new product developed by the factory. He opened the bag and offered it. Director, please try this. Director Ma's gaze shifted from the self-heating meal to the glistening beef balls. He hesitated for a moment, then picked one up and put it in his mouth. The moment the ball touched his tongue, his eyes flew wide. A burst of rich, meaty flavor mixed with spices exploded in his mouth. Tough on the outside, soft within, and with a bite, savory juices gushed out. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and a lingering sweetness remained on his palate. The irritation on his face had long vanished. He snatched the bag from Qin Zhaozhao's hand and popped another ball into his mouth. Xiaolu. Director Ma suddenly bellowed, startling the young man. Director. Director Ma pointed at the lunchbox in Qin Zhaozhao's hand, and then at the beef ball in his own mouth, his eyes gleaming as he shouted at the young man, see this. This is what I call a new product. This is a flagship product. You sit in your office all day good for nothing, but looking down on people. What else can you do? Even a comrade from a village factory knows innovation. And you, He strode over to Qin Zhaozhao, his attitude doing a complete 180. A smile spread across his face as he took Qin Zhaozhao's calloused hands in both of his. So you're Director Qin. My apologies for the earlier neglect. Please come in. This self-heating meal and these beef balls. How much does your factory have? We'll take it all. Qin Zhaozhao, seeing his eagerness, felt the heavy stone in his heart finally lift. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and gave a simple, honest laugh. Director, don't worry. Our factory has plenty. Qin Zhaozhao returned on the afternoon of the third day. When the long-distance bus he was riding came to a halt at the village entrance, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust, half the factory workers rushed out. Su Yuan ran at the forefront. Seeing her husband jump off the bus, he looked like a crop wilted by the sun, dark and thin with chapped lips. Yet his eyes blazed with an astonishing intensity. His father. Su Yuan rushed forward, the words she wanted to ask stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single syllable. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing, only cracked a grin, revealing 2 rows of teeth yellowed by tobacco. From his worn canvas bag, he pulled out 2 rolls of paper neatly tied with red string. Holding one in each hand, he raised them before Su Yuan. Done. His voice was hoarse as a broken gong, yet those 2 words struck louder than thunder. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Then, boom, it erupted. The factory director is back. Done. It's done. The workers cheered, encircling Qin Zhaozhao, peppering. Surrounded by the crowd, Qin Zhaozhao entered the house. First, he gulped down an entire enamel mug of cold boiled water, then spread the 2 contracts on the table. One was a supply contract with the provincial capital's Star Plastic Color Printing Factory. The other was a consignment contract with the provincial department store. The initial order, 5,000 self-heating meals and 1,000 caddies of beef meatballs. The people in the room nearly popped their eyes out. Qin Zhaozhao slapped the contract on the table and straightened his back. That's right. Director Ma said as long as our goods meet the quality, they'll take everything from now on. Su Yuan's fingers gently traced the printed characters of provincial department store, trembling at the tips. News spread faster than the wind. A few days later, postal and bank vehicles drove into the village. Before all the factory workers, 2 boxes were opened. Stacks of crisp new Great Unity bills gleamed dazzlingly red. The military payment of 11,000, the department store advance of 8,000 plus the original account balance. The total had just surpassed 20,000 yuan. This news exploded like a bomb, stunning the entire town of Ruzhou. Factory director Li of the cannery was in a meeting. After his secretary whispered in his ear, the enamel mug in his hand crashed to the floor, chipping a large piece. In the Qin family courtyard, the money was moved inside. Su Yuan locked all the doors and windows tightly, yet still felt unsafe. Qin Zhaozhao poured the money onto the bed. The family of 3 sat around the pile, none of them speaking. Qin Zhaozhao reached out her small hand, grabbed a stack of Great Unity bills, feeling their crisp texture. Dad, Mom, she said, we're rich now. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing a dazed, dreamlike look in each other's eyes. Su Yuan stretched out a trembling hand, touched the pile of money, then quickly withdrew it as if burned. Zhaozhao, is all this ours? Qin Zhaozhao nodded, tossing the money back into the pile. Dad, Mom, stop staring. This money isn't enough. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan were both stunned. 20,000 yuan, not enough. Zhaozhao, what nonsense are you talking? Qin Zhaozhao came to his senses. Qin Zhaozhao didn't explain. She simply looked at her parents and said in an irrefutable tone, tomorrow go to the bank and deposit the money. Then prepare for the year-end dividends. At year-end, in the bitter cold of winter, the ground was cracked open by frost. Yet in the courtyard of Red Star Village Food Factory, 2 large braziers blazed, radiating warmth and bustle far exceeding the new year. All 70-plus workers of the factory were present, not a single one missing, along with their families, cramming the courtyard to overflowing. In the center of the yard, a simple platform was erected, holding an octagonal table. On the table were piles of red paper packets stacked like a small mountain. Qin Zhaozhao held a tin megaphone, his voice slightly trembling, but each word clear. Today, no empty talk. Straight to the point, we're handing out money. Su Yuan picked up a roster and began calling names. Zhang Dashan. A simple, honest man stepped onto the platform. Qin Zhaozhao picked up the thickest red packet and pressed it into his hands. Brother Dashan, you're the veteran master of the factory. Hard work. Zhang Dashan clutched the red packet, tremblingly opened a corner, and took one look. His eyes froze. 300 yuan. More than he earned in a whole year of farming. One name after another was called, one red packet after another handed out. Workers who received the money laughed, some cried, some were too overwhelmed to speak. The smallest packet was still 100 yuan. The whole town of Ruzhou was in an uproar. Wang Guilin heard about it at home, and in a rage smashed her rice bowl. Prodigal son. Has money but doesn't know to honor his elders. Gives it all to outsiders. She stood at her doorstep, hands on her hips, cursing for a long while, but no one came to echo her. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan's prestige reached its peak that day. That evening, after seeing off the last wave of grateful workers, the family finally sat down for a quiet meal. Under the oil lamp, Su Yuan's face still glowed with excitement. Qin Zhaozhao took a sip of liquor, his face brimming with smiles. Xiaoyan, come spring, we'll tear down this mud brick house and build a big brick one. 3 stories. The grandest in the whole town. He'll buy you a sewing machine, and for Zhaozhao a piano. Su Yun listened to his plans, her eyes sparkling, nodding incessantly. Building a big house, living a good life. These were things they had never dared to dream of before. I don't want a piano. A crisp voice interrupted the couple's reverie. Qin Zhaozhao put down her chopsticks, her small face taut. Zhaozhao doesn't want one. Su Yun was taken aback. It's not that I don't want it. Qin Zhaozhao looked at her parents. And the house can't be built in the village. Why? Qin Zhangwo was puzzled. We have money now. Isn't it only right to build a nice house to live in? Dad, Qin Zhaozhao jumped off the stool, walked over to him, and gently pounded his back with her small hands. Every time you go to the provincial capital to deliver goods, it takes days of travel back and forth. Aren't you tired? Qin Zhangwo's heart warmed, and he sighed. Tired a bit, but it brings in money. Worth it. But the roads are bad. If it rains, the truck can't even get in. Then our goods can't be shipped out right. The uncles at the city department store are waiting for supplies. What if we delay things? She counted on her fingers, her face serious. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun exchanged a look. This was indeed a problem. Then, what do you suggest? Su Yun asked. We save the money. Don't build a big house in the village, just... Qin Zhaozhao continued. Let's go to the provincial capital, find a place there, build a small house, just to store our goods. Then hire a few uncles and aunties to help Dad deliver and sell the goods. That way Dad won't have to travel back and forth alone, and it won't be so hard. She lifted her small face and looked at Qin Zhangwo. Besides, there are more people in the city, more buyers. If we sell our rice and meatballs, there will definitely sell more and earn more money. When we've earned even more, then we can come back and build a big house. Wouldn't that be better? These words contain no grand terms, only practical, solid reasoning. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun's minds buzzed from their daughter's words. They had only thought of building a house and living well once they had money, never considering that money could be used this way. Going to the provincial capital. Putting down roots. This notion felt too distant to them, as far as the stars, yet looking into their daughter's astonishingly bright eyes, hearing her words, so Dad won't have to work so hard. The small flame of contentment in their hearts quietly extinguished. In its place rose a kindled ambition, one that even they themselves found daunting. Qin Zhangwo stared at his daughter, the wine glass in his hand, creaking under his grip. He suddenly stood up, tipped his head back, and drained the glass. Good. He slammed the glass heavily on the table. They'll listen to my daughter. After the new year, we're going to the provincial capital. Qin Zhangwo's words to the provincial capital made even the flame of the oil lamp flicker violently. The night was deep, the courtyard shrouded in a profound stillness, broken only by the faint continuous rustle of snowflakes brushing against the window paper. Su Yun finished clearing the dishes and entered the room, only to find Qin Zhangwo still sitting rigidly at the table, clutching an empty wine glass, his gaze fixed intently on a chipped notch on the table corner, lost in thought. Father, have you truly made up your mind? Su Yun sat down beside him, her voice lowered to a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. Qin Zhangwo's fingers clenched, suddenly his knuckles turning white. He nodded heavily. Zhaozhao is right. Transportation is a major problem. We can't keep letting that dirt road at the village entrance choke us. If it ever delays, the orders from the military and the department store, our factory is finished. But that's the provincial capital. Su Yun twisted the hem of her clothes, her face etched with unconcealed worry. Our 20,000 yuan sounds like a lot, but thrown into the provincial capital, it probably wouldn't even make a splash. Buying land, building warehouses. Where's the money coming from? Isn't that just smashing eggs against a rock? Qin Zhangwo opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He only felt that his daughter was right, but as for the specifics, his mind was a tangled mess, like a clump of waterlogged cotton. We have enough money. A crisp voice rang out. Qin Zhaozhao, somehow awake, emerged from the inner room, carrying a stack of old newspapers that were falling apart. With a thud, she dropped them onto the table, the impact nearly extinguishing the oil lamp's flame. Zhaozhao, why aren't you asleep? What are you doing messing with these scraps of paper in the middle of the night? Su Yun said, reaching out to pull her into a hug. But Qin Zhaozhao slipped through her arms like a little loach, her small hands rifling through the stack of newspapers. Finally, she pulled out a crumpled copy of the Provincial Capital Daily and spread it flat in the center of the table. Dad, Mom, look at this. The couple immediately leaned in. Under the dim lamplight, they saw an inconspicuous headline in the corner of the newspaper: several opinions on supporting urban construction and encouraging the development of the individual economy. The text was small and dense, making their eyes blur. Qin Zhaozhao's tiny finger traced a circle on a blank area marked on the simple map attached to the newspaper. The place was labeled with 3 small characters: Lanny Bay. She looked up, feigning innocence, and asked, Dad, there's a circle drawn here. Does it mean they're going to build lots of new buildings here? If we build our warehouse here, will it be easier to deliver goods in the future? Her words were like a key, instantly unlocking the rusted lock in Qin Zhangwo's mind. The child's innocent chatter had hit upon the most crucial point. Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun exchanged a glance, their hesitation diluted by the future their daughter had painted. Yes, building new buildings, living in new houses. Wasn't that the good life they were desperately striving for? Qin Zhangwo grabbed the newspaper, held it close to the oil lamp, and began to devour every word. His daughter said packaging was slow, so they got wooden frames. His daughter said go to the department store, and they truly landed a huge order. Once was a coincidence, twice was luck, but what about the third time? The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. He suddenly slammed the table, startling both Su Yun and Qin Zhaozhao. Good. They'll listen to my daughter. Let's go check out Lanny Bay. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the family of three boarded the first bus to the provincial capital. After getting off, they didn't head for the bustling city center, but following the map, deliberately walked towards the remote Lanny Bay. The road grew narrower and narrower, the asphalt gave way to a dirt path, and finally, there was no road at all. The air was thick with a sour stench of fermented garbage mixed with sewage, stinging the nose and making one dizzy. The sight before them completely halted Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's steps. There was no road here at all, beneath their feet was nothing but uneven muddy ground. With every step their shoes sank halfway in. The single-story houses on either side were dilapidated and leaning, with large chunks of plaster peeling off to reveal the yellow mud beneath. A murky black, foul-smelling drainage ditch ran through the entire area, its surface littered with rotten vegetable leaves and all sorts of unidentifiable trash. Is this the place? Su Yun's stomach churned violently. She couldn't help but dry heave, instinctively shielding Qin Zhaozhao tightly behind her, as if the place were poisonous. Qin Zhaozhao's feet felt as if they were filled with lead. He couldn't move an inch. The surge of drive from last night had clouded his mind, but seeing this scene with his own eyes, the fire in his heart was extinguished by the cold reality, with a sizzle, leaving only a wisp of despairing smoke. Throwing the 20,000 yuan they had risked everything for into this place. What difference was it from throwing it directly into this stinking ditch? Hey, you're not from around here, are you? What are you thinking? A young man in a tattered cotton-padded jacket squatting by the wall smoking stood up, shook his leg, and walked over with a mocking grin. Don't bother looking. The dirt clods in this godforsaken place are worthless, and you guys come running like it's a treasure. Qin Zhaozhao's face instantly flushed a deep shade of red, his fists clenching so tightly in his sleeves that his knuckles cracked. Su Yun, pulling her daughter, turned around, wanting to flee this place. Zhaozhao, are you sure this is it? Qin Zhaozhao asked with difficulty, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by... But Qin Zhaozhao broke free from Su Yun's grasp, ran to a slightly cleaner patch of open ground, spread her little arms, and spun around excitedly. Yes, this is it. Her face shone like a star in the gray winter light. She took a deep breath, then announced to her parents, whose faces were a mix of disgust and despair, with all her might. Dad, Mom, smell it. The air here is filled with the scent of money. All Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun could smell was the nauseating stench. The young man looked at them as if they were idiots, let out a snort of derision, and walked away. That night, the family of three squeezed into the cheapest inn in the provincial capital, the bedboard, so hard it dug into their bones. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun lay side by side, neither able to sleep. Father, my heart is racing like there's a rabbit thumping inside, Su Yun whispered. That place. It's worse than the shabbiest pigsty in our village. If we throw our money in there, and what the newspaper says turns out to be false, we'll have absolutely nothing left. Qin Zhaozhao lay with his eyes open, staring fixedly at the pitch-black ceiling. The young man's mockery from the day and his daughter's words about the scent of money clashed repeatedly in his mind, tormenting him. After a long while, he finally let out a heavy sigh of stale air. Xiaoyan, have you forgotten? Our factory was built on Zhaozhao's say-so. Our self-heating meals were created on Zhaozhao's say-so. The order from the department store was secured on Zhaozhao's say-so. He turned his head, looking at his wife's silhouette in the darkness, his voice quiet but exceptionally clear. Without Zhaozhao, we'd still be in the village, being cursed out by mother and elder brother and his wife. I, Qin Zhaozhao, have never gambled in my life. I've lived a coward's life. But this time I want to take a gamble. I trust my daughter. Su Yun remained silent. She turned over and looked at her daughter's sleeping profile on the small bed next to them. On that serene little face, the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she was having a sweet dream. Yes, without realizing it, this little person had long been the head of the household. She reached out under the blanket and tightly grasped her husband's rough, yet incredibly resolute hand. In the darkness, Qin Zhaozhao's eyes slowly opened. She had heard every single word of her parents' conversation. She didn't think about any system panel, nor did she calculate future gains. At this moment, her small hand clutched the corner of the blanket tightly, her heart filled with something far more precious than wealth. It was trust. The trust she had yearned for in both her lives. The unreserved trust of her family. The seed had been planted. And this heavy trust from her parents was the most powerful wind she had been waiting for, the one that could move everything. Tossing and turning all night, Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun both woke up with dark circles under their eyes the next day. They dared not delay, tucking the crumpled newspaper into their bosom and plunging once more into the muddy Lanny Bay. This time they had a goal and no longer wandered aimlessly like headless flies, specifically seeking out households with "house for sale" written in chalk on their doors. In Lanny Bay, far more people wanted to leave than stay. It didn't take much effort to learn from an old man basking in the sun at the base of a wall about three families urgently trying to offload their properties. They eventually arranged to meet at the home of one of the owners, a man named Luo Xiaodong. As soon as they entered the room, a mix of musty odor and the sour stench of spoiled food assailed them, making Su Yun frown. Luo Xiaodong was a man in his 40s, his hair slicked with pomade, his small eyes darting around with a shrewd glint. The property he wanted to sell consisted of 4 street-front shops with a large courtyard behind, exactly the spot Qin Zhaozhao had his eye on. "I'm not bragging," Luo Xiaodong said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with an air of importance. He swept his gaze over Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's faded, worn-out cotton jackets, curling his lip in disdain. He leaned and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I have a relative in the city construction bureau. This area is about to be designated a development zone. I'm only giving you this chance to get rich because you're honest folks from out of town. If I held onto this property, it would be worth several times more in a couple of years. He blew a smoke ring, lounged back in his chair, and wiggled 5 greasy fingers in front of them. If you're serious, 5,000 per shop, 4 shops make 20,000, and the backyard is free. That's a bargain with inside info. Qin Zhaozhao's face flushed crimson. The entire family had scraped together just over 20,000 through sheer hard work, and this man wanted to swallow it all in one gulp, spinning such a lie. Too expensive. He clenched his fists, forcing the words through gritted teeth. The roof leaks and the walls are full of cracks. Why such a price? Hey big brother, you can't just look at the surface. Luo Xiaodong stood up, patting Qin Zhaozhao's shoulder ingratiatingly. It's a bit shabby, sure, but the location is golden. This is a prime spot, a gold mine in the making. If you think it's too much, I can't help it. The door's over there. I won't stop you. The other 2 owners chimed in. Exactly, brother Xiaodong has inside info. Why would he cheat you? Outsiders don't understand, thinking this is just mud. You'll regret it later. Qin Zhaozhao felt suffocated by their words, his face turning purple as he panted heavily, unable to find a retort. Su Yun's palms were slick with sweat as she kept tugging at her husband's clothes, her eyes full of retreat. The air in the room grew stagnant. Uncle. A crisp voice broke the stalemate, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Zhaozhao poked her little head out from Luo Xiaodong was taken aback, then laughed. Oh, bringing a little girl to negotiate. Kid, this isn't fun. Have your parents. Qin Zhaozhao ignored him and walked straight to the center of the room, her small frame standing straight as an arrow. She tilted her face up, pointing at a blackened beam on the ceiling, and asked in a childish voice, Uncle, is this what hollowed out by bugs? At my grandma's pigsty it was like that, and then a heavy rain made the roof collapse, crushing 2 fat pigs. Luo Xiaodong's smile froze. Qin Zhaozhao ran to the wall, touched a crack running from top to bottom, then went to Luo Xiaodong, opening her pale palm to reveal a few grains of grayish plaster. Uncle, see, this wall crumbles at a touch. If we sleep here, will we get buried by the wall? Her words grew more innocent, but to Luo Xiaodong they felt like a needle piercing his heart. And Qin Zhaozhao ran to the door, pointing at the bubbling green ditch outside, continuing earnestly, I heard on the radio that the city is building many new buildings, and the newspaper had circles drawn. This place is so dirty, it'll surely be circled for demolition. If we spend money on your house today, and someone comes to tear it down tomorrow, won't our money be wasted? Who would we ask for it back? Luo Xiaodong felt his head buzz, and his vision go dark. His bragged inside info clashed fatally with the little girl's demolition from the newspaper. He exchanged a quick glance with the other 2 owners, and all 3 faces drained of color. They knew about the newspaper. They were rushing to sell precisely because they feared the policy would leave them with little compensation for their dilapidated houses, so they wanted to find an out-of-town sucker before news spread. But who could have imagined that a 6-year-old girl would expose their biggest secret in the most terrifying way right in front of everyone? Dad, Mom, Qin Zhaozhao said, seeing they were all silent, running back to take her parents' hands, shaking her head in disappointment. The houses here are no good. Let's look elsewhere. Didn't Dad say we only have 10,000 yuan? This uncle wants 20,000. We can't afford it. With that, she actually pulled her stunned parents toward the door. Hey, don't go. Don't go. Luo Xiaodong was the first to react, dashing over to block them, his face now slick with sweat, all arrogance gone. The price is negotiable. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun were still dazed, completely led by their daughter. Comrade, no, big brother. Brother. Luo Xiaodong grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's hand with the fervor of meeting a long-lost father. I was blind. How about this 4 shops with the backyard, a flat price of 15,000? Can't go lower, or I'll have to jump in the stinking ditch. Before Qin Zhaozhao could speak, Qin Zhaozhao piped up again, her voice soft but clear. Dad, we only have 10,000. 12,000. 12,000 then. Luo Xiaodong wrung his hands, anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead. Qin Zhaozhao just looked up at him, saying nothing, but her black and white eyes clearly spelled out 10,000. Luo Xiaodong exchanged a look with the other 2, seeing despair and resignation in each other's eyes. They knew they'd met their match. Dragging it out would mean losing even the 10,000. 10,000. Just 10,000. Luo Xiaodong gritted his teeth and stamped his foot as if cutting flesh from his own body. Big brother, consider me, Luo Xiaodong, your friend. Today this house is yours for 10,000. After completing all the paperwork and holding the deeds in Qin Zhaozhao's name, dusk had fallen. The family of 3 stood before the 4 dilapidated shops, clutching the thin papers as if in a dream. Half their 20,000 savings gone in a day for a mess that locals avoided. Husband, my heart won't stop racing. Su Yun's voice wavered. She looked at the deed, then at the dark doorway, feeling unsteady on her feet. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing. He stepped forward and slapped the peeling wooden door hard. It creaked open, revealing a courtyard larger than 2 threshing grounds, overgrown with weeds. A cold winter wind swept through, rustling a few dried vegetable leaves on the ground. He turned to look at his wife, and the smile was a bit bitter, but his eyes held the ruthlessness and excitement of someone betting everything on a single roll. On the train back to Ruzhou, the carriage was packed with people, the air thick with sweat and tobacco. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun leaned together, silent, still lost in the day's thrilling deal. Qin Zhaozhao leaned against the window, watching the fields and telegraph poles recede. Unlike her parents' anxiety, she felt a solid relief. Lanny Bay in less than 2 years would become the province's largest wholesale market for small commodities, with land prices measured by the inch. She had leveraged 10,000 yuan for a fortune in the millions. The train slowly stopped at a small station. People got off, others squeezed on. Bored Qin Zhaozhao scanned the crowd. Suddenly her gaze froze. At the other end of the platform, a young man in clean blue work clothes, tall and upright, was carrying a worn canvas bag boarding another southbound train. As if sensing her stare, he glanced back. His face was angular, his eyes calm and sharp, standing out among the drab. It was Lin Wei. Qin Zhaozhao felt her blood run cold. Wasn't he still in re-education through labor? What was he doing here? Was he heading south to start a business? The train started again, its whistle echoing, carrying away the familiar yet strange figure on the platform. By the time they returned home, dusk had already fallen. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a group of women who had just finished their work gathered. The moment they spotted Qin Zhaozhao and his family of 3 turning the corner, their chattering instantly ceased. All eyes fixed upon them, a mixture of envy, curiosity, and an indescribable awe. "Zhangwo, you're back." Zhang Dashan's wife was the first to speak, a smile plastered on her face. "Did everything go smoothly in the provincial capital?" "Smoothly." Qin Zhaozhao nodded, not slowing his pace. With money in his pocket and work at the factory, he could now hold his head high, unlike before when he would try to avoid people by keeping his head down. Yuan followed behind, holding the feigning sleep Qin Zhaozhao, offering only a smile to the crowd. The family passed through the crowd, and behind them hushed discussions immediately resumed. "That air about them, it's different now. I heard they bought a big house in the provincial capital, going to be city folk. Hey, did you hear? That Lin kid, he's out." The name sent an instant jolt through Qin Zhaozhao's back. Yuan stopped as well, and the couple exchanged a glance, both seeing the turmoil in each other's eyes. Qin Zhaozhao, lying on her mother's shoulder, perked up her ears. "Which Lin kid? Which one else?" "Lin Wei, the one who caused Qin Zhaozhao so much trouble." The woman's voice dropped even lower, carrying a tone of schadenfreude. "Heard he got out early for good behavior. Too bad it's too late for him." "How so?" "His furniture store went under long ago. He's up to his ears in debt. His parents drained their savings, and it still wasn't enough. Now Lin Wei's back, and the debt collectors are at his door every day cursing him. The scene. TCH, utterly disgraceful. Serves him right. Look at the Qin family, now tens of thousands in the bank. That's karma." "Exactly. I heard when Lin Wei got out and found out the Qin family had struck it rich, he was so angry he smashed all the bowls at home and argued with his parents, saying Qin Zhaozhao stole his fortune." The gossip faded behind them. Qin Zhaozhao and Yuan walked home in silence. After closing the courtyard gate, Yuan put down Qin Zhaozhao and spoke worriedly. "Husband Lin Wei is back. That man, he has a small heart and holds grudges. To hell with him." Qin Zhaozhao slammed his canvas bag heavily onto the table. He stuck out his neck, his face bearing the newfound toughness from the provincial capital. "He's nothing but a stray dog now. If he dares cause trouble, it'll make him crawl out." Seeing her husband like this, Yuan felt a bit reassured, but the unease still lingered. Qin Zhaozhao stood nearby, her little face expressionless. He was out. In the original story, Lin Wei used his family's resources to quickly rebuild. But now, because of her, the Qin family's rise had directly seized all his fortune, leaving him buried in debt. Falling from the clouds into the mud, combined with the Qin family's current glory, the impact on him was unimaginable. A cornered dog bites the hardest. Going to Shenzhen, he was still following the path to wealth from the book. That glimpse on the train. It seemed this starving wolf had not only been released early, but had also caught the scent of blood from the south ahead of time. What Qin Zhaozhao didn't know was that a few days earlier at the Lin family home, the house looked like it had been ransacked by a boar, with shattered bowl pieces and rotten vegetable leaves mixed together, giving off a sour stench. Lin's father sat on a 3-legged stool, smoking one pipe of dry tobacco after another, the choking smoke filling the entire room. Lin's mother sat on the edge of the bed, sobbing and wiping her tears. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Lin Wei walked in with a gloomy face. His once flashy blue work uniform was covered in mud, his hair was a mess, and the dark stubble on his face made him look both haggard and vicious. He swept a glance over his parents and spoke in a hoarse voice. "The money, is it ready?" "Money? What money?" Upon hearing this, Lin's mother wailed even louder. "You wretched child. The family's money. You lost it all in that shop, and the rest went to pay off your debts. And now you're forcing us to borrow from loan sharks. We don't even have money for rice anymore, and you still want more. Are you trying to drive us to our graves?" Lin's father suddenly stood up, grabbed the brass tobacco pipe at hand, and pointed it at Lin Wei's nose, cursing. "You have the nerve to come back. Look at the state you're in. I told you to keep a steady job, but you wouldn't listen. You had to go speculate and profiteer. Now the shop is gone, the money is gone, and you've lost all face. What else do you want?" "I'm going to Shenzhen." Lin Wei's face showed no emotion. His parents' curses washed over him like the wind, leaving no trace. He stared at his father, spitting out words one by one. "Give me the money. The deed to this house, all your savings. Give it all to me." "What?" Lin's father trembled with rage. "You want to sell off this whole family? They'll kill you, you beast." He roared, raising the tobacco pipe to strike Lin Wei on the head. Lin Wei didn't dodge. He simply raised a hand and caught the descending pipe firmly. His shoulders didn't even budge, but the strength in his hand prevented his father from pulling it back. "I'm not negotiating." His voice was as cold as ice shards. That worthless Qin Zhaozhao, relying on a little girl, could become a tenth of Sandyuan household. Why should I, Lin Wei, rot in this godforsaken place waiting to die? Shenzhen, money is everywhere there. Give it to me, and when I make a fortune, I'll pay you back double. Don't give it to me. He twisted his wrist, and the sturdy brass pipe in his hand let out a teeth-grinding creak as he bent it into a hook. Clang. He let go, and the bent pipe fell to the ground, the sound striking the hearts of Lin's parents. If you don't give it, I'll take it myself. He stepped closer to his parents, who were now paralyzed with fear on the floor. There was no familial affection in his eyes, only a burning ambition. Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao. He muttered the two names under his breath, a grim smile twisting his lips. Just you wait. When I come back from Shenzhen, everything you have now I will take back with interest. They'll make you kneel before me and beg like... Lin's mother stared at this stranger, who was her son, too terrified to cry, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Lin's father clutched his chest, his face turning a livid purple, and he fell straight backward without a word. Lin Wei didn't even flinch. He walked straight into the inner room, expertly lifted the bedboard, and pulled out a small iron box wrapped in cloth from a broken wooden chest. My son, that's your father's emergency money. Lin's mother lunged at him, crying and clawing, but he roughly shoved her away, and she crashed into the wall. He picked up a stone from the corner and smashed it against the lock on the iron box a few times until it broke open. Inside were 2 bank deposit slips and a few dozen yuan in change, the Lin family's last possessions. He stuffed the money and deposit slips into his pocket, took the cloth bag containing the household registration book from the wall, and turned to leave. You unfilial wretch. You unfilial wretch. Lin's mother chased him to the door, weeping heart-wrenchingly, and collapsed on the threshold. Lin Wei didn't stop. He walked out of that broken home and glanced back, his eyes holding not a trace of nostalgia, only disgust. He was going to Shenzhen, the paradise for adventurers. He had thrown away everything and was ready to risk it all. This time he would not lose. He would make everyone who looked down on him, especially the Qin family, pay. In the night, his figure disappeared onto the path leading to the station like a lone wolf setting out on a hunt. In early 1991, Shenzhen. The workshop of an electronics factory in Shekou Industrial Zone was thick with the mingled odors of rosin and heated plastic stinging the temples with an acrid bite. Lin Wei stood at the end of the production line, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the sharp contours of muscular forearms. He paid no heed to the toiling female workers, his gaze fixed solely on the electronic watch movements, each fitted with a liquid crystal display and buttons, being deftly encased in plastic shells emblazoned with the bold characters Pioneer. A workshop supervisor in a sleeveless undershirt drenched in sweat rushed over and respectfully offered a cigarette, his face beaming like a blossoming flower. Boss Lin, this is the last batch. ITLL, all be shipped out today, guaranteed. Lin Wei ignored the cigarette, instead picking up a finished product from the line and pressing a button on its side. A faint green glow illuminated the screen, digits flickering clearly. Defect rate. His voice was flat, betraying no emotion. Rest assured, we've followed your instructions to the letter. The return rate is kept below 3%. The supervisor bowed, thumping his chest loudly. Lin Wei nodded, tossed the electronic watch back onto the conveyor belt, and turned to leave. Behind him stood stacks of cardboard boxes piled like small mountains, each stamped with the striking red characters, Pioneer. Over the past few years, he had poured every penny scraped from his family into Shenzhen, plunging in like a mad dog. He had slept under overpasses, gnawed on moldy buns, and fought bloody battles to snatch a foreign merchant's order, the half-inch-length scar on his forehead a lasting memento of those days. With a relentless, reckless grit, he had scraped together capital from the barest margins and found an electronics factory willing to produce for him. Now he was ready to return armed with his sharpest blade, back to that small county town that had shamed him, to show everyone who the true victor was. Qin Zhangwo, Su Yun, Qin Zhaozhao. These names flashed through his mind, a cold smirk twisting his lips. Half a month later, Ruzhou County was thrown. A local named Lin Wei, having struck it rich elsewhere, had booked the ground floor banquet hall of the county's sole star-rated hotel, Ruzhou Guest House, to host a product launch. Gilded invitations flew like snowflakes to the heads of various county departments, purchasing managers from department stores and supply and marketing cooperatives, and factory owners and bosses from all around. Qin Zhangwo received one too. Why is he back? Su Yun clutched the stiff invitation, her brows knitted tightly. Over the years, their good baby food factory had grown ever larger, with self-heating meals and beef meatballs sold across several provinces, and Qin Zhangwo had become the revered factory director Qin of the county. But the name Lin Wei was like a thorn buried in flesh, painful at the slightest touch. Let him come back. Am I afraid of him? Qin Zhangwo tossed the invitation onto the table, feigning indifference, but his heart felt clogged by a heavy stone. Now that he had built up a substantial enterprise, the memory of being constantly outmaneuvered by Lin Wei in the past stirred a simmering resentment he couldn't suppress. Dad, Mom, let's go. Qin Zhaozhao descended the stairs. At 15, she had grown taller, her features shedding their childishness, her gaze calm and deep as a still pool. She picked up the invitation, scanned it, and said flatly, let's see what play he's putting on. On the day of the launch, Ruzhou Guest House was packed with cars, busier than the county's 2 sessions combined. Qin Zhangwo arrived in the factory's old Santana, looking shabby among the gleaming new crowns and bluebirds. He and Su Yun entered the banquet hall and were instantly awed by the spectacle. The hall was carpeted in crimson, a dazzling crystal chandelier hung overhead, and a raised stage stood at the front, with the golden characters Pioneer Electronics leading the era gleaming on the backdrop. The seats were filled with a sea of people, the county magistrate, deputy magistrates, bank managers. all dignitaries usually seen only on the county TV news. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan felt like drops of water fallen into hot oil utterly out of place. "Oh, Director Qin, you're here too." Factory Director Li from the cannery approached with a wine glass, his eyes fixed on the stage. "Times are changing fast. We folks in the food business might be falling behind soon." Qin Zhaozhao gave a dry laugh and pulled Su Yuan to a corner seat. The lights dimmed and a spotlight hit the stage. Lin Wei, in a sharp dark suit with slicked back hair, strode confidently up. He was no longer the dusty young man of years past. The moment he stood there, the buzz of the entire hall faded to a hush. Thunderous applause erupted. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, good afternoon. Lin Wei's voice, amplified by the sound system, reached every corner. "Many of you may still remember me. Yes, I'm the same Lin Wei who a few years ago failed at running a furniture store and slunk away in disgrace." His self-deprecating opening drew a wave of good-natured laughter. "But today I'm back." His tone shifted, his volume rising. "And what I've brought back is the future." He snapped his fingers, and a large screen behind him lit up, showing a fashionable model wearing a sleek black the Pioneer multifunction electronic watch. Lin Wei held up a sample. "It tells time, and it has a backlight. But most importantly," he pressed a button, and after a crisp melodic electronic chime, a standard child's voice announced, "It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Wow, the crowd erupted. An hourly chime. Something they'd only seen on imported watches costing hundreds of yuan. In that instant, Qin Zhaozhao's heart plunged into an abyss. Watching Lin Wei command the stage with ease and composure, he thought of his own workers forever dealing with mud and meatballs and felt a cold wind howling through a gaping hole in his chest. Satisfied with the reaction, Lin Wei leaned on the podium, his gaze slowly sweeping the room, before finally locking onto Qin Zhaozhao in the corner. "I know that Ruzhou now boasts many successful township enterprises creating jobs and enriching people. That's a good thing." His words sounded sincere, almost complimentary. But his voice turned sharp. "We must also see that times are advancing. While we discuss chips and programming, some are still debating how many meatballs come from a pound of meat. Relying on speed and brute strength will only ever earn you hard labor wages. It takes brains to earn the money of the future." He didn't say selling a few beef meatballs, but the implication was more cutting, more devastating than any direct insult. The words struck Qin Zhaozhao like an invisible sledgehammer. The hall fell silent, and countless eyes, sympathetic, mocking, gloating, turned like searchlights onto him. Su Yun's face went pale. Under the table, she gripped her husband's icy hand. Blood rushed to Qin Zhaozhao's head, his face burning, as if had been slapped publicly 100 times. He wanted to stand up to roar something, but his legs felt leaden, his throat clogged. After 10 years of hard work, was he just a brainless bumpkin in others' eyes? This was a public humiliation before the county's elite, calling him a failure, a relic. "Our goal at Pioneer Electronics is to bring technology into every home." Lin Wei gave him no respite, raising his arm in a rallying cry. "Relying on manual labor will always leave you eating dust behind others. Only by mastering core technology can we truly stand tall and lead an era." "Well said." The newly arrived county magistrate Hong was the first to stand and applaud. A thunderous ovation drowned out everything. "I announced," the purchasing director of the provincial department store rose on the spot, his voice booming. "Our store orders 50,000 Pioneer electronic watches. Our municipal supply and marketing system orders 100,000. Orders rained down one after another, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Lin Wei stood amidst the adulation and cheers like a crowned king. He looked at Qin Zhaozhao, whose face was ashen and eyes vacant, and couldn't hide the triumphant smirk of a victor. Qin Zhaozhao couldn't recall how he left the hotel. He only remembered that those who once greeted him with smiles were now clustered around Lin Wei, speaking of high-tech and new waves. He didn't understand their gazes regarding him like an obsolete relic. The drive home was deathly silent. Qin Zhaozhao's hands gripping the steering wheel were white-knuckled and trembling so violently that the car nearly swerved off the road several times. As soon as they entered the house, Su Yun tried to offer comfort, but Qin Zhaozhao could no longer contain himself. He grabbed an enamel mug from the table and hurled it to the floor. "This is too much. Damn it, too much." He paced the room like a trapped beast, his eyes bloodshot. But after a few roars, he suddenly stopped, collapsing into a chair, clutching his head as his shoulders shook violently. Su Yun's eyes reddened. She walked over and gently patted his back. "Honey, don't be angry." He said it all, just, "How can I not be angry?" Qin Zhaozhao looked up, his voice laced with a despair and tremor he himself didn't recognize. "Xiaoyan, what he said. Is it true? Is our good baby really just a clod of dirt? Have I, Qin Zhaozhao, spent 10 years building nothing but a colossal joke?" He slammed his fist on the table, his knuckles instantly swelling. It wasn't rage, it was fear. That deep-seated wavering and self-doubt hurt more than any beating. Was everything he took pride in truly worthless in others' eyes? "Good." A cool voice came from the stairway. Qin Zhaozhao leaned against the railing, holding a thick English original book, her face expressionless. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun were both stunned. She walked slowly down the stairs, glanced at the chipped enamel mug on the floor, then at her father's red-rimmed eyes, and she went to the phone table, picked up the gilded invitation from Pioneer Electronics, and dragged her fingernail hard across the two characters Pioneer, leaving a deep white scratch. Then, raising her eyes to her father, who was sinking into self-doubt, she repeated calmly, "I said it's good. Daddy's back. That's perfect." Her tone was utterly flat, as if stating a fact. "He's not slapping your face. He's reminding us that we can take bigger strides." Qin Zhaozhao stepped forward, crumpled the gilded invitation into a ball, and with a flick of her wrist the paper ball arced through the air, landing precisely in the trash can by the corner. "Dad, Mom, go upstairs and sleep." Her voice was soft, yet it carried a reassuring strength. "The sky won't fall." After speaking without another glance at her parents, she turned and ascended the stairs herself. Only Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan remained in the living room. They exchanged a look, their hearts growing more troubled. That night Qin Zhaozhao lay completely sleepless. Lin Weiss' triumphant demeanor on stage and the contemptuous gazes of the audience towards her compared to the awe they held for him churned relentlessly in his mind all night. "Xiaoyan, do you think?" He was right. In the darkness, Qin Zhaozhao turned over, his voice muffled, as if squeezed from his chest. "Is our factory really just a crude workshop? Today I saw County Chief Hong and the others fawning over Lin Wei like he was a money god. Looking at me. Su Yun's heart was also heavy. She turned over, fumbled in the quilt to find her husband's ice-cold hand, and gave it a firm squeeze. "He said that deliberately to provoke you. Don't take it to heart. Our factory is doing well, earning plenty every year. It's different." Qin Zhaozhao suddenly sat bolt upright, the old bed frame groaning in protest beneath him. In the dark, he was like a trapped beast, his breathing growing heavier. "The money from selling meatballs is hard-earned. His stuff. Those are electronic watches, high-tech. Factory director Li's son is in university in Guangzhou. He says pagers cost several thousand each now, and you can't buy one even if you have the money." The pent-up frustration in his chest burned his very organs. He fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp, squinting against the harsh light. Barefoot, he jumped out of bed, pacing the room like a headless fly before rushing to the desk. Rummaging through drawers, he found a pencil and a crumpled piece of cardboard from a cigarette pack. "Honey, what are you doing?" Su Yun was startled and sat up too. Qin Zhaozhao said nothing, hunched over the desk, furiously sketching on the cardboard in the dim lamplight. He wanted to draw the structure of an electronic watch, but he didn't even know what the inside looked like. All he could manage was a crooked square for the case, another smaller square inside labeled screen, and a few circles beside it. As for the crucial internals, his face flushed crimson with frustration. Finally, he drew a tangled mess of lines and scrawled 2 heavy characters beside them: Chip. He stared at the childish, pathetic doodle on the cardboard, and a wave of immense powerlessness and shame washed over him. He snapped the pencil in two with a sharp crack and hurled the pieces onto the table. "No more. I won't let them point fingers and call us country bumpkins." His eyes were bloodshot like a cornered bull. "I'm going to do RD too. If Lin Wei can do it, so can I." Qin Zhaozhao. He grabbed Su Yuan's hand, his voice trembling. "Allocate funds from the start with 100,000. Add more if it's not enough. Set up an RD department. They'll throw money at it until we make our own electronic watch." Faced with her husband's reckless frenzy, Su Yuan couldn't utter a single word of dissent. The next morning, Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan came downstairs with 2 enormous dark circles under their eyes. Qin Zhaozhao was already at the table, sipping her porridge as if nothing had happened the night before. "Dad, Mom didn't sleep well?" she asked, lifting her eyelids. "Zhaozhao, perfect." Qin Zhaozhao, who hadn't slept a wink, his mind full of circuit boards and LCD screens, rushed over and pulled out a chair. His voice was hoarse with excitement. "Your mom and I have decided. We're going high-tech too. Dad's decided to invest 100,000 and make our own electronic watches. I refuse to believe I can't beat Lin Wei." Qin Zhaozhao ignored his excitement, calmly stirring her porridge with a spoon, blowing away the last wisp of steam. She brought the spoon to her lips, swallowed, then looked up at her father's bloodshot eyes and asked calmly, "Dad, do you know anything about chips?" Qin Zhaozhao's face stiffened. No. "Do you know anything about LCD screens?" "No." "Do you know anything about programming?" "No." With each question Qin Zhaozhao asked, the fire in Qin Zhaozhao's eyes dimmed a little more. He stiffened his neck as if struck on his most painful scar and growled, "I can learn. I can hire people. Hire people." Qin Zhaozhao put down her spoon, the clink against the bowl sharp and clear. She looked her father in the eye. "Hire them from where? How long will that take? By the time our people figure things out, draw up blueprints, and painstakingly produce the first sample, where do you think Lin Weiss watches will have sold to? Dad, by the time your meal is ready, his celebration banquet will be long over." A bucket of ice water drenching him from head to toe. The forced ferocity on Qin Zhaozhao's face vanished in an instant. He slumped back in his chair, a punctured balloon, and asked hoarsely, "Then what do we do? Just let him trample over us and become the big boss. If he wants to be the big boss, let him." Qin Zhaozhao's answer stunned Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan. She stood up and walked to the blackboard she used in the living room. She picked up a piece of chalk, wrote Lin Wei in bold characters, and drew a large circle around it. "What is his advantage?" Qin Zhaozhao, head down, squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth: "Technology." "Wrong." Qin Zhaozhao drew a thick cross next to Lin Wei. "His greatest advantage is seizing the early opportunity in Shenzhen's electronics OEM industry, getting a rare novelty no one here has seen at the lowest cost. But his greatest weakness lies there too." On the blackboard, she wrote 2 more words: capital supply chain. "These past years in Shenzhen, he built everything from scratch with nothing. He's got no real money. Coming back with such a big show is half showing off, half desperate to recoup costs to continue production. His production line is in Shenzhen, dependent on others' whims. His roots are in the air, a single gust of wind will snap them." Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yuan listened, utterly bewildered, unable to keep up with their daughter's line of thought. "Dad, Mom, you've been thinking wrong from the start. Qin Zhaozhao turned around, pointing the chalk at them. Why should we chase after him? Why pit our weaknesses against his strengths? That's what fools do. Our strengths are the money we've steadily saved from selling self-heating meals and beef meatballs and the sales network we've built across several provinces. As she spoke, she wrote how Wawa Food on the other side of the blackboard, then beneath it names like Sweetie Canning Factory and Provincial Capital Department Store. This is our sharpest blade. She paused, looking into her father's shocked and confused eyes, and said word by word, so we want make watches. We'll become the biggest, fastest, and cheapest porter of watches in the market. Porter. Qin Zhangwo's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg, his mind in complete chaos. Yes. Qin Zhaozhao's tone left no room for negotiation. She walked back to the table, picked up a tissue to wipe her hands, and her eyes turned cold. He works hard to bring one watch back from Shenzhen, while use a train to bring back a whole carload. He sells for 100, well dare to sell for 80. He runs out of money, we still have funds in the account. Dad, in business, sometimes the most effective weapon isn't technology, it's money. Qin Zhangwo's head buzzed. Not make it themselves, but buy from others to sell. What kind of strategy was that? Wasn't that just profiteering? Seeing the identical bewilderment on her parents' faces, Qin Zhaozhao knew further explanation was useless. She walked up to Qin Zhangwo, tilted her face up. Dad, stop thinking. Right now you only need to do one thing. What? Drive. Take me to the provincial post office. I need to make a long-distance call. Over half an hour later, the Santana sped into the provincial capital, trailing dust. Qin Zhangwo's heart was pounding. His daughter's words, sometimes the most effective weapon isn't technology, it's money, echoed in his ears. He couldn't fathom it. What kind of logic was that? Yet seeing her calm and composed demeanor, his hands involuntarily tightened on the steering wheel, and he pressed the... At the provincial post office, Qin Zhaozhao walked straight to the long-distance counter, slapped several large bills onto the counter, and requested the most expensive phone booth, one with a soundproof room. Qin Zhangwo, worried, stood guard outside the booth, like a bodyguard. He watched his small daughter walk in and closed the door neatly behind her. From an inner pocket, she pulled out a neatly folded, worn-edged piece of paper and carefully unfolded it. Then, standing on tiptoe, she picked up the black receiver larger than her face, and with her other hand swiftly dialed the numbers on the paper. Out of the corner of his eye, he clearly caught the first few digits. It was the area code for Hong Kong. Qin Zhangwo's mind went blank with a roar. Hong Kong. Zhaozhao was calling Hong Kong. How did she have a Hong Kong number? How could she know anyone in Hong Kong? The shock made him forget to breathe. He just stood there, frozen, staring at the tiny phone booth, feeling the worldview he had built over 40 years shatter into pieces. Inside the booth, Qin Zhaozhao heard a few busy tones and a faint crackle of static through the receiver. Then the call. A male voice with a thick Cantonese accent came through. Wei Bin Goe. Uncle Liang, it's me, Qin Zhaozhao. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a burst of surprised, disbelieving joy. Aya. It's my niece. You? How are you calling me? Where are you now? Qin Zhaozhao dispensed with pleasantries. Her voice, transmitted through the line, was eerily calm for a 15-year-old. Uncle Liang, I have a business deal here. It can double your wealth in 3 months. Are you in? Qin Zhangwo paced around the telephone booth, the soles of his leather shoes scraping against the cement floor with a harsh, grating sound like a wolf trapped in a cage. His mind felt like a tractor rumbling back and forth, thundering with a single thought: Hong Kong. Zhaozhao was calling Hong. He had craned his neck and clearly seen the area code. In his entire life, he had rarely even been to the provincial capital in Hong Kong. That place, he had only glimpsed it on the black and white TV news, separated by a vast distance. Yet his 15-year-old daughter, pulling out a scrap of paper, dialed the number as skillfully as if calling Air Juicy from the neighboring village. This was wrong, terribly wrong. Dad, stop pacing. You're making my head spin. Su Yun leaned against the ice-cold wall of the post office, wringing her hands tightly in front of her until her knuckles turned white. She stared at the small glass booth where her daughter's silhouette was blurred, yet it made her feel more anxious than when Lin Wei had pointed his finger and scolded her in front of the entire county. Qin Zhangwo abruptly stopped, leaned close to Su Yun, and lowered his voice, his throat dry. Xiao Yun, do you think our daughter is possessed? Or has she been tricked? Calling Hong Kong. This isn't something we should be involved in. Su Yun raised her hand and pinched his arm. Don't talk nonsense. Though she said that, her own heart pounded fiercely as if it might leap out of her throat. While the couple was at a complete loss inside the telephone booth, Qin Zhaozhao was welcoming the moment she had long awaited. The crackling static of the call transfer came through the receiver, stretching the seconds of waiting into an eternity. Gripping the cold handset, Qin Zhaozhao's mind raced, calculating how to broach the subject with Uncle Liang. Just then, a mechanical, emotionless voice sounded directly in her mind. Ding. Critical time node detected. End of 1991. The historic wealth opportunity 1992 stock subscription warrants is about to open. Countdown begins. Here it is. Qin Zhaozhao's heart gave a violent leap, not from shock, but from the release of a decade's worth of pent-up excitement. As a modern involution king who had traveled from the 21st century, how could she not know about the wealth frenzy that swept the nation in the early 1990s? It was a chapter written in economic history textbooks, a golden age countless later generations would sigh over for having. Over the years, she had guided her parents step by step to establish a food factory, earning hard money, all to accumulate the initial capital and await this true opportunity, the one that could catapult the Qin family to the top. The system's prompt, like a key, instantly unlocked her sealed memories. The images from documentaries she had watched in the 21st century became vividly clear in her mind. On the streets of Shanghai, a bitter wind stung people's faces. Countless individuals were packed together, the line stretching endlessly out of sight. Their faces showed no trace of cold, only a fervor mixed with greed and hope. A crudely printed piece of paper enlarged before her eyes, bearing 4 large characters: stock subscription warrant. Price 30 yuan. A loudspeaker crackled to life, and an impassioned male voice began broadcasting a string of numbers. Among the crowd, someone suddenly let out a wild, beast-like roar, flinging his warrants into the sky like a madman, then collapsing to his knees, weeping and laughing. More people, as if drained of all strength, slumped to the ground, beating their chests and cursing their luck. Qin Zhaozhao's blood began to heat up. In her eyes, Lin Weiss' electronic watch business was nothing more than a minor skirmish. But this was the lever that could move an entire era. "Hey, who's this?" A male voice, thick with a Cantonese accent, pulled her back from her surging thoughts. It was Uncle. Qin Zhaozhao pressed her back against the cold wall of the booth, her chest heaving with excitement. She bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain bringing her mind back to absolute calm. "Uncle Liang, it's me, Qin Zhaozhao." Her voice came out calm and without a trace of emotion. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a surprised and delighted voice. "Oh my. It's my niece Zhaozhao. Where are you now? The canned food recipe you gave me last time is selling like hotcakes. Uncle Liang, time is tight. Let's talk business." Qin Zhaozhao had no time for pleasantries. "I need your help with..." "Tell me." "No problem." Uncle Liang was very straightforward. "First, help me find an electronic watch in Shenzhen or Guangzhou. It needs more features than the current Pioneer brand, like a calculator or multiple music alarms. Most importantly, the factory price must be lower. Look for a batch worth about 10,000 yuan first. I need it urgently." Electronic watches. Small matter. They're everywhere in Shenzhen. They'll find you the latest technology at the best price. Uncle Liang agreed readily. "Second thing." Qin Zhaozhao slowed her speech, enunciating each word. "I need you to immediately register an offshore trading account in Shenzhen under your name or with someone absolutely trustworthy. Then prepare to receive a sum of money." "Offshore account. Receive money." Uncle Liang's voice turned serious. "Niece Zhaozhao, what are you planning? This is no small matter." "I know." Qin Zhaozhao's tone was light, but carried an undeniable force. "Uncle Liang, do you still remember that piece of land in Lanny Bay? I said it could multiply in value several times over. What happened?" She paused, not waiting for his answer, then continued. "This opportunity is 100 times bigger than Lanny Bay. I don't need you to put up the money, just your account and your connections. Use my money and let me show you a miracle." Only the crackling static of the line remained on the phone. Having weathered half a lifetime in the treacherous seas of business, Uncle Liang had heard every kind of boast. Yet hearing these words from a 15-year-old girl sent a chill down his spine. He could never forget years ago in that godforsaken Lanny Bay, it was this same girl with that same calm tone who had pointed out the value of that land, making him a fortune. This girl possessed an uncanny, almost magical aura. After a long silence, Uncle Liang let out a deep breath, as if placing a monumental bet. "All right, I trust you. He'll set up the account immediately. When will the money arrive?" "Within half a month." Hanging up, Qin Zhaozhao held the still warm handset for a moment, closing her eyes. The electronic watches were just a decoy, a smokescreen to stall Lin Wei. The real battlefield was in Shanghai. She pushed open the door of the telephone booth, the afternoon sun making her squint. "Zhaozhao, how did it go? Who were you calling?" Qin Zhangwo and Su Yun rushed over like 2 startled rabbits, grabbing her arms from both sides. Qin Zhaozhao looked at her parents, whose faces screamed that the sky was falling, at her father's bloodshot eyes, and her mother's. She suddenly smiled. She looped her arms through theirs, pulling them closer. "Dad, Mom, don't worry." Lifting her face to meet their anxious gazes, she announced in a relaxed tone, as if suggesting a nice dinner, "That electronic watch business is just an appetizer. Our family's true future lies in Shanghai." Hong Kong Central. The dial tone buzzed from the receiver, yet Uncle Liang held it for a long time without putting it down. The words 100% were driven like a nail into his mind. He swiveled his executive chair, gazing out at the cargo ships plying Victoria Harbor, his heart hammering against his chest. If anyone else had said that, he would have dismissed them as a madman. But this was Qin Zhaozhao. Years ago, on the barren land of Lanny Bay, a little girl no taller than his leg had calmly pointed at the ground beneath her feet and revealed the value of that plot. He took the gamble, and thus this top-floor office existed today. He slammed his fist down on the intercom button and growled into the receiver, "All Liao Ming. All department heads. 5 minutes, my office." 5 minutes later, the conference room was dead silent. Uncle Liang slapped Qin Zhaozhao's request onto the table. "Find electronic watches. More features than this mainland Pioneer brand. With a calculator, more alarm types. Most importantly, cheaper. Source them for an order of 100,000 units. Drop everything else in the company. I want samples in 3 days." The entire company sprang into action as if wound up tight. Phone lines spread like spiderwebs across Sham, Shui Po, and Mong Kok, mobilizing countless informants. On the first day, the gathered intel was unsatisfactory. The products on the market were largely similar to the Pioneer brand. Not good enough. Liang waved his hand in frustration at the array of samples on the table, sending several watches clattering to the floor. "I need a knife that can kill in one strike. Not these pieces of scrap metal." On the afternoon of the second day, the phone rang. An old friend in electronic components had found a lead. "Liang, you're in luck. Casio in Japan has a batch of last year's old models they're clearing out. Model CA53W has an 8-digit calculator, 5 alarms, dual time zone display. They're pushing new models, and we're going to offload this lot to Southeast Asia. I intercepted it for you. Want to take a look? Uncle Liang sat up straight instantly. Half an hour later, a black electronic watch with a dense numeric keypad lay on his desk. He picked it up, pressed the tiny rubber buttons, and watched the digits change clearly on the screen. Calculator, alarm, dual time. Each feature precisely targeted the weaknesses of the Pioneer brand, surpassing it in every way. Lin Weiss' watch was a dagger. This Casio was a submachine gun. Price. Liang's throat felt dry. Clearance price, very cheap. If you can take the whole lot, we can negotiate further. Uncle Liang grabbed the phone, wanting to call the post office number Qin Zhaozhao had left, but the operator said she had already left. No way to contact her. He stared at the sample in his hand, Qin Zhaozhao's emotionless voice echoing in his ears. Gambling again. Just as he was about to tell finance to transfer the funds, the manager of the Shenzhen branch called, his voice trembling. Boss, a huge sum just hit the offshore account in Shenzhen. How much? Converted to Hong Kong dollars. Over 600,000. And boss, the money came from an anonymous Swiss bank account. The words anonymous Swiss bank account struck Uncle Liang like a thunderbolt. Having navigated Hong Kong's business circles, he knew exactly what this meant. This wasn't ordinary money. It was the silent, borderless flow of capital power. How could a little girl from the mainland command resources of this level? He had thought Qin Zhaozhao wanted him to front the money, but the funds arrived even before his actions. This piece of information alone was worth more than any promise. All his doubts vanished. He was no longer just betting on Qin Zhaozhao's insight, but on the unfathomable, mysterious force behind her that he couldn't even begin to imagine. I know about the money. Don't worry about it. Liang hung up the turmoil in his heart, still raging. He immediately called his old friend in components, his voice carrying an undeniable force. Tell the Japanese I'm taking the entire Casio shipment. Prepare the contract, immediately arrange the fastest boat to Shiko port in Shenzhen. All procedures proper, customs clearance watertight. After hanging up, Liang realized his back was drenched in sweat. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city below, his mind racing. He pulled out a map and found the small county called Ruzhou. Such a trump card just to blow up a small county's fish pond. Too wasteful. Qin Zhaozhao was too deep in the game, her eyes only on Lin Wei. As an outsider, he saw more clearly. This batch of watches was enough to sweep the entire mainland market. An even crazier plan took shape in his mind. He returned to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed one number after another. These were the connections he had cultivated across various mainland provinces over the years. Hello, Manager Wang of Shanghai Department Store. It's Liang Tianhua from Hong Kong. I have a batch of top-quality Japanese goods. Director Li of Guangzhou Friendship Store. Interested in a profitable deal. Beijing Zidance. He was going to help Qin Zhaozhao play a much bigger game. Not just hit Ruzhou. He wanted these electronic watches to appear in the largest department store counters across 15 provincial capitals nationwide within half a month. Meanwhile, in Ruzhou County, Lin Weiss Pioneer electronic watches hit the shelves at the department store, and the counter was instantly mobbed. People waved their banknotes, eager to grab this novel gadget that told time. 300 watches sold out in a single day. The manager called Lin Wei late that night, begging for more stock. Lin Wei stood at his office window, watching the constant stream of people coming downstairs to inquire, and laughed smugly. That evening, a celebration banquet was held at the Ruzhou guest house. All the influential figures in the county attended, glasses in hand, clustering around him, flattery flowing freely. Factory director Li of the cannery, who had been on brotherly terms with Qin Zhangwo just days before, now beamed as he approached Lin Wei, raising his glass high. Brother Lin, this is what a high-tech industry looks like. Our food processing is just a crude workshop. Compared to you, we're an embarrassment to Ruzhou. Lin Wei felt immensely pleased hearing this. He patted Director Li on the shoulder and deliberately raised his voice for everyone to hear. Director Li, don't say that. We're all contributing to the county's development. Though his words were polite, his gaze swept the room with a victor's arrogance as he spoke slowly. But times have indeed changed. If Factory Director Qin had switched industries earlier, he wouldn't still be wrestling with meatballs for such meager earnings. This remark drew a round of laughter from the crowd. Lin Wei reveled in the attention, already envisioning Qin Zhangwo's defeated, pathetic face. He swirled the red wine in his glass, a smirk curling on his lips. Qin Zhangwo, Qin Zhaozhao. See this? This is business. Your broken-down beefball factory isn't fit to polish my shoes. He downed his drink in one gulp, raised his arm high, and announced to the entire room, everyone, this is just the beginning. My goal is to make the Pioneer brand famous across the entire nation. On the third day of the Vanguard Electronic Watches release, Ruzhou County went into a frenzy. In front of the department store counter, people crowded, money exchanged hands, and the queue stretched from the first floor all the way to the entrance. The employees Lin Wei had sent to maintain order shouted themselves hoarse, eventually having to rope off the area. The scene was even more chaotic than lining up to buy meat with ration coupons during the new year. Lin Weiss' name had become synonymous with wealth. When he drove his Santana around the county, the onlookers' eyes glimmered. Even the departments that used to treat him with indifference now proactively called to ask if he had found a plot for expanding his factory. He reveled in this feeling. Riding this wave of enthusiasm, he strode into the county bank manager's office with his accountant and submitted a loan application for 50,000 yuan. He planned to triple the production lines of the OEM factory in Shenzhen, aiming to blanket the nation with the red Vanguard logo within 6 months. The bank manager, looking at the sales figures that doubled daily and recalling how Lin Wei was the center of attention at the celebration banquet, signed off without hesitation. Approved. A high-tech entrepreneur like Boss Lin deserves our full support. Stepping out of the bank, Lin Wei floored the accelerator, feeling that the road beneath him was not just asphalt, but a golden path to becoming the nation's richest man. Qin Zhaozhao, that country bumpkin, only knew his kitchen stove and meatballs. He wasn't even worthy of smelling Lin Wei's exhaust fumes. Lin Wei was the protagonist of this era. He was unaware that an invisible net had already been silently cast over the skies of 15 provincial capitals across the nation. Day 4, 10 o'clock in the morning. Shanghai Nanjing Road No. 1 Department Store. Guangzhou Friendship Store. Beijing Xidan Shopping Mall. In 15 core cities nationwide, at the state-run department stores with the highest foot traffic, almost at the same minute a brand new counter was rolled out. A red banner was unfurled with striking words: "Warmly celebrate the earth-shattering arrival of the imported original Casio CA53W multifunctional calculator watch." Under the lights, rows of black electronic watches with dense numeric keypads glowed coldly on the velvet cloth. Beside them, a card listed the features: 8-digit calculator, 5 alarms, dual time zones. At the very bottom, a bold red line cut like a knife: nationwide uniform retail price 90 yuan. A young worker who had just received his wages and intended to buy a Vanguard watch to show off to his colleagues was drawn away by the sudden commotion beside him as he approached the counter. He squeezed into the crowd, took one look, and his feet were rooted to the spot. "It can calculate. This watch can calculate. It's an original import. Casio. My relative in Hong Kong wears this brand. It's a big name. Look at the price. 90. That's 30 yuan cheaper than the Vanguard." The young worker's mind buzzed. Several times more powerful, a much stronger brand, and 30 yuan cheaper. Only a fool would hesitate. He turned on his heel, pushed his way out from the Vanguard counter, and surged into the crowd across from him, waving his money high above his head. "Comrade, give me one. I want the one that can calculate." This scene was replicated with precision across 15 cities nationwide. The flow of people in front of the Vanguard counters drained away like water from a breached dam, all surging toward the opposite side within minutes. At the Ruzhou County department store, manager Old Zhang, leaning on the second-floor railing, watched the stark contrast below. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Just yesterday, he had been praised by the municipal authorities for the Vanguard sales. Today, the saleswomen at his counter were idle, cracking sunflower seeds. The temporary counter set up overnight across from them was packed like sardines in a can. His hands trembling, he fumbled for the phone and dialed Lin Wei. Boss Lin, trouble. A watch seller has set up in the mall and snatched all our customers." Lin Wei, lounging with his tea, frowned and chuckled dismissively. "What's the panic? A few smuggled knockoffs won't make waves. Tell the salesgirls to be louder. Buy a watch, get free batteries." He hung up, dismissing Old Zhang as a provincial. But before he could set down his teacup, the office door burst. His trusted subordinate in charge of the provincial capital market stumbled, an ashen-faced, one shirt button missing from his frantic rush. "Lin. Boss Lin." The man collapsed against the desk, panting heavily, barely able to speak. "The provincial capital. It's all over. That Casio has flooded every store overnight. Our counters are completely empty." Lin Wei's mind went blank. The red hotline phone on his desk, connecting him to Shanghai and Guangzhou, began to ring. He mechanically picked it up, and a tearful scream erupted from the receiver. "Boss Lin, it's over. All over. Casio is everywhere. Our stock is all dead in the water." A clatter. The purple clay teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. A problem in one place could be an accident. A problem in two places could be a coincidence. But the provincial capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou. All the nation's key markets on the same day, at the same time, ambushed by the same competitor with the same product and the same price-cutting strategy. This was no coincidence. This was a nationwide strangulation aimed directly at him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. He sprang from his chair, grabbed his car keys, and charged out of the office like a mad bull. He had to see it for himself. The Santana's engine roared in agony as it careened through the streets, screeching to a halt at the department store entrance. Lin Wei didn't even bother to lock the car door as he plunged inside. The scene in the hall was even more devastating than he had imagined. His Vanguard counter stood forlornly like an abandoned. Across from it, the Casio counter was besieged by layers of people, cash and heads bobbing. Those who had bought the watches raised them high, their cheers nearly lifting the roof. Lin Wei's eyes bloodshot. He pushed through the crowd step by step until he reached the counter. He saw the watch. A black plastic case, a square face densely packed with tiny rubber buttons. A genuine calculator keyboard. He spotted factory manager Li from the county canning factory, the same man who had showered him with praise at the banquet the night before. Now Li's face was flushed with excitement as he slapped 2 10-yuan notes on the counter. "Give me 2. Li's voice boomed, boasting to those around him. "I've heard about the imported Casio for a long time. This is real high-tech. That so-called Vanguard from a few days ago. Just a cheap imitation. Compared to this, it's garbage." The word garbage pierced Lin Wei's ears like 2 red-hot steel needles. His legs gave way, and he slumped against a pillar to keep from collapsing. It was over. Only those 2 words echoed in his mind. This wasn't competition, or it was slaughter. The opponent had rolled in with a tank and crushed him, a child armed with nothing but a fruit knife, in a one-sided massacre. He was trapped under an invisible net that had simultaneously covered the entire nation. What terrifying power was this? What meticulous planning? Who on earth had he Lin Wei provoked? His hand trembling, he reached out to take a sample, but the cold Casio watch in his eyes transformed into a monstrous beast ready to devour him. His outstretched hand shook uncontrollably, not from anger, but from a primal fear of the unknown force behind it all. At the same time, in the Qin family courtyard, Qin Zhaozhao sat on a small stool under the grape trellis, a wooden table. Su Yuan had just brought over a bowl of iced mung bean soup and set it on the corner of the table. Zhaozhao, take a break. Isn't it tiring to stare at these all day? Qin Zhaozhao didn't look up. Her fingers traced over a newspaper that Uncle Liang had urgently mailed from Hong Kong, covered in dense columns of the Hang Seng Index and stock codes. She took a sip of the mung bean soup, the sweet coolness soothing her heart. Lifting her gaze toward the distant county town where a silent storm was brewing, she said softly, "Mom," she murmured, her tone eerily calm, "Rougeau is too small." Old Zhang, the manager of the department store, was the first to feel the chill. Yesterday, the Pioneer counter was packed. Today, it was the loneliest corner of the entire mall. A few sales clerks leaned idly against the counter, staring at the sea of heads before the Casio counter across the way, their faces full of bewilderment. The wave of returns had begun. A man who had just spent 120 yuan on a Pioneer watch yesterday now shoved his way to the counter, brandishing a brand new Casio. He slammed the Pioneer onto the countertop. "I want a refund. This piece of junk has half the features of the Japanese one and costs 30 yuan more. It's a scam." His voice was like a signal. "Yeah, refund. Me too. This is a total ripoff." More and more customers who had bought Pioneer watches. Old Zhang, with the help of 2 security guards, barely managed to stabilize the situation through sheer effort, his shirt soaked through with sweat on his back. He slipped into his office and dialed Lin Wei with trembling hands. The line was busy, the beeping sound a mocking taunt. At that moment, Lin Wei had no time to answer the phone. The 2 phones in his office were ringing off the hook, a maddening symphony. Each ring was like a knife twisting in his heart. "I need a refund. I can't sell a single one of those 5,000 watches in my warehouse." A provincial distributor roared over the phone. "Lin, return my 200,000 yuan payment within 3 days, or he'll haul a truckload of watches and block your factory gate." A distributor from Guangzhou issued an ultimatum. "General Manager Lin, the mall in Shanghai has removed our counter. They said our product isn't competitive. We're returning this entire batch, and we won't pay you a single cent." One call after another from all over the country. The distributors who were calling him Boss Lin just days ago had now all turned into demons demanding his life. Lin Wei collapsed into his executive chair, his eyes vacant. He didn't even notice the phone receiver slip from his hand. His ledger lay open before him. An entry for 500,000 yuan caught his eye. A loan he had just taken from the bank and wired directly to the Shenzhen OEM factory for expansion. He had staked all his money, all his hope on a production line that hadn't even started yet. His account now couldn't even cover a single distributor's refund. Ring. The red private line rang again. It was the county bank manager's number. As if grasping at a final straw, Lin Wei lunged for the phone, his voice hoarse with pleading. "President Wang, save me. Approve another million. No 500,000. The voice on the other end was cold as ice. "Boss Lin, we've heard about the market situation. The board has decided to freeze that 500,000 loan. Also, the previous loan of 200,000 needs to be repaid within 3 days. Wah. What? Lin Wei's mind went blank with a resounding bang. Freeze the loan and demand repayment of the previous one. President Wang, you can't do this. You're kicking a man when he's down. He screamed into the phone. Business risks are your own to bear, the other party replied. Bang. Lin Wei couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped to the floor. The office door burst open and his secretary stumbled in, her face pale as a sheet, her voice trembling. Boss, it's bad. Downstairs. Downstairs is full of supplier trucks. They've blocked the factory gate. Lin Wei stiffly turned his head and crawled to the window. In the factory yard, a dozen large trucks were haphazardly blocking all the exits. Dozens of drivers and laborers huddled together, smoking, their eyes hostile. Leading them was his biggest packaging supplier, Boss Li. Li held a megaphone shouting towards the office building. Lin Wei, get out here. No one leaves until you settle the 300,000 yuan payment. Pay up. Pay up. The shouts were deafening. The factory's production line had stopped. The workers had also gathered in the yard, having heard the rumors that the factory was going under and their wages for the month were unpaid. Someone in the crowd started to chant, "Pay our wages. Lin Wei, pay our wages." Hundreds of people, a dark surging mass, their emotions ignited, began to surge towards the office building. The distributors' calls for repayment, the bank's debt collection, notice the supplier's blockade, and curses the workers' furious demands for wages. All the sounds mixed together, piercing his brain like countless steel needles. He locked himself in his office, refusing to eat or drink. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In just 7 days, he went from the county's celebrated genius to a swindler reviled by all. On the 7th day, the office was in shambles. Lin Wei was curled up in a corner like a pile of mud, his hair greasy, his eyes bloodshot, his body reeking of a sour stench. Just then a breeze blew in through the open window, carrying the faint sound of distant cheers and the crackle of firecrackers. It came from the direction of the Qin family food factory. They were celebrating. While I'm being torn to pieces and facing utter ruin, they're throwing a victory party. The laughter was like a match igniting the last nerve in his mind. Lin Weiss' gaze completely changed, leaving only a burning red-hot madness. No coincidence. This was definitely no coincidence. Why did that Japanese watch Casio appear at this exact moment? Why was it launched nationwide simultaneously? Why was its price exactly 30 yuan lower than his? There must be a hand behind this. Qin Zhaozhao. The image of that girl whose eyes were so terrifyingly calm at the press conference flashed through Lin Weiss' mind. It was him. It was them. Huh. Ha ha ha. Lin Wei started laughing softly, the sound growing louder until it became a bestial roar. He sprang up from the floor and kicked over the desk in front of him. Qin Zhaozhao. It's you. Hatred like black venom instantly consumed him. If I can't have a good life, neither will any of you. His eyes were bloodshot like a mad bull as he burst through the office door. Boss, his secretary screamed, trying to stop him. Lin Wei shoved her aside, and she slammed into the wall, crying out in pain. Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, he forced a path through the suppliers' curses and the workers' angry roars charging out of the besieged factory. He had only one target, the Qin family food factory. At this moment, the Qin factory was decorated with lanterns and banners. A large pot of beef balls was cooking, its aroma filling the entire yard. Workers were lined up, beaming as they received thick, red envelopes from Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao stood on a makeshift stage holding a microphone, his face glowing. Everyone has worked hard. The factory's performance has been great this year, and it's all thanks to you. I announced that the year-end bonus will be increased by 100 yuan per person. Great. Long live the factory director. The yard erupted in thunderous cheers. In the midst of this celebration, a battered Santana like a maddened beast crashed through the factory's iron gate, screeched to a halt in the center of the yard, and came to a wild stop. The car door was kicked open. Lin Wei, disheveled rolled out of the car. His clothes were covered in stains, his face was flushed an unhealthy red like a demon crawling out of hell. His eyes immediately locked onto the triumphant Qin Zhaozhao on the stage. All laughter and joy instantly. Lin Wei lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Zhaozhao, a roar not quite human tearing from his throat. He'll kill you. The inhuman roar pierced the joyful and harmonious atmosphere of the Qin family factory like a sharp blade. All laughter and cheer came to an abrupt halt in that moment. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the madman who had suddenly burst into the center of the courtyard. Lin Weiss' Santana stood with its doors wide open, its front bumper having smashed into the newly erected iron bulletin board at the factory gate. He himself looked as if he had just been dredged from muddy water. His once-proud suit jacket was torn with a large gash hanging crumpled on his frame, his hair was greasy and plastered to his forehead and cheeks, and his eyes were shot through with terrifying bloodshot streaks. He stared fixedly at Qin Zhaozhao on the stage, whose face was ruddy with excitement as he gripped a microphone, as if he were gazing upon an irreconcilable nemesis. The workers, startled by the sudden upheaval, stepped back, spontaneously forming a passageway. Qin Zhaozhao was also stunned. He set down the microphone, furrowing his brow as he observed the seemingly deranged man below. Just a few days ago in the county, he had heard of Lin Weiss' successes. How had he become such a wreck in so short a time? Qin Zhaozhao. Lin Wei staggered forward, charging to the front of the hastily erected stage in a few steps. He reached out as if to grab Qin Zhaozhao's collar, but his body was so drained that his hand only swung uselessly through the air. With all his remaining strength, he roared, "Why? Why did you do this to me? What did I, Lin Wei, ever do to offend you that you would use such despicable means to crush me to death?" His voice was hoarse and fractured, brimming with endless venom and resentment. 15 provincial capitals. On the same day, at the exact same time. Casio. Japanese original. Priced exactly 30 yuan lower than mine. With every word, Lin Weiss' emotions grew more intense, spittle flying in all directions. Such ruthless scheming. Such venomous tactics. To bring me down, you even contacted foreigners. How much did you spend to weave this inescapable net? He raged like a trapped beast beneath the stage, bellowing, interrogating, venting his fury. The surrounding workers were utterly bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. What provincial capitals? What Casio? What foreigners? Had this man lost his mind? What was he doing causing a scene at their factory? On the stage, Qin Zhaozhao's brow furrowed even deeper. He finally understood. Lin Weiss' electronic watch business seemed to have been sabotaged. But what did that have to do with him? Lately, he had devoted all his energy to the expansion of the food factory and the production of beef meatballs, busy to the point of being overwhelmed. Regarding the watch matter, he only vaguely knew that Zhaozhao had tasked Su Yuan with handling it. How it was being managed or how sales were going, he had no idea. Watching Lin Wei, who had lost all reason and was pinning every accusation on him, Qin Zhaozhao couldn't even muster. He found it merely absurd and laughable. He looked down at Lin Wei as if observing a child throwing an unreasonable tantrum. His eyes held no hatred, no triumph, only a pure, heartfelt bewilderment. He didn't even bother to defend himself, simply speaking in a flat, almost impatient tone. In business there are gains. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was calm, transmitted clearly through the still active microphone across the entire courtyard. When you lose, you only blame others. He gazed at Lin Weiss' face twisted with rage and madness, and shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. People like you will never get rich. These words, light and devoid of any harsh vocabulary, struck Lin Weiss' heart like an invisible heavy hammer. All of Lin Weiss' roars, his howls, his madness, froze in that instant. He tilted his head back, staring blankly at Qin Zhaozhao. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Qin Zhaozhao might panic, might deny, everything might fly into a rage out of humiliation, or even might arrogantly confess to it all. He had prepared numerous arguments ready to confront Qin Zhaozhao face-to-face, to tear off his hypocritical mask and expose his vile schemes. But he had never imagined that what awaited him would be such a statement. What kind of look was that? It wasn't the look one gives an opponent, nor the look for an enemy. It was the look one gives an obstructive stone on the roadside. It was the look of an adult watching a child, throwing a rolling, cold, distant, and even carrying a trace of pity. In Qin Zhaozhao's world, the business empire Lin Wei had staked his entire fortune and life on the Pioneer electronic watches. He took such pride in his crushing defeat on a national scale. All of this he was completely unaware of. He didn't even know that Lin Wei was his enemy. The earth-shattering battle Lin Wei had imagined was in the other's eyes not even worthy of being called a war. From start to finish he had been nothing but a clown performing a one-man show. Oofed. An immense wave of humiliation and absurdity seared his soul like a red-hot branding iron. Lin Wei understood in an instant. He had lost utterly and completely, not in terms of business tactics, but in vision and stature. Everything he prided himself on was in the other's eyes utterly insignificant. The murmurs of the surrounding workers now grew distinct, piercing his ears like needles. So he lost money in his own business and came here to make a scene. Look at him, so pitiful. When he loses, instead of thinking how to recover, he just blames everyone else. Comparing himself to our factory director. Is he even worthy? Our factory director is busy helping us make money. He has no time for him. Exactly, look at our director's bearing. He didn't even acknowledge him. Scorn, mockery, contempt. Those looks and words formed a stark contrast with the adulation and praise he had enjoyed just days before. Lin Wei's gaze swept uncontrollably across the entire factory. The brand new workshops, the jubilant workers, the thick red bonus envelopes in their hands, the enticing aroma of beef meatballs wafting through the air. Everything was celebrating victory. And what about him? His factory was besieged by suppliers demanding payment, banks pressing for loan repayments, distributors forcing refunds, and workers clamoring for back wages. His world was a hell in ruins. The vast contrast seized his heart like two invisible hands, then wrenched it apart in opposite directions. Wah! Lin Wei could no longer hold on. He doubled over abruptly, a mouthful of blood spewing from his lips onto the cold ground before him, a shocking sight. His vision went dark, the whole world spinning until only Qin Zhaozhao's face remained. Looming overhead, it was over. Completely over. His body went limp, and he fell straight backward. Lin Wei, brother. Panicked cries came from outside the crowd, and several people rushed in, their faces frantic. Lin Wei's family, who had arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Lin Wei collapsed and spitting blood, they were terrified out of their wits and scrambled to support him. Lin Wei's father, a weathered, honest-looking man, was both ashamed and frightened at the scene. He bowed repeatedly to Qin Zhaozhao on the stage, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Director Qin. He's been blinded by rage. We apologize for the trouble. With that, not daring to stay a moment longer, he and the family carried the unconscious Lin Wei, who hung like a dead dog, and fled the factory in utter disgrace. And so the farce ended. The courtyard fell silent for a few seconds. Qin Zhaozhao picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. All right, everyone, carry on. The meatballs are getting cold. Eat up, then collect your bonuses. Yes, sir. The brief interruption did nothing to dampen the workers' high spirits. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, and the factory regained its festive atmosphere, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but an irrelevant illusion. By the window on the second floor of the office building, Qin Zhaozhao's small figure stood silently. She had taken in everything that unfolded downstairs. She watched as Lin Wei's car was driven away by his family, disappearing through the factory gate, then turned and descended the stairs. She walked up to Qin Zhaozhao and tugged at his sleeve. He looked down at his daughter's calm, expressionless face, and the displeasure from the earlier commotion instantly dissipated. Qin Zhaozhao looked up, gazing in the direction where Lin Wei had vanished, and said softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Dad's era is over. Our next era begins in Shanghai." The farce of Lin Wei being dragged away stirred no ripples at the Qin family food factory. The workers' attention was fixed on the large cauldron in the courtyard, where the aroma of beef meatballs mingled with the scent of ink from banknotes. The only things that truly mattered in the moment. No one cared about the loser's fate. Yet in the second-floor finance office, silence reigned so absolute that one could hear their own heartbeat. Su Yuan stood frozen in her chair, clutching the telephone receiver. On the other end of the line, Uncle Liang's voice was so excited it sounded distorted, the heat of his enthusiasm seeming to blast through the receiver from 1,000 kilometers away. "Miss Su, the accounts are all checked. After deducting all costs, the profit from this batch of electronic watches converted to renminbi. It's a huge sum. The money has been deposited into the Shenzhen account, as you instructed." Su Yuan's throat tightened. She swallowed hard, her mouth feeling as dry as if it were on fire. "Uncle Liang, exactly how much?" On the other end, Uncle Liang seemed to take a deep, massive breath, then uttered 3 words with all his might. 2 million. Thud. The receiver slipped from Su Yuan's hand and crashed onto the desk, but she remained motionless, still in the posture of holding the phone, her eyes staring blankly at a fixed point in the air, as if her soul had been snatched away. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhaozhao was startled by the noise. He rounded the desk in a few steps and grasped his wife's shoulders. What happened? Su Yun said nothing. Her gaze slowly descended, landing on the passbook she had just retrieved from the bank. She reached out her fingertips, trembling violently, and after several attempts finally flipped open the thin booklet. Qin Zhaozhao leaned in to look as well. When his eyes fell on the balance column, the words he was about to speak died in a 2, followed by a string of zeros. He instinctively began counting with his finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 zeros. 2 million. Su Yun's breathing grew rapid. She abruptly closed the passbook, hugged it tightly to her chest, and shot a wary glance at the door as if countless eyes were spying on her from outside. She repeatedly rubbed the rough cover of the passbook with her thumb as if trying to confirm it wasn't just a piece of paper, but a real colossal fortune. Qin Zhaozhao's reaction was starkly different. After the initial shock, a blazing light erupted in his eyes. He wasn't looking at the passbook. He was gazing at a brand new future. He spun around, grabbed a pencil and a sheet of drafting paper from the desk, muttering under his breath as his hand flew across. 2 million. That fully automatic sausage stuffer from Germany costs 80,000. We can buy 10 sets. No more than that. We can also take over the vacant lot next door and build a whole new workshop. Steel structure, 3 stories. Production line on the bottom floor, warehouse upstairs. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his cheeks flushed with fervor. The zeal of a seasoned technician was now fully ignited by this vast sum of money. With a creak, the door swung open. Qin Zhaozhao walked in. She first looked at her mother, who was clutching the passbook with a tense expression, then at her father, who was bent over the desk sketching a factory blueprint with eyes gleaming. Finally, her gaze settled on the fallen receiver. Everything was as she had anticipated. She walked to the desk, stood on her tiptoes, and with her small hand, pulled the passbook from Su Yun's embrace, slapping it down on the table with a sharp crack. This action acted like a switch, snapping the couple out of their respective emotional trances. Qin Zhaozhao took a sheet of paper covered in sketched lines from her little backpack and spread it out on the table. Dad, Mom, don't get worked up. Money is just a number. Now we need to talk about how to turn this number into our own factory, machines, and company. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's attention was drawn to the drawing which depicted the 4 connected storefronts at Lanny Bay. Linway is finished, but we can't stop. Qin Zhaozhao's finger tapped the blueprint. How Wawa is our production base, but we still need a window. These 4 storefronts will be our future company headquarters. She looked up at Su Yun. I've decided to establish Red Star Trading Company. Mom, you'll be the general manager. From now on, all import and export business will be under your charge. Food, clothing, daily necessities, whatever makes money, well, sell it. Me. Su Yun was completely stunned, waving her hands frantically. I can't. I can handle bookkeeping, but running a company. It has to be you. Qin Zhaozhao looked her in the eye and spoke deliberately. You handled the entire electronic watch deal with Uncle Liang from start to finish, and you did an excellent job. No one is more suited for this position. Qin Zhaozhao watched his wife. Su Yun's face no longer showed only timidity and confusion, or a radiance he had never seen before had appeared. A surge of indescribable pride welled up in his heart. Qin Zhaozhao didn't give them much time to react. She picked up the receiver and dialed back directly. Uncle Liang, it's me. Oh, my little lucky charm. Uncle Liang's voice was brimming with ecstasy. You did well this time. Qin Zhaozhao cut straight to the chase. As per the rules, 10% of the profit is yours. But this time I'm giving you an additional 300,000 from our share as a bonus. The line went dead silent. After more than 10 seconds, Uncle Liang's trembling voice came through. Niece. This is too much. It's not much. Qin Zhaozhao's tone was calm. You deserve it. From now on, Red Star Trading Company will have a lot of business and will need you to run errands in Hong Kong. This is a long-term partnership. Uncle Liang understood immediately. This 300,000 was a bonus, but more than that, it was a token to buy his loyalty. He thumped his chest. Niece, you can rest assured. From now on, Red Star Trading Company is my home. You point, and he'll charge. After hanging up, Qin Zhaozhao turned to Qin Zhaozhao. Dad, the factory needs to keep up too. Take out another 200,000. Half goes to buying new machinery to boost beef meatball production. The other half is for buying pension and medical insurance for all the veteran workers who have been with us for over a year. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes lit up instantly. Buying insurance for workers. This was unprecedented in the entire Ruzhou County. If he pulled this off, the reputation of his How Wawa brand would be louder than any advertisement. The blueprint of a conglomerate, with the food factory as its foundation and the trading company as its window, was thus finalized in that tiny finance office. After allocating 500,000, the passbook still showed a balance of 1.5 million. Su Yun and Qin Zhaozhao both looked at their daughter, waiting for her to speak. But Qin Zhaozhao's next words hit them like a thunderbolt. Mom, go to the bank tomorrow. Withdraw all of the remaining 1.5 million. In cash. No way. Qin Zhaozhao didn't even think before slamming his hand on the table, making the pencil jump. Absolutely not. Zhaozhao, this isn't a game. 1.5 million in cash. Do you know that would require sacks to carry? What if it's a scam? That money could build 3 more factories like ours. If we sink it all and lose it, we'll be back in that leaking mud brick house. I will not take this risk. Su Yun also panicked. Her eyes reddened as she grabbed Qin Zhaozhao's little hand, her voice choked with tears. Yes, Zhaozhao, listen to your father. I've only just started sleeping peacefully these past few months. With this money, our family will never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of our lives. What? Why do we have to take such a risk? One was a father with grand plans for the business, the other a mother just emerging from hardship, craving stability. Their opposition was concrete and real, like two walls blocking Qin Zhaozhao's path. Qin Zhaozhao looked at them without arguing. She turned and pulled an object wrapped in several layers of plastic bags from her backpack. Opening the bags revealed a neatly folded old newspaper. The paper was yellowed, its edges frayed, carrying the musty scent of aged ink. She spread the newspaper on the table. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun leaned in. The newspaper's masthead read, Shanghai Economic Reference News. In an inconspicuous corner of the center column was a small, notice-sized article, Notice on the Issuance of the 1992 Shanghai Stock Subscription Warrants. Qin Zhaozhao extended her tiny finger and tapped heavily on the words stock, subscription, warrants. She looked up at her parents, who were huddled together in fierce opposition, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but drove itself like a nail into the silence of the room. Dad, Mom, depositing money in the bank is too slow, and investing in the factory takes too long to recoup. Here, she tapped the newspaper again. This can add another zero to our money within a year. Stock subscription warrants. A tenfold return in 1 year. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun exchanged a glance, their minds buzzing and utterly bewildered. Every word was recognizable, yet strung together it felt like listening to a foreign tongue. Zhaozhao, what? Su Yun's voice trembled, laced with uncertainty. She picked up the yellowed, brittle newspaper, its tiny print blurring before her eyes. Qin Zhaozhao furrowed his brow and shoved the newspaper aside. Stocks warrants. Isn't that just speculation and profiteering? The state forbids this. Our factory is thriving day by day, earning steady money. There's no need to stray down that crooked path. Deep down, he was an old-school worker, believing in tangible factory machinery and the sweat that yields rewards. Getting rich off a piece of paper. That was too risky, no different from betting on a dice game at a casino. Dad, this isn't speculation. Qin Zhaozhao knew that changing her parents' mindset was harder than making another million. She didn't rush. Pulling out chairs, she sat them down. Let me give you an analogy. She picked up an apple from the table. There's a top-notch factory in Shanghai called Apple Factory. This factory lays golden eggs. She placed the apple in the center of the table. Now the factory wants everyone to become owners and share the golden eggs. It cuts itself into many pieces, each called a share. If you buy one share, you own a single feather from this golden goose. When the goose lays an egg, you use that feather to claim a sliver of gold. That's a stock. The analogy was simple enough, and though the couple was still hazy, they grasped a bit. Then, what about the warrant? Su Yun pressed. Too many people want to buy stocks, so the factory sells lottery tickets, first 30 yuan each. Buying a ticket gives you the right to draw lots for stocks. Qin Zhaozhao placed a napkin beside the apple. This lottery ticket is the stock subscription warrant. Qin Zhaozhao seized the key point. What if we don't win the draw? Isn't 30 yuan money down the drain? In theory, Qin Zhaozhao nodded, then pivoted. But think about it, everyone knows stocks can make money, so the lottery ticket itself becomes valuable. If you don't win, plenty of people will pay a high price to buy your ticket for another chance. So we don't need to draw, we just sell our warrants to those who want to try and will profit. Qin Zhaozhao fell silent, his brow deepening as he stared at the napkin, as if trying to see through it. Isn't that still just buying and selling a piece of paper? Zhaozhao, this isn't solid. What if that apple factory collapses? This paper isn't even good for wiping. Who guarantees it will rise? If no one buys it, our 1.5 million will truly become worthless paper. No. He slammed his hand on the table, rattling the teacup and spilling water. This is too flimsy. 1.5 million. That's our entire fortune. Zhaozhao, listen to Dad, we can't touch this money. Either put it in the bank or invest in 2 more production lines for the factory and sell our beef balls nationwide. That's a legitimate business. Yes, Zhaozhao. Su Yun added, tears welling in her eyes as she grabbed her daughter's hand. 1.5 million in cash. I've never even dreamed of it. For a few pieces of paper, if we lose it all, our family will be ruined. Seeing her parents distressed, Qin Zhaozhao knew further argument was futile. She didn't push. Standing up, she folded the newspaper and put it back in her bag. All right, let's drop it for today. The next day at dawn, Qin Zhaozhao knocked on her parents' door. Dad, Mom, get dressed. We're going to the city. Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun, puzzled still, followed their daughter into the car. The Santana drove straight to the county seat, stopping not at some destination, but before a small storefront bearing a sign, Securities Trading Agency. The so-called agency was just a corner sectioned off from a post office counter, with one staff member dozing off. The counter was deserted save for a few people murmuring quietly. As Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun walked in with their daughter, snippets of conversation drifted to their ears. Heard about it. Those Shanghai warrants, 30 yuan each, a total ripoff. Yeah, a worthless scrap of paper. What's the use? I think it's a scam. Hard to say. My city relative says the black market price has hit 50. Who knows if it's true? Anyway, I'm not buying. 30 yuan buys 2 caddies of meat. That's real value. Passers-by shot them strange looks, as if they were fools with nothing better to do. Those words and glances cemented Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun's conviction. See, the whole county thought it was a bad idea. The drive back was silent and oppressive. Su Yun couldn't hold it in any longer. Zhaozhao, you saw it right. Everyone says it's a scam. Qin Zhaozhao didn't turn around. Watching the receding fields outside the window, she asked instead, Dad, when you first started selling beef balls on the street, what did the neighbors say about you? Qin Zhaozhao's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He muttered, Said I wasn't doing honest work, that I was a profiteer. Qin Zhaozhao pressed on. Mom, when we took over those rundown shops in Lanny Bay, didn't the relatives say we were crazy? Su Yun recalled, her voice small. They said we were throwing money away, that we'd lose it all. The car fell silent again. Qin Zhaozhao's voice drifted softly. So when everyone thinks something is a bad idea, what does that mean for our family? The question was like a key unlocking a door in Qin Zhangwo's mind. He hadn't realized it himself. From a downtrodden pushover to someone everyone now called factory director, Qin, every step had been carved out amidst headshakes and ridicule. And had his daughter ever been wrong? What had he relied on? His own skill? Not entirely. More often than not, it was his daughter pushing him forward and him gritting his teeth to trust her. Screech. He slammed on the brakes, pulling the Santana to the side of the road. Su Yun lurched forward, staring at him, and Qin Zhangwo ignored her. He turned, fixing his gaze on his daughter in the back seat. The child was small with narrow shoulders, but her eyes held a vast sea he couldn't fathom. He stared for a long time before finally making up his mind. His voice was hoarse, but each word landed like a stone. All right, Dad trusts you. Su Yun's heart, which had just begun to settle, leaped again. She grabbed her husband's arm, her eyes full of worry. Zhangwo, that's 1.5 million. Our entire life savings. Qin Zhangwo took his wife's hand, looking at her with an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. He comforted her awkwardly. Mother of my child, remember when I secretly sold meatballs, the factory folks laughed at me, even my own mother scolded me. Who believed in me? It was Zhaozhao. He paused, his voice deepening. Now I believe in her too. He turned back, facing the road ahead as if looking into the future, and said deliberately, but I'm not going to Shanghai. The food factory is our family's foundation, our fallback. Someone needs to stay home. He'll stay in Ruzhou to guard the factory and secure the home front. That way you two can go to Shanghai without worry and do what needs to be done. It wasn't defiance or fear. In that moment, this honest man had figured it out on his own, willingly taking on the heavy. He understood his daughter's strategy and found his own most crucial position. Tears streamed down Su Yun's face. She looked at her husband, a man who once couldn't even speak loudly, now able to hold up the sky for her and their daughter. She said nothing, just nodded vigorously. All her fear and worry in her husband's eyes transformed into strength. The family meeting reached a consensus. Dividing forces, one path advances, one stands guard. The night before departure, after coaxing her excited and nervous mother to sleep, Qin Zhaozhao returned to her room alone. She sat cross-legged, and with a thought, the familiar system interface unfolded before her. After the electronic watch battle, her points had surged, and many items in the shop were now available. Her eyes swept quickly, then stopped on a golden card glowing in a corner. Capital Leverage Card Basic. Price 1,000 points. Effect upon use, designate an invested amount within 24 hours, gain 100 additional virtual leverage on that amount. Profits from the leverage belong to the user. The virtual leverage principal disappears automatically after 24 hours. Qin Zhaozhao's heartbeat quickened. 100 leverage. That meant her 1.5 million in the most critical 24 hours could be used as. Without a moment's hesitation, she exchanged for it. Gazing at the golden card resting quietly in her system inventory, a slight smile curled on Qin Zhaozhao's lips. Shanghai. This time she would make that name tremble because of her. The green train, dragging a long whistle, clattered into Shanghai Station. The crowd surged out of the carriages like a flood from an open sluice gate. Su Yun coughed, choked by a mix of coal smoke and river water. She quickly tightened her grip on her daughter's hand, fearing she might be swept away by the human tide in the blink of an eye. Zhaozhao, stay close, she shouted, her voice quickly swallowed by the noise. Everything before her eyes was dazzling. Towering buildings stood shoulder to shoulder, slicing the sky into strips. More cars raced along the streets than she had seen in her county in a year, their horns blaring incessantly. Men and women in all kinds of beautiful clothes passed by, speaking a language she couldn't understand, soft and lilting just like on television. This place was too vast, so vast it made her heart uneasy. But Qin Zhaozhao lifted her face, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she looked around. This was not Ruzhou, this was a powder keg about to ignite. The air was not laden with moisture, but with the scent of gold. Mother and daughter found a small inn near the station to stay. Su Yun locked the door several times before she felt a little at ease. Qin Zhaozhao dropped her things and pulled her out. Mom, let's go to Nanjing Road. Before they even reached the place, Su Yun couldn't walk anymore. In front of every bank, industrial and commercial bank, construction bank, stretched lines so long they seemed endless. Some sat on small stools, others spread newspapers on the ground, and a few wrapped themselves in army greatcoats, apparently planning to spend the night there. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet their faces bore an expression of feverish excitement. They huddled together, murmuring in low voices, the air thick with restlessness and fervor. Oh my God, how many people are there? Su Yun muttered to herself. She touched the bankbook hidden in her inner pocket. The 1.5 million felt like a burning coal, searing her heart. She swallowed nervously and tugged at her daughter's sleeve. Zhaozhao, let's find a place to line up quickly, or we'll miss our chance. Mom, we're not lining up. Qin Zhaozhao didn't even glance at the long queues. She took her mother's hand and turned around, walking in the opposite direction from the banks. Pulled along by her daughter, Su Yun was led bewilderedly through several streets and turned into a place even more chaotic. Everywhere were people carrying hoes and bedrolls, squatting by the roadside, smoking, their eyes dull as they watched past her. This was the labor market, the place where people sold their strength. Qin Zhaozhao found a clear spot and and said to her mother, "Mom, take out the money." Su Yun pulled a stack of crisp, Great Unity notes from her bag. Qin Zhaozhao took a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I need workers. Queue up. 10 yuan a day. 1 meal included. I need 100 people." The little girl's clear voice was like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond. The people squatting around were stunned for a moment. Then hundreds of eyes snapped onto them all at once. When they saw that the one shouting was just a little child while the woman beside her clutched a thick stack of cash, the crowd erupted with a buzz like boiling water surging toward them. 10 yuan a day? Really? And a meal? Little girl, are you lying? Su Yun had never faced such a scene. Her face turned pale, and she pulled Qin Zhaozhao into her arms, trembling violently. But Qin Zhaozhao wriggled out of her embrace, stood on tiptoes, and pointed at the strongest men in the crowd. You, and you. Come out. Help me hold the line. Do a good job, and you'll get 15 yuan a day." The men's eyes lit up. Without a word, they pushed forward and stretched out their arms to cordon off a space. The situation was finally under control. Qin Zhaozhao had Su Yun sit aside to hand out money and record names while she herself began assigning tasks. She divided the 100 people into 10 teams of 10, picking the sharpest-looking ones as team leaders. Then she took out a map of Shanghai from her backpack and assigned a bank branch to each team leader. "Your only task is to line up. From now on, work in shifts. Make sure our people are always at the front of the line. Don't argue with anyone, don't cut in line. If anyone takes the money and runs or messes things up." Qin Zhaozhao paused, her eyes scanning the group of men. Her small face tightened and her voice dropped 8 degrees colder. "Then in Shanghai, you won't get a single cent of work from now on." A group of burly men cowed by a little girl nodded and bowed in agreement. And so a makeshift army of 100 queuers set off in a grand procession toward a dozen different bank branches across Shanghai. This commotion did not go unnoticed. In the evening, Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun were in a small alley paying one of the teams their wages for the day. At the mouth of the alley, 7 or 8 young men had appeared. The leader, wearing flared pants and long hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, swaggered over. His men fanned out, blocking both ends of the alley. The workers receiving their pay paled at the sight of them, clutching their money. "Out-of-towners. Don't know the rules." The long-haired man stopped in front of Qin Zhaozhao, bent down, and blew a smoke ring in her face. "This area. Who said you could come here and make money? Who did you ask?" Su Yun's legs gave way from fear. She grabbed Qin Zhaozhao, her voice trembling. "Well, what do you want? We're just hiring people for some work." "Work?" The long-haired man let out a strange laugh. He snatched the remaining half-stack of money from Su Yun's hand and slapped it against his palm with a loud crack. "Looks to me like you're here to steal our jobs. Over 100 people taking over all the banks in the city. Pretty big." Su Yun's face drained of color. But seeing the money taken, she trembled and instinctively reached out to grab it back. "Get lost." The long-haired man shoved her impatiently. Su Yun stumbled into the wall, letting out a pained grunt. At that moment, Qin Zhaozhao forcefully broke free from her mother's embrace. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She simply looked calmly at the long-haired man. Then she unzipped her panda backpack, an entire stack of Great Unity notes wrapped in craft paper. It was more than 10 times thicker than the one in the long-haired man's hand. Everyone in the alley was dumbfounded. Qin Zhaozhao carried the stack of money, walked up to the long-haired man, stood on tiptoes, and with all her strength slammed it against his chest. Thud. A dull sound. The craft paper's binding snapped and red banknotes scattered like snowflakes, rustling all over the ground. The long-haired man staggered back a step. He and his men were stunned. They had expected tears and pleas for mercy or a terrified offer of money to save their skins, but never that this tiny girl would speak to them in such a way. Qin Zhaozhao looked up at the long-haired man's dazed face and said word by word, "Big brother, let's make money together. They'll provide the capital, you provide the muscle. Your men and mine will queue together. After buying the subscription certificates and selling them, you'll get 20% of the profits." The entire alley fell so silent that the wind could be heard. The long-haired man and his henchmen looked down at the money on the ground, then up at the little girl with eerily calm eyes, their minds completely blank. Not far away, inside a black Santana sedan, a middle-aged man in a suit lowered his binoculars. He had seen it clearly in the chaotic labor market. That little girl had completed the entire process of recruitment, selection, team division, task assignment, and rule setting in less than 10 minutes. That level of organization and efficiency was beyond even his most capable manager. A slow smile crept across his lips. Interesting. That child's mind holds not just courage, it holds a map. The long-haired man and his men were frozen in place. Their Adam's apples bobbed as they stared fixedly at the stack of cash, then turned to look at the little girl. The girl's face was expressionless as she watched them, her gaze devoid of any fear a child should possess. A 20% cut of the profits, letting the brothers get rich together. The long-haired man's mind buzzed, struggling to keep up. He survived on the streets by sheer ruthlessness, accustomed to seeing knives drawn over a few hundred yuan. Yet he had never witnessed anyone hurling tens of thousands in cash like a brick at an enemy. What kind of game was this little runt playing? "You. What do you mean?" The long-haired man asked, his throat tight as he squeezed the money in his hand. Its thickness told him it was no prop. "Simple," Qin Zhaozhao said, tilting her head to meet his eyes. "How much can you rake in from protection fees around here each month? Can it match this?" She raised a tiny finger. 10,000. One of the long-haired man's men blurted out in disbelief. 1 million. Qin Zhaozhao uttered the 3 words in a flat tone. A chorus of gasps echoed through the alley. 1 million. The number struck them dizzy. They fought and bled all year, yet saved next to nothing. The long-haired man's heart pounded wildly as he forced a smile uglier than a cry. Little sis, you sure know how to joke. Just lining up for that worthless paper can make 1 million. Who are you fooling? That's why I said I'm leading you to riches, not inviting you to a free ride, Qin Zhaozhao replied, her tone unchanged. The rules are simple. First, wherever I tell you to queue, you go. No questions. Second, keep your men in line. Anyone caught hoarding subscription warrants or picking fights will face the consequences. Third, do this right, and there will be plenty of work in Shanghai from now on. Fail. She trailed off, but her gaze alone sent a chill down the thug's spines. This was no 6-year-old child. Su Yun stood nearby, her mind blank. Her daughter was negotiating business with a gang leader, and from the looks of it, she wanted to pull her daughter back, but her legs felt leaden and immovable. The long-haired man's face alternated between red and pale. The temptation of 1 million was immense, and the terms were not harsh, just manpower. His men had nothing else but numbers. Yet if he took orders from a baby, word would spread, and his reputation as long hair would be ruined. As he agonized, the door of the black Santana at the alley's entrance opened. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, followed by 2 young men in similar attire, their eyes sharp. The long-haired man's eyelid twitched. His scarred face instantly broke into a fawning smile as he shoved the cash behind him and bowed. Boss Chen, what brings you here? The man called Boss Chen ignored him, walking straight to Qin Zhaozhao. Instead of standing tall, he bent slightly with a smile. Little one, I heard what you said. 1 million, quite the bold claim. But I like it. Su Yun's palms were slick with sweat as she yanked Qin Zhaozhao behind her protectively. Though the man smiled, Su Yun felt her breath grow heavy. His aura was more suffocating than the thug's knives at her throat. Qin Zhaozhao emerged from behind her mother, meeting Boss Chen's gaze squarely. Why should I help you? He asked his Qin Zhaozhao didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gestured with her tiny chin toward the alley's entrance. Because your Santana has been parked there watching us since we entered the alley. She raised her eyes clear and bright. Boss, you've watched the show long enough. Time to pay for the ticket, don't you think? Boss Chen's smile froze completely. He thought he was a hidden hunter observing a curious prey, unaware that his every move had been under the prey's scrutiny. The 2 young men behind him showed mixed expressions of shock and wariness for the first time. The alley fell silent save for the wind. After a full 10 seconds, Boss Chen found his voice exhaling slowly as his admiration turned into genuine solemnity. A fine ticket. Tell me, how shall I pay? I don't want your money. Qin Zhaozhao shook her head. I have enough. I want your connections and information. How many subscription warrants are issued across Shanghai, and how many each bank branch gets? I need this now. Deal. Boss Chen agreed, without hesitation, extending his hand. In return, I want 30% of this venture. Agreed. Qin Zhaozhao nodded as if the 30% were a trivial number. The long-haired man and his crew nearly popped their eyes out. They provided the labor and risk for a mere 20%, while this Boss Chen did nothing and claimed 30. Yet they dared not utter a word. This man before them was someone they couldn't afford to cross. Also, Boss Chen added, after this is done, I'd like to treat you to a meal. They'll see if I'm free. Qin Zhaozhao replied coolly. Thus the deal was struck in that dark alley in an even more unbelievable manner. The next day, all of Shanghai witnessed the spectacle. The long-haired man's men plus the workers Qin Zhaozhao hired formed a queuing army of over 200. Boss Chen's intelligence was precise to the individual. Qin Zhaozhao, map in hand, deployed her forces like a general, scattering them across the dozen bank branches with the most subscription warrants. They worked in teams of 10 rotating shifts with food and drink delivered to their posts. What was once a tedious chore became a coordinated military operation. The lone scalpers stood no chance against this regular army. They were either squeezed out or politely escorted by the long-haired man's crew to cool their heels elsewhere. Long lines formed outside every bank in Shanghai, but at the front were always those oddly dressed, yet highly synchronized individuals. Ordinary citizens stared in bewilderment, wondering which unit was on a team-building exercise. Those in the know were stunned. They learned that behind this force was a mysterious out-of-town boss. Some said filthy rich, others claimed he had far-reaching influence. No one imagined that the mastermind stirring up the storm was sitting on a bed in a guest house, swinging her legs, eyes glued to cartoons on TV. Su Yun was utterly numb. She watched stacks of internal documents delivered to the room, saw the long-haired man enter respectfully to report, and heard her daughter issue orders without lifting her head. Everything felt surreal. Report, boss. District A, China Construction Bank. 500 warrants secured. Report, boss. District B, ICBC. Qin Zhaozhao replied, shifting her gaze from the cartoon. She picked up a freshly acquired subscription warrant, examining it against the light. Tell everyone to stop. No more queuing from now on. The long-haired man was taken aback. Stop. Boss, there are still batches left. Qin Zhaozhao put down the thin paper, turning to the long-haired man with a faint curve of her lips. A piece of paper worth 30 yuan is valuable only when people fight for it. What if no one does? She paused, her tiny fingers tapping lightly on the table. Brother Longhair, tell me, is it more profitable to sell the paper itself or to sell the news that you can buy the paper? His shaggy mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He stood there, mouth agape, staring fixedly at the little girl before him, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. Was selling paper any different from selling the news of where to buy paper? Wasn't it all about making money? Boss, I don't quite understand what you mean. Long Mao reached up and scratched his greasy, tangled hair, the thick flesh on his face bunching up. Qin Zhaozhao jumped down from the bed, her bare feet landing on the carpet. She walked over to the table, picked up a subscription warrant, and twirled it between her fingertips. This piece of paper costs 30 in principal. We hire people, make them queue all night just to buy it for 30. She held the paper up in front of Long Mao. The people outside, those scalpers, they all want this paper. They're willing to pay 100, 200 to buy it. That was the path we thought of before, right? Long Mao nodded vigorously. This he understood. It was just buying low and selling high. But how many can we get our hands on? 1,000. Once they're sold, they're gone. Qin Zhaozhao tossed the paper back onto the table with a soft slap. And what if this thing jumps to 1,000 apiece tomorrow? Wouldn't we be losing out by selling them for 100 today? Long Mao's breath caught. Of course had thought about it. Who in this business didn't dream of striking it rich in one go? Right now, at every bank entrance in Shanghai, the people at the front of the lines are all our men. Qin Zhaozhao's small hand swept towards the window, as if the entire city lay within her grasp. What have we seized control of? Not the paper, but the path to buying the paper. She paused, looking at Long Mao. So we're not selling paper anymore. Qin Zhaozhao announced the answer. We're selling position. So, positions. Long Mao's tongue tied itself in knots. That's right. Have the brothers spread the word. Qin Zhaozhao's speech was steady, every word like a small hammer pounding into Long Mao's forehead. Want to buy subscription warrants, but don't want to queue all night? Come to us. Our men will give you their spot at the front. You go in and buy it yourself for 30. For that spot, we 300. Long Mao's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Selling a spot for 300. That made even more money than selling the certificate itself. Selling a certificate at least gave you a piece of paper. Selling a spot was selling thin air. Boss, will anyone actually buy that? Long Mao's throat went dry. Yes, Qin Zhaozhao affirmed. Those big bosses who want to buy hundreds or thousands of them, they have plenty of money. What we sell them is that certainty. 300 is nothing to them. What about the other scalpers? They can't outqueue us, and they can't get the goods. If they want to do business, they have to source from us. We are the overlord of every scalper in Shanghai. A chill shot up from the soles of Long Mao's feet straight to the crown of his head. Had been in the game for years and considered himself a tough character, but after hearing this speech today, he realized his own tricks were no better than child's play. This wasn't buying low and selling high. This was staking a territory and setting the rules. I get it. Long Mao's eyes blazed red. Boss, I'm on it right now. He roared, spun around, and bolted out the door like a wild ox shot full of stimulants, terrified that a single second's delay would see the money fly away. Su Yun's heart clenched as she listened. She tugged at her daughter's clothes and whispered, Zhaozhao, 300 for a spot is too expensive. People will say we're robbing them. Mom, this isn't robbery, it's business. Qin Zhaozhao took Su Yun's hand and guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. Everyone wants to get rich, they're crazy for it. At a time like this, opportunity is more precious than gold. Su Yun couldn't grasp these concepts. All she saw was that from that afternoon on, the door to their guest house room was never. Long Mao and his men came and went in droves, carrying out orders and hauling back sacks stuffed with cash. Stacks of crisp new banknotes quickly piled up on the table, then under the bed, and finally, even the wardrobe couldn't hold any more. Su Yun's job changed from bookkeeping to counting money. Her two hands couldn't keep up and the skin on her fingers was rubbed raw. In the end, she simply fetched the small steel-yard scale she had brought from home, weighed the bundles one by one, and tossed them expressionlessly into the burlap sacks in the corner. The room reeked of money, a smell of ink and sweat that made her nauseous. The entire underground market in everyone knew a position magnate had appeared who didn't sell certificates, only spots. 300 each, no haggling. At first, no one believed it. But when a Fujian boss coughed up 15,000, and under the escort of Long Mao's men effortlessly walked out of the bank with 50 subscription warrants, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot with greed. Those small-time investors who had frozen for 2 days and nights only to snag 1 or 2 certificates were sick with regret. $300 for a ticket to fortune. Worth it. Damn well worth it. Spots. Any spots left? He'll pay 350. I'm next. Don't push. I want 10. Long Mao's thugs had never felt so important. They did nothing but stand like guardian statues at the head of the line, waiting for people to respectfully shove money into their hands before stepping aside to let them take the spot. Money was rolling in like a windfall. In Boss Chen's office, he clutched his purple clay teapot, listening to his subordinates report, frozen in place for a long time. What did you say? They're not selling certificates anymore, they're selling spots. For 300 each. Yes, Boss Chen. Everyone on the street is calling them the position magnates. They've got a stranglehold on the source. Several scalper bosses we knew before are now scrambling to buy spots from them. Boss Chen's mind also ground to a halt. He had thought the little girl's plan was to hoard and wait for the price to rise before selling, the safest route. But he never expected she wouldn't even look at the secondary market. She had created a brand new game at the source. She had turned a speculative item into a service industry. Ring. The phone on the desk rang. Boss Chen picked up the receiver, and Qin Zhaozhao's crisp voice came through. Boss Chen, time to split the money. Boss Chen was silent for a few seconds before finding his voice. How much? Not much, about 2 million today. Your 30% is 600,000. Also prepare a few more sacks. Boss Chen's hand trembled, and scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand, but he felt nothing. 2 million in one day. His most profitable factory didn't even make that much in a month. And this was only the first day? Also, the voice on the phone paused, spread the word, starting tomorrow a spot costs 500. What? Boss Chen couldn't stay seated any longer. He shot up from his chair, raising it again. You'll scare people away. No, I want. Qin Zhaozhao's tone was utterly calm. Don't underestimate people's greed, Boss Chun. The more expensive something is, the more they'll fight for it. This fire has only just been lit. The line went dead. Boss Chun stood dazed by the window watching the traffic below. For the first time, he felt that his decades of business experience were worthless, that he understood less about life than a 16-year-old girl. He had thought he was a hunter who had discovered a precious gem, but now he realized he was nothing more than a scavenger picked by a giant beast to trail behind and pick at the scraps. Could he even afford that meal anymore? The next day, when news spread that the spot fee had risen to 500, the market didn't cool down, it burned even fiercer. Everyone had grasped the logic: if you don't buy today, it'll be 1,000 tomorrow. Newspapers began running veiled reports using terms like mysterious Q army and god-level trader to describe the force stirring up the market. And this god-level trader was sitting on the guest house carpet calmly fitting the last piece of a Mickey Mouse puzzle into place. Su Yun looked at the sacks filling the room, feeling as if she were living in a dream. Just then there was a knock at the door. Long Mao burst in his face, a twisted mix of joy and fear, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Boss, it's done. Everyone's gone mad. Qin Zhaozhao didn't look up, just brushed the puzzle dust from her hands. Brother Long, tell Boss Chun to find out which state-owned textile mills are about to go under and are up for sale. I want all. Chang Mao felt that his brain had not only stopped working, but had been completely churned into a mess. He looked at the little girl before him who barely reached his shin, then at the burlap sacks in the corner bulging to the point of bursting, and felt that his years of hustling had been wasted. The subscription warrant business was booming, selling a spot for 500 yuan, people outside scrambling desperately, money flying into the room like snowflakes. At this critical juncture, he wanted to quit, to go investigate some failing textile mill. It was like holding a golden bowl and going to pick up scrap others had discarded. Boss, did I hear you wrong? Chang Mao's voice was dry as he licked his lips. We're making a day's worth right now. 2 or 3 million a day, is that a lot? Qin Zhaozhao cut him off. Chang Mao's breath caught in his throat. He had never in his life seen so much money piled together. Brother Chang Mao, this money burns. Qin Zhaozhao walked to the window, pointing at the surging crowd below. This subscription warrant craze could end at any moment. When the wind stops, if all we have left is money, that money becomes worthless. We need to seize the moment when the water is highest, dam it up, and dig our own pond. She turned around, looking at Chang Mao. Those failing state-owned factories are ready-made pond pits. Nobody wants them now, so we can scoop them up for the least amount of money. Once we channel our water in, that pit will be worth more than the Huangpu River. Chang Mao didn't understand the pond metaphor, but the phrase, worth more than the Huangpu River, hit home. He swallowed all his doubts, nodding vigorously. I get it. He'll go find Boss Chun right now. Chang Mao roared, spinning around and charging out, his footsteps heavy as if pounding the ground. Only Qin Zhaozhao and Su Yun remained in the room, along with the cash filling the air with the smell of ink. Su Yun sat on the bed, expressionlessly weighing money with a small scale. She had given up counting by hand, her fingers were rubbed raw. 10,000 yuan per bundle, weighed then tossed into a burlap sack. The thick smell of money in the room churned her stomach with nausea. Zhaozhao, are we really stopping? Su Yun's voice was a bit faint as she looked at the burlap sacks, feeling they weren't money but a pile of dynamite. Put it away. Qin Zhaozhao walked over and took the small scale from her hand. Mom, from today on, don't touch the money anymore. Su Yun was taken aback. You need to learn to manage money, not just count it. Qin Zhaozhao shoved paper and a pen into her hands. Keep the accounts clear. Principal, expenses, profits, what needs to be shared, and what we keep in the end. Her small face was serious. You can't be just a cashier your whole life. When the good baby food factory grows big in the future, you'll have far more money to manage. If you don't learn now, what will you do later? Su Yun looked at her daughter, her lips moving, but no words coming out. She felt she wasn't raising her daughter. The child was dragging her along, running for dear life. She wanted to catch her breath, but her daughter turned back and told her this was just the beginning. She gripped the paper and pen tightly, nodding firmly. The next 2 days, Shanghai exploded. The news that the spot market maker had withdrawn hit like a bomb, detonating among all the scalpers and speculators. The only stable supply was gone. Panic spread like a plague. The black market price of subscription warrants shot from a few hundred to 3,000 yuan in a single day. Those who had bought spots beat their chests, regretting not buying more. Those who had hesitated and held back were now slapping their thighs raw. At the same time, the first batch of lottery results was announced with an absurdly low success rate. The price of unsuccessful warrants soared again. All of Shanghai went mad. But inside the guest house room at the storm center, it was eerily quiet. Boss Chun came alone without his men. He carried a briefcase, stood at the door, and even took a moment to straighten his suit. Boss Qin. He entered the room, saw Qin Zhaozhao playing with a puzzle on the carpet, and Su Yun keeping accounts nearby, and addressed her naturally. Boss Chun, have a seat. Qin Zhaozhao didn't look up, pointing to an empty chair. Boss Chun pulled out the chair, sat down, and slid the briefcase over. The documents you asked for. All state-owned textile mills in Shanghai that have been poorly managed and are up for sale in the past 3 years, 7 in total. The internal files are all here. He had witnessed the market confirming Qin Zhaozhao's judgment over these 2 days. She had not only predicted the price surge, but had pulled out at the most frenzied moment. Such composure, he admitted to himself, he didn't possess. He now looked at Qin Zhaozhao as if she were a monster. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Zhaozhao finished the last piece of the puzzle, stood up, clapped her hands, and walked to the table. She didn't look at the documents, but dragged a burlap sack from the corner, unzipped it, and pushed it in front of Boss Chun. Your share the accounts are with my mom. Boss Chun stared at the open sack filled with money, his throat dry. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Boss Qin, for this deal, he'll only take a 10% share. Qin Zhaozhao looked up at him. The other 20% counts as my investment. Boss Chun fixed his gaze on her, a desperate resolve in his eyes. I want to follow you into the next venture. He was betting everything, staking his future on this 16-year-old girl. Qin Zhaozhao studied him for a moment, then nodded. Only then did she open the briefcase, pull out the documents, and let her fingers glide over the pages, producing a rustling sound as she flipped through them rapidly. Su Yun and Boss Chun both held their breath unconsciously. After a few minutes, Qin Zhaozhao's fingers stopped on one document. Shenqing No. One textile mill. She pulled out that file. Has this factory also issued stocks? One of the old 8 stocks on the Shanghai market. Boss Chun nodded. Yes, it's called Shenfang shares. It's the worst performer. Old equipment, deep in debt, stocks nobody wants, practically worthless. Excellent. Qin Zhaozhao slapped the document on the table, looked up at Boss Chun, and each word she spoke fell like hail. Now go to the stock exchange. Use all the money in our accounts. Buy as much as you can. Sweep up every single share of Shenfang shares in circulation. What a... Boss Chun felt a rush of blood to his head, his ears ringing. Buy that junk stock. With all our money. Tens of millions in cash thrown into a bottomless pit. Boss Qin, no. This stock has no value, the money will just vanish. Boss Chun broke into a sweat instantly. Who says it has no value? Qin Zhaozhao waved the document in her hand. I'm about to buy this factory. Tell me, does the stock of its owner have value? Boss Chin's mind went blank. That's right. She was going to buy this factory. She would become the new owner, so the stock. He understood. This wasn't stock trading, it was printing money. She was positioning herself in the secondary market before the acquisition news broke. Once the news came out, the stock price would soar to the sky. A chill ran from Boss Chin's tailbone straight to the top of his head. As he looked at this little girl, he felt fear for the first time. They'll get on it right away. Boss Chun grabbed the burlap sack as if it were a red-hot branding iron, stumbled over a chair leg as he turned and rushed out. That afternoon at the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The trading hall was buzzing with noise, red-vested traders running. Suddenly on the trading screen, a stock that had been lying forgotten in a corner, Shenfang shares, began to see its trading volume climb notch by notch. 1 trade, 2 trades, 10 trades. All were massive, buy orders beyond comprehension, swallowing everything in sight regardless of cost. The stock price, as if forcibly yanked from underground, began a vertical surge. What's going on? Why is Shenfang moving? Who's buying? Are they crazy? Touching this kind of junk? All eyes in the hall were drawn to it. An old investor who had been dozing off was woken by the commotion. He adjusted his reading glasses, looked at the screen, and his enamel teacup crashed to the floor with a clatter. He stared fixedly at the wildly jumping numbers, his lips trembling as he uttered a few words. It's the market maker. That spot market maker has entered the game. Rougeau, a rundown hostel. The room reeked of mold and stale smoke, stinging the mind with its acrid assault. Lin Weiss' fingers frayed the edges of the newspaper, the words, instant riches, searing into his eyes like red-hot branding irons. He jerked his head up, scanning his surroundings. The plaster had peeled away, revealing blackened brickwork beneath. The only window was pasted over with newspaper, blocking out all light. From being Boss Lin to a gutter rat, all it took was a single word from the Qin family. Qin Zhengwo, Qin Zhaozhao. He crushed those 2 names between his teeth, grinding them to dust, until his gums bled, filling his mouth with the taste of rust. He couldn't just let it go. The news in the paper was his only chance to crawl out of this gutter. The next day, Lin Wei pried up the bricks in the courtyard of his old family home and dug a rusted iron box out of the damp earth. A pair of gold bangles and a few rolled-up Great Unity banknotes. He sold off the house, the land, and even the bangles. Anything that could be turned into cash. In the end, he held just over 30,000 yuan in his hands. 30,000 yuan. Toss it into the Shanghai scene, and it wouldn't even make a ripple. Not enough. Bloodshot veins crept across Lin Weiss' eyes as he thought of Brother Long. The loan shark in Rougeau. Anyone who borrowed from him never came out whole. But he had no other path. In the tea house thick with smoke, Brother Long lounged in a tie-shirt chair, twirling 2 walnuts in his hands with a crisp click-clack. Lin Wei approached, his voice scraping like sandpaper. Brother Long. Something on your mind, Doi? Brother Long blew a smoke ring without lifting his gaze. A loan? How much? 500,000. The sound of the walnuts grinding to a halt. Only then did Brother Long raise his head, his eyes appraising Lin Wei like livestock ready for slaughter. Boss Lin, in your current state, can you even pay it back? Lin Wei didn't answer. His knees gave way, and he slammed onto the floor. Without bending his back, he craned his neck and drove his forehead against the icy tiles, a dull thud echoing through the room. Brother Long, I know the rules. 500,000 with compound interest. I'm staking my life, my wife's life, my child's life. All on this. He raised his head, his brow swollen, and red, his eyes like burning coals. Give me 1 month. If I can't pay it back, you can take all 3 of us anytime. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Brother Long stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He stood up the tip of his leather shoe, lifting Lin Weiss' chin. You've got guts. I like men with guts. 500,000, take it. 1 month from now, principal plus interest. I want 1 million. He bent down, his voice pressed against Lin Weiss' ear. Don't even think about running. My people will be waiting for you in Shanghai too. Lin Weiss' heart felt like a fist was squeezing it, but he forced a grin onto his face. Thank you, Brother Long. At the same time, in the office of Zhaoyang Investments in Shanghai, Qin Zhaozhao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the river of traffic below. Old Qin stood respectfully half a step behind her. Uncle Qin, I want you to create a god on the trading floor. Qin Zhaozhao's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down old Qin's spine. A god, eh? Yes, an all-powerful, gold-touching Master Huang. Qin Zhaozhao turned around. Find an old man who can act and have him sit in the tea house near the stock exchange. Then arrange a few people to pose as his followers, endlessly singing his praises. How the stock he recommended yesterday hit the daily limit today. Old Qin's mind raced. This is setting a trap. No, it's fishing. Qin Zhaozhao walked to her desk and wrote 4 words on a piece of paper. Pujiang Textiles. Feed this name into Master Huang's mouth. Tell everyone who comes to him for advice to buy this stock. Qin Zhaozhao slid the note across the desk. I need a fish, desperate, readied and thinking itself clever, to jump right onto my hook. Old Qin stared at the note, feeling a chill emanate from those 4 characters. He understood now this wasn't a wide net, it was a trap tailored for one specific person. He'll see to it immediately. He pocketed the note, daring not to ask another question. A few days later, clutching the money he had risked his life for, Lin Wei boarded a train to Shanghai. He charged into the stock exchange, the hall packed with people, the air hot and stifling. Like a headless fly, he crashed through the crowd, his ears filled with tales of overnight fortunes. Just then he caught a name. Did you hear? The stock Master Huang recommended yesterday hit the limit again today. A shill shouted loudly. No kidding. I followed his advice yesterday, put in 10,000, and now it's 20,000. Another shill waved a trading slip, his face flushed. Master Huang. Lin Weiss' ears perked up instantly. He pushed through, listening to the crowd extol the Master Huang. As if he were a miracle worker, his heart swelling with a searing emotion. He learned that Master Huang often held lectures at a nearby tea house and rushed over immediately. When he saw Master Huang, the old man was surrounded by a crowd of so-called stock investors. Without a word, Lin Wei pulled out the thickest envelope from his coat, shoved through the crowd with hands and feet, and pressed it into the old man's hands. Master Huang, all my savings are here. Please show me the way. Master Huang weighed the envelope with his fingers, cracking open a slit in his half-closed eyes. He extended a claw-like finger, traced a few arcs in the air, and muttered something under his breath. After a long moment, he spat out 4 words, Pujiang Textiles. Remember, he lowered his voice, reciting his lines perfectly, buy as much as you can. Within half a month, you'll be count. Lin Wei took those 4 words as a divine decree, turned around, and sprinted back to the exchange, shoving all 500,000 plus yuan in cash across the counter. When the clerk handed him the stamped receipt, his hands trembled so violently he could barely hold the thin slip of paper. Just you wait, Qin family. The brass plaque of Zhaoyang Investment Management Co., Ltd., gleamed under the bright lights of the office building. Su Yun stood before the glass door, her new professional suit a bit too tight. She tugged at the hem awkwardly, her palms slick with sweat. She stared at the words, Legal Representative Su Yun, on the plaque, feeling as though she were treading on cotton, not marble. Pushing open the door, Qin Zhaozhao sat in the executive chair, her legs swinging back and forth beneath the desk. Su Yun walked over, taking in the floor, so polished it reflected her image, unsure where to put her hands or feet. Zhaozhao, this. Suddenly, Qin Zhaozhao pulled a sheet of paper from a pile of documents and handed it to her. Mom, please check the total on this procurement list for me. Me? Su Yun was stunned. I can't do that. It's just addition. Qin Zhaozhao pressed. Su Yun looked at the paper covered in dense rows of numbers. She took a deep breath, leaned over the desk, and began adding the figures one by one. Without an abacus, she resorted to the most primitive method, writing out vertical sums on the paper. After calculating 3 times to confirm it was correct, she wrote down the final number. When she handed it to her daughter, her hand still trembled slightly. Qin Zhaozhao took it, glanced at it, and nodded. That's right. She looked up at Su Yun. Mom, you see, the company's very first account was tallied by you. There will be more in the future, bigger and tougher, but it all starts with this number. Su Yun's heart suddenly settled back into place. Qin Zhaozhao turned back, her gaze returning to the computer screen. Her fingers tapped the keyboard a few times, pulling up a stock name, Pujiang Textiles. The line had lain flat against the bottom like a corpse for months. But in the final minutes before today's market close, its tail suddenly twitched upward, like a man long dead suddenly moving a finger. Qin Zhaozhao swiveled her chair to face Su Yun, a pure childlike smile spreading across her face. Mom, our first fish has taken the bait.